he couldn't admit to anything. How could that be? Maybe Lagaray didn't want a goodbye that was too heartfelt. Before Rain could finish speaking, Anna looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, Rain felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rise within him. Then why did Lagaray only say farewell to you? Wouldn't saying goodbye to you make her emotional too? Anna said softly. The gazes of the entire family were once again focused on Rain. In that instant, Rain felt as though he had no defense. After quickly finishing breakfast, Rain went upstairs to the storeroom on the second floor. According to the arrangement with Jenny, he expected a carriage from the Crowley family to come and pick him up a bit later. Before that, Rain could take the opportunity to try and see how many will runes he could visualize at once. Thanks to the battle in Nightingale Forest yesterday, Rain gained another 3 spirit attribute points, reaching a total of 23 points. Hence, compared to the previous 20 points of spiritual power, his progress was significant. Rain clearly remembered that when his spirit attribute had first reached 20 points after he changed his class to Beast Tamer, he could visualize 16 will runes at once and entered the commonly acknowledged level of a second-tier wizard apprentice. Therefore, Rain knew very well that even with 23 points of spirit, it was highly unlikely he could visualize all 24 basic will runes of meditation and reach the level of a third-tier wizard apprentice. However, when a person sees they are getting closer to their goal, or in other words, the distance to their objective is shrinking, their motivation to work hard becomes very strong. 1 minute later, Rain opened his eyes with joy. This time, he had successfully visualized 20 will runes, getting ever closer to the final goal of 24. Don't forget, Rain still had 3 free attribute points. However, after pondering for a while, Rain chose not to continue investing points in the spirit attribute right away. After all, the effect of adding points to recover could be a killer move if used well in battle. This was fully re-verified in the battle with the Bloodflesh Treant. So it was a better choice to wait and add points during the next battle. As the carriage hadn't arrived yet, Rain decided to test the changes in the strength of his witchcraft following the increase in his spiritual power. Since he had charred the wooden table last time, Rain had specially brought back a fire-resistant clay mold from the blacksmith shop a few days ago. The mold was a dark gray color and shaped like a large beaker. Rain placed a small piece of leftover hardened essence gold inside the clay mold, and then he began to cast the witchcraft Scorching Touch. As the deep incantation echoed, the hardened essence gold piece in front of Rain's palm began to heat up rapidly. After a few seconds, it started to redden and emit smoke. With Rain's continuous guidance and the output of spiritual power, the hardened essence gold turned completely into liquid in about 10 seconds. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but smile. Previously, after about 10 seconds of casting Scorching Touch and sustaining it, the highest temperature he could reach was around 1,400 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Now, that temperature limit must have reached around 2,000 degrees Celsius. That's because the melting point of hardened essence gold is around 2,000 degrees. Rain remembered that when he last smelted hardened essence gold at the blacksmith's forge, he had to use the forge in combination with Scorching Touch to successfully melt it. But now, Scorching Touch alone was sufficient. This enhancement in witchcraft power was evident, and, as his spiritual power grew, his abilities increased accordingly. However, Rain also acutely sensed that the comparative increase in power was not linear as the spiritual power increased. To put it simply, at first, if the spiritual power increased by 1 point, the ultimate temperature of Scorching Touch might increase by 100 degrees. But over time, that increase dropped to 80 degrees, or even 70 degrees, for each additional point of spiritual power. Though the decrease in this rate of growth was slow, it was definitely occurring. With a slight frown, Rain pondered this for a while and surmised that it might be due to some aspect of the witchcraft model itself. From this perspective, it meant that in the future, he would need to search for higher-level witchcraft to learn. To be precise, choosing to learn witchcraft that suited his current level of strength was the optimal choice. But soon, Rain touched his nose and laughed at himself, with a self-deprecating smile. Now, he was a poor farmer in terms of the number of witchcraft he knew, so he was in no position to be picky. Even though he was of the highest affinity to the fire element, he only mastered 2 witchcraft spells. One of these spells was Scorching Touch, an entry-level contact-based witchcraft. Although it had decent power, it came with many limitations in actual combat. For instance, during the battle with the flesh spirit of the tree, it was only with the help of the sorcery scroll Frosty Gale that he found an opportunity to cast it. Moreover, Scorching Touch required continuous guidance to inflict maximum damage. In contrast, the casting and effect of high-temperature force field were much easier. Once successfully cast, high-temperature force field created a high-temperature field around Rain for about a minute. Just as Rain wanted to test how the power of high-temperature force field had changed, he heard the clippity-clop of horse hoofs. Looking out the window of the storage room on the second floor, Rain spotted the Crowley family carriage, adorned with the emblem of a rose and kite shield, slowly approaching his home. After tidying up a bit, Rain went downstairs. Just as he reached the carriage, a servant quickly opened the door of the carriage, and two beautiful girls dressed in cashmere long skirts and draped in light-colored mink shawls stepped out hurriedly. It was Ginny and her best friend, Agatha. At the first sight of Rain, the noble young lady's eyes lit up instantly. "Lord Rain, you become even more manly in just a few days." Ginny couldn't help but praise. "Thank you." Hearing the girl's compliment, Rain felt naturally good. Manly? Well, but in Rain's view, it must have been the increase in his spiritual power that enhanced his charm. "By the way, Lord Rain, this is my best friend Agatha. You remember her, right?" Ginny blinked and introduced. "Of course, the beautiful Miss Agatha Wiggins. I most certainly remember." "Hello." Rain greeted with a smile. "Lord Rain, hello." Agatha's face, sprinkled with freckles, flushed slightly as she gave Rain a ladylike curtsy. Although Miss Agatha had some freckles on her nose, it did not detract from her beauty but instead gave her a youthful vitality. "Lord Rain, shall we set off now? My father is not at home today, so you can spend more time in the library," Agatha proposed. "Sure. Thank you, Miss Agatha." Although Rain found it strange to hear Agatha say this, as it seemed like a young couple hiding from their parents for a secret rendezvous, he couldn't deny the good intentions. Moreover, Rain was quite eager to see if he could find anything valuable in the Wiggins library, so he did not dwell on the awkwardness. The three of them boarded the carriage and headed for the Wiggin family estate where Agatha lived. Once inside the carriage, Agatha took off her mink shawl, revealing her pale shoulders. The fully blossomed curves of the young girl were youthful and alluring. "Lord Rain, Ginny has been mentioning you these past few days," she said. "You." "Agatha, stop talking nonsense in front of Lord Rain." Ginny's face turned red as she immediately covered Agatha's mouth. Agatha, in turn, quickly retaliated by tickling Ginny, and soon, the two beauties were laughing and playfully tussling with each other. Rain watched the scene unfold with a gentle smile and shook his head slightly without a word. Just minutes before Rain had come downstairs, a squirrel had leaped down from the branches rapidly and slipped into Rain's bedroom through a partly open window. After some searching, the squirrel's large eyes betrayed a very human-like expression of puzzlement. This was because it hadn't found the dark mother tree seed it was looking for, nor even sensed its presence. The squirrel was naturally the transformed elf. It appeared thoughtful, recalling the process of following Rain all the way, including to the sheriff's office, which it had observed from the side. As for last night, the elf had checked every few minutes. Therefore, it was certain that if the young knight had not hidden the dark mother tree seed, then it must be carried on his person. Having realized this, the squirrel quickly planned its escape. But in the next second, it froze. The bedroom door was quietly opening, and a human girl, dressed in a pale gray-layered cincture, was staring with wide, curious eyes at it. And its gaze was fixated on the wooden amulet on the girl's chest that it recognized all too well. Anna had just heard some rustling from Rain's room and, curious, had opened the door to check but instead found this adorable squirrel. Seeing how it rummaged through things so cleverly, she assumed it was looking for food. "What a cute little fellow, are you hungry? There's not much to eat here in Rain's room. Come here to me," Anna said softly, squatting down and extending her hands towards the squirrel, ready to embrace it. The squirrel hesitated but quickly turned and ran towards the window, disappearing from Anna's sight. Anna couldn't help but feel disappointed. That squirrel had given her a particularly warm feeling, but unfortunately, it had run away. The squirrel, still in its guise as the black-haired elf, was now leaping quickly along the roadside trees, pursuing the carriage where Rain was. The dark-haired elf had not expected this at all. She had planned to find the dark elf mother tree seed first before searching for the amulet, but she never anticipated that the two items would be so close to each other. Moreover, she sensed a special blood connection from the human girl. In an instant, she figured out some things. However, the most pressing matter was to quickly catch up with the young knight called Rain. Since he was carrying the seed with him, it was very likely that he intended to trade it. After dealing with this matter, she would come back immediately. As the carriage gradually left Flash Gold Town and was traveling on the rural road, suddenly, Rain, with a sharp hearing, caught the carriage driver mumbling in surprise, "The weather is really too strange." It clearly seemed like a sunny day in the morning, but not long after, fog has started to form. The word fog immediately triggered Rain's alertness. After all, whether it was the dense fog during the appearance of the Iron Maiden automaton or Adams's black fog witchcraft, both were related to fog. Thus, Rain turned his head and looked outside through the carriage window. Indeed, there appeared to be rising fog along the road, dense in some areas and somewhat thinner in others, which looked quite like patches of fog. The carriage quickly entered a particularly dense patch of fog, and visibility dropped from dozens of meters to just a few in an instant. The driver uttered a huh, and the speed of the carriage noticeably slowed down. But Rain suddenly felt his mind grow hazy, as though his head was spinning from hitting a large wave while on a boat, and the next second, the surroundings became eerily quiet. The clear chatter of the two ladies that he was used to hearing suddenly stopped. In his confusion, Rain immediately turned his gaze from outside to inside the carriage. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he was shocked on the spot, because he discovered that now, inside the carriage, he was the only person left, and Ginny and Agatha had vanished without a trace. This eerie scene made all the hairs on Rain's body stand on end. With his strength as a peak knight, it would be impossible for anyone, even a great knight, to abduct the two women right under his watchful eye. Instantly, Rain thought of Adams, who controlled the black fog. Obviously, only a wizard or someone from another mysterious profession could pull this off. Rain reached behind and gripped the hilt of his great sword, on guard. It was peculiar to him why his level 3 danger perception had not given him any warning this time. Soon, Rain could feel the carriage gradually come to a stop. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from outside the carriage. Thump, thump, thump. Rain was startled and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The anticipated attack did not happen, but instead, this enemy had the courtesy to knock on the door. However, Rain quickly realized that it might not necessarily be an enemy. After a thought, Rain opened the carriage door. He saw a tall, slender woman, dressed in a gray robe and wearing a hood, standing a few meters away from the carriage. From the hair that peeked out of her hood, it was an uncommon black. The next second, as if in response to seeing Rain step out of the carriage, she pulled back her hood, revealing a beautiful female face. And those distinctly pointed ears, characteristic of female elves, immediately drew Rain's attention. A female elf? Rain's eyes suddenly widened, and his descent from the carriage froze for a couple of seconds. The dark-haired elf, with a pair of bright eyes framed by long lashes, surveyed Rain and said, "Young man, please do not worry about your two friends. We are currently in the midst of dreams, and at this moment, they have fallen into deep sleep, without any danger. I have come to ask you to hand over the dark elf mother tree seed to me. Keeping it in the hands of humans is far too dangerous. Of course, I will provide you with a fair compensation." Rain was startled, but he quickly responded, "The dark elf mother tree seed? Are you referring to that light golden little tree?" The dark-haired elf's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, as if to say, "It's indeed with you." "Yes, that's the one." Well, Rain was somewhat stumped. He couldn't just admit that it had been absorbed by his system panel, could he? Nor could he mention it had transformed into a superb effect of all attributes +1. "I indeed saw that light golden little tree, but it disappeared from my hands in a moment." Rain thought for a moment and then decided to tell the truth. After all, being absorbed by the system was a fact, and its disappearance from his hands was also a fact. The dark-haired elf frowned slightly, her expression revealing a touch of displeasure. "How is that possible?" "Really?" Rain spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, elf lady, you can come and search." The dark-haired elf gave Rain another look and said, "Young man, the other day I saw you release a sorcery scroll, a smart move. Clearly, you are not unfamiliar with witchcraft. I have a natural-based sorcery scroll, Life Blossom here, to trade for the dark elf mother tree seed in your hands." "Elf lady, although I'd like to obtain your sorcery scroll, I really don't have the dark elf mother tree seed." Rain looked earnestly at the dark-haired elf and said, "HM?" Perhaps it was because Rain's expression was excessively sincere when he spoke, or it might have been because the black-haired elf could detect lies through some mysterious means. The black-haired elf first looked puzzled, then slowly stepped forward, came up to Rain, and circled around him while his delicate nostrils twitched slightly. The black-haired elf nodded with hesitation and said, I truly can't sense the presence of the dark mother tree seed anymore. Could it have really disappeared? Is it possible that its energy was exhausted? Or maybe it was harmed by the power of witchcraft? While smelling the pleasant, grassy fragrance emanating from the black-haired elf, Rain tried to sidestep the issue. The former is not possible. The latter, although not highly likely, seems to be the only reasonable explanation, the black-haired elf considered and nodded. It seemed he accepted the explanation Rain provided. Young man, since the dark mother tree's seed is destroyed, there could be nothing better. This is the sorcery scroll Bloom of Life. I promised you. Thank you for your honest answer. Saying this, the black-haired elf handed over a sorcery scroll to Rain. Thank you, Lady Elf. Rain bowed slightly and accepted the sorcery scroll, feeling slightly surprised the moment he touched it. For the material of this sorcery scroll was quite unusual, different from any other sorcery scrolls he had encountered before. From the feel of it, the scroll seemed to be made from the leaves of some large tree, exuding a faint natural scent, unlike typical sorcery scrolls which were primarily made from animal skins. Just as Rain was about to lift his head and inquire about the specific effects of the sorcery scroll Bloom of Life, he was startled to find that the black-haired elf had vanished. After pondering for a moment, Rain stored the sorcery scroll in his waist pouch. He then returned to the carriage and began to ponder the events that had just occurred. Suddenly, that slight dizziness reappeared, and quickly, Rain noticed the fog outside the window clearing rapidly, while Ginny and Agatha were now inside the carriage compartment. Both were leaning against each other, deep in sleep. At that moment, the carriage resumed its slow progress forward. The coachman seemed to have awakened but was unaware that he had been asleep. Shortly after, both women's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and their eyeballs moved rapidly under their eyelids. Soon, both woke up almost simultaneously. Lord Rain, did we just fall asleep? Yes. Rain nodded and, at the same time, he softly touched the sorcery scroll in his jacket. Fortunately, the sorcery scroll was still there, indicating that what he had just experienced was not a dream. Rain thought to himself, this is too strange. I clearly had a good sleep last night. Ginny was a bit baffled. To have fallen asleep in front of Lord Rain. I am truly embarrassed. Agatha also looked puzzled. Rain smiled slightly and said, perhaps the coachman's skill is too good, and the carriage too smooth, which made you both fall asleep. Although he said this, Rain was internally astonished by the magical nature of the dream controlling witchcraft cast by the black-haired elf, which seemed to effortlessly control the dreams of different individuals within the reach of his sorcery. After a while, the road became busier with pedestrians and carriages, and the familiar black-gray tall city walls also appeared in Rain's view. They had arrived at County Town. This was Rain's second visit to County Town. Just like the last time, after entering the city, the carriage continued to drive for about half an hour, eventually stopping at the gate of a luxurious mansion with a garden. As the carriage slowly stopped, Agatha smiled faintly and said, We've arrived, Lord Rain. This is my home. Just when Rain entered the library of the Wiggins family, Flash Gold Town, Anna, in her room, propped her delicate cheek with her right hand, while her left hand aimlessly flipped through the trial book, made of silver. She gazed out at the bleak winter scenery, her thoughts adrift. 2 days before, she had successfully completed the 8 runes of the basic etheric meditation technique on her first try, officially stepping into the Level 1 Wizard Apprentice rank. Originally, she had planned to share this good news with Rain. But ever since Rain had become a formal knight, he had been far too busy. She found it very difficult now to find an appropriate time to be alone with Rain. When Lagaray and Rain had gone off together to the Nightingale Forest, a deep envy had welled up in Anna's heart. She too wished to possess enough strength to join Rain in solving those difficult and mysterious matters. Besides, Lagaray's sudden departure today made Anna feel that there seemed to be some little secret between Lagaray and Rain. As Anna was lost in thought, suddenly, the door to her room creaked open. In ran a cute squirrel. Startled by the sound of the door, Anna quickly turned around, only to find the little cutie who had scurried into Rain's room in search of food that morning, and a warm, friendly smile spread across her lovely face as she said, Come here, little squirrel, come to me. But no sooner had Anna spoken than in the next second, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and her little mouth opened into a perfect circle, as if she couldn't believe what was unfolding before her. because she saw that the adorable little squirrel had in an instant transformed into a tall female figure wearing a hooded cloak. What astonished her even more was that when the figure lifted the hood, she revealed a head of jet black hair, a face of surpassing beauty, and a pair of pointed ears. For a moment, time seemed to stop right then. The scene before her eyes delivered a profound shock to Anna. But unexpectedly, at the bottom of Anna's heart, there sprouted an involuntary sense of kinship, as if the strange elf lady before her had some innate, intangible connection with her. "Child, come, let me look at you," said the elf lady with the black hair, her voice soothing. Before Anna could react, the black-haired elf walked forward and waved her hand, causing a pale green glow of witchcraft to suddenly appear around Anna. The elf murmured, "Just as I suspected, Darren's handiwork, a fixed disguise spell." The next second, the elf began chanting a spell. Soon after, a bright green light enveloped Anna. Immediately, Anna felt as if a tightness around her whole body had been relieved. It was an indescribable sensation. It felt as though she had always been living life shrouded in a cape, but now that mysterious cape had suddenly been removed. "Child, you should call me Andy. I am your mother Delana Eagleman's sister. My name is Delana Eagle Moon," said the elf. I, Anna stammered, at a loss. At that moment, she felt as if her mind was about to explode. My goodness. An unfamiliar female elf suddenly appears in my room, claiming to be my relative. And I am human. My mother is human too, and her name isn't Delana. This elf lady must have mistaken me for someone else. Yet her aura felt so familiar, and what had just happened to me? In an instant, Anna was utterly confused. After a while, Anna managed to compose herself and carefully chose her words before speaking. Excuse me, beautiful elf lady, might you have mistaken me for someone else? I am human, and my mother's name isn't Darren." "Child, touch your own ears," the black-haired elf said with a gaze full of tenderness and indulgence, gently touching the top of Anna's head. Anna could feel the genuine kindness emanating from the elf woman, and there was a special kind of warmth in being caressed by her. But why would she have me touch my ears? I couldn't have ears as pointy as hers. Because she looked at herself in the copper mirror every morning when she groomed. Anna was certain that wasn't the case. But when Anna touched what she knew to be her overly familiar ears, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Rushing to the copper mirror, when Anna saw the familiar yet alien reflection staring back at her, she murmured to herself, "So, I am half-elf." As a half-elf, Anna's ears weren't as sharply pointed as a pure-blood elf's, but rather had a slight curve to them. All things considered, without the disguise spell, Anna was even prettier than before, and there was an exotic charm to her. "I wonder if rain will still," she said quietly to herself. After the elf named Delana Eagle Moon recounted the story of Anna's mother, her own sister, Anna finally believed that this elf lady before her could very well be her blood relative. And for the first time, Anna clearly understood her own mother's story. It turned out that when her mother, Delana Eagle Moon, was young, she had been deceived by a human wandering bard and had fallen in love before being persuaded and emboldened to steal some documents from the Druid Circle, including the trial book, the Silver Book. In fact, the wandering bard was a third-level wizard apprentice who specialized in human transformation and had long coveted certain special methods of animal and plant transformation within the Druid Circle. However, the other party mistook the trial book for a blank diary. Therefore, when Rain got it, he discovered that it contained many negative energies and natural witchcraft-related methods of animal and plant transformation. After obtaining this information, the wizard apprentice sold Darien Welling to an imperial noble of the Dragon Empire, but later it was heard that Darien had escaped. However, when people from the Druid Circle went to track her down, they were unable to find her. It was not until Anna last triggered the amulet that Delana sensed something because it was crafted by her own hands and given to her sister, Darien, as a gift. If Rain heard this segment, he would undoubtedly curse out loud. Not only did he deceive Ford, but he also made his own woman steal from her family. But the worst part was, after using her, he even sold his own woman. Such to the extreme. "Aunt Delana, where is my mother now?" Anna couldn't help but ask nervously. "I don't know, however. The one capable of hiding Darien and blocking our search must be a high noble of the Dragon Empire, because I've heard that these high nobles as the upper echelons of the empire, many of them fancy exotic beauties, especially elf beauties. From this angle, I think Darien should currently be safe." Anna, after hearing this, nodded. However, When she learned that her mother was likely still alive and not in danger, she couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. No wonder there was a time when she and her mother lived a life of constant upheaval. Her mother must have been evading the pursuit of some high noble, but in the end, it seems she couldn't escape. At this moment, Delana said, "So, child, it's dangerous for you to be alone in the Empire. Come back with me to the Druid Circle now." Ah, this. Anna hesitated for a moment. Delana continued, "As a half-elf, you need the power to protect yourself even more. Child, you are at the age where your strength can grow the fastest. We need to hurry back to the Druid Circle and make up for the time you've lost. Do you understand?" After thinking it over, Anna nodded. Indeed, she had always been in need of protection. If she could possess enough power, how wonderful that would be. "Aunt Delana, I'll go with you to the Druid Circle, but—" Anna looked at the trial book in Delana's hands, which had now returned to its rightful owner, her eyes shimmering slightly. She knew Rain was very interested in some of its contents. After stammering for a bit, Anna asked, "Aunt Delana, may I copy down the contents on the trial book about beast taming and animal and plant transformation?" You intend to give it to that young man named Rain?" Delana quickly grasped Anna's intention and suddenly looked at her newly found niece with a complex expression on her face. "Yes." Anna nodded emphatically. "All right then." Delana thought, "Innocent niece, do you have any idea the young man you like?" In a flash, Delana's mind conjured up the images she saw in Rain's room the night before, which were capable of making one's cheeks flush and heart race. "Aunt Delana, why are you looking at me with such a strange look?" Anna keenly noticed that when she mentioned wanting to leave it for Rain, Aunt Delana's look suddenly became very complicated. How to say it? It seemed to contain sympathy, pity, and many other emotions. "Anna, do you like Rain?" Delana asked very directly this time. No, not at all. It's just that Rain saved me." Anna blushed, lowered her head, and told Delana the whole story of how Rain saved her from the two wanted criminals. "So that's how it is." Delana softened her gaze when she heard Rain had saved Anna. A hero saving the princess from villains, such a familiar and beautiful scenario. No wonder Anna's heart was moved. Furthermore, Delana immediately thought of the blood-flesh sproutling in the broken temple, which died to fire witchcraft. Although the fog was too dense for her to see clearly how Rain had killed the blood-flesh sproutling. But now, thinking it through, this young knight might not be so simple. His killing of the blood-flesh sproutling was likely not dependent on a fire witchcraft scroll, but on his own understanding of witchcraft. A knight and a wizard apprentice both? An impressive young man indeed. All right, Anna, the knowledge recorded here has already been modified by that despicable wizard apprentice, so copying it down wouldn't be breaking the rules of the Druid Circle. Besides this, I will also leave a piece of fire witchcraft incandescent light, which I accidentally acquired, for your good friend Rain, as a token of thanks for saving you. Saying so, Delana performed imprinting magic to transfer the contents recorded in the trial book onto a stack of paper. Meanwhile, she took out a leather scroll and handed it to Anna. Anna, after taking them, excitedly said, "Ah, that's great. Thank you, Aunt Delana. I'll write a letter to Rain. Please wait for a moment." Anna hastily picked up the quill and wrote, "Rain, by the time you read this letter, Aunt Delana and I will have already set out back to the Druid Circle in Ferdinand Forest. I will work hard to improve my abilities, hoping that I can be of assistance to you the next time we meet. Also, let me tell you a small secret. I can now visualize 8 runes at once, Anna." Anna carefully placed the letter, the beast-taming content on the imprinted paper, and the hide scroll that contained the record of fire-based witchcraft, neatly on the bedside table in Rain's room. Then, with a lingering glance around Rain's room, she turned to Delana and said, "Aunt Delana, shall we go then?" "Yes, good," Delana nodded. However, just as Delana was preparing to take Anna away, she abruptly sensed someone lurking near their dwelling. Wait. Delana signaled Anna to stay in the room, and the next second, she transformed back into a squirrel, zipping from the room to the rooftop. Following that, an eagle took flight from the roof. Before long, Anna heard the sounds of fighting from not far to the southwest, but it quickly returned to quiet, as if the battle was over in a short while. In the alleyway to the southwest corner, the black-haired elf Delana, looking at the black flames surrounding her, said in a low voice, "This is Black Flame. Could it be a follower of that deity?" While these black flames could not harm her in the slightest, only serving to hinder her movement, she had already discerned their origin. It seems Lord Windwalker's warning was correct. The sleeping gods are showing signs of awakening. Delana appeared to realize something and, for a moment, her face showed concern. A short while later, when Delana returned to Anna's room, her expression was serene. "Aunt Delana, what just happened?" Anna asked anxiously. At that moment, a number of peace officers were hurrying toward that area on the street. "Nothing. It's been taken care of." "Anna, we need to leave." Delana shook her head without elaborating. "Oh, all right." In the woods to the north of Flash Gold Town, a live knight bearing a scythe-shaped weapon was running swiftly, his hand pressing against his continuously bleeding abdomen, cursing under his breath as he ran. How could a druid suddenly appear near the Rain residence? This man was the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, known as Knight of the Wild, Giovanni. Meister County City, inside the Wiggins family library. Unaware of what had happened at his home, Rain was diligently searching through ancient books in the library. Unlike the Crowley family, although the Wiggins family's library was somewhat larger, the books were not sorted separately according to whether they were written in Lingwen. Hence Rain had to search shelf by shelf. Flipping through one book after another, Rain found himself shaking his head most of the time. After a while, Rain suddenly stopped because he came across a travelogue written in Lingwen that contained a section on the Mother Tree cult. The travelogue outlined the core tenet of the Mother Tree cult. At the beginning of the world, a mother tree from the distant void descended upon the world, scattering seeds that became the origin of life. However, according to the sayings of the ancient sages, the so-called Mother Tree was actually a powerful entity from an alien void, beguiling sentient beings into worship and sacrifice. Of course, all the sacrificial practices of the Mother Tree cult's followers could receive rewards and gifts from the Mother Tree to varying degrees. Several hours later, after having gone through all the ancient books written in Lingwen, Akkadian, in the library, Rain found that the only useful one was the travelogue he had just read. The rest were either ancient sacrificial ceremonies long vanished in the river of history, or eulogies from some bygone personage, leaving Rain somewhat disappointed inside. Although this result was within his expectations. But facing the actual result, Rain couldn't help feeling an inevitable disappointment. Perhaps I should take a different approach to my search for witchcraft. Rain realized that his current method of searching for witchcraft was like a person looking for something in a primeval forest obscured by tall trees. Since he could not see clearly all around, it was difficult to determine where the object was, so he could only try his luck everywhere. This clearly wasn't a good method. A more effective way would be to first climb to a high place, like a watchtower, then look from afar and locate where the desired object is, or at least determine the direction. Then, when searching for it, it would be with a clear goal in sight. Currently, my level within the Empire seems similar to a watchtower, Rain thought. Once I pass this ennoblement examination and become a formal noble, I should come to know many more secrets. Perhaps the direction to proceed with witchcraft or even the path of a wizard will gradually become clear. Just like Adams's inheritance, which actually came from a wizard faction known as the Igni School. But how to connect with such a school of wizards is what Rain needs to consider now. However, as long as Rain continues to rise within the Empire's power hierarchy, he will inevitably come across related information at some point in time. And if Rain wants to ascend quickly within the Imperial power structure, the invitation from the Sword-Bearer, mentioned last time by Hamilton and Colonel Kana of the Imperial military might serve as a stepping stone to a fast-track promotion. Rain continued to ponder, because a comment from Colonel Connor had made a deep impression on him. The Sword-Bearers is a privileged organization that spans across the entire Empire. If you could join, you would break out of the bounds of Meister County, even out of Minster Province. You will come into contact with a far broader world. Would he come into contact with a far broader world? Rain murmured to himself. In that case, the minimum criteria for my baronial evaluation must be to achieve the highest evaluation, that of a baron. It seems I need to prepare well. After all, even if he achieved the baron evaluation, it didn't guarantee that he would receive an invitation from the Empire's sword-bearers. Only the sufficiently outstanding can stand out. With this thought, Rain's eyes gradually brightened. At that moment, the laughter of Ginny and Agatha, like silver bells, came from the doorway of the library. They had just seen Rain so absorbed and had quietly left the library without accompanying him the whole time. Rain checked the time. It was exactly noon. It seemed the two ladies had likely come to invite him to join them for lunch. In the afternoon, After finishing with the Wigging family's visit, Rain declined Ginny's invitation to visit the Crowley family and, after exchanging at the county town military supply store for a new set of chrome iron armor and otter leather armor, took a carriage back to Flash Gold Town. The otter leather armor was something Hamilton had reminded him to prepare, as the Baron evaluation was to take place in Rosby City, which is close to the sea. However, upon arriving at Flash Gold Town, Rain did not go home directly but first stopped by Hamilton's office. Since Rain planned to leave for Rosby City in a few days, he first came to greet Hamilton. "Oh, Rain, what brings you here?" "Right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Since you solved that mysterious event at Agatha Mill last time, several nobles have contacted me, wishing to convey through me their hope that you might help solve some mysterious events on their estates. However, considering that you are about to participate in the baronial evaluation, I thought these matters could be deferred. After all, if any accident happens and affects your performance during the evaluation, that would be too great a loss. So, I've already declined them on your behalf." "Thank you, sir," Rain nodded. He himself had the same intention. He needed to make some preparations before departing, and it indeed wasn't a suitable time to deal with these mysterious events. Furthermore, after the recent event with the Mother Tree sect in Nightingale Forest, Rain felt that the level of danger of mysterious events varied greatly and was much higher than he had initially estimated. Especially because of the special nature of the mysterious events, their investigation reports were often inaccurate. "Rain, did you come here to tell me that you were planning to depart in a few days?" Hamilton asked proactively. "Yes, sir. I plan to leave 10 days from now." 10 days from now? Hamilton pondered and then advised, "Rain, I suggest you might leave a few days earlier. After all, arriving earlier will give you ample time to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." "You are very thoughtful, sir." "Then I will leave 7 days from now," Rain calculated and said. When Rain returned home, he suddenly found the house much quieter, and his mother Emma looked at him with a reproachful gaze. As Rain was baffled, his younger sister Bohe rushed into his arms, looking upset, and said, "Brother, Sister Anna has left too." What?" Rain's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked back, "Sister Anna has left. It seems. She left you a letter. It's on your bedside," his sister Bohe said with her eyes wide open. When Rain climbed to the second floor again, he noticed that 3 bedrooms were suddenly emptied of 2, which couldn't help but make him sigh. If Lagaray's departure was something Rain had anticipated early on, after all, she had mentioned it from the start, then Anna's departure was unexpected. He had thought she would stay here for quite a long time, but sometimes farewells come so suddenly. Moreover, he was also curious about why Anna decided to leave all of a sudden, because from what he knew of Anna, this did not seem like her decision, or at least, it should not have been so hasty. Opening the door, Rain entered his own bedroom and immediately saw 3 neatly stacked items on the nightstand: a letter, a stack of papers, and a roll of bee skin. Without any hesitation, he picked up the letter and began to read it. "Oh, Aunt? Druid Circle?" Rain immediately associated this with the beautiful elf lady who wanted to trade with him for the dark Mother Tree seeds, and it was very likely that the black-haired elf was Anna's aunt. Otherwise, the probability of 2 druids appearing in Flash Gold Town within a short period of time was indeed too low, far too low. I really hadn't expected that she would be Anna's aunt. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean Anna is also an elf? But Anna's appearance. In an instant, Rain thought of a key point, but after pondering and stroking his chin for a while, he still couldn't understand the reason behind it. Also, is the Druid Circle in Ferdinand Forest? Rain thought about it and realized he had never heard of this Ferdinand Forest before, so it must be quite far from Meister County. Hoping to help me next time we meet? Reading this, Rain felt that he somewhat understood the reason why Anna had decided to go to the Druid Circle. He had seen Anna's determination when she was diligently studying basic meditation, as well as her perseverance while trying to heal Lagaray. So, Rain knew that despite Anna's seemingly soft and shy exterior, she was actually very determined on the inside, a girl with a lot of willpower and conviction. However, when Rain read the last part of the letter, "I'll tell you a little secret. I can now visualize 8 will runes at the same time," he couldn't help but imagine Anna's expression while writing those words. Her beautiful face must have had a shy and joyous smile. Thinking of this, a smile also couldn't help but appear on Rain's face, and he silently thought, "Then I'll look forward to your robust growth. But Anna, I'll tell you a little secret too, actually. I can already visualize 20 will runes at once. So, the next time we meet, the likelihood is I'll still be protecting you. It took a while for Rain to calm down from his slightly melancholic mood. It felt like the end of the college entrance exams in his previous life when good friends went their separate ways. Even though they had agreed to meet again someday, it was likely that when that day truly arrived, quite a long time would have passed. Folding the letter carefully, he put it back in the envelope. Then Rain picked up the stack of papers, and upon looking at them, he immediately recognized them. Oh, isn't this content? Immediately, Rain realized that the beast-taming journal, also known as the Silver Book, must have been taken by Anna's aunt, the black-haired elf. But as the items were returned to their rightful owner, Rain didn't feel any loss. The last item, the beast skin scroll, made Rain's brows rise and his face light up with joy when he opened it. It was a new spell of witchcraft, and fire magic at that, which he had been wanting to find. I never thought that I would have almost no gain in the Wigging family's library, but coming back home, I actually obtained a fire spell. Thinking about it, Rain wasn't sure if it was a gift from Anna or a sign of gratitude from the black-haired elf for taking care of Anna, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that if it weren't for Anna, he wouldn't have this achievement. So, the gratitude he felt for this gift he placed upon Anna. Right away, Rain began to carefully examine the beast skin scroll. Scorching Light. Rain softly read the name of the new spell. A burning beam of light? After looking it over several times, Rain found that the difficulty of visualizing the witchcraft model for this new Scorching Light spell was about the same as High Temperature Force Field, both being of about the same level of difficulty. Since Rain had already mastered 2 fire spells, Scorching Touch and High Temperature Force Field, and his spiritual power had also increased to 23 points, so learning this new fire spell was not as difficult as the last time. Heading to the storeroom. About half an hour later, after failing 7 or 8 times, Rain finally succeeded, only to see a flame, about 20 to 30 centimeters high and constantly burning fiercely, suddenly appear above Rain's right palm, instantly illuminating the whole room. The overall shape of the flame was not very large, like an enlarged flame, but it seemed to have high heat, continuously transforming into light energy, giving an extraordinarily dazzling effect. Although Rain had anticipated it, after just squinting at it for a second or two, his eyes began to see white, and he instinctively started to tear up and blink. Of course, tearing up and blinking are part of the eye's natural protective mechanism, and there's nothing bad about it. But shedding tears and blinking could be fatal in battle, especially against an equally matched opponent, because it's very likely that a single blink could cause one to miss taking the initiative, and if one instinctively covered their eyes amid such bright light, they might well be delivered into the embrace of the goddess. At the same time, Rain also felt a slight stinging sensation in his retina. He knew if he continued to stare at this incredibly bright flame, it wouldn't take long before his retina suffered damage. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Rain canceled the new witchcraft and crossed his arms in thought. This new witchcraft's effect was similar to a flash grenade from his previous life. At the same time, Rain vaguely had some ideas about the applications of this witchcraft. However, to cast it in battle and combine it with his existing combat rhythm, there were a few minor issues with the witchcraft that needed to be resolved. Right then, a system prompt followed. You have studied the Scorching Light, and your understanding has improved. You have comprehended a new skill Scorching Light. Your skill Scorching Light has leveled up. Experience +1 simultaneously. Under the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent panel, next to the icon for the High Temperature Field, a brand new icon appeared. The icon's border briefly lit up, and the image depicted a raging flame, surrounded by short lines representing the rays of light. It was like a child's drawing of the sun, with a circle of short lines around the blazing sun, clearly meant to signify the continuous emission of light. Rain focused his attention on the new icon, noting a line of small text underneath it. Scorching Light LV1, 1/100. Scorching Light LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to trigger fire energy particles using a specific witchcraft model, forming a scorching flame above the caster's palm. The flame will continue to emit strong light for about 10 seconds. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. Power is proportional to the caster's spiritual power. One of the small issues that needed solving was the casting time. 3 seconds was clearly too long. Finding a precious 3-second window in battle was too difficult. It would be much better if it could be reduced to 1 second. Because in 1 second, such opportunities weren't uncommon in battle. For instance, during a weapons clash, if both fighters were repelled simultaneously, then seizing the chance to cast Scorching Light unexpectedly would likely cause temporary blindness in the enemy. Even if the opponent wasn't blinded, it could still create a good initial advantage or a degree of superiority. However, to achieve this effect, one naturally had to level up Scorching Light. Because, according to experience with the witchcraft Scorching Touch, if Scorching Light could be increased to LV2, the casting time could likely be reduced by about 20%, from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. Rain pondered as he quickly did mental calculations, but 2.4 seconds was still too long. If it reached LV3, then it would go from 2.4 seconds to 1.9 seconds. Rain's eyebrows lifted. This casting time would likely surprise an opponent, as it now began with a 1. Of course, it would still be better if it could be reduced further, to a shorter time. If it reached LV4, it would go from 1.9 seconds to 1.5 seconds. A 1.5 second casting time? Rain nodded to himself, showing a satisfied expression. With merely half the original casting time of 3 seconds, its practicality in real combat was much higher. I currently have 5 remaining skill points. If I consecutively allocate 3 skill points to the witchcraft Scorching Light, I can reach this target, Rain thought to himself. And even if all 5 remaining skill points were invested in this new witchcraft, TSK, a 1 second casting time. Rain stroked his chin, somewhat astounded. However, after some thought, Rain slightly shook his head. That can wait for now. After all, 3 skill points is not a small amount. Whether added to the giant bear sword technique or the tackle hammer technique, either would bring significant improvements, Rain mused. The second small issue to resolve was the applicable scenario. Certainly, during overcast, drizzly weather conditions, the blinding effect of Scorching Light would presumably be quite good. Of course, for the best effect, it naturally would be to use it at night. It was estimated that it would instantly blind an unprepared enemy for several seconds, thus securing the victory. However, during bright, sunny weather, particularly when the sunlight was harsh, the effect of the new witchcraft Scorching Light would be greatly diminished. Rain paced back and forth in his room, summarizing the new witchcraft's applicable scenarios. Also, the new witchcraft would likely be extremely effective in dark, damp environments like mines, especially against those accustomed to dim and moist conditions with faint light. Presumably a single cast of Scorching Light could directly blind their eyes. He considered. Thinking this, a bright light flashed in Rain's eyes. Furthermore, if I wanted to cause strong blinding effects even on a sunny day, it wouldn't be impossible. As my spiritual power increases, the power of Scorching Light will inevitably also increase. Once it crosses a certain brightness threshold, it should achieve an effect that could dazzle enemies even during daylight, he calculated. The last minor issue to solve was a matter of habit. Because casting the witchcraft Blazing Light requires one hand to be free, and the techniques Rain currently practices, whether it's Giant Bear Sword technique or Tokurka Hammer technique, both involve two-handed weapons. So, in daily practice, I must consciously strengthen this aspect of training, so that in battle, I can naturally and smoothly seize the opportunity to cast the witchcraft Blazing Light. Immediately, Rain began to ponder which moves could be followed by Blazing Light. After the secret move, Rising Dragon Hammer, there is a good chance to follow up with the new witchcraft Blazing Light. After the secret move, Roaring Strike, if the enemy can still withstand it, I can also follow up with the new witchcraft Blazing Light. Half an hour later, Rain's face revealed a look of joy. He had considered all his commonly used swordsmanship and hammer skills in conjunction with the new witchcraft and found that there were quite a few points of compatibility. What remained was the need for daily practice, accumulating over time. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he had intended to test the effects of witchcraft high-temperature force field after his spiritual power had increased by 3 points. But the plan had been interrupted by the arrival of the Crowley family's carriage. Now was the perfect time to test it. So, Rain placed 3 basins of water on the table, as before, situated 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters away from him. After 10 seconds, Rain voluntarily stopped the witchcraft high-temperature force field. Because Rain had discovered that within the field, the temperature rose quickly, much like the combined effect of a microwave oven and an air fryer, capable of heating the air to the desired temperature within a few seconds. Although heating water took longer, the duration in the field didn't show much difference. Compared to the last time, What pleased him was that the basin of water 2 meters away now faintly emitted white steam, indicating that the temperature had reached around 90 degrees Celsius. It wasn't far from boiling. The power had clearly increased slightly from last time. The water in the basins at 1 meter and 3 meters also warmed significantly, going from roughly 40 to 50 degrees to a scalding 60 to 70 degrees. Clearly, if an enemy were to fight within this high-temperature force field, they would be at a considerable disadvantage since the temperature exceeded even the scorching surface temperature of the Sahara Desert. Every second would be an agony for the enemy, especially if the enemy were also clad in metal armor. In an instant, Rain's mind conjured the image of those large, multi-layered, shiny stainless steel steamers from breakfast joints in his previous life, filled neatly with big meat buns and steam billowing from the top. Thinking of this, Rain couldn't help but reveal a bright smile on his face. In the following days, Rain scarcely left the house. Apart from occasionally training the greyhound Cookie, Rain spent most of his time practicing the integration of witchcraft, swordsmanship, and hammer skill. During this period, apart from sharing a small portion of the fierce bear meat with Cookie, Rain consumed the remaining tens of pounds of fierce bear meat completely. Additionally, with regard to the means of transportation for his journey, Rain considered whether to ask the Crowley family to prepare a carriage bearing the noble crest, which could save him some trouble at checkpoints along the way. But upon reflection, he thought it best to keep a low profile for his upcoming ennoblement assessment. After all, his conflict with the cult of the Black Flame had become irreconcilable, and it would not be wise to let them know his destination. Besides, there was also the friction with Baron Alonso, though it seemed the Baron hadn't made any moves recently. Rain recalled the route from Flash Gold Town to Rosby City. According to the information he had seen, there were roughly 3 routes from Flash Gold Town to Rosby City. The reason for roughly was that as one reached a town, the closer to Rosby City, the more options for various side paths became available. If he chose some minor roads during his journey to conceal his movements, a carriage might not be appropriate since some of the paths were rugged, while traveling by horse would not only be more flexible but also more suitable. Thus, that afternoon, under the warm winter sun, Rain headed to the John stable on the southern side of Flash Gold Town. This visit was unlike the last when he came to learn riding. This time, Rain wanted to purchase 2 strong war horses. Soon, Rain met with the sanguine-nosed, middle-aged man stable master John Moyle. For John Moyle, Rain was certainly a memorable figure. "Lord Rain, what brings you here today?" John greeted him with utmost courtesy. It seemed that John was aware of Rain's appointment as the deputy marshal of Flash Gold Town. "Mr. John, today I'm planning to purchase 2 strong horses, so I need your help choosing them," Rain said with a smile. An hour later, Rain rode back home on a black horse while leading a brown one. The reason for purchasing 2 horses was that a single steed could not fully bear the weight of a fully armed Rain along with his luggage. One would be for riding, while the other would carry his baggage. In addition, Rain intended to conduct a small comparative experiment. Experimental content. Study on the changes in muscle strength and endurance of horses after taking a mutated growth potion. Test subjects. 2 equally strong black and brown horses. Experimental process. Recorded the differences over 7 days between the black horse, whose feed was supplemented with the mutated growth potion, and the brown horse, which was not. The day before departure, Rain obtained the experimental conclusions. Experimental conclusion. After 7 days, no prominent mutations were observed in the black horse, but it is estimated that the black horse's muscle strength and endurance have increased by about 20%. Clearly, the mutated growth potion could not only be used on dogs but could also strengthen animals to a certain extent. That afternoon, someone Rain knew well but had not expected at all visited his home. Shadia, the chief maid from the Habsburg estate. The usually stern chief maid rarely showed a smile and said, "Rain, in accordance with the lady's request, here is a letter for you to pass on." "Eh? Is it a letter from Lady Clea sent from the imperial city?" Rain took the letter while asking. At the same time, he had a guess in his heart. "Exactly. The lady found out that you've stepped into transcendent knighthood and was very surprised." Shadia nodded and said, "As expected, Clea knows that I have entered into transcendence," Rain thought to himself. The seal on the envelope was intact. Obviously, no one had opened it before Rain. In front of Shadia, Rain quickly opened the letter. Inside, there were 2 sheets of paper. The first sheet of paper read, "Rain, you can't imagine my astonished expression when I found out that you had become transcendent. Please allow me to take back my previous words. Perhaps one day, You will achieve greater things on the path of knighthood than I have. But good talent needs the guidance of a great teacher even more. I believe, now that you have stepped into transcendence, you can understand this point even better. Therefore, here is a letter of introduction to Master Gunther Oettinger. If you're interested, within 3 months, you can go to the Golden Coast in Rosby County, where he lives in seclusion, to learn for a while. Trust me, Master Gunther is absolutely a master of exquisite swordsmanship. If you can gain something, it will definitely help you in the subsequent noble title conferral examination. At the end of the letter, there was the familiar signature, Clea. The second sheet of paper was the letter of introduction from Clea to Master Gunther Oettinger for further study. By the way, Rain, do you have anything you'd like me to pass on to the lady? Shadia asked after seeing Rain finish reading the letter. After a moment of thought, Rain said, "Please tell Lady Clea that I thank her for her concern and support, and I think I will find a suitable time to visit Master Gunther." Rain didn't plan to refuse Clea's proposal to introduce him to a reclusive master of swordsmanship for study because his enlightenment on the path of knighthood came from Clea's guidance. Therefore, Rain always had a good impression of Clea. Moreover, from the content of this letter, Clea further expressed her goodwill toward him. Although at the beginning, Clea believed he only had the potential to be a follower. The next morning, just as dawn broke and after saying goodbye to his family, Rain rode the strong black horse that had been fed the enhanced diet for 7 days and set off for his destination, Rosby City. Soon, Rain's figure disappeared at the end of the road. 5 days later, with the winter's icy rain in a large forest hung with white icicles, there was a winding gray path extending far towards the seaside. 2 horses were riding slowly, one after the other, on the path. The stronger black horse in the lead carried a knight in full plate armor, a knight with a distinctive feature. A great sword and a 2-handed warhammer were carried on his back, a rare combination of dual weapons. It was substantially different from the typical knight's sword and shield or sword and bow combination. This knight was Rain. Fortunately, the knight's armor was lined with lamb's wool, providing excellent insulation, so even in the icy rain, with the environment cold and damp, Rain didn't feel uncomfortable. Why not use the fire-based witchcraft, high-temperature field to dry off? Don't forget the warhorse under him, which couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Following him was a brown horse, carrying 3 or 4 parcels, mostly daily necessities and food. After riding continuously for 5 days, their destination, Rosby City, was now not far ahead. Rain estimated that in at most half a day, he would arrive at his destination. About half an hour later, even the strong black horse under Rain started to breathe heavily, and in the cold icy rain, 2 columns of steam rose briskly in front of the horse's head. Rain knew he needed to find a place to let the horse rest for a while. Actually, it was his fault, as the weight of his 2 weapons alone exceeded that of a standard knight's armor and weapon load combined. Moreover, Rain also had to count his chromium steel suit, so it was normal for the strong black horse, which was still just an ordinary horse, to be struggling. Perhaps, with continued feeding of the mutated growth potion, there might be a possibility for the black horse to undergo some kind of mutation, but for now, it seemed that more time was needed to see the outcome. After turning a corner on a small forest path, Rain's keen ears caught the crisp cracking sound of burning wood. Looking up, Rain peered through the thin, icy rain and the dense mist, and saw someone had lit a campfire in the forest to their left. A young man with thick eyebrows, also clad in knight armor, had kindled a bonfire under a large tree. The tree's canopy was vast, its leaves broad and dense, offering excellent protection from the rain. Even the sporadic drops that fell were quickly sizzled away by the bonfire. However, Rain had no intention of approaching, not because he was afraid, but because he had no interest in dealing with strangers whose backgrounds were unknown to him. Thus, Rain decided to ride on for a while before finding a place where he could rest alone. Seemingly hearing the sound of hooves, the thick-eyebrowed knight looked up, saw Rain's solo rider with 2 horses' attire, his face brightened, and he stood up to greet him. "Hey, I'm a knight heading to Rosby City for the knighthood examination. Judging by your attire, you must be too, right?" The other's enthusiastic expression and frank introduction momentarily stunned Rain. Realizing Rain's hesitation, the man then took out a purple gold badge from his that was nearly identical to the one in Rain's hand and showed it to him. At the same time, he said, "Look, this is the proof badge. If you're also going to Rosby City for the knighthood examination, you should be familiar with this item. Since we've met, it must be fate. Maybe we can help each other out during the exam, so don't be shy, come and take shelter from the rain. Rain glanced at the badge and knew it should be authentic. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, it seemed somewhat unkind to refuse further. After thinking it over, Rain guided his black horse to slowly ride over. "Hello, my name is Hass Klein, from Rosby County." "Rain, Meister County." Rain nodded and said. After Rain dismounted, he somehow glanced slightly at the dense forest on either side. However, this action went unnoticed by the other party as Rain's face was covered by his knight's visor and the turn of his head was very subtle. "It seems there are prying eyes. And not just one person. Interesting. Rain, did it take you several days to come from Meister County? The roads are rough in winter. Come, have a cup of hot barley wine to warm up." Hass was very enthusiastic, picking up the iron kettle heated by the fireside and handing it to Rain. "Thank you, you're too kind, but I don't feel cold," Rain said, raising his hand and declining the iron wine kettle offered by Hass. "With this freezing rain, how can you not be cold? Come on, Rain, don't be shy." Hass continued to warmly summon him, almost pushing the iron kettle into Rain's arms. This made Rain raise an eyebrow and say, "Lord, you've played your part well enough, though it has been a bit too much." This statement made Hass pause, his expression changing instantly. He stared blankly at Rain for a moment, as if realizing Rain was not joking, then quickly stepped back a few paces and said, How did you figure it out?" However, quickly realizing something, he clapped his hands sharply, clap, clap. Suddenly, the trees in the dense forest shook, and in a moment, about 15 people burst out, wielding various weapons, and several held crossbow arrows. From their aura, most seemed to be commoners with a few possessing the strength of knights' attendants. The man leading them, wielding a chain mace, moved with steady strides and long breaths, likely possessing the strength of a formal knight. "Are you a bandit gang? You don't seem like it. Typically, bandit gangs wouldn't have two leaders of proper knightly rank," Rain spoke, focusing not on the people but on the young man known as Hass. "Sergey, why waste words on this guy? Just kill him. Go." The burly leader gestured and launched an attack on Rain. Indeed, Hass was a false name, and Sergey must be his real name. However, a chilling flash of sword light passed, and Rain suddenly held a dual-handed greatsword in his hands. Roar. The next second, a sound akin to a giant bear's roar burst in everyone's ears, instantly causing most people to clutch their heads, their faces contorted in pain as they fell to the ground, including those bandits possessing the strength of knights' attendants. Only the burly man and Sergey managed to barely stand their ground, yet their eardrums bled, and they stood dazedly. Thud, thud. Two heavy thuds were heard. The burly man and the one called Sergey both had their legs severed above the knees by Rain, and now their upper bodies lay on the ground, blood spurting. "Ah!" the two screamed in unison. "Now, perhaps you can tell me who directed you, and the origin of this proof badge," Rain said, his demeanor calm. "Go to. You're done for," the burly man retorted harshly. However, the next second, he fell silent, his gaze turning to Rain in horror. Because Rain had approached one of his subordinates and efficiently slit the man's throat, with an ease and nonchalance akin to slaughtering a chicken. The second one. The eighth one. Soon, around the bonfire lay a circle of dead bandits. Only the two men whose legs had been cut off, and the leader named Sergey were left alive. The two seemed to have forgotten the pain of their severed limbs, exchanged a look, and realized that this time, they had kicked an iron plate. They no longer needed Rain to prompt anything. They quickly spilled everything, pouring out the details like bamboo tubes spilling beans. Having heard them out, Rain frowned. Turns out, there was a mysterious force known as Zeryl's Rebellion, secretly backing them to carry out tasks that weaken the Empire's strength, and their current mission was to assassinate young knights attending the knighthood examination. Of course, if they could capture him alive, that would be even better. If successful, they would not only gain valuable armor and weapons, but also be able to collect a substantial bounty with the purple gold badge. Moreover, there indeed was a young knight named Hass, who had been drugged and was currently being held captive in the dense forest. Rain swung his sword twice, promptly killing the two men. After some thought, he ventured into the dense forest and soon discovered a tall young man clad in a thin linen shirt, bound by heavy iron shackles on his hands and feet and with a dirty cloth stuffed in his mouth, behind a large tree. When he saw Rain, clad in knight armor, the bound man couldn't help but struggle and grunt. Clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Rain flourished his sword twice, instantly splitting the thick iron shackles. The tall young man immediately freed himself, swiftly pulled the dirty cloth from his mouth, and spat twice, saying, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Hass from Rosbyshire. Rain from Meistershire. Those deceitful, despicable creatures who drugged me, were they all killed by Lord Rain?" Hass asked angrily. Rain nodded. "That's really great. Those despicable villains, they deserve to die." Hearing that Rain had killed them, Hass burst into laughter. Hass stripped the breastplate that originally belonged to him off a robust man and began to converse with Rain around the campfire. Half an hour later, the now acquainted pair chatted while riding their horses together, heading toward Rosby City. Although Rain did not fear the cold, it was obviously not a good idea to camp outside in the wintry rainy night. The two arrived at the gate of Rosby City by dusk, and after showing the purple gold badges, they were quickly escorted by a staff member to their destination for this trip, the Naval Home Inn. At this moment, it was the time when the red sunset was descending. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and Rain immediately smelled a faint scent of the sea. He looked up, only to see, dozens of meters ahead, the vast and azure sea, with many white seabirds flying in the clear sky, including seagulls and albatrosses. Along the coastline were densely packed white sails, each representing a boat. Although these vessels varied greatly in size, they seemed to be civilian fishing and transport ships. However, a few hundred meters away, there were clearly several large four-masted ships that appeared to be some type of warship. Rain pulled his gaze back and looked to his left, where there was a three-story building with a sign reading Naval Home Inn hanging above the door. Across the street from the inn stood a towering bronze statue with a five-masted sail, plus a very spacious gate attended by 4 guards in blue uniforms. Rain squinted his eyes and saw, written in gilded letters on the gate, Imperial South Sea Fleet, 6th Division Base. The Naval Home Inn? Well, indeed, just as the name implies, the naval base is right across the street. As the two entered the inn, a female attendant greeted them with a smile and asked, "Excuse me, are you the knights here to participate in the knighting assessment?" "Yes," Rain nodded. "Please follow me. I need you to register your information with Lady Marika," the attendant said as she led the way. The trio arrived at a room at the far end of the corridor on the first floor. The attendant knocked on the door and said, "Lady Marika, new knights have arrived. Come in." A crisp female voice came from inside the room. To their surprise, the room was occupied by a naval female officer with a graceful figure. Upon seeing Rain and Hass enter, she stood up and formally said, "I am Marika Morales, responsible for the knighting assessment on behalf of the Imperial Navy. You can consult me about any related matters, but first, I need to verify your information." A female lieutenant colonel, that's rare, Hass murmured after glancing at Marika's shoulder rank. Rain noticed that her shoulder rank was a pair of golden leaves with a crescent moon. Rain Carlin, Meistershire, Flash Gold Town, 15 years old. Rain took off his helmet, revealing a face even younger than Hass's. "Rain, you're only 15? My God." Hass's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Marika was even more astonished, thinking that although it was uncommon to see a knight at 15, the way these two seemed so familiar with each other, didn't they know what each other looked like? Hass Klein, 18 years old. The impressive naval lieutenant colonel, Marika, after registering their information, instructed, "During the knighting assessment period, your stay and meals at the Naval Home Inn are free, and you are also free to train at the training grounds behind the inn at any time. Additionally, next door is the quartermaster's room where you can buy various weapons, armor, and first aid supplies. Of course, the prices might be a bit higher than the market, but the quality is reliable." "Oh, do they have knight plate armor crafted from rare ores?" Rain asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not." Marika rolled her eyes at Rain. "What a pity." Rain shrugged, resignedly. "Lieutenant Colonel Marika, about the knighting assessment task?" Hass rubbed his hands together, inquiring about the related matters. "I'm sorry. According to the joint directive of the Imperial Navy and the Knighthood Assessment Commission, in order to maintain confidentiality, the specific tasks of this assessment will be announced on the day of the task itself." Marika shook her head and replied, "Wow, is this assessment that significant?" Hass exclaimed in surprise. A task related to the Imperial Navy? No wonder they were staying at the Naval Home Inn and being attended by a naval officer. Rain listened, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The second day after checking into the Navy hotel, Rain didn't go to the training grounds, but chose to wander around the hotel and its vicinity instead. Soon, Rain gained a preliminary understanding of the environment here. Turns out, the islands surrounding Rosby City are riddled with pirate organizations and smuggling rings of various sizes, both large and small. Rain also overheard from naval officers chatting in the tavern on the first floor of the hotel that many Imperial wanted criminals who had fled from inland areas were also hiding on these islands. Furthermore, on some of the larger and more remote islands, there are indigenous tribes whose warriors paint their faces with camouflage and exhibit fierce combat prowess, with some of their leaders being as strong as formal knights. As for why the Empire hasn't been able to completely wipe out the ghouls and goblins on these islands, it seems that the newly formed Eagle Federation has restrained the majority of the Imperial Navy's forces. Of course, there are probably other reasons, but that's not something Rain, who had only arrived a day ago, would know. Such a complicated situation plunged Rain into contemplation for a moment. Clearly, his Baron candidacy assessment task might involve attacking a pirate den, killing a wanted criminal, or even capturing a spy from the Eagle Federation, among other possibilities. If he could know the content of the task in advance, he'd certainly be able to prepare more effectively. However, upon further thought, Rain considered that with his peak knight strength, he was clearly one of the top contenders among all those participating in the candidacy assessment. If he was going to have a hard time, then the others would undoubtedly have an even tougher challenge. On the night he checked into the Navy Hotel, Rain noticed that aside from a small number of guests in naval uniform, the majority in the neighboring rooms were young people. These youngsters moved with steady steps and exhibited deep and long breaths. Clearly they should all be knights participating in the candidacy assessment like Hass and himself. Rain vaguely estimated their number and found several dozen. Moreover, with Rain's peak knight strength and perceptive senses sharpened to a fine point of 23, although he could not accurately judge everyone's strength, he could vaguely gauge their caliber. Most of these young people, including Hass, had the strength of formal knights, though perhaps Rain might mistake a veteran knight for a regular one due to some disparity in strength. But those he found somewhat inscrutable were only 3 or 4 individuals with gold or silver lines on their cuffs and collars, who were most likely noble heirs. No way around it. When talents are equal, noble heirs receive better upbringing and training from a young age, coupled with hereditary bloodlines and family-based knight-breathing methods, naturally making them stronger. Moreover, young people continued to arrive at the Navy Hotel today, holding bulging travel bags and arriving even later than he did. The latter's arrival timing was surprisingly even later than his. In the afternoon of the same day, Rain went to the training grounds behind the hotel for the first time and discovered many young people practicing with various weapons, mostly swords and shields, hammers and shields, and bows and arrows, with a number working with dual-handed greatswords. But there were far fewer practicing with two-handed warhammers. A number of them were gathered in small groups, and when Hass saw Rain, he couldn't help but be delighted, coming forward and saying, "Rain, you've finally come. Look, those are the noble heirs vying for the Baron title. They should be the strongest among us candidates here," Hass added. Rain followed Hass's gaze and saw 3 or 4 groups, each with one person at the center surrounded by others, either demonstrating martial techniques or discussing something. Upon observation, Rain saw that the situation was similar to what he had perceived before. Those individuals had at least the strength of veteran knights, while most of the others were of formal knight strength. That red-haired beauty is Evelyn Norman, the daughter of Viscount Norman of Rosby County. Pretty, isn't she? Indeed, very beautiful. Rain nodded, noting the woman had a demeanor somewhat like Clea's. Additionally, having just a few female knights among a group of males made them stand out considerably. What are they doing? Socializing? Rain casually asked. Making connections. So if there's a team task, everyone will be somewhat familiar with each other, Hass explained. Rain silently nodded, not saying anything. After staying for a short while, Rain went back to his hotel room. On the training grounds, it wasn't possible to display his true strength, for it would be too conspicuous. The next morning, the young knights were all gathered, and only then did Rain learn that there were so many candidates participating in the Rosby City candidacy assessment he counted nearly 70 or 80. However, upon reflection, in such a vast area as Minster Province, this number of people didn't seem too many, with a few counties contributing as little as 7 or 8, while others had just over 10. At that moment, a burly naval commodore strode over, followed by the slender naval commander Marika Morales and a guard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the future hopes of the Empire, welcome to Rosby City, the base of the 6th Division of the Imperial South Sea Fleet." This morning we need to do two things. Draw lots and go over the rules, the Commodore announced. His speech was crisp in true military fashion, and he quickly got to the point. Everyone, come up and draw lots. Odd numbers are individual challenges, and even numbers are team missions, he said. The commander Marika gestured to the small box held by the guard, signifying for everyone to pick one. Soon, it was Rain's turn. 32. Huh? A team mission? Rain didn't expect to draw a team mission. He vividly remembered Hamilton's words cautioning him that, in a team mission, he had to be wary not just of the enemies but of certain teammates as well. What a hassle. Individual challenges would have been so much simpler. Oh, you got a team mission? Rain, you're really lucky, Haas said, looking enviously at Rain. Not like me, ending up with an individual challenge. Rain glanced at Haas, his inner thoughts filled with irony. If only I could switch with you, Haas, I'd be eager to trade places. Rain thought to himself. At this moment, many young people who had also drawn team tasks began whispering amongst themselves as if coordinating something, with many faces showing delight. At this time, the burly Navy Commodore continued to speak. All assessment personnel must strictly adhere to one rule, which is to use only their own strength, and the use of external forces, such as sorcery scrolls, transcendental potions, etc., is absolutely prohibited. Of course, ordinary weapons and equipment, hemostatic medication, and bandages are not included in this prohibition. Sir, may I ask if I can use a bit of witchcraft? For example, the light body skill from the Wind Witchcraft series, would that be considered a breach of rules? Asked a young man who appeared to be of common birth, suddenly raising his hand to inquire. Rain, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look up at the young man, realizing that the question he wanted to ask had been raised by the other party. You may. As I've said, use of one's own strength is allowed. If there are no questions, then at 7 o'clock tonight, we shall set off. Please ensure everyone is prepared for battle. As for the specific tasks, due to the need for confidentiality, they will be distributed to you after we depart. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you can now register your withdrawal with Major Marika, declared the Navy Commodore, his piercing gaze sweeping around. Rain felt as if those substantial eyes were upon him, and for an instant locked gazes with the Commodore before quickly lowering his head again. This slight sense of oppression great knight strength? Rain couldn't help but speculate inwardly. If there are no further questions, you are dismissed, the Navy Commodore announced. Everyone then dispersed, discussing in small groups, and Rain followed the crowd back to the Naval Home Inn. Strange. Why did that young man trigger my alarm response? Could it be that his strength is sufficient to threaten me? It shouldn't be. I haven't heard that any scions from the upper nobility of Minster Province are here this time. The Navy Commodore pondered briefly, shook his head, and walked away, talking to himself. At 7 o'clock sharp in the evening, about 30 personnel participating in the team task gathered, and under the leadership of the Navy Commodore and several officers, boarded a 20-meter-long sail-less swift boat. Upon boarding, Rain noticed that there were already several middle-aged men dressed in noble hunting attire within the cabin, who appeared to be officials from the Ennoblement Assessment Committee. After everyone had taken their seats in the cabin, an officer distributed a stack of papers. As the vessel progressed, the Commodore said resonantly, "The details of this assessment task have been distributed. You'll find them in your hands, along with recommendations for achieving different levels of rating specified at the bottom." Following the Commodore's explanation, Rain quickly scanned the contents of the paper. Qualifying rating kill recommendation. Kill more than 12 bloodsail pirates, the more the better. Note, the blood-colored headband on the enemy's head is the best proof, as you can ensure that an assessor will see every bloodsail pirate you kill. Good rating kill recommendation. Kill 5 bloodsail pirate chiefs, whose strength is about that of a provisional knight. Or kill 1 bloodsail pirate bosun or someone of higher rank, generally of full knight strength or slightly stronger. Note, if capable, it is advised to aim for the latter for a chance at a higher rating. Excellent rating kill recommendation. Kill bloodsail pirate first mates and those of higher rank. Their strength is about that of a senior and even peak knight. Note, dangerous, it is not recommended for those of insufficient strength to take unnecessary risks. Killing bloodsail pirates, huh? Why didn't they tell us in advance? At least we could have prepared something specific. Many whispered among themselves. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in noble hunting garb, took over the conversation from the Navy Commodore, saying, "Your ennoblement assessment task this time is not as simple as just clearing out the bloodsail pirates. but in fact to collaborate on a secret mission of the Imperial Navy. According to reliable information, a secret messenger from the Eagle Federation has already arrived at Bloodsail pirate-infested Maritet Island. Therefore, the Ennoblement Assessment Committee decided to inform you of the specific task only after departure. Rain nodded in understanding. No wonder the specific task was only disclosed now. Such secret missions are naturally safer the later the information is disseminated. After the man with the handlebar mustache concluded his briefing, the Navy Commodore nodded to him with a smile and continued. Of course, the strength of Bloodsail Pirate Group leader McCoy, known as Bloody Hand and a Great Knight, is beyond your concern, as he will naturally be dealt with by Imperial Navy officers. First Mate and Captain Clout Dogon of the Rurik, Diviner and Captain Mala Nasser of the Wreckage, Captain Bilkul Jamal of the Hook, all possess peak knight strength, and likewise, it is advisable for you to avoid them. Hearing this, Rain's eyes subtly shifted as he looked at the 4 wanted sketches on the paper, deep in thought. The first to catch his eye was the portrait of Bloodsail Pirate Group leader McCoy. You neatly bound into small braids on either side of the ears, dense lower jaw beard also tied into a braid, with a broad mouth and large eyes. Although wearing only a captain's hat, he exuded an extraordinary aura of a formidable figure. Overview. The leader of the Bloodsail pirate gang, McCoy, was once an Imperial officer with the strength of a great knight. He mastered the Imperial military swordsmanship, black shark breathing technique, and an unknown form of boxing, and he was skilled with a knight's longsword, rapier, and finger tiger. Due to his ability to resolve most conflicts with a pair of iron finger tigers alone, and his capability to punch straight through the chest and abdomen of a fully armored official knight with one punch, he was known as Bloody Hand. Note, his close combat prowess is extremely strong, and if detected, it is strongly advised to avoid him. Finger tiger? Rain knew about that. Typically consisting of 4 connected iron rings, the back of a finger tiger features a semicircular iron hoop that is held in the palm of the hand, while the 4 rings fit over the index, middle, ring, and little fingers respectively. Additionally, some finger tigers have steel spikes added to the heads to further increase the damage dealt. If worn by someone proficient in boxing, both the speed and power of their attacks are quite formidable. The next one is the second in command of the Bloodsail Pirates and captain of the ruler, Clout Dogon. From his portrait, this is a standard handsome man. Handsome face plus a goatee, looking more like a noble than a pirate. Overview. The deputy leader of the Bloodsail Pirates and captain of the ruler, Clout Dogon, a fallen noble of the Empire, possesses the strength of a peak knight and has mastered Bloodsail swordsmanship and an unknown breathing technique. He is skilled with a knight's longsword. Nicknamed the Gentleman Pirate. Note, second only to Bloody Hand in strength, it is recommended to avoid him if encountered. The third person made Rain's pupils shrink. Huh? It was a knight combined with a wizard apprentice? Interesting. The third portrait depicted diviner and captain of the wreck, Mala Nasser. This was a hooded man, his face slightly pale and almost devoid of beard, looking quite young. But from the weather-beaten look around his eyes, Rain believed his actual age was not small. Overview. Diviner and captain of the wreck, Mala Nasser, of unknown origin, possesses the strength of a seasoned knight and a second-level wizard apprentice, clearly mastering aquatic plant divination and the hydrotherapy witchcraft. Other witchcraft skills unknown, proficient in Bloodsail swordsmanship. Mala Nasser is adept at divination and healing and has a good reputation among the Bloodsail pirates. Note, due to the unknown extent of his mastery in witchcraft, it is recommended to avoid him if encountered. The last person painted, the fourth, was the captain of the Hook. Bilkul Jamal. He had a signature hooked arm and a mouth full of rotten teeth from a pipe, indeed looking most like the kind of pirate who drifts at sea day and night. Overview. Captain of the Hook, Bilkul Jamal, an old Bloodsail pirate drifting at sea for over 30 years, has exceptional naval experience. Being the most senior in the Bloodsail pirate gang, he was mainly responsible for lateral communication with other pirate gangs and enjoyed some renown among them. Nicknamed Old Rotter. Note, although he is older, his cunning and trickiness should not be underestimated. Inexperienced fighters are advised not to engage him in combat. At that moment, Rain's ears twitched slightly, as he faintly heard some people discussing something amidst the noise of the crowd. Choose the fourth one, nicknamed Old Rotter, Bilkul, should be the easiest to kill. We can go for that one. Right, the others are too strong, too dangerous. But Nasby might choose the fourth too. If they beat us to it, well, Major Marika, just call me Rain. Rain naturally could tell there was no malice in the other party's words. Baron Rain, have you considered taking a position in the Navy? Given the capability you demonstrated in this ennoblement assessment, you would surely be heavily utilized. The South Seas Fleet also needs capable young talents like you to join. Rain raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Major Marika would directly recruit him to join the Navy. Honestly, if he hadn't received an invitation from the sword bearers, he would seriously have considered her suggestion. Because in terms of opportunities and the scale of the organization, the Imperial Navy, no, just the South Seas Fleet alone, far exceeded Meister County. The promotion opportunities there, as well as the potential to encounter various kinds of witchcraft, naturally far surpassed those available in the remote Meister County. But now, this recruitment had lost its allure to Rain. Instead, dealing with many trivial matters in the meantime would drain a lot of his energy. For now, Rain planned to settle his family affairs, and then find a time to head to the Golden Coast to seek further enhancement of his capabilities from Master Ganther. Because this was the most efficient and safest choice to improve his capabilities. Of course, handling certain mysterious events had brought Rain handsome rewards, but the inherent risks could not be entirely ignored. Thank you for the invitation, Major Marika. I have long admired the Imperial Navy, but unfortunately, I have already received an invitation from a special department of the Empire, so... I am truly very sorry, Rain sincerely said. He mainly did not mention the sword bearers because he did not want to give Marika the impression of boasting. Oh, so soon? A trace of surprise flashed across Marika's beautiful face. How could the special department of the Empire have contacted Rain so quickly? With such capability and efficiency, could it be? Baron Rain, the special department you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be the Empire's sword bearers, would it? Marika couldn't help but ask curiously. Eh? How did you know? It indeed is the sword bearers, Rain nodded. This in turn surprised Rain, as Viscount Theo was unlikely to spread such news actively. This meant Marika had guessed it herself. And Major Marika suddenly seemed to realize something. No wonder, when she had talked with General Zilva about why not invite Rain to the South Seas Fleet, General Zilva had cryptically said, "You might try, but I certainly can't." It appeared that General Zilva had already known about Rain receiving the invitation from the Empire's sword bearers at that time. Resultantly, she had excitedly taken it upon herself to become this mediator. The old fox was taking a shot in the dark to see if he could persuade Rain to stay. Understanding this brought a slight flush to Marika's cheeks. Rain, observing Major Marika, felt a bit puzzled. Why was the Major showing a bashful expression? But her naval uniform combined with this shy expression indeed formed a beautiful scene. Indeed, several men nearby were already staring, dumbstruck. Then, Baron Rain, I wish you a smooth journey. Remember to write to me. Having realized there was no hope for Rain to join the Navy, Marika quickly adjusted her mood, smiling as she waved her hand. Thank you, Major Marika, I will, and you are welcome to visit Meister County anytime, Rain said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Marika, Rain, carrying his luggage, came to the stables at the side of the Navy Home Inn, placed his luggage on a chestnut horse, and then mounted a black horse, merging into the street crowds. However, Rain didn't head north directly to Meister County, but proceeded towards the noble residential area west of Rosby City. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a luxurious mansion where the servant at the door immediately opened the gate, smiling as he greeted, "Night Rain. Miss Evelyn is with her friends at the training ground." This was Evelyn's home. Ever since Rain had encountered Evelyn unexpectedly at Nightingale Market, their relationship had quickly warmed up. Yesterday, at Evelyn's invitation, Rain had visited her home, so the servants at the door were familiar with Rain, the young man who was a new friend of the miss. Initially, Viscountess Norman, curious yet slightly worried that her daughter had invited a young man she had never met before to their home as a guest, felt reassured when she met Rain and realized he was of commoner heritage, which was quite different from Evelyn's status, even though he was a newly knighted knight. But when Evelyn said, "Mother, Rain is very likely to be the first in this ennoblement assessment," Viscountess Norman immediately dropped her objections, even strongly supporting her daughter to invite Rain over more often, saying it was proper to show extensive hospitality. This left Evelyn somewhat speechless. With her friends at the training ground? Rain didn't think much of it, stopping the servant from taking the horse to the stable for care, but instead followed the servant, riding directly to the training ground located beside the mansion's back garden, because he planned to greet them and then head straight back to Flash Gold Town. There, he saw Evelyn, a redhead, sparring in combat skill with a male knight about her age. Aside from servants and guards obviously dressed in service uniforms, 3 men and a woman, wearing noble hunting outfits or knight armor, were spectating. As Lord Rain rode his black horse into the training ground, he immediately drew the attention of several nobility scions. Lord Rain glanced around and recognized many familiar faces, all participants in the assessment at Rosby County. After just a few looks, Lord Rain shifted his focus to the ongoing contest in the field. Although Lord Rain didn't hold much regard for those few, the noble scions were quite curious about his arrival, sizing him up thoroughly. However, they only looked for a brief moment before realizing that Lord Rain was not one of them. The horse had no extra ornaments, overly simple. Lord Rain wore a chromed iron set, just an ordinary set of knight armor. As Lord Rain approached, they could clearly see that there were no noble crests on the knight's chestplate. Thus, they could almost be certain that Lord Rain was not a noble scion but a commoner's son. He seems to be the one who attended the ennoblement assessment this time, another county's newly appointed knight. I saw him at the Navy House Inn, one of them said. Yes, I remember too. Seemed to be mingling with that commoner knight, Hass. Why is he here now? Now that you mention it, I remember too, but on the night of the assessment, I didn't see him. I was at the Ruhr, Osby. You went to the Lee Hook, right? Did you see him? No. The young man named Osby, after staring at Lord Rain's black hair for a few seconds, confidently said, Hee, so he must be one of those who went to the small fortress, right? Then the chances are slim that Evelyn actively invited him over. It's more likely that he is one of Evelyn's pursuers. Every county has its delusional folk, the young man beside him sneered and said. Lord Rain wasn't paying any attention to what the onlookers were saying. He just glanced and then ignored them. However, his gaze lingered on Evelyn's opponent a bit longer. Male, a peak knight, wielding a sword and shield, with proficient combat skills, quite impressive. Due to the opponent's competence, although Evelyn caught a glimpse of Lord Rain, she had no opportunity to stop and greet him. Their eyes quickly met for a moment, exchanging a hasty greeting. Evelyn and her opponent's shields collided, each stepping back 2 paces, momentarily stalling the fight. Then, Evelyn said, Stop. Salem, let's call it a day for today. Huh. Evelyn, I was just getting into it. Why stop now? The opponent took off his knight's helmet, revealing blonde hair and a handsome young face, probably about 18 or 19 years old. A friend of mine has arrived. Evelyn pointed at Lord Rain, still mounted on the black horse, and said. Then, the young man named Salem squinted his eyes and scrutinized Lord Rain. Evelyn's friend, he seemed never to have seen him before. However, seeing Evelyn's demeanor, it seemed she valued this friend highly. Could he be a rival? Hey? From his attire, it seemed he was not a noble. And moreover, he likely wasn't from Rosby City either, because if he were from Rosby City and had reached the status of a formal knight, Salem would have seen him before or at least heard of him. At this moment, Evelyn waved at Lord Rain, looking at his luggage, and said, Rain, are you preparing to go back? Why not stay a few more days? Seeing Evelyn approaching, Lord Rain also dismounted the black horse and said with a smile, Yes, Evelyn, I plan to return to Meister soon, so I came to say goodbye. This friend of yours, Evelyn, did he come for the ennoblement assessment? Salem stepped forward and asked. Seeing that Salem had taken the initiative to come forward, Evelyn knew it would be too impolite not to introduce them at this point. Salem, this is Lord Rain from Meister County, a friend I met during the ennoblement assessment, Evelyn said. Lord Rain, this is Salem, the second son of the Earl of Zamon. Hello. The two nodded at each other, acknowledging the greeting. At this moment, a few of the onlookers also came forward, one of them saying to Lord Rain, how about staying until tomorrow? It's rare for everyone to gather together. We could exchange some combat skills. That's... Lord Rain pondered. The people present seemed to be good, experienced grinding prospects, as his tackle hammer technique was already at LV4, 843/1000. Engaging them to potentially level up his hammer skill seemed like a good choice. Osby, don't make it difficult for Lord Rain. Perhaps, only I and Salem could spar a bit with Lord Rain, though chances are we wouldn't prevail. Evelyn, noticing Osby's insinuation, couldn't help but laugh. In Evelyn's view, Osby wasn't a bad person. Being an old acquaintance, she felt there was no need to make him embarrass himself publicly, hence she spoke out to hint. Hearing Evelyn say this, the noble second generations present instantly understood that this Lord Rain must be something special. In an instant, several gazes concentrated on Lord Rain. Underneath all the scrutinizing eyes, Lord Rain remained calm and composed. But internally, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, Evelyn, you're about to scare off my experienced NPCs, Lord Rain thought to himself. Lord Rain is likely to be the top nominee of Minster Provinces and Nobleman examination this time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Evelyn said with a smile. What? Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, mouths gaping in extreme surprise. The first place? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Ospey, the young man, stuttered as he spoke. After a moment of tension, Ospey's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something, and he immediately questioned. Even if this Lord Rain is powerful, the examination results haven't been released yet, right? Exactly, and the test results are classified only as excellent, good, or satisfactory. Evelyn, how do you know Rain is in first place? Salem also questioned from the side. Yeah. Moreover, Evelyn, you might not be aware, but the person I follow from Dorne County, Bridget Sanchez, is incredibly impressive. Along the way, I personally witnessed him kill the captain of the Razor Hook, Bilkul Jamal, and at least 5 leaders of the Bloodsail pirates. Ospey stretched out 5 fingers, gesturing as he spoke. Lord Rain, no matter how powerful, surely can't be better than this Bridget Sanchez. After hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with Ospey's analysis. Yes, killing a captain and 5 leaders of the Bloodsail pirates is an achievement that is nearly impossible to surpass. Even Evelyn only managed to kill the bosun of Bloodsail, but of course, since Bloodsail is the flagship, the significance of its bosun is higher than that of other pirate ships. But the Bridget Sanchez from Dorne County killed the captain of the Razorhook. If this Lord Rain were to surpass Bridget Sanchez's achievements, would it mean he wiped out an entire pirate crew by himself? That couldn't possibly be, could it? You all didn't know? Evelyn first expressed surprise, then showed a look of sudden realization. This made the nearby nobility juniors even more astounded, their gaze now focused on Evelyn. To Rain, it looked like the expression of a primary school student waiting for the teacher to announce the final exam results. This made Rain, who was standing nearby, chuckle a bit. But at this moment, it was clearly not appropriate for him to say anything, whether to boast or to underplay himself. Neither suited his personality. Rain did turn the shipwreck literally into a shipwreck. Didn't you hear that huge explosion at the time? Evelyn retorted. Although the wording of this statement was a bit awkward, somehow, when Evelyn said it, there was a sense of pride and exhilaration. At this moment, she also felt a bit strange, because generally speaking, she used to be in Rain's position, referenced by friends, but now it was the other way around. If Rain could hear what Evelyn was thinking at the moment, he would immediately understand. It's just like if in a past life, a good friend of his had won the first place in the 100 meters at a school sports meet. Then later, when someone asked, "Who's this person beside you?" one would proudly say, "This is that 100 meters champion. Don't you know him?" Wasn't it said to be an action caused by the Imperial Navy at the time? Yes, the ship was literally blown in half. How could such power be possible for a newly knighted knight attending an assessment? Several people immediately started questioning all at once. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but I witnessed it with my own eyes, Evelyn shrugged. Upon hearing Evelyn's words, everyone fell silent, because they knew Evelyn well enough to know that she never cared to lie. So their gazes once again fixated on Rain. Lord Rain, although I believe what Evelyn has said, I find myself increasingly curious about your strength. Could we have a duel? Salem asked with a very serious expression, speaking in a somber tone. He was a newly knighted knight from the previous round of ennoblement assessments. Although he had also received an excellent rating, he knew that between the same excellent ratings, there could be a huge difference from the first to the last. Because some earn their excellent ratings by giving their all, but for others, excellent is just the top grade they achieve with ease. And usually, the first in ranking is among the latter. Rain was initially startled, then his heart leaped with joy. Indeed, he had just regretted that a wave of experience was about to slip through his hands. But now, it seemed that the NPC with the highest experience had come back. Since Rain wouldn't likely challenge Evelyn, the woman he had just met, the strongest in the group would undoubtedly be Salem. the second son of the Earl, standing before him. Of course, Rain nodded in agreement. And to avoid Evelyn's objection, he had already started walking towards the center of the arena. Evelyn's lips moved slightly, and seeing Rain's eagerness, her face showed a tinge of worry. This made another female knight nearby find it a bit odd, and she asked, "Evelyn, didn't you say that Lord Rain is the best? Why are you still worried about him?" "I'm not worried about Rain, but I'm worried that Salem might get hurt badly." Evelyn spoke while recalling the scene where Rain had shattered the thick hull of the ship with one. That time, she had truly been shocked. These words made the others exchange bewildered looks. "Can't be serious." Salem was no ordinary person. He was a master who had also received an excellent rating in the previous ennoblement assessments, nearly equal to Evelyn. Even though he might not be Rain's match, their strength couldn't be that uneven. At this point, Rain and Salem had already reached the center of the training ground and stood their ground. Rain took down the irresistible force warhammer from behind his back and held it in his hand, his eyes intensely fixed on Salem, causing Salem to feel a shiver in his heart. Because Salem had a very strange feeling, as if Rain was looking at him as if he were a thing. How should one put it? An item. But at any rate, it did not look like the expression one would have when looking at another person. Viscount Norman and his wife were also on the second floor of their luxurious mansion, looking out the window at the duel between the two men in the center of the training grounds. "I've always thought Salem would be a good match for Evelyn, but now it seems. Evelyn seems to favor this Rain, whom she has only known for a short time. Dear, do you think Evelyn's new friend is really that formidable, capable of defeating Earl Zamon's second son?" "Salem?" a well-dressed lady asked, tilting her head. "If what Evelyn says is true, then her friend should have no problem winning." A middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed goatee nodded and said. This man was none other than Evelyn's father, Viscount Norman. After hearing from his daughter about Rain's performance in the ennoblement assessment, he had become quite interested in Rain. For he knew well that in this world, with enough strength, honor, status, and wealth would all follow in spades, these were merely the icing on the cake. Rain seemed to think of something, lifted the dusky pig-head hammer in his hand, and asked, "Lord Salem, do you need to switch to training weapons?" "No need. If we use training weapons, they simply won't withstand our collision." "Lord Rain, let's use our own preferred weapons." Salem shook his head and said. "Fine." Rain nodded without saying much else. What Salem said was true because the bout between him and Evelyn just now was also fought with their own weapons. Once a knight reached the level of a peak knight, they would be very familiar with their own weapons and combat skills. So, unless it was a duel at the level of secret techniques, they could generally control their actions with ease. Even if they were injured, the injuries would be relatively minor. Soon, Rain and Salem were exchanging blows. Break limit. After both men broke their limits, their movements and changes in position became incredibly fast. Rain, wielding a two-handed warhammer, executed the tackle hammer technique, while Salem held a sword and shield, probably because his family's combat skill was geared toward sword and shield techniques. Clink clank. The sounds of weapons clashing rang out constantly. The piercing noise made the servants nearby cover their ears in pain. However, after watching for a while, Evelyn's brow slightly furrowed. It was apparent that Rain was not too strong but in fact too weak. It could be said that Rain's current display of power compared to his performance during the ship-breaking incident at the ennoblement assessment was like comparing two different people. What was Rain doing? Was he deliberately concealing his strength? Or was he first testing Salem's abilities? Or was it because Salem was a friend of his friend, so he held back? At this time, the female knight beside Evelyn also seemed puzzled and asked, "Evelyn, didn't you just say that this Lord Rain is incredibly strong? But why do I feel he is basically on the same level as you, Salem?" Seemingly having heard the lady knight's remark, the others nearby began to express their own opinions. "Yes, Anise is right. This Lord Rain's strength is indeed top-notch among his peers, but you too, Evelyn, and Salem as well, are at this level. It's not as exaggerated as you described, Evelyn. Looking at it this way, what you just said about Lord Rain being the first in the ennoblement assessment, I'm afraid it's not so credible, exactly. Although I'm not a match for this Lord Rain, I can say with certainty that his strength still falls short of Bridget Sanchez from In County." Osby also chimed in, his eyes flashing with a sharp light once again. Facing the suspicions of several companions, Evelyn didn't know what to say for the moment and just quietly watched the duel between the two men in the center of the grounds. At this time, Rain was carefully controlling the extent of his break limit burst. Knight who surpassed the checkpoint of breaking the 60% barrier of their physical limit is referred to as a peak knight. But a careful thought reveals that someone with a 70% breaking limit is still called a peak knight, but is clearly more powerful than one with a 60% breaking limit. And someone with an 80% breaking limit is even more formidable, but is still referred to as a peak knight. Thus, although they are all peak knights, the differences between them can be immense. For instance, Rain could sense that his opponent, the Earl's second son Salem, had a limit break of about 65%, which indeed made him a peak knight, but it fell short by about 10% of his own 73% breaking limit. Moreover, Rain's powerful spirit and his resulting sharp perception allowed him to see some details during high-speed combat movements. Therefore, Rain was not fully exerting himself at the moment, but was roughly keeping his break limit at around 60% so he could trade blows with Salem. As for why he didn't quickly end the battle, of course, it was to gain experience with the tackle hammer technique. His previous fighting experiences told Rain that compared to intense battles that end quickly, the system rewarded more experience points for relatively intense battles that take a longer time to conclude. Of course, even if you drag out a battle with an opponent clearly weaker than yourself, the system's experience rewards remain very low. For instance, the bouts between Rain and Lagare, Senior Knight versus Junior Knight, took place several times, yet he gained only a few experience points. Therefore, Rain could not just defeat Salem with a few strikes. It went against the principle of maximizing experience gain. Since he didn't know Lord Rain was deliberately holding back, Salem, on the other hand, was becoming more confident as the fight progressed. If Salem had been somewhat cautious, or even slightly restrained at the start of the battle, about a minute into it, he felt he had a rough understanding of Rain's strength. Was Rain's strength formidable? Yes, but not as formidable as Evelyn had described. Was he going easy on him? Impossible. Was he hiding a trick up his sleeve? After observing Rain closely for a while, Salem noticed Rain's composed expression and inwardly nodded, thinking Rain must have some secret techniques yet to be used. But wasn't he the same? Thus, after a heavy clashing of shields with a boom, both stepped back several meters and stood their ground. Salem declared with high spirits, "Lord Rain, it feels great to meet one's match. Please allow me to fight freely. I will use transcendent properties and secret techniques in the subsequent battle. Please, do not hold back either." Rain raised an eyebrow, looking at the rather spirited Salem before him. "This, experienced NPC, aren't you a bit too arrogant? If you don't hold back, you would likely be dead by now." But then Rain thought, what's wrong with an experienced NPC who tries his best to create as much experience as possible? In fact, such an attitude deserves praise. So be it, he would just match his power up to Salem's until his opponent's stamina ran out. Moreover, this was also one of the best ways to gain experience. So, after a moment's thought, Rain said with a smile, "Of course. Please, do as you wish, Lord Salem. Be careful, Lord Rain." Agility. The next second, with Salem's shout, his speed suddenly increased by about 20 to 30%, leaving behind a blur as he charged towards Rain like an arrow released from its bow. A speed-type transcendent property, huh? Not bad. Rain immediately maxed out his limit break level. Since Rain's strength, agility, and physique had risen from 60% to 73%, even though Salem activated the transcendent property agility, the gap between their agility was not too vast. On the other hand, Rain's high spirit resulted in superior perception and control over the battle's finer details, which essentially balanced out the combat, allowing him to respond steadily. Clang. Their weapons clashed even faster than before, sending sparks flying. The servants couldn't bear it anymore and scrambled away. Salem's nearly all-out effort excited several young onlookers. Salem is getting serious now. It's about time we show this foreigner the strength of Rosby City's youth. Yes, it should appear soon, the Earl Zerman family's secret technique, Phantom Strike. Osby, too, was looking forward to the central stage with great anticipation. However, Evelyn was full of doubts, wondering if this really was Rain's true strength. Impossible. Even without deploying the wizard apprentice's abilities, his strength shouldn't be just this. Viscount Norman, watching from above, also furrowed his brow slightly. Huh? This differed from what his daughter had told him. It seemed that Rain's strength was about the same as Salem's. At that moment, the form of their duel in the center of the field suddenly changed. Suddenly, Rain's pupils dilated sharply, for he had just realized that Salem's longsword in his right hand, initially pulled back, was now thrusting forward at an almost invisible speed. The attack was so swift that even though his elbow remained back, the actual strike had already reached in front of him. It seemed every young person who received a commendation in the ennoblement assessment had one or two trump cards. At this point, blocking with the heavy pig-headed hammer was too slow. However, this wasn't a difficult problem for Rain, who hadn't yet deployed his two transcendent properties. Rain suddenly let go of the pig-headed hammer and, instead, reached out with his bare hands towards Salem's longsword. This scene stunned everyone. Was he willing to risk his hands like this? At the same time, Rain's physique surged, his muscles bulging like those of a beast. But no matter how formidable the muscles, the body's defensive power couldn't possibly withstand the attack of a peak knight wielding a weapon. The crowd thought, SSS. A shower of sparks erupted, but Salem's longsword was abruptly stopped by Rain's bare hands. It really was stopped? A female knight nearby murmured, covering her mouth in awe. Several onlookers exchanged bewildered looks, having never before seen Salem's secret technique, Phantom Strike, neutralized by an opponent. To think he would bare-handedly grab the longsword executing a Phantom Strike. Oh my, I don't believe Rain's hands are unharmed. They must be ruined, just being forcibly endured. Osby couldn't help blurting out. Snap! Rain's chrome iron gloves broke apart, falling to the ground. Everyone's gaze concentrated on Rain's hands. Unscathed, not even a hint of blood. Maybe just a white mark. How is this possible? Osby pointed at this scene, disbelief written all over his face. The rest were just as astounded. Evelyn, on the other hand, simply nodded slightly. That's more like it. This was more in line with the strength she knew he possessed. Rain pushed hard, driving Salem's longsword aside and said, a fine secret technique. Lord Salem, please continue. By then, Salem, who had consecutively unleashed Limit Break, his transcendent traits of swiftness, and the ultimate move Phantom Strike, was now covered in sweat, nearly exhausted. He had intended this strike to secure the victory, but unexpectedly, it was foiled by Rain in a way he had never anticipated. Upon hearing Rain's words, Salem couldn't help but blush, and thus, gathering his last bit of strength, he resumed the fight. But this time, Salem was even more overwrought, and in less than 10 seconds, his steps became utterly disordered due to excessive fatigue. This made Rain shake his head slightly. The experienced NPC before him had tried his best. It was time to end it. However, out of respect for Salem's effort, Rain decided to finish the fight with Earth-Splitting Hammer. Suddenly, Rain's body expanded further, exceeding 6 feet 7 inches, his chromium knight suit hanging on his body like baby clothes, depicting Rain in a strength burst, turned into a triple-stacked state. That moment made Evelyn's pupils shrink. Right. This was the form. This was the form in which Rain had beaten the sunken vessel that night. Rain, don't go too hard. Evelyn called out from the side. She intended to rush forward to rescue, but it was already too late. Viscount Norman, located on the second floor of the manor, also showed a drastic change in expression, but at that moment he was too far from the training ground. Even if he wanted to rescue, he was helpless. Thus, under the horrified gazes of all, they saw the beast like Rain, swinging the pitch-black two-handed hammer in his hands, from top to bottom, with a screech tearing through the air, thundering down on Salem. Salem closed his eyes, thinking it was over. Boom. But the next second, Rain slightly tilted the hammer, striking it heavily into the ground in front of Salem. The ground within a radius of 7 to 8 meters was engulfed in flying dust, and seconds later, as the dust settled, a crater resembling one created by a meteorite appeared in the center of the training ground, with the deepest part reaching over a meter and a fan-shaped area extending forward with shock. It wasn't until 4 to 5 meters out that the ground leveled out without significant unevenness. The once high-spirited Earl's younger son, Salem, was then hurled high into the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was still because Rain had deliberately avoided hitting him directly, targeting the ground beneath his feet instead. Thud. Salem fell heavily to the ground, but quickly struggled to his feet, his face showing a mix of fright and relief. At that moment, he truly smelled the scent of death. If Rain's hammer had moved just a half-meter further forward, he would have been doomed. Being struck by Rain's pitch-black hammer would most likely mean no option for broken bones. mostly just a return to the goddess's embrace. At that point, the observing noble youths finally reacted, rushing forward to help Salem up and quickly checking for injuries. However, they soon found that there were no obvious injuries on Salem's body, indicating that the spitting of blood was only due to the aftermath of the shock. Though the injury was not light, it was ultimately not serious. Moreover, the second generation of nobles had sharp eyes, and they certainly saw that Rain had held back, not directing that last strike at Salem. So their eyes were filled with awe and admiration as they looked at Rain at that moment. That female knight then finally closed her gaping mouth and said to Evelyn beside her, "Evelyn, I take back what I said earlier. This solid training ground was turned into this by Rain. He truly is not a normal person." Right then, Evelyn too was staring blankly at the ground of her own training ground. If she had not been able to empathize when Rain shattered the thick hull of the sunken vessel before, since she had never struck a ship's hull, but she knew just how hard the ground of her family's training ground was. She had been training there since she was little. The repeatedly compacted soil there was almost as hard as ordinary rock, yet it was turned into such a state by one strike from Rain. Meanwhile, at Rain's side, the system prompt had appeared. Your skill, tackle hammer technique, has improved. Experience plus 178. You have been through a battle. Transcendent Knight experience plus 69. Through this spar with Salem, Rain had successfully advanced his tackle hammer technique from LV4 843/1000 to LV5 21/2000. Right now, Rain was absorbing the fragmented tackle hammer technique training memories that had newly emerged in his mind. These memory fragments, each a separate snippet of hammer training, seemed as though Rain had personally experienced the training times, and now he was quickly absorbing and integrating them into his muscle memory. Soon, Rain felt as if he had suddenly gained an additional 2 years of grueling tackle hammer technique practice. And some details of the hammer technique that he had previously overlooked were now gradually becoming clear in his mind. At this moment, Salem, supported by others and walking over, looked at Rain earnestly and said, "Thank you, Lord Rain, for holding back." Lord Rain came back to his senses and gave Viscount Salem a quick glance, noting his pale complexion and dejected demeanor, like that had lost a fight. For this experienced NPC, who had tried his utmost and dutifully fulfilled his role, Rain still held a considerable respect. After all, the man had just given his all in a contest against him, providing a swell of experience that helped boost his hammer skill to level 5. Moreover, the fact that Salem could be grateful for Rain sparing him in the fight showed he was at least someone who knew when to advance or retreat. Therefore, Rain naturally wouldn't hold back words of encouragement. "I'm sorry, Viscount Salem, you are quite strong, so I got a bit carried away just now and was a little too harsh," Rain said with a hint of apology. Upon hearing Rain's praise and recognition, Salem's initially downcast face suddenly reddened with excitement. He said, "It is an honor to spar with you, Lord Rain. I hope to have the opportunity to seek your guidance again in the future. Indeed, once one's own strength far surpasses that of another, the other party would hardly feel inclined to contest too vigorously. And after all, young people do need the affirmation of their elders, or those like Rain who are strong." In an instant, the idea crossed Rain's mind. Perhaps he could consider befriending more young people with decent strength, and then encourage them to spar with him more frequently. After all, youth and fervor signify a certain ease of motivation. However, Rain glanced again at the other young nobles beside Salem and slightly shook his head. He still needed to select carefully, discarding those who were too weak. At that moment, the Viscount and his wife Norman descended from the second floor of their mansion and came to the training ground. Meist County City. Inside the Bat Market, a store marked with symbols of stars, moons, and suns stood a tall customer draped in a black cloak. This person was Dennis's father, Baron Norman. After nearly 10 days without any response from his old friend Adams, Baron Norman felt something was amiss, so he made his way to Adams's storefront. But he was shocked to find that the shop had been sealed off. This cast a shadow over his heart. It couldn't be that Adams slipped up. That's impossible. Could it be that some unexpected change occurred, involving other masters or powers stepping in? Baron Norman furrowed his brows, deeply in thought. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious study at Earl Harris's Count Mansion, a bearded man dressed in black noble attire with gold trim stared gloomily at an official letter in front of him, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? That kid Rain. Not only did he pass the ennoblement examination, but he also got an excellent rating and was awarded the title of Baron. His talent is even more terrifying than Clay's. Rain became a Baron. He actually became a Baron. Compared to him, my years of effort are almost a joke. Just yesterday, Lamar from the Black Flame Church came to discuss with him what to do if Rain passed his ennoblement examination. According to what Merrill conveyed on behalf of the church's high priest, they planned to have Rain reassigned to the fishing port town as a peace officer if he passed the exam. At the time, he had confidently stated that no matter whether Rain received the title of knight or the nobility title, he could handle the transfer. But he hadn't anticipated the slap in the face to come so swiftly. Now that Rain was conferred the title of Baron, the job transfer was no longer within his power to decide. His father, Earl Harris, would surely summon Rain personally. All the arrangements he had made with the Black Flame Church were rendered void. How infuriating. The key issue was that Rain's growth had been too rapid, exceeding everyone's expectations. This couldn't continue. Alonso's expression grew increasingly somber as a decision formed in his heart. Michelle, arrange a carriage. I need to go out. Before, although he wanted to participate in the Black Flame prayer ritual, his intention was merely to borrow a bit of divine power to enhance his own strength. Alonso did not wish to fully undergo the transformation by divine power. Although such a transformation could grant immense strength in an instant, he was well aware of its dangers. He would not choose this path unless it was a last resort. Additionally, the last Black Flame prayer ritual did not proceed smoothly, so even if he wanted to undergo the divine power transformation, he would have to wait for the next ritual. Thus, this time Alonso was going to a place to meet a secretive person. And under normal circumstances, he would not be too willing to meet such a person. This person was a spy embedded in the Meister County, belonging to the organization known as Zeryl's Rebellion, named Magus, but clearly this was an alias. On the other hand, meeting with a spy from the rebellion also posed great risk for Alonso. After several turns, the carriage arrived in front of a low but heavily fortified building, next to the door of which were written in large letters Meister County Prison. After alighting from the carriage, Alonso was escorted to an office once the guards reported his arrival. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of the prison guard captain appeared, followed by a trusted guard, and upon seeing Alonso, he revealed a slight smile. He looked around the room to confirm that Alonso was alone and then instructed his trusted guard to stand by the door, warning that no one was to enter. Immediately after, he closed the office door. Look who's here, none other than the distinguished Baron Alonso himself. Could it be that you've already decided to? Magus said with a face full of smiles. Alonso waved his hand dismissively and said, Listen, Magus, to prove your strength, I need you to kill someone for me, a newly appointed knight named Rain. If you can handle this, I might be able to help a little with the deal you mentioned last time. Upon hearing Alonso's words, Magus looked visibly happier, which showed a noticeable softening in Alonso's attitude from before. However, Magus suddenly found it odd, thinking that if the target was merely a new knight, the Baron here would not have trouble dealing with him. So, Magus, wary, asked, Baron, is this Rain merely a new knight? Alonso pondered for a moment and said, This Rain is quite strong for his young age. I believe he now has at least the strength of a seasoned knight. Oh, a seasoned knight? Haha, a piece of cake. Don't worry, my Lord Alonso, we will take care of this. Having heard that the target was a seasoned knight and not just any new knight, Magus was relieved that they were being asked to intervene due to the target's commendable strength. Just don't forget what you promised us, Magus reminded. Of course. Alonso stood up, ready to leave. But just as he was standing up, he offered a reminder. Oh, and one more thing. I should remind you that the target previously killed a Black Flame Apostle. So I suggest you don't take him lightly. Otherwise, if you suffer a significant loss, don't say I didn't warn you. Killed a Black Flame Apostle? My Lord Alonso, are you sure it was an apostle, not just a monk? Magus's expression became serious, and he asked. Yes, it was an apostle, Alonso nodded. That might indeed complicate things, requiring some effort, but no major issue. As a veteran who had been in Meister County for nearly 2 years, he naturally knew about the Black Flame Church and was aware of the strength varying among its different ranks. Speaking of which, there is another piece of news I should tell you. This Rain recently received outstanding marks in the knighting exam organized by Mingster Province a few days ago and was granted the title of Baron. Don't you always wish to weaken the Empire's power? This is a good opportunity to simultaneously eliminate a promising new baron, added Alonso, thinking that to prevent any further complications, he should reveal Rain's latest status openly. What? Magus's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Alonso, is there any other news you haven't fully shared with us? Magus now looked at Alonso with suspicion, wondering what Alonso's true intentions were in approaching them. It was unlike Alonso to trickle out information about the target, frustrating anyone to no end. That's all. Rain should currently be on his way back to Flash Gold Town, coming from Rosby County, Alonso said. But as a sign of concern for our allies, I do hope you send capable people to handle this. Otherwise, if he gets a chance to grow further, he might become a major trouble for you later on, Alonso shrugged. Thank you for your concern, my Lord Alonso. Please rest assured. If any problem arises, we will take responsibility for it, Magus said, somewhat relieved having heard there was no more news. He had just felt that he had fallen into a trap set by Alonso, agreeing to the demand before being led by the nose, the difficulty of the task rising step by step. However, fortunately, this rain was merely a peak night. Relying on the forces stationed near Meister County, he should be completely manageable. On the other side, Alonso was also very satisfied with what Magus had just said. As for why not hire an assassin organization? The difference was that hiring an assassin, once failed, Rain would realize immediately, and it would be very easy to backfire. With the rebellion forces, this was an advantage. They themselves were a magnet for attracting firepower. Even if they failed, Rain could not trace it back to himself, and instead, they could divert Rain's attention through the rebellion forces. At the office door, Magus watched Alonso's departing figure and fell into thought. It seems I need to make contact outside the city. Although the organization and Alonso are mutually using each other, him contacting us already violated a taboo, and soon he will realize that other than boarding our ship, he has no way back. Magus pulled out a piece of stone emitting a faint aqua glow from his and murmured softly. Before long, a gray falcon rapidly flew toward the mountains outside of Meister City. To the east of Meister City lay a large area of undulating hills that stretched endlessly. A slightly muddy forest road led eastward. This road was the necessary route to Fishing Port Town, but this area was lush with vegetation and dense with trees, concealing numerous bandit gangs. Among them was a group holed up in an abandoned mine, the Zero Rebel Force's stronghold in Meister County. Meister County had also tried to eliminate these bandit gangs, but failed due to the overly complex terrain. A gray falcon swiftly flew into the secluded mine. If one could shift their gaze to the gray falcon at this moment, they would discover a hidden paradise within the mine. After passing through a dark tunnel over 100 meters long, a spacious underground hall appeared before it. Fires were lit all around, with many mercenaries dressed as robust men gathered in small groups. Some of them were cleaning matchlock guns, and if Rain could see these, he would find them almost identical to those he had seen on shipwreck last time. Others were gathered around a knight in plate armor, listening intently. Over the 2 millennia of imperial rule, corruption has gradually taken hold internally, with many nobles in various regions now harshly exploiting the people, not following the frequent outbreaks of mysterious incidents. It collapsed under the last straw, which is why we, the Zero Rebel Forces, were founded, to overthrow the corrupt rule of the Empire and establish a new, enlightened nation considering the people like the Eagle Federation. Such preachings were not limited to this place. At least 4 or 5 groups within the hall were either discussing or listening to something. For the sake of a new nation, we must not fear death and resist the Empire. Moreover, many nobles actually support us. You see those matchlock guns? They can quickly level the combat power gap between us and the Imperial troops. Some of these people appeared fervent, while others seemed suddenly enlightened, exhibiting a variety of expressions. Nearby in the underground hall, a single room was crafted using the recesses left from the original mining with some partitions added. Inside, 2 robust men were chugging red wine, and a lot of the red crystal clear liquid spilled from the corners of their mouths, running down their necks, dispersing a strong aroma. At their feet lay about 10 wooden crate boxes, decorated with the pattern of a kite shield and something akin to rose blossoms, neatly filled with bottles of Bordeaux vintage wine. TSK. This operation went well, posing as bandits and snatching a carload of precious 20-year Bordeaux vintage. Said a bearded burly man with a chuckle. We can still sell the remaining wine, turning it into weapons and military funds. It's all thanks to being well informed from the city. Otherwise, We wouldn't have known such valuable vintage was in an inconspicuous merchant convoy. Then, a gray falcon flapped down beside a nearby cage. Ah, another message has arrived. The burly man walked over, removed a small bamboo tube from the falcon's leg, took out a small paper slip inside, and started reading it. In a moment, he turned to the other robust man and said, "Morgan, looks like we have work to do. The city wants us to kill a guy named Rain, supposedly a tough one, a peak knight, so they want us all out. He should currently be traveling from the south of Rosby County to Flashgold Town, and that road is not far from here." Rosby City. Viscount Norman's mansion. Rain politely declined Viscount Norman and Evelyn's invitation to stay longer, mounted a strong black horse, and began his journey back. When Rain returned to the spot where he had met Haas previously, a mix of emotions surged in his heart. A week ago, he had ventured in drizzling ice rain and cold and damp weather to Rosby City to participate in the accreditation assessment, feeling hopeful yet apprehensive about the road ahead. But now, as he resumed his journey home, the winter sun bathed the path in front. The winding trail through the forest no longer dark and damp, but seemed like a road strewn with shattered gold. For days later, Rain set foot on the final stretch of his journey. In less than half a day's travel, after crossing this range of hills, he would arrive at Flashgold Town. From the standpoint of territorial boundaries, Rain was already on the fringes of Flashgold Town. Upon embarking on the path toward Flashgold Town, Rain felt a sense of solidity and an urge to share his joy with his parents. They would never expect that in just a few days, they had become the parents of a baron. Thinking this, a smile involuntarily rose to the corners of Rain's mouth. Flashgold Town. A luxurious carriage stood parked at the doorstep of the Rain residence, flanked by 2 cavalry guards at the front and back. Both the carriage and the breastplates of the cavalry bore the noble crest, a kite shield adorned with a rose-like flower. A slender noble girl stood dismayed in a white dress, stepping out from the Rain household and walking towards the carriage. The girl was none other than Jenny. Soon after boarding, Jenny frowned and said to the noble lady inside the carriage, "Mother, Lord Rain still hasn't returned. The delivery deadline is approaching. What should we do?" Although the Lady Crowley Baroness had weathered many storms, the current predicament left her unusually vexed. As the Crowley family had grown wealthy through wine trading, they were overjoyed and saw it as a major business opportunity when several nobles from County Town requested a batch of top-level Bordeaux vintage. However, just a few days prior, as the Crowley family prepared to transport this batch of Bordeaux vintage from the Eagle Federation from Fishing Port Town to County Town, it was unexpectedly hijacked. The 2 family retainers who were responsible for the convoy, both of whom were the Crowley family's only remaining knights in their 40s or 50s, were left one dead and one critically injured. When news of this first broke, it struck the Crowley Baroness like a bolt out of the blue. Immediately after the incident, the Crowley Baroness and Jenny had made one trip to Rain's house, but returned in disappointment upon learning Rain had gone to Rosby City for his ennoblement examination. Since Wild Wolf Hills nearby was teeming with bandits, the Crowley Baroness had gone several times to both the city guard and county town security office, but failed to convince them to dispatch forces to extinguish the bandits and recover the goods. When she sought to hire a mercenary group, she found not a single one in county town capable of undertaking such a formidable task. As the deadline loomed closer, should it arrive, the Crowley family would immediately need to pay double the goods' value in compensation to these nobles. It was no exaggeration to say this would severely wound the Crowley family's vitality. "Perhaps we must seek out Baron Alonso." The Crowley Baroness's brows furrowed tightly. When she uttered these words, to Jenny, it sounded more like self-encouragement. "Mother, let us wait a bit longer, who knows? Perhaps tomorrow Lord Rain will return," Jenny consoled. She knew Alonso had always harbored ill intentions towards her mother. If her mother sought him out, it would be tantamount to throwing herself into the tiger's den. "Very well, we'll wait one more day. Otherwise, even if Rain returns, it will be too late to recover the goods." The Crowley Baroness nodded, her worry still evident. Normally, it wouldn't be such a coincidence to not be there today and return the next. Meanwhile, as Rain made his way along the narrow path, his eyes narrowed suddenly. He tugged at the reins, bringing his black horse to a halt. He sensed something was off about 20 to 30 meters ahead. On either side of the road, tens of people were hidden within the dense forest. Clearly, it was an ambush. Though Rain didn't know if he was the target, he had no desire to find out what being ambushed felt like. "Come out," Rain called out sternly. A few seconds passed, yet the opposition remained hidden in the forest, unresponsive. However, Rain's acute perception detected the faint sound of sizzling, and his level 3 danger perception began to warn him subtly. He immediately realized what it meant and swiftly dismounted his warhorse, dashing into the nearby woods for cover. Suddenly, multiple matchlock gunshots rang out. This response ignited a flame of anger in Rain. Seeing they had missed Rain, it seemed as though several people in the forest let out disappointed sighs. Right after, a rustling sound ensued as a group of sturdy men wielding various weapons and dressed in chainmail and leather armor burst out of the forest. Rain's gaze instantly fell on the 4 or 5 individuals holding matchlock guns, along with the 4 or 5 leading men clad in plate armor. Indeed, matchlock guns. 5 knights? No, one seemed to be a peak knight. But none of that mattered. What mattered was Rain's mood had soured. Anyone who is suddenly ambushed when nearly home would be in a foul temper, especially when the assailants employ a sneak attack. Rain simultaneously drew the boarhead mace from his back while muttering something. Shortly, light refracting in the air faintly revealed something different within a few meters around Rain's body. It was the witchcraft, high-temperature field. In the next second, Rain charged out of the forest and directly toward his adversaries. At that moment, only a satisfying spree of slaughter could quell Rain's wrath. Rain burst out of the dense forest, his body swelling to over 2 meters in height, with the chromium iron knight armor looking like children's clothing on his frame. What was originally a comical scene became terrifying the moment it caught the eyes of the elite rebel forces. This was Rain, who had released Limit Break, activating the transcendent attribute's huge strength and strength burst to enter a triple state. This time, he employed a completely different strategy from the one he used in his previous clash with Salem. Because his purpose was different. Last time, it was to gain experience in the tackle hammer technique, but this time, Rain only wanted to vent the rage in his heart. Looking at the formidable Rain charging towards them with such speed made Andre, the leader of the rebel forces, his pupils shrink sharply. He knew their target was tough, but he hadn't expected this level of difficulty. Besides, just because you're a peak knight, does that mean I'm not one? Andre thought to himself. Then Andre also let out a roar, his muscles bulging, transforming into a muscular man a shade shorter than Rain, and charged forward with his sword and shield raised. A strength-type knight? Indeed, in terms of strength, he seemed to have never feared anyone within the same rank. Earth-splitting hammer. Rain, using the momentum of his sprint, leapt into the air and swung his dark, two-handed hammer from above, bringing it down with a dull humming noise towards the muscular giant charging at him. Facing Rain's earth-shattering strike, Andre let out a roar, his eyeballs bulging as if they were about to burst from their corners. He mustered all his strength, lifting his heavy steel shield with his left arm to block the from Rain's hammer. Clang. A flurry of sparks and a piercing clang of metal on metal erupted between the hammer and the shield. The next instant, boom, the heavy steel shield shattered into pieces, flying like shrapnel in all directions. Several of Zeryl's elite rebels were struck by the fragments and fell silently to the ground. As for Andre, the impact from Rain's hammer had sent him into the ground as if he had been slapped by a hill giant 10 meters tall, with half of his body buried and his left shield arm grotesquely twisted. If Salem were here, he would surely remark how, even among peak knights, the gap could sometimes be unimaginably wide. At this point, Andre had lost all will to fight, screaming in agony as the injuries he sustained weren't limited to his broken left arm. The shock that came from the shattered shield was the most lethal. The force rippled through him, severely damaging almost all the cartilage and tendons at his joints. And this was despite his formidable peak knight's physique. Had it been an ordinary knight, their spine could have been shattered by the impact. Seeing this scene, Andre's trusted Lieutenant Magus let out a roar and, waving his greatsword, charged at Rain, trying to stop him from further harming Andre. The other rebel elites hesitated for a moment before springing into action, clumsily rushing to rescue their leader from the ground. At this moment, Rain's lips curved into a smile. After one hammer sent Magus stumbling back several steps. The next second, Rain raised his hammer high and used the earth-splitting hammer again, slamming it heavily onto the ground in front of Andre. All within an 8 to 9 meter radius were enveloped in dust, and those coming to help whether knight, squire, or elite were all flung up into the air, some bleeding from the mouth due to the distance, others spewing blood profusely. Seconds later, as the dust settled, there appeared a crater in the middle of the road, resembling the aftermath of a 155mm howitzer shell with the deepest point reaching around 1.20 meters, spanning a vast fan-shaped area and extending forwards. Only after 6 or 7 meters did the ground return to its normal. Andre, who had narrowly escaped death by hammer, vomited blood while looking at Rain with fear in his eyes, his expression devoid of the confidence and spirit he had upon arrival. Is this what a peak knight is? So this is all the strength of a great knight. Andre roared in his heart and cursed the one who had sent the message to him mercilessly. If that person had been here, Andre had half a mind to eat his heart alive. In fact, this couldn't really be blamed on Magus, the spy in the prison. Rain, without hesitation, quickly switched his pig-head hammer to the glimmering great sword and, with the momentum of a fierce tiger, charged into the midst of those disheveled and defeated soldiers, slashing wildly. Soon, Rain left only 5 knight-level leaders, including Andre and Morgan, alive as captives. After severing the tendons in their hands and feet, he dragged them into the nearby dense forest for interrogation. With screams echoing one after another, a quarter of an hour later, Rain wiped the blood off his hands, his expression grim. The group that had attacked him turned out to be people from the Zero Rebellion. He immediately remembered the time in the forest near Rosby City when he had saved Haas, which had been supported secretly by the Zero rebels. He didn't expect that at his doorstep, he would encounter the elite of the rebellion. Why did they attack him? The muscular leader said it was an order from above, and the specifics were unclear. After repeated interrogation, Rain confirmed that the men indeed seemed to be unaware of the reason. He learned some information about the Zero rebels and sent all of these people to embrace the goddess. These people turned out to be Zero rebels stationed in Meister County, and moreover, their base was in a nearby abandoned copper mine in the Wild Wolf Hills. There were no longer any personnel as powerful as peak knights there. The strongest was just a senior knight left behind to guard the place. The elite of the mine had been mostly taken out with them. Initially, upon hearing this news, Rain couldn't help but feel puzzled. The strength of this Zero rebel force stationed in Meister County seemed weak. Is this it? What could they do against the Empire? Rely on those few matchlock guns that seemed to be imports from the Eagle Federation? They might be okay for dealing with elite forces of ordinary humans, but against proper knights? Better save the effort. Wait, was it possible that they had a master in their midst, and this was a ruse to lure him in? After another round of interrogation, Rain came to understand that it wasn't that the Zero rebels lacked stronger people. It was because the overall development of the rebellion was mainly along the coastal cities with developed maritime trade, and it was gradually spreading to the surrounding and inland areas. For the Zero rebels, although Meister County had a part of its territory by the sea, like fishing port town, it wasn't a mainstream commercial port, so in the rebellion's plans, it was considered second line. This explained why the highest combat power of the rebels in Meister County was just a peak knight. Furthermore, their main mission wasn't to fight the Empire or even to cause disturbances. Their current orders were to win over nearby bandit gangs, gather supplies, build up strength, and wait for the next command. Unfortunately, they didn't expect to be nearly wiped out by Rain in one fell swoop. Rain quickly contemplated. If only a senior knight was left watching over their base, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to uproot them entirely? Even if they wanted to rebuild, it would take a considerable amount of time and effort. Rain looked up at the position of the sun. It was almost noon, and the abandoned mine wasn't far from here. It should take him only half a day to get there and back. Spending half a day to uproot Zero rebels' base in Meister County sounded good. Having made up his mind, Rain immediately hid his 2 horses in a secret spot, then quickly headed toward the abandoned mine he had learned about during the interrogation. A quarter of an hour later, a small merchant caravan consisting of 3 wagons passed by the area. Seeing the huge pit on the ground, the coachman couldn't help but look surprised. After reporting, a caravan leader wearing a thick waistcoat stepped down from the carriage, looked closely at the huge pit on the ground, and then looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "Strange, I didn't hear about any meteorite falling recently. How did such a big hole suddenly appear? What a hassle. Quick, get some people to fill in the hole a bit. We'll go around." The middle-aged man gestured with his hand. After more than an hour of trekking, Rain soon found the abandoned mine that the Zero Rebellion forces used as their stronghold, nestled in undulating hills. Rain had previously engaged in a brief battle, and despite its short duration, the full-throttle explosion along with the use of the secret technique Earth-Splitting Hammer twice had significantly drained his physical energy. Now, after another hour of a forced march, his physical condition had dropped to about 60 to 70% of its peak. Although Rain already knew that there were no strong figures guarding the enemy, there was an old saying from his past life: pride goes before a fall, and furthermore, there was no guarantee that the rebels hadn't made any sudden personnel changes. Thus, after a moment of consideration, Rain decided to add a point to his spirit attribute to quickly recover his physical condition. As the remaining attribute points dropped from 2 to 1, and his spiritual power increased from 24 to 25 points, a surging heat flow pumped from his heart, rapidly spreading to his limbs and body. Instantly, Rain felt his condition return to its peak, and the muscle soreness from earlier exertions also vanished. Since this abandoned mine was the enemy stronghold in the entire Meister County, Rain remained very cautious, meticulously exploring the vicinity of the mine entrance first. Soon, Rain discovered 2 guard posts, one overt and one covert, and 3 hidden traps that could easily ensnare an unwary intruder. Indeed, the rebels were not some poorly disciplined bandits. Their military training might not match that of the Empire's regular army, but they were not devoid of combat ability, roughly between the militia and the city guard. Thus, Rain quietly neutralized the 2 guard posts, bypassed the traps, and then slowly made his way into the mine. After eliminating 2 patrols, Rain passed through a dark, damp mine tunnel and arrived at a spacious underground hall. The hall, 3 meters high and roughly 200 to 300 square meters in area, was likely a former intersection of several mine tunnels which had been further excavated and renovated. Fires were lit all around the hall, with about 30 burly men dressed as mercenaries huddled in small groups, some chatting, some oiling their long swords, and some wiping shiny matchlock gun barrels. Part of the group stood around a knight in plate armor, listening intently to him. Rain's eyes narrowed as he took a longer look at the knight in plate armor. It seemed this person was the stay-behind knight mentioned by the rebel leader, possessing the capabilities of a seasoned knight. Seconds later, Rain shifted his gaze from the individuals to the surroundings of the underground hall. Rain discovered that the hall connected to at least 4 deep tunnels. It appeared that Rain was right to have cautiously infiltrated, as his chosen tactic had proven effective. If he had barged in forcefully, even if he had managed to fight his way here successfully, those in the underground hall might have scattered and fled, and likely many would have escaped. After all, it was hard to ensure that all 4 tunnels didn't lead to the outside. Furthermore, he was alone and couldn't possibly intercept or eliminate dozens of rebels on the spot. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rain's mind like a bolt of lightning. Rain gently raised his left hand. Since his chromium armor glove had been damaged in his bout with Salem, he now stood with his bare palm exposed, his gaze focused on his little finger. There sat what appeared to be an emerald ring, but in reality, it was a ring filled with hallucinogenic poison gas. Rain had never used this item since he filled it with poison gas at the Bat Market, but he hadn't anticipated such an ideal opportunity to use it today. Rain remembered, Indri had also used it in the Elim mine. The very first time he was going to use it would also be in a mine. How ironic. Rain couldn't help but laugh, then shook his head slightly. Pity that Indri wasn't a hero. Otherwise, I would definitely say great minds think alike. Rain thought to himself. After sniffing the antidote in advance, Rain lightly pressed the needle-sized trigger on the side of the emerald ring, and with a click, the colorless, odorless poison gas was instantly released and spread. After estimating the timing, Rain then drew the glimmering greatsword and calmly stepped forward. At the edge of the underground hall, several burly men who saw Rain's sudden appearance changed their expressions abruptly and yelled, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" As these men shouted, all members of the rebellion in the underground hall were alerted. They all looked up, fixing their eyes on Rain. Facing Rain, this uninvited guest, they immediately took up battle stances, but as they started to stand, they staggered and fell. Their faces instantly turned pale. The veteran knight, after taking 4 or 5 steps, wavered slightly and glared at Rain with a steely gaze, saying, "Did you poison us?" Rain nodded and said, "Yes, I did." "Despicable fellow, lacking in skill, you resort to such dirty tricks. Die." With the roar came a powerful, forceful strike from the knight's longsword. Indeed, as a seasoned knight, Indri's poison gas tactics had little effect on seasoned knights. It merely slowed the opponent's speed and accuracy. However, the opponent clearly underestimated Rain's strength. Assuming Rain used poison because he lacked in strength, already less skilled than Rain, even slightly affected by the poison, this further widened the gap between their strengths. Clang! The swords clashed. The next second, The sound of a blade cutting into flesh rang out. Tui. In just one encounter, Rain's blade had penetrated the opponent's right shoulder joint, slicing upwards and severing it completely. A forearm holding a knight's longsword flew into the air. Tui. Another sword strike saw Rain take a sidestep to the seasoned knight's left rear side, quickly chopping down at a weak spot behind the opponent's kneecap armor, severing one of his legs. Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking us? The head of the rebel guard screamed out in pain while incessantly asking questions. But Rain did not pay attention. It was you who attacked me first. Thus, naturally, you must endure the pain of my retaliation, Rain thought to himself. Seeing this spectacle, other rebel elites turned as pale as death. Their own boss, a seasoned knight, had been taken down in 2 moves and was now wailing in a pool of blood. Their strength, naturally, was even inferior. Seeking to save their lives, many began to try and get up, planning to run towards the tunnels around them. But after being poisoned, they now staggered like drunkards, falling down as soon as they got up, then struggling to rise again only to fall down under the stimulation of their survival instincts. After repeating this several times, most of them could no longer stand up, their expressions either blank or frightened, and they began to babble incoherently. Clearly, the hallucinogenic poison gas had started to act quickly among these people. Rain nodded to himself, observing this scene. The hallucinogenic poison gas was effective against a large number of ordinary people, avoiding the awkward situation of overkilling. At that moment, except for a few prospective knights who could still struggle a bit, the rest were like meat on a chopping block. After sparing a few who clearly looked like rebel leaders, Rain killed off the others one by one with his sword. Immediately after, Rain began to search the area. As this was a base for an organization, there was a rich reserve of material stacks of smoked meat, loads of cabbages, potatoes, and other food. In a small room used as an armory, various weapons were displayed, such as knights' longswords, shields, dual-handed greatswords, and several brand-new matchlock guns. Seemingly having thought of something, Rain, originally planning to check the next room, stopped in his tracks, turned back into the small room, and picked up a matchlock gun. Although Rain was not very familiar with matchlock guns, after seeing pirates during the shipwreck battle who had to light a matchlock before firing, he knew it was a primitive type of firearm. It seemed that according to the development course of his previous life, after matchlock guns came flintlock guns. Rain shook his head slightly because that was not his focus. What he had noticed was the barrel of the matchlock gun. In the moment he turned to leave, the corner of his eye was caught by the shiny barrel, the craftsmanship of which seemed quite unusual. It looked like some kind of stainless steel. He had heard last time that these matchlock guns all came from the Eagle Federation. Indeed, after a closer inspection of the barrel, Rain confirmed his suspicion. Considering the manufacturing technique of this barrel, the metallurgical level of the Eagle Federation was high, which sparked many thoughts in Rain. After a moment of contemplation, Rain took down the matchlock guns. He planned to study them slowly after returning home. When Rain entered another separate compartment nearby, upon entering, he saw a few bottles of Bordeaux aging on a table and the wine in the wooden cup shimmering like a ruby. He could not help but shake his head and exclaim, "TSK, TSK, the living conditions of the rebels are quite luxurious," he remarked. "Eh? Isn't that the Crowley family's crest?" Rain glanced unintentionally and spotted that familiar pattern, a kite shield adorned with a rose-like flower on the surface of a wooden crate loaded with Bordeaux vintage. Undoubtedly, it was the Crowley family's emblem. This immediately made Rain frown. Could it be that the Crowley family was connected to the Zero rebels? No, that can't be right. The image of Baroness Crowley, with her voluptuous and beautiful figure, slipped into Rain's mind inadvertently. The matriarch of the Crowley family wouldn't be that foolish. If she supplied wine to the rebels, even an idiot would know to erase your family's crest thoroughly. Could someone have purchased it from the Crowley family store and then supplied it to the rebels? Forget it. Why guess randomly when I can just ask directly? Luckily, I didn't kill all of these people. Only after questioning a few leaders again did Rain realize. It turned out that these precious Bordeaux vintages had come from bandits disguised as rebels, looted along the way. This means that these 10 or so wooden crates of Bordeaux vintage should indeed belong to the Crowley family. It seemed that on this occasion, the Crowley family had suffered a significant loss. After briefly taking inventory of the supplies within the base, Rain looked at the large pile of goods before him and couldn't help but fall into thought. Since I am just one person, obviously, no matter how strong, I cannot carry so much back to Flash Gold Town. Additionally, it is best to erase any traces, which means I should up this abandoned mine. The nearly 1,000 gold coins found should naturally be taken, and these few matchlock guns too. As for the Bordeaux vintage, I might as well take them all. Who else but myself serves as the guardian knight of the Crowley family? Rain discovered that one day he would actually be troubled by too much loot. It seemed this was the only way. Rain utilized the flatbed cart found within the base to transport the Bordeaux vintage and some of the more valuable goods to a spot near the mine, concealed and marked them. Then he returned and carried several kegs of gunpowder to the middle section of the narrow mine tunnel and connected them with a fuse before igniting it. As Rain swiftly fled the mine, seconds later, a dull explosion sounded from the entrance of the mine, followed by a powerful blast that swept up the surrounding leaves and stones. After doing all this, Rain began his journey back to where he had hidden his horse. The sun set in the west. A thin mist rose over Flash Gold Town, shimmering in the sunset like a thin golden veil. When Rain arrived home, he saw his sister Bohe playing with their greyhound Cookie in the front yard. Since Anna had left, his sister Bohe had been sullen for quite some time. Fortunately, as Cookie grew up, it was gradually able to accompany Bohe in her play. Thinking of this, Rain couldn't help but think of the intelligence potion. As for the ingredients, he had already prepared them in Rosby City's Nightingale Market. He planned to make it when he found time, perhaps even further enhancing Cookie's intelligence. Brother is back. With the increasingly distinct sound of hooves, Bohe suddenly looked up, stunned for a moment, then joyfully shouted, "Dinner time." The Rain family sat around the wooden dining table. "Rain, you say you're now a baron?" Emma, his mother, dropped her wooden spoon with a clang into her soup bowl, splashing some vegetable broth, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at her son. Although she knew her son had gone to participate in the noble investiture exam, she had only ever hoped that he might pass and become a distinguished Night Lord. How could Emma have imagined that her son could skip 2 ranks and become a baron directly? Good heavens! Goddess above! Old Rain's jaw also dropped in disbelief, looking at his son. He never thought that he would one day be the father of a baron. Only Sister Bohe seemed a bit bewildered, flapping her long eyelashes, peering at her brother, then turning to their parents. Judging by the expressions of her parents, Bohe could be sure of one thing. That was that her brother Rain had done something remarkable once again. In the midst of shock, the Rain family's dinner was still ongoing, although the atmosphere had turned a bit strange. It was like winning 5 million in a lottery in a previous life, where the whole family would be very happy. But if they had won 1 billion, the family would, amidst their happiness, start to think a lot, especially the adults. At that moment, old Rain and Emma's minds were still in chaos, bombarded with various thoughts. For instance, what should she wear if she became the mother of a baron? Additionally, what manners and behaviors must be noticed to not disgrace Rain? Would other nobles ridicule them as country bumpkins? Only Sister Bohe continued to eat joyously as always. Suddenly, Bohe's big eyes fluttered twice, as if she had thought of something, and said, "Oh yes, brother, that beautifully dressed Jenny's sister came looking for you today. I told her you weren't in, and then Jenny's sister didn't say much and just left." After thinking, Rain nodded, indicating he understood. Meanwhile, in Meist County City, in a luxuriously decorated study on the 2nd floor of the Baron Norman's mansion, Baron Norman, clad in noble hunting attire, frowned as he looked at a stack of documents on the desk. On these pages, one name appeared over and over again, Rain. Then, a knocking sound came from the door. "Enter." Baron Norman's eyebrow quirked as he spoke. His son Dennis entered with a joyful expression, saying, "Father, I feel I've touched upon a certain bottleneck. I should be able to try taking an advanced magic potion now." Hearing this news, Baron Norman managed a slight curve on his face, saying, "Not bad." However, Dennis was deeply disappointed inside. He had been expecting high praise from his father, not just a calm utterance of the words "not bad." In the scene he imagined, when his father showed high approval, he would take the opportunity to bring up the matter of an alliance through marriage with the Crowley family. Lately, while using divine blood for his training, he had often thought of Lady Bainham Crowley, quite a beauty. But now, the reality was far different from what he had expected. Dennis didn't dare say anything. He read his father's expression, which, although still as emotionless as a statue, allowed Dennis, as his son, to sense that his father's mood wasn't that great. Thinking over, just as he was about to inquire, out of the corner of his eye, Dennis suddenly noticed the familiar name on the desk documents, Rain. Huh? All these documents are about Rain? Dennis's pupils suddenly constricted. He then realized that his usually strong father was troubled by this farmer's son. Dennis was a bit puzzled. This matter, hadn't his father said it was handled by an almost infallible old friend? Why? Lips mumbling, Dennis eventually asked, pointing to the documents on the table, Father, is there a problem with this? Baron Norman's expression darkened. He sighed and nodded. This made Dennis feel even more anxious. Another problem indeed. The heck, could this farmer's son be the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? His family had dispatched numerous people time after time, yet none could finish him off. Father, how is this possible? Didn't you say your friend once even had a record of killing a great knight? Even if your friend's strength has waned, killing a full-fledged knight should be as simple as slaughtering a chicken, right? Upon hearing his son's question, Baron Norman didn't immediately reply. He had been pondering this issue just moments ago. The study fell into an eerie silence for a moment. After a long pause, Baron Norman seemed to have organized his thoughts, only to hear his deep voice begin. The other day, since I hadn't received any news from Adams, I felt concerned and decided to check on his shop. As I expected, there was a problem. Then, I obtained this information through a few friends who hold positions in the functional departments. Saying this, Baron Norman pointed at the documents on the desk. Dennis immediately reached out, picked up a document, and saw a passage that appeared to be copied from some official document. 10 days ago, fugitive Adams, sought by the Empire, was successfully killed in a coordinated siege by Hamilton. The security chief of Flash Gold Town, Deputy Chief Rain, and dozens of elite night watchmen. A coordinated siege? Dennis murmured upon seeing these words. No wonder it failed. It was an ambush. Dennis seemed to find a reasonable explanation. After all, the Empire's semi-military force, the Night Watchmen, isn't some uncoordinated group of bandits, but a tactically cohesive fighting collective, where 1 + 1 surpasses 2. Of course, the main reason was the significant decline in his father's old friend's strength. Just as Dennis was lost in thought, Baron Norman added a sentence that was almost shocking. Moreover, I've received the latest news from Alonso that this Rain has just passed the nobility investiture exam of Minster Province and has been granted the title of a baron. What? A baron? Hearing this news from his father, Dennis's eyes suddenly bulged like walnuts, and his wide-open mouth could almost fit an entire roast chicken. Can things be this outrageous? He was still taking pride in being able to consume advanced magic potions when this commoner suddenly transformed into a noble. And a baron at that. This was the same title as his father's. This former commoner's status had now surpassed that of his own, a baron's son. At this moment, Dennis felt the towering sense of superiority he had always harbored utterly collapse. Impossible. This can't be possible. There must be a mistake. A few seconds later, Dennis, red-faced and chest-heaving, emotionally retorted. The Imperial Dispatch arrived at the county town 2 days ago, handled by Alonso, and the relevant documents have been handed over to Count Habs, Baron Norman stated calmly, without any rebuttal. Like being doused with a bucket of ice water, Dennis shook a few times then immediately calmed down. He knew that even if his father and Baron Alonso could make mistakes, Count Habs wouldn't. The Empire wouldn't. The thought of having to salute Rain first and address him as Lord Baron in the future made Dennis feel sicker than if he had eaten lukewarm dog feces. After being dazed for quite a while, Dennis finally snapped back to reality, reluctantly asking, Father, what do we do now? Later, I will find a friend. Hearing this, Dennis barely restrained the urge to question his father, still looking for a friend. However, pausing, Baron Norman continued, if that fails, I will directly propose a bloody duel to Rain. At this statement, Dennis's spirits soared. He had long wanted his father to act and directly eliminate this farmer's son. As for why his father couldn't openly challenge Rain to a duel earlier, he understood that too clearly. Because a noble challenging a commoner to a duel would be condemned by other nobles and even the Imperial Senate. Moreover, the crucial point is, a commoner could refuse such an unfair duel request. But now that Rain has become a baron, equivalent in rank to his father, it made the duel suddenly feasible. Moreover, among the nobles' duels, there's bloody duel and ordinary duel. The ordinary duel ends when one party admits defeat, whereas a bloody duel ends only with death. However, a bloody duel must be approved by the local governor, and it needs to take place in a specified location under the supervision of numerous observers. Father, are you confident? Dennis, although having absolute faith in his father, who had a rich and fierce battle record, couldn't help but ask. I recently paid a hefty sum for a secret potion, and now there is news from the Imperial City that a potion master is willing to make it. Once I consume this potion, it will heal my internal injuries and restore my peak combat strength. Baron Norman didn't directly answer Dennis. That's great. If you can regain your peak condition, father, Rain will undoubtedly lose. Dennis exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. All right, I need to step out. Baron Norman was then seen riding in a carriage to a heavily guarded low-building Meist County prison. Baron Norman alighted from the carriage and, after being announced by the guards, found himself in an office. Soon, Magus, the middle-aged man dressed in the prison warden's uniform, appeared. Upon seeing Baron Norman's arrival, a trace of almost imperceptible surprise flashed across Magus's eyes. Why are several nobles from Meist County suddenly interested in contacting their Zero Resistance all at once? After some pleasantries, Baron Norman stated his purpose. So, if your organization can eliminate this newly appointed Baron Rain, then the previous request made by your organization can be agreed to by the Norman family, Baron Norman said gravely. Magus was so surprised that he almost exclaimed, but his years of experience as a spy managed to suppress this impulse. Rain again? What exactly had Rain done? Why did both Alonso and the Baron Norman here want him dead? If he is as they described, then, could there be a way to assimilate Rain into the organization? An idea suddenly crossed Magus's mind. After all, faith is something that can brainwash, no, can be converted. Magus calculated the time. It had been 5 days, and surely within a week, there would be a result. Moreover, he hadn't expected that one issue could serve 2 favors. Thus, confidently gesturing with an index finger, he said, "Of course, no problem, 1 week. Baron Norman, I can give you a definite reply within a week." Baron Norman looked at this liaison for the resistance with a scrutinizing gaze. He always felt that just a moment ago, the other's look was strangely peculiar. Moreover, the other's response was too certain, so certain that he somewhat didn't believe it. After all, he had come here with an attitude of just giving it a try. Years of naval combat experience told him that the most reliable thing was still one's own strength. Once he returned, he would still rush the secret potion. After dinner, Rain, back in his room, checked the system prompts from the previous 2 battles. Your skill, tackle hammer technique, has been enhanced. Experience plus 112. Your skill, giant bear sword technique, has been enhanced. Experience plus 32. Your skill, high temperature force field, has been enhanced. Experience plus 11. You have gone through a battle. Knight, transcendent. Experience plus 69. Wizard apprentice, transcendent. Experience plus 12. Whether as a knight or as a wizard apprentice, he was steadily improving. Rain thought carefully and felt that even though he was already a 2nd-level wizard apprentice, since he had never found any wizard schools or organizations, his combat strength was still primarily that of a knight's path. He tentatively estimated that the ratio was about 60-40, with the knight's combat strength accounting for about 60% of the overall strength, while the wizard's was about 40%. Of course, this did not mean that the wizard, accounting for only 40%, could be taken lightly. For example, during the battle with the flesh tree spirit, if he did not have the wizard side strength enhancement but replaced it entirely with knight strength, it was likely he would not have been able to win. Next, Rain planned to go to Master Ganther's to study swordsmanship further, as part of advancing on the knight's path. Once he passed the sword bearer's assessment, Rain had a premonition that he would likely be able to touch upon the Empire's formal powers related to the mystical side. Early the next morning, when it was barely light, Rain heard the barking of the Lintian dog Cookie from the front yard. Woot woof. Rain stood up, looked out of the 2nd-floor bedroom window, and saw a familiar carriage parked at the front door, with the slender noble girl Jenny stepping out of the carriage. It seemed the Crowley family was more anxious than he had anticipated, Rain thought to himself. He quickly donned a waistcoat and hurried downstairs. Lord Rain, you are finally back. Jenny, who was about to knock on the door, saw it swing open, and a familiar figure appeared before her, exclaiming with surprise. Miss Jenny, good morning. Rain nodded and said, Lord Rain, my mother is also in the carriage. Could you now? Jenny began to say something but hesitated, her slender fingers nervously pointing at the carriage. Of course, I can. Rain raised an eyebrow. He had not expected the Baroness of the Crowley family to come as well. It seemed the matter was more serious than he had thought. Upon entering the carriage, Rain smelled a rich scent of rose perfume. He looked up and saw the Baroness, as ravishing as ever, only with a hint more worry on her forehead, slightly furrowed brows. Seeing Rain, her watery eyes were filled with anticipation. "Lord Rain, I'm so relieved to see you." "Madam, good morning. Have you encountered some trouble?" Rain gently bowed in greeting. Although Rain had a suspicion, the trouble that the Crowley family faced was likely related to the rebels. Still, he wanted to hear the Baroness's account first, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The Crowley family has run into a big trouble. The loss of this batch of goods means we have to pay double the compensation, and I've calculated that to be about 2,000 imperial gold coins. This could nearly deplete the Crowley family's liquid assets. But the biggest issue is the wine industry is fiercely competitive, and our rivals will kick us while we're down. Hearing this, Rain nodded slightly. He virtually confirmed that the difficulties the Crowley family faced were due to the heist of the Bordeaux vintage. How ironic. The beautiful woman continued her story. "So, I hope you, Lord Rain, can assemble a team to retrieve this batch of goods for the Crowley family. We will pay double for the recruitment of the personnel and your reward," she said, her eyes welling with tears, looking at Rain with hope. At this moment, Ginny's eyes also reddened, as she had been accompanying her mother and reaching out in many directions these past days to no avail. She deeply realized that if a family did not have strong military support, relying solely on wealth accumulated from business was like a fat cow waiting to be slaughtered. She also understood why her mother had previously inquired about the newly risen commoner knight, hoping to find a commoner with a strong knightly talent to persuade him to marry into the Crowley family. "Madam, there's no need to worry so much. Perhaps we can go retrieve those goods right now." "What?" Both women's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Rain in disbelief. "However, perhaps it would be more appropriate to arrange a flatbed truck for transporting the goods," Rain suggested, glancing at the luxurious carriage and smiling. Seeing the confused looks on the faces of the two women, Rain did not keep them in suspense any longer. He briefly recounted how he had been ambushed on the way, countered the attackers, and eventually made his way into their stronghold, where he happened to come across the lost Bordeaux vintage. Rain did not conceal from the two women the behind-the-scenes Black Hand Zeryl's rebels. Suddenly, Rain felt a fragrant, soft body throw itself into his arms. It was the Baroness of the Crowley family, unable to contain her joy at recovering the loss, who hugged him, crying tears of happiness. Rain suddenly stiffened. At that moment, Rain really wanted to say, "Madam, you might be underestimating your allure to the opposite." Since Lageray had left, Rain hadn't craved meat for many days. At this moment, smelling the mature scent of a woman emanating from Lady Crowley, the Baroness, and catching sight of vast expanses of milky white skin at her neck, Rain felt a surge of heat rise from his lower abdomen, immediately making his mouth dry and tongue parched. "Oh my!" The Baroness suddenly let out a low exclamation as something seemed to poke her abdomen. The next second, the beautiful matron released Rain, her eyes cast downward in a slightly shy manner. She gently brushed away the strands of hair falling beside her ear, saying, "Lord Rain, I'm truly so embarrassed. I was just too overjoyed just now. Please forgive my lapse in composure." Rain also coughed, to mask his embarrassment. If he had known, he would have worn his plate armor before coming out. Now, clad only in a waistcoat and unable to conceal anything. It was then Rain took a proper look at Lady Crowley standing before him. The noblewoman was dressed in an elegant, off-the-shoulder light purple gown adorned with lace fringes. Her white fur shawl had been set aside, perhaps due to the warmth inside the carriage. Because the shawl was not worn, a large expanse of white, smooth skin at the neck was exposed, and a golden brooch barely managed to fix the towering bodice of the gown in place. It offered a silent seduction. A woman's skin is very sensitive. The beautiful matron immediately felt that Lord Rain opposite her was eyeing certain parts of her body, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she subtly straightened her slender waist. That was too much for Rain to take. Additionally, he confirmed one thing, that small branches bear large fruits did indeed exist. The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly took on an improper vibe. If Ginny hadn't been there, perhaps. At that moment, Ginny glanced at her mother before looking down at Rain's waist, promptly turning her head to stare outside the window as her cheeks reddened. Despite this, Rain managed to calm the heat stirring within him, and, after a brief thought, said, "Madam, Let's arrange for people to go and retrieve the goods that rightly belong to the Crowley family. Eh? Right now? Okay. I'll arrange it immediately. Lady Crowley raised her head to look at Rain, then quickly averted her gaze, saying, after spending half the day, Rain led several trusted individuals from the Crowley household to a concealed location to retrieve the Bordeaux vintage, and while there, also moved the other spoils of war that belonged to him. When Rain climbed back into the carriage, he saw the voluptuous Lady Crowley, who seemed more radiant than in the morning due to her affairs being settled. Her lovely face was beaming. Lord Rain, I'm truly so grateful to you. If it weren't for you. Rain waved his hand, cutting off what she was about to say with a smile. I am the guardian knight of the Crowley family, madam. You are being too formal. Oh yes, madam, Rain continued. It just so happens I have a matter that I may need to consult with you on. Lord Rain, I dare not presume to teach, but please, do tell, Lady Crowley hastened to say, waving her hand. It's like this. I wanted to ask about the design of noble emblems. Is there some sort of customary regulation? A couple of days ago, I was just made a baron of the empire, so... What? Two exclamations interrupted Rain's following words. Lady Crowley and Jenny both had their eyes wide open, their expressions incredulous as they gazed at Rain. Rain had become a baron? How could that be? How could it happen so quickly? A myriad of questions suddenly flooded the minds of the two women. Lord Rain, did you say? You're a baron now? Lady Crowley was the first to recover and immediately asked, not minding whether it was presumptuous or not. Yes, a couple of days ago, I participated in the nobility and nobleman examination in Minster Province and earned a distinguished evaluation, so I was granted the title of baron. Rain nodded and explained succinctly. Lady Crowley nodded in understanding. That makes sense. But Lord Rain, you really are remarkable. I heard that the passing rate for the ennoblement exam is less than half, and yet you managed to earn a distinguished evaluation. It's truly impressive. Listening to the beautiful woman's praise, Rain still felt quite pleased inside. Regarding the emblem design, you really shouldn't worry too much. In my opinion, Baron is certainly not your final destination. As a title changes, one can redesign a family emblem, which is permitted by the Empire. So, you just need to tell me which symbols you like, and I can help you with some suggestions. I see, Rain nodded. Of course, Baron was not his end goal. Knowing that he could change the family emblem as his title elevated, that made things much easier. Rain then shared the rough idea he had in mind, crossing his arms as he spoke. Could a great sword and a two-handed warhammer be crossed over each other? Certainly, the two weapons each signify a type of combat skill you're proficient in. The only concern is whether other nobles have already claimed such an emblem. If it's taken, I suggest adding an additional symbol, the elegant woman detailed. Like water, flame, forest, or other such symbols, she added. If it's a repeat, then just add a ring of flames around the edge of the two weapons, Rain gestured. That's a great idea, she commented. By the way, Rain, now that you've earned the barony, the Empire will arrange an estate for you. However, you'll have to take care of decorating it and hiring servants on your own. See, these miscellaneous affairs, would you like me to prepare them for you first? The beautiful lady apparently thought of something and took the initiative to speak. Rain knew that the other party intended to repay him for today's incident. Is there also a mansion included as a gift? If the lady can help, that would be fantastic. Rain's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. Haven't you met Count Harris yet? Normally, you should receive an invitation from the governor of Meister County, Count Harris, very soon, the lady said with a light chuckle. Indeed, I only returned to Flash Gold Town last night and haven't even had time to report back to the town, Rain shrugged and said. That explains it. After Count Habs receives you, soon, you, the rising new baron, will become known to all the nobles of Meister County. I imagine you will be overwhelmed with visits and invitations, she said. Baroness Crawley seemed to envision some lively scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. The thought of the nutrient-free social interactions among the nobility gave Rain quite a headache. He was still wholly focused on improving his strength. There was no time to deal with this. Oh, by the way, you will need to recruit a reliable, experienced butler for your new mansion. Otherwise, a lot of things can become quite troublesome for the master. This made Rain's already furrowed brow tighten even more. There were just too many trivial matters. Handing these things off to his parents was clearly impractical. As for an experienced butler, he had no clue at the moment. Recruiting some servants was easy, but experienced butlers, who were very important in any family, were usually trained from a young age, much like the servant boys at the Habsburg estate. The astute, beautiful lady, upon seeing Rain suddenly furrow his brow, guessed something and said, "Do you have any difficulties? Perhaps I can help with these trivial matters." When Baroness Crawley took the initiative to inquire, Rain thought to himself, yes, professional matters should be left to professionals. Baroness Crawley might not be good at combat, but she was quite adept at family management and business dealings. "Indeed, lady, I would love to push all these social engagements aside. Moreover, I really can't think of where to find a butler who is both trustworthy and capable," Rain said with a wry smile. Giggle the lady and Jenny couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh when they saw Rain's rare wry smile. "Look, how about I temporarily take on the role of housekeeper until you find a suitable one?" Baroness Crawley said with a smile. "That would be wonderful, but it may be a bit demeaning for you," Rain said, looking at the beautiful lady. Although Rain was not very clear on some matters, he did have some understanding. Normally, it was not unusual for the wife of a knight or a noble to serve as the housekeeper for a higher-ranking noble, such as a viscount or at the count's mansion. But it was quite rare for the wife of a baron to take up a housekeeper role, unless it was for a marquis or even a duke's family, but the highest-ranking title in the entire Meister County was Earl. "It's just a temporary measure. Compared to your previous help for the Crawley family, these are all trivial matters," she said. "Ah, Lord Rain, I also plan to gift you one of the Crawley family shops as a token of thanks. The family currently has a tailor's shop, a bakery, and a blacksmith shop in the county town." Rain, who was about to decline, paused when he heard the familiar words blacksmith shop, swallowed the refusal that was almost on his lips, and reconsidered. After thinking it over, Rain said, "Lady, I am particularly interested in the blacksmith shop, but in terms of forging rather than managing. So, I think the operations of the blacksmith shop should still be handled by the Crawley family, and we can split the profits. However, I might often forge some weapons or the like, which may affect the normal operations of the shop. Just giving you a heads up," he said. Lord Rain, are you very interested in forging?" The beautiful lady looked at Rain in surprise, then exchanged glances with Jenny beside her. "Indeed, I am very interested," Rain nodded. Rain felt there was nothing shameful about it. Even if he became a duke one day, as long as the blacksmith's profession panel existed, forging would still be an essential course for him. "Lord Rain, perhaps you don't know, my late father, Baron Crawley, was a senior armor caster. He once wrote 2 volumes on armor casting techniques, which, perhaps, you could take a look at when you have time," Jenny said from the side. A spark of interest flashed in Rain's eyes. "A senior armor caster? Books on armor casting technique? That's wonderful. Lady, Jenny, I'll first pay a visit to the Hamilton Sheriff's office, and after a while, how about we head to the county town together?" Rain was eager to see the books. Perhaps he had a hunch that the blacksmith's subsequent professional path might include armor caster as a likely option. "Of course," the beautiful lady said with a smile. "At the administrative hall in Flashgold Town, in the sheriff's office. My lord, I've returned." Seeing it was Rain, Hamilton's face lit up with joy. He rose immediately from the large desk and approached Rain, looking him over before asking, "Rain, did you succeed?" "I did. With excellent evaluations, I was granted the title of Baron," Rain said with a smile. "Fantastic. Rain, you always manage to surprise me." "Eh? You said you've been granted the title of Baron? The results are out? How could it be so fast?" Hamilton said with surprise, bombarding Rain with several questions in a row. "Yes, the results came out in just 3 days. I have no idea why it was so quick, but it seems that the official announcements for other people's evaluations haven't been issued yet." Rain recalled that the red-haired girl, Evelyn, should also have received an excellent evaluation, but she still hadn't received any notification from the Empire. Could it be that they made a special case for you? Good lad. No, now that you've been granted the title of Baron, I should be calling you my lord," Hamilton suddenly realized and said. Hamilton looked at Rain, filled with emotion. It had been less than half a year since he met Rain, who was then a mere page boy. But now he was a baron. "My lord, you jest," Rain promptly waved his hand and said. "Right, tell me briefly about the ennoblement examination. I'm very curious as to how you could receive special treatment from the Empire," said Hamilton, a lord who had only received a good evaluation himself. His interest piqued. Rain nodded and summarized the key points of the event for Hamilton. For instance, how he used the explosion of the ammo storage on a three-masted sailing ship to destroy the wreck, and how this time, he most likely ranked first in the ennoblement examination, and so on. Hamilton listened intently, thoroughly engrossed, and it took him a while to digest what Rain had said. Then, he followed up with a question. So, does that mean you received the sword-bearer's invitation as well? As Hamilton looked on with hopeful eyes, Rain nodded and said, I have received it. In about 3 months, I must go to Minster for the sword-bearer selection. That's great. Rain, well done. Hamilton patted Rain's shoulder heartily. Right. I almost forgot about an important matter. Yesterday, Count Hab sent someone with an order, hoping you could visit his mansion after you return. While speaking, Hamilton turned around and handed Rain a sheet of paper that resembled a letter. That works out. I was planning to visit County Town shortly, so I'll first pay a visit to Count Hab's. After you settle some things, come find me again. I have a friend who would like to ask for your help with a mysterious event, said Hamilton. But I haven't agreed yet. I'd like to hear your opinion first. Very well, my lord, then I shall make my way to County Town first. Rain nodded in agreement. Having arrived at the county town in the Crowley family's carriage, Rain decided to make his first stop at Count Hab's, and afterward, to visit the Crowley family to study the late Baron Crowley's writings on the armor-casting technique. Soon, the carriage pulled up to the extensive grounds of the Count mansion. This was Rain's first visit to Count Hab's mansion. Although in a sense, he had been connected to the Habs family from early on, it was only today that he had the chance to meet the most influential person in the whole of Minster province. Not a viscount, but an earl, and one with the prefix hereditary. The weight of a hereditary earl, even by the standards of the entire Dragon Empire, was no small matter. Moreover, Count Habs was special due to the deep trust he had from the Empire's upper echelons. After the previous governor of Minster province was reassigned, Count Habs took over the position, further deepening his influence. So for Rain, a newly minted baron, many affairs were inextricably linked to this noble lord. However, when it came to his feelings about the earl, Rain couldn't quite say they were good or bad. It was rather interesting that Clea, one of Hab's offspring, was on good terms with him, while Alonso had a feud with him. In a lavish study, Rain had his first encounter with Count Habs. The man was an elderly gentleman whose hair was meticulously groomed. Although his forehead was smooth and plump, showing no wrinkles or age spots, the white in his hair indicated that he was no longer young. Dressed in a black, gold-embroidered noble hunting outfit, he looked extremely proper. Even the pattern of the collie bird on his chest was woven entirely out of gold threads, exuding a subdued sense of luxury. To Rain, the overall impression Count Habs gave was one of steadiness, authority, and inscrutability, as if he were facing a volcano about to erupt, always a bit on edge. Good day, my Lord Count, Rain bowed respectfully. Hello, Baron Rain, please take a seat. A smile appeared on Count Habs's face as he nodded to Rain. Rain, I've heard that you've achieved an excellent evaluation in the recent ennoblement assessment of Minster province and were awarded the title of Baron by the Empire, which greatly surprised me. Your performance was very impressive. Thank you for your compliment, my Lord Count, Rain said with a slight bow and a smile. The reason I asked you here is twofold, to meet you and to inquire about your plans moving forward. Rain, would you be interested in becoming the captain of my guard? Count Habs shifted the conversation with a smile. Rain was taken aback. The captain of the guard? This position was out of the ordinary, a sign of the great trust Count Habs had in him. Indeed, according to his resume, he had been born and raised in Flashgold Town. In the eyes of Count Habs, he was considered a local, born and bred, worthy of cultivation and trust. Unfortunately, his current ambitions were no longer limited to just Mayest County. In some ways, the experiences and sights available to Rain with the Southern Sea Fleet would be far greater than what he could encounter in Mayest County. Clearly, Rain could only politely decline the olive branch extended by Count Habs. Thank you for acknowledging me, my Lord Count, but I am truly sorry. I would like to take advantage of my youth to improve and hone myself further afield. Count Habs looked deeply at Rain, paused, and said, The eaglet always yearns to spread its wings and soar to a wider sky. I understand that feeling, Rain. You have no need to apologize. I was the same when I was young. Since that's the case, in light of the excellent performance you showed during the ennoblement assessment, bringing honor to Mayest County, I shall give you 3 choices for your appointment. The first option is to become the Deputy Officer of Public Safety in County Town, mainly responsible for the day-to-day and nighttime patrols within the town. The second option is to become the judicial officer in charge of Mayas Prison. The third option is to serve as the governor and constable of Fishing Port Town, where pirates are rampant and the pressure on public safety is immense. I need a strong individual to take charge there. 3 choices for himself? Immediately, Rain started to ponder his options. After some consideration, Rain initially leaned towards the third option, which was to assume the position of governor and marshal of Fishing Port Town. The reason was simple: there would be plenty of battles waiting for him there, and through battle, he could achieve significant advancement. However, Rain hesitated because he did not yet understand the strength of the enemies Fishing Port Town was facing. As for why the appointment was primarily for governor and secondarily for marshal, Hamilton had mentioned this to Rain during their conversation before. Generally speaking, the marshals of the Empire's small towns are mainly knights. Occasionally they may be squires or even knights bachelor, like Hamilton belongs to the latter category. But it was quite rare for a knight bachelor to serve as a marshal. And if a baron were to serve as marshal, it would carry an obvious demotion connotation. Therefore, as Baron Rain, a normal appointment could not possibly be just the marshal of a small town. However, it was different for a governor, who handled all the affairs of a small town and was the top authority. And it was not uncommon for barons to serve as governors of small towns. However, Rain was now considering another issue. Although it was not difficult for him to choose among the 3 options presented by Earl Habs, the problem now was that he actually wanted to continue serving as Hamilton's deputy in Flashgold Town. Because Rain's next plan was to head to Golden Coast to study swordsmanship with Master Gondal for a while, continuing as the deputy marshal of Flashgold Town would allow him the greatest chance to shirk duties, as Hamilton would handle many matters for him. But if he chose to take the position in Fishing Port Town, it meant that he would not be able to travel to the Golden Coast in the short term. After thinking it over, Rain decided to be frank with Earl Habs. "My Lord Earl, regarding the appointment, I hope to postpone it for a while, as I am currently at a stage of increasing strength, so I would like to study swordsmanship under a master swordsman." So, at this point, Rain felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as Earl Habs's gaze was fixed on him. After all, from a certain perspective, Rain was already going against the wishes of his superior, especially since the other party had given him the courtesy of choice. Following a brief silence in the room, Earl Habs finally spoke. "All right, I'll give you 1 month. However, in that case, I'll arrange your appointment directly. In a month's time, Rain, you'll go and become the governor and marshal of Harbor Town." Upon hearing the last sentence, Rain's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Earl Habs to ultimately secure this position for him. "Of course, thank you for your understanding and support, my Lord Earl." After discussing these matters, Earl Habs suddenly changed the subject with a smile. "Rain, I hear you and Clea have known each other for quite some time?" Rain immediately realized that the Earl before him must have thoroughly investigated him. It made sense Habsburg Manor also belonged to the Earl, whether it was the estate's Knight Steward Lloyd, the swordsmanship instructor Perez, or even the chief mage Shadia. If they knew that Earl Habs wanted to learn about him, none would dare not to report truthfully. Considering this, it seemed that Earl Habs's agreement to let him go to the Golden Coast might still be due to Lady Crea's influence. Yes, my Lord Earl, in a sense, Lady Crea is indeed a mentor on my path as a knight," Rain candidly replied. "Haha, very good, Rain. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. Remember, Meister County will always be your home." That will be all for today, as I have some matters to attend to. Regarding some minor issues, my steward Henrik will assist you with them. "Of course, thank you for your understanding and assistance, my Lord Earl," Rain said, bowing slightly. The Earl Habs then rang a bell on his desk. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Soon, an elderly man dressed in a tailcoat entered and led Rain to a room on the first floor. Earl Habs's steward, Henrik, was actually a noble with the title of a baronet. Rain nodded politely. This reminded Rain of an ancient saying from his previous life: even a steward in the Prime Minister's house was a 7th-grade official. It seemed that in any human society, with a solidified power hierarchy, the situation was pretty much the same. When Steward Henrik opened the door, Rain raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not expected the room to contain a model resembling a giant sandbox, which clearly depicted the terrain and layout of the entire county town, with major streets marked in detail, especially the noble estates area, which was simulated with little wooden houses, exquisitely crafted, almost to the scale of a proportionate reduction. Baron Rain, these are the available estates. You may choose at your leisure. Steward Henrik pointed at the 3 little wooden houses marked with white labels, saying, "Thank you." Rain nodded and took a closer look. The noble estates area also had a hierarchy. The outermost circle was for knights and baronets, who were not considered true nobility in the eyes of some upper-class nobles. They were the most numerous, but in the highly valuable county town, their estates were also the smallest. Moving inward was the domain of barons, who in county town were considered the core force, significantly fewer in number than knights and baronets. Further inside lie the viscounts' mansions, numbering only 5 or 6, resembling larger and more luxurious villas in small wooden house style. And at the very center, like stars clustered around the moon, naturally stands Earl Hab's mansion, the land under Lord Rain's feet at this moment, spanning the most extensive area and boasting the greatest luxury. Within the Baron tier, Lord Rain's gaze slowly swept over and quickly noticed the mansion marked with the Crowley family. Not far from it, roughly 3 mansions away, there was a white tag indicating a temporarily vacant Baron's mansion. After a moment's thought, Lord Rain pointed to that one and said, "Would this be all right, Lord Henrik?" "Of course, as long as you like it, my Lord Baron." "Then it's this one." "Very well. By the way, Baron Lord Rain, since you don't have an estate yet, shall I register it as the Baron Rain family mansion, if that's all right with you?" "Of course," Lord Rain nodded. In the Empire, for male nobles without their own lands, they are generally referred to as Lord plus name or Barony plus name. For example, others could call Rain Lord Rain or Baron Rain. However, once they have their own land, for instance, if Rain's estate were named Normandy, the formal address would primarily be Baron of Normandy. Of course, the 2 previously mentioned forms of address can be used in informal occasions without any issue. About estates, this aspect was a bit different from Rain's memory of his previous life. In the Dragon Kingdom, titles ranged from Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Lord de Knight. Nobles do not receive estates upon their initial ennoblement unless it is through inheritance. To acquire one's land, one must exchange the corresponding merit points. The Empire's aim in doing this was to encourage the noble class to continue serving it. Also, to strictly limit the nobles' annexation of peasants' lands. The Empire has strict limitations on the size of territories for all ranks of nobility within the imperial borders. For instance, the maximum land area for an earl within the Empire is 1,000 hectares. Thus, when a particular earl's estate reaches this limit, they can no longer exchange merit points for more land. Count Hab's estate, for instance, includes Habsburg in the northern region of Flashgold Town, and it's said to have reached the upper limit for an earl. But for an earl, this area isn't considered large, as it doesn't even encompass a small town. However, to motivate these nobles, the Empire issued the Pioneering Regulation, where merit points can be exchanged for pioneering orders of different levels, allowing them to claim large tracts of land outside the imperial territory, as long as they hold a pioneering order. Additionally, Baron Lord Rain, every year you will receive 1% of the profits from Elim Mine. Obtain exemption from imperial public order management regulations, so long as it's not murder. Steward Henrik listed the benefits one by one. Lord Rain listened and nodded along. He finally had his own exemption rights. It was a feeling akin to a serf finally turning over a new leaf. Moreover, do not underestimate the 1% annual income from Elim Mine, that alone amounted to nearly 1,000 imperial gold coins. Being a baron grants you a seat automatically in the Meister County Noble Council. Steward Henrik continued. Rain wasn't too interested in these details. His aim was clear: to acquire resources more conveniently through advancement in imperial office or an increase in noble rank. These resources included those necessary for advancing further along the paths of wizardry and knighthood that he wished to pursue. That's everything. If Baron Lord Rain has any questions, please feel free to inquire at any time, Steward Henrik said. Thank you for the information, Lord Henrik. By the way, Baron Lord Rain, would you like to inspect your mansion now? In case there are any issues, I can help you make a timely exchange, Henrik inquired. Oh, that would be good. Lord Rain nodded. It was perfect timing, as Baroness Crowley and Jenny should still be waiting for him in the carriage. Having them help him check over the place couldn't be more appropriate. The group quickly arrived at the Baron's mansion Lord Rain had chosen and began to tour the property. It was a 3-story, standalone villa located in the middle of the noble residences, occupying approximately 300 to 400 square meters with the main building. The front courtyard spanned over 300 square meters, and the rear courtyard was a staggering 1,500 square meters. The vast size of the backyard was primarily due to its training grounds and a stable that could accommodate 10 horses. Thus, the total area of the villa was about 2,000 square meters. What Lord Rain valued most was the training grounds in the backyard, similar to the one he saw at the Crowley family's place last time. It hadn't taken long for him to have his own private training ground, which made him quite happy. As for the stable, it was quite necessary for Rain at the moment, especially since he was currently feeding growth potions with mutations to his black horse. Upon the clean and tidy training ground, Lord Rain couldn't help but pull out his glimmering greatsword with enthusiasm, performing a set of the giant bear sword technique. Whirlwind slash, smooth cleaving slash. The bold and resolute movements, coupled with the smooth flow of the technique, dazzled the pair of women watching from the side. After inspecting the training ground, the group went inside the villa to tour from the first floor up to the third. Lord Rain found that the county town administration had maintained the estate very well. Basically, everything that needed fixing had been fixed. Lord Rain touched the wooden handrail and found it smooth and like new. Seeing this, the butler Henrik couldn't help but laugh. "My lord, the county town administration has designated staff to clean this place every 3 days, so you can move in at any time." Lord Rain nodded. "It's indeed well maintained. Lord Henrik, thank you for bringing me here. I've decided on this one." "Very well, my lord, Madam Baron Crawley, Miss Ginny. The Earl has some matters that require my attention, so I will take my leave now." Butler Henrik bowed slightly as he said his farewells. Before leaving, he gave Lord Rain a knowing smile that only men understand. This left Lord Rain quite speechless. He was indeed innocent. "Lord Rain, when do you plan to move in?" Baroness Crawley flirted with her hair as she spoke. After a moment's thought, Lord Rain responded, "As soon as possible. I plan to get my family settled here and then leave the county of Meister for a while. After all, the public order is relatively better in the county town, and that will give me more peace of mind." Lord Rain, you're leaving again?" the beautiful woman asked in surprise. "Yes, I'm going to the county of Rossby to train with a master of swordsmanship for about a month and will return then. By the way, madam, if you encounter any issues you can't resolve, you can contact me. This time, I'll take the blue helm dove Ginny gave me last time," Rain said with a smile. As the beautiful woman heard that Lord Rain was going to enhance his abilities, her eyes sparkled, and she nodded in approval, also smiling as she said, "I finally understand why you, Lord Rain, are so powerful at such a young age. Besides your extraordinary knightly talent, this dedication is also beyond ordinary people. Indeed, young William of the Stinn family has also passed the Knights and Noblemen examination. The Empire has not officially issued it yet, but little William has already been celebrating at home for 3 days," Ginny remarked with a slight disdain. After inspecting the mansion from top to bottom, Lord Rain returned to the nearby Crawley family home with Baroness Crawley and Ginny. "Lord Rain, it is already dinner time. I have already instructed the servants to prepare a banquet. Please grace us with your presence," the beautiful woman invited with a smile. "This, won't I be imposing?" Lord Rain looked up at the sky, and indeed the sun was setting. He had planned to take some books related to the armor-casting technique and return to his home in Flashgold Town, but now it seemed rather late. Earlier today, he had helped the Crawley family retrieve some Bordeaux wine that had been stolen, and in the afternoon, he had visited Count Habs and inspected his future baronial mansion. Time had flown faster than he anticipated. "Yes, Lord Rain, you have helped the Crawley family a great deal this time. Please honor us," Ginny also said with a smile. "Then, all right," Lord Rain nodded. A dinner it was, and since the hosts had repeatedly invited him, it would be inappropriate to refuse any further. Lord Rain readily agreed. Immediately thereafter, he followed Baroness Crawley and Ginny to the Crawley family's banquet hall, which was also the dining room. The walls of the banquet hall were adorned with numerous shields, antlers, and other decorations, and over a dozen mountain-shaped candle holders lit up the entire hall brilliantly. An antique long table was laden with various foods, fine wines, and large bouquets of flowers. Although there were only 3 people dining, Lord Rain, Baroness Crawley, and Ginny, the food served was incredibly lavish. The beautiful woman, knowing Lord Rain's exceptional appetite as a transcendent knight, had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare 2 types of expensive, ferocious animal meats. After devouring an entire roast red crown turkey and a pot of stewed cliff-spiked wild boar, A warm flow slowly rose in Lord Rain's stomach and spread to his limbs. Lord Rain, this is the 20-year Bordeaux you helped retrieve. Please, taste it and see how it is, the beautiful woman said, smiling as she gestured with her wine glass. Looking at the amber-like red fine wine, Lord Rain could already smell the mix of grape and aged oak barrel, which made him eager to taste this world's red wine. Thank you, madam. Lord Rain raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, a rich and aromatic flavor of fruits and wine circulated in his mouth, and the taste was quite excellent. Thus, accompanied by Baroness Crawley and Jenny, Lord Rain thoroughly enjoyed his meal. During dessert, Lord Rain inquired, "Madam, about the book on armor casting technique. I would like to borrow it for a while, if I may." "Of course, Lord Rain, please follow me," said the somewhat flushed, beautiful woman after drinking, as she got up and led the way. In fact, the beautiful woman was also quite nervous about what was to happen. Since her husband, Baron Crawley, had passed away a year ago, the stunningly beautiful woman had been coveted by many, including wealthy merchants and nobles. Initially, she believed that with the Crawley family's foundation and her business acumen, she would manage smoothly. However, the beautiful woman soon realized that although she was capable in business and managing the family, in this world where power outweighed everything else, the Crawley family without a core fighting force was like a sailboat without a mast vulnerable to capsizing in any significant storm. For instance, the plundering of Bordeaux vintage wine was typical. The beautiful lady increasingly felt that in Meister County, there seemed to be a hidden, manipulative force controlling some people and some powers, intending to gradually erode the Crawley family. Now, she was powerless to resist this dark force. However, when she saw the goods were recovered this morning, she instantly felt that this young man, about the same age as her daughter, with his tall and robust figure, seemed like a solid shield, capable of protecting her and the future of the Crawley family. From that moment, the beautiful lady made up her mind to find a way to bind herself to this promising young man. At present, he was merely the guardian knight of the Crawley family, which was far from enough. Unfortunately, it seemed that from the start, he was utterly uninterested in Jenny, a noble lady, especially since Jenny had invited her best friend Agatha to accompany him to the library, but he was equally disinterested in Agatha. And after he was ennobled as a baron, the plan to marry into the family became completely impractical. This gave the beautiful lady quite a headache. It wasn't until today, when she impulsively hugged him, that she realized the young man seemed quite interested in her instead. This made her hesitant for a while, one reason being Rain's youth, and the other being her daughter Jenny. So, when Rain went to visit Earl Harris, she explicitly mentioned to her daughter Jenny the importance of Rain to the Crawley family, as well as the actions she might take. But what the beautiful lady did not expect was the strong support she received from her daughter Jenny. In fact, Jenny had seen over the course of the year how her mother struggled to keep the Crawley family functioning. As the saying goes, adversity breeds growth. Over the year, Jenny grew rapidly. She knew that if the Crawley family wanted to continue to stand strong in Meister County in the coming days, it had to find a powerful figure for support. This person could be Baron Alonso, it could be other nobles, and now there was Baron Rain. If one could choose, anyone would know the best candidate would certainly be the young, promising Lord Rain. So, although Jenny felt a bit sour when she heard her mother's plan, she knew the gravity of the situation. Her mother was prioritizing the bigger picture. Of course, the main reason was that this promising Baron Rain was not interested in her but in her mother instead. This involuntarily made the young lady look down at her own chest, suddenly feeling quite disheartened. Watching the two ascend the stairs, Jenny slowly decreased her pace. Rain followed the beautiful lady up to the second floor of the villa. However, when he followed the beautiful lady into a room, Rain sensed something was amiss. Because this was evidently a bedroom, with a luxurious large bed in the center, nightstands on both sides, a dressing table, and so on. Entering the Baroness Crawley's bedroom late at night, obviously, was not quite appropriate. Just as he turned around, he realized that Jenny, who had been following him, was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, only he and the Baroness Crawley were in the room. Just as he was contemplating how to broach the subject, he saw the beautiful lady bend over, her back to Rain, and lift her loosely knitted cashmere waistcoat, suddenly revealing her large, ripe peach-like buttocks, in contrast to her slender waist. Under the stark visual contrast, Rain was instantly left thirsty and tongue-tied. The beautiful lady suddenly turned her head. Her cheeks flushed, tousled her slightly messy hair by her ear, and said in a coquettish voice, Lord Rain, could you help me with something? The armor casting technique you want is in this cabinet, but it seems to be at the very bottom. The cabinet is really too dark. Could you help me hold the candelabra? The beautiful lady asked in a delicate voice. Rain glanced at the beautiful scene before him and swallowed. However, he still suppressed the throbbing in his heart, reached for the nearby M-shaped candelabra, and stood behind the beautiful lady to help her illuminate the area. Under the flickering candlelight, Baroness Crowley, already flushed from drinking Bordeaux vintage, appeared even more exquisitely beautiful, like a blooming flower. This almost made Rain lose his composure. Seeing that Rain did not approach but obediently helped hold the candelabra to lighten the area, the lady sighed silently in her heart. Alas, it seems it could only be this way. Suddenly, whether intentional or accidental, the lady leaned back slightly. Instantly, a warm and exceptionally soft touch pressed against Rain. This caused Rain's hand holding the candelabra to tremble slightly. A drop of burning wax fell onto the fair neck of the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Could this young man actually have such a preference?" The beautiful lady wondered to herself. But the lady's cry was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, as Rain had already been struggling to endure. At that moment, the thought that sprang to Rain's mind was, to endure what can be endured is intolerable. Therefore, a strong hand gently grasped the lady's slender waist, while the other hand set down the M-shaped candelabra and lifted up. 10,000 words omitted here. In the mansion's back garden. The next morning, Rain looked at the beautiful lady beside him, who was still in a deep, sweet sleep. Even from her expression at the moment, she still radiated immense pleasure and satisfaction. Rain recalled the reason he hadn't resisted the temptation last night. On one hand, it might have been due to Baroness Crowley's beautiful face and her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, and last night, she was simply too tempting. On the other hand, it was due to Rain himself. Ever since he had had a profound interaction with the wild girl Laguerre some time ago, thoughts of this nature seemed to emerge in his mind from time to time. Especially as his limit value continued to increase, this feeling grew increasingly strong. Thinking of last night, a slight smile appeared on Rain's lips. Although Baroness Crowley was merely a mortal, it seemed to be because of the winter morning sun, which streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the bedroom, and her long eyelashes slightly quivered. The next second, she opened her beautiful eyes. The beautiful lady looked deeply at the strong young man before her, and a surge of shyness and a hint of fear arose in her heart. Honestly, although she knew Rain, being a transcendent knight, likely had extraordinary stamina, she never expected it to be so astonishing, almost tireless. Looking into the beautiful lady's deep and shy gaze, Rain immediately reached out and pulled her into his embrace, his fingers gently caressing her porcelain like smooth skin. Rain clearly understood Baroness Crowley's intention in taking the initiative last night. But some things are better left unspoken. To put it bluntly, it would seem like a transaction. Moreover, Rain had just thought of something. Although he now had the favor of this beautiful lady, there were quite a few others coveting her. Only when one's own strength is sufficiently powerful is it most important, as it allows one to protect the people and things before them. As for the pleasures between men and women, they are merely diversions in cultivation, but one must never indulge in them. Suddenly, Rain remembered something. That is, whether it was level 1 Wizard Apprentice Indri or level 3 Wizard Apprentice Adams. Both had left records of their romantic experiences in their diaries, and it seemed he, a level 2 Wizard Apprentice, was following in his predecessor's footsteps. Not exactly. They were thieves. He certainly was not, since Baroness Crowley was a widow. Furthermore, Rain finally learned Baroness Crowley's name. It was Jennifer Cecil. Having been born into a middle-class merchant family, after marrying Baron Crowley, Jennifer Cecil took over the management of the Crowley family's businesses and expanded them several-fold within years. This made Rain understand why she excelled in business and management. Suddenly, Rain thought of something and asked with a smile, "So, Jennifer, is there really a book on armor-casting technique?" Rain couldn't help but ask. This caught the beautiful lady off guard, and she quickly understood Rain's implication, immediately giving Rain a big eye roll, her cheeks flushing. She thought he believed she had been planning to him all along. "Of course there is. It's in the cabinet," the beautiful lady said coquettishly. So there really was one. Upon hearing this, Rain rose, and indeed, there were 2 rolled-up sheepskin scrolls in the cabinet, not at the bottom but at the top. Rain had thought it was all an act by Jennifer and Ginny the entire time, but it seems it wasn't. At most, it was just playing the final step. Additionally, the sheepskin scrolls were rather large, seeming to be whole sheepskins trimmed and prepared after processing. Just as Rain was about to open one to take a look, the bedroom door suddenly made a sound. Knock, knock, knock. Mother, are you awake? Jennifer also appeared visibly startled upon hearing Jenny's voice. Although she had discussed this with her daughter Ginny beforehand, having her daughter suddenly appear at the door still made the beautiful lady slightly nervous. However, the beautiful woman soon calmed down, her face revealing contemplation. Ginny shouldn't be disturbing her at this time, should she? Could something have happened? Immediately, the beautiful woman called out, I'm awake. Ginny, wait a moment. It seemed that someone outside breathed a sigh of relief, and Ginny's voice rose again. Mother, Baron Alonso is here again. The guards can't stop him. He's already downstairs. Alonso? Rain's expression grew stern as he turned to look at the beautiful woman beside him. He felt that the beautiful woman was still virtuous, and he could tell that from certain aspects. How could Jennifer be involved with a guy like Alonso? If it weren't for the fact that the man's father was Count Habs, Alonso would probably have tall grass growing over his grave by now. Seeing Rain's inquiring look, Jennifer seriously said, he has come several times this year, hoping I would become his mistress, but I refused. So that was it. Rain nodded. It seemed that yet another was coveting Jennifer. You rest here. I'll take care of him for you. Right? Rain, do you know he's the eldest son of Count Habs? The beautiful woman nodded first, then looked at Rain anxiously as she spoke. Of course, not only that, I also have some rather unpleasant memories with him, Rain said gravely. Hearing Rain say this, the beautiful woman nodded in understanding and continued. I suspect the robbery of our goods this time and the oppressions against the Crawley family in County Town are connected to him. However, I have no evidence. Rain was taken aback when he heard this. They had used both threats and temptations. Jennifer wasn't having it easy. After thinking for a moment, Rain embraced the beautiful woman and comforted her softly. Rain, let me help you dress, the beautiful woman said, like a wife helping Rain get dressed. Indeed, a mature woman knows how to care for others. Soon, Rain, fully dressed, stepped out of the bedroom. Seeing Rain come out, Ginny at the door was startled. Well then, in front of her, the two were making no attempt to conceal anything. This, Lord Rain, isn't my mother coming? Ginny asked softly. Let Jennifer rest well. As for Alonso, leave him to me, Rain said sternly. At that moment, a luxurious carriage had just stopped at the front door of the Crawley family villa. A middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting attire, with an arrogant demeanor, stepped down from the carriage. The Crawley family's butler said with a worried expression, Baron Alonso, the lady is resting and hasn't gotten up yet. It's not polite for you to go up now. It's all right. Maybe Jennifer is ill. I should go check on her in her room, he said. As soon as he said this, it was as clear as Samazhau's intentions known to all. The butler, like a duck choked by the neck, initially wanted to say something but was silenced by Alonso's shamelessly brazen words. Thus, under the helpless gaze of the servants, Baron Alonso, protected by his personal guards, stride confidently into the villa. At this moment, Alonso's heart was extremely pleased as the fruit had ripened, and he was here to pick it, or at least to give it a squeeze. In the past 6 months, he had secretly contacted and influenced many low-level nobles and wealthy merchants to suppress all aspects of Crawley family's business, already shaking their standing in the commercial field. This time the news of an imported batch of precious Bordeaux wines he had leaked to the Wild Wolf Hills bandit group. Upon hearing that the Crawley family's batch of Bordeaux wines had been robbed, his mood soared. He believed that this would be the last straw to break Jennifer's spirit. So, he came this time as a victor, to see the devastated and compliant demeanor of the beautiful woman. Just the thought of the beautiful woman's fiery figure and stunning face made Alonso's heart suddenly heat up. He disliked using force. He preferred to have the beautiful woman surrender voluntarily and then inevitably come to plead with him. For to him, that was more interesting. After all, he was a gentleman. He couldn't be forceful. Suddenly, Alonso stopped his steps, because he felt an aggressive gaze trained on him from ahead. Alonso looked up to find a tall and commanding figure standing high on the central staircase of the second floor, gazing down at him. This situation, with the other party high above and him below, made him extremely uncomfortable. just as he was about to reprimand the other. Alonso took a closer look and his heart instantly thudded. Was it Rain? How could this guy be here? Baron Alonso, long time no see. Rain, from his elevated position, greeted him with a smile, adopting the posture of the host. You, Baron Rain, long time no see. Alonso answered, suppressing his surprise and uncertainty. He knew that Rain had just met his father Count Habs the day before. Thank you. It seems Baron Alonso is well informed. By the way, may I ask what brings you here? Rain asked, feigning ignorance. To visit a friend? Alonso replied reluctantly. Oh, it wouldn't be Lady Crawley, would it? If so, please turn back, Rain said, effectively evicting him. Alonso's eyes twitched, sensing something unfavorable. She worked hard all night and is now resting well. Seeing that Alonso was still not backing down, Rain added a comment any man would understand. What? How could this? In an instant, Alonso reacted. His originally haughty face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. He huffed heavily and turned on his heel to leave. At this moment, Alonso's heart was bleeding. He felt as if the flower he had painstakingly nurtured for a year had suddenly been uprooted by a pig. Rain, you. Forget it. Why bother with someone who's about to die? Soon, the rebels will take care of him. When that time comes, Jennifer will still be mine. However, the thought of Jennifer being used again made Alonso's heart ache once more. To think a young man would prefer a mature woman. Alonso had heard about Rain becoming the guardian knight of the Crawley family, but he never imagined that Rain would get involved with Jennifer, considering their significant age difference. Shouldn't Ginny and Rain be more suited for each other? The more Alonso thought about it, the angrier he became, haunted by the feeling that his possession had been stolen. Ginny and the servants of the Crawley family watched Baron Alonso leave without uttering a harsh word, with a humiliated bearing, and turned to Rain with a look of astonishment. It seemed as if they were asking, "My lord, how did you manage it?" After all, in the entire Meister County, there were few who could make Baron Alonso swallow his pride. Indeed, if not out of respect for Alonso, most people would still give regard to Earl Harris. Rain watched Alonso depart, and after a short while, he returned to the bedroom. The beautiful woman, seeing Rain had taken care of the matter so quickly, asked curiously, "That was fast?" Alonso has left, and as long as I'm here, I believe he won't come looking for you again," Rain replied. Rain, thank you," the beautiful woman said as she got out of bed and suddenly embraced Rain from behind. Instantly, a burning touch came from behind Rain, particularly from 2 points. Originally, Rain planned to carefully examine the 2 scrolls about the armor-casting technique, but to his surprise, the beautiful woman seemed to have fully recovered her strength after a night's rest. In fact, Rain misunderstood. The reason for her embrace was because Rain had just swiftly dealt with Alonso's harassment, which made Jennifer believe even more that she had chosen the right man, and in a burst of emotion, she hugged Rain from behind. But Rain mistook it for the beautiful woman wanting something more. Therefore, symphonies once again echoed within the room. This caused Jenny, who was outside the door, to blush. She spat in disgust and hurriedly left. It wasn't until noon that Rain, with 2 scrolls in hand, boarded the carriage and left the Crawley family estate for Flashgold Town, feeling refreshed. He was heading home to talk to his parents about moving once again. Just before he left, Jennifer assured Rain that she would soon send 3 maids, 3 male servants, and a team of guards ahead, and that she would also arrange to prepare some daily necessities right away. Basically, Rain could have his family move into the new residence by tomorrow. Having such a capable helpmeet to handle these matters brought joy to Rain's heart. He planned to later hand over the high-value spoils captured from the rebel stronghold to Jennifer for her to manage. As for himself, he was only responsible for one thing, and that was to enhance his own strength. The carriage traveled smoothly. Inside the carriage, Rain slowly opened the first scroll and began to read intently. It was titled Crawley's Outline of Armor Casting Volume 1. The opening paragraph succinctly described that the outline was mainly about forging metal plate armor rather than chain mail, scale armor, or other types of armor. However, what caught Rain's attention were 2 sets of knight plate armor blueprints with exquisite patterns and varying levels of forging difficulty. The first set was called the Cavalry Lance set, an 8-piece collection including a plate helmet, shoulder guards, breastplate, arm guards, gauntlets, leg guards, greaves, and war boots. Each component's critical steps and difficulties were noted. The materials required were common iron ingots, and the full set of armor was slightly thin, presumably to reduce weight, making it suitable for second and third level attendants or prospective knights, a beginner's set of plate armor. The second set was a chromium iron plate armor set, which Rain had purchased twice before at the County Town Army Supply store, considered a slightly superior set for official knights. Being already familiar with this set of armor, Rain quickly glanced over it and then planned to flip through the second scroll. That's when the system alert suddenly sounded. Ding. It has been detected that the host is reading a class change-related item Crawley's Outline of Armor Casting Volume 1, which triggers the class change Armor Caster. The preconditions for advancing from Blacksmith to Armor Caster are 1. Blacksmith LV5 or higher, 2. Strength of at least 12 points, Constitution of at least 12 points, 3. Independently forging 10 acceptable pieces of plate armor, 4. Knowledge related to the armor casting technique. Current conditions not met. Advancement to Armor Caster failed. Seeing the system alert pop up, Rain felt quite delighted. Indeed, as he had anticipated before, this book, scroll, related to the armor casting technique was key to the blacksmith's subsequent class advancement. Lady Crawley, you truly are my lucky star. However, when Rain carefully reviewed the prerequisite conditions, he found he had already met the second, third, and fourth items. The only one he had not fulfilled was the first condition. Rain flipped the system panel to the front page, the attributes column. Name: Rain Carlin. Profession: Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. LV4, 345/1000/Knight, Transcendent. LV4, 277/1000/Beast Tamer, Transcendent. LV5, 64/2000/Blacksmith. LV4, 329/1000, Constitution, 19 Strength, 17 Agility, 17 Spirit, 25 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points. 5. As he had not practiced forging recently, Rain found his blacksmith profession level had stagnated at LV4, 329/1000, a considerable distance from the LV5 required for a job change. But then, Rain suddenly thought of another issue. That is, if there are armor casters, there should naturally be related subsequent professions involved in weapon crafting such as swordsmiths, hammersmiths, etc., though the names might not be exact. So the question arises, after raising the blacksmith level to LV5, should he opt to change his profession to armor caster immediately? Or should he hold off, try to find knowledge about other professions such as swordsmith or hammersmith, and aim to transition into a weapon forging profession like those? Soon, Rain figured out exactly what he needed. He often engages in intense battles, and damage to his armor is a common occurrence. Just in the previous month, Rain had already damaged 2 sets of chrome steel armor. That means if he were an armor caster, he could manage some of the complex repair work himself. Secondly, once he changes his profession to armor caster, perhaps he could craft several sets of plate armor suited for different combat scenarios. The layered armor approach, that is a style in itself. Finally, based on previous job change experiences, a profession change generally brings an increase in attribute points and triggers certain core skills, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Therefore, changing his profession to armor caster fits him better than switching to a weapon forging-related profession. Having realized this, Rain opened the second scroll. The first thing that caught Rain's eye was the title Crowley's Compendium of Armor Casting Technique, Volume 2. Then, Rain noticed that the second volume also contained 2 sets of knight plate armor details and patterns with different levels of difficulty. The first set is called the Ice Iron Suit, emanating a light blue metallic sheen throughout, with the same 8 pieces as the cavalry suit. The crafting material is a rare type of ice iron ingot, a special or he had only heard of, which apparently offers special defensive power against flames. Sure enough, a note on the side stated that the ice iron suit could slightly reduce the damage the wearer receives from flames. This reminded Rain of the higher-tier knight plate armor set he had reserved at the county town's military supply depot, the water film steel suit. The two seemed quite similar. The ice iron suit probably belonged to the same high-grade tier as the water film steel suit. What? This first set is already advanced knight armor? Could the second set be even stronger? Rain quickly set his focus on the second armor set, the secret silver engraved plate armor, which was dark silver in appearance. Moreover, the surface was carved with intricate lines and symbols, giving it a mysterious look. Such a design did not seem to be the result of mere hammering or forging. Instead, it appeared to involve some form of witchcraft. However, what Rain was more curious about at this moment was the function of the secret silver engraved plate armor. As Rain focused his gaze on the annotations, seconds later, Rain raised his eyebrows, quite shocked. It was written on the annotations, "Mithril engraved plate armor slightly enhances the power of witchcraft." There is a common knowledge here. You have to know. Nearly all metal knight plate armors hinder the manipulation of mysterious side energy particles by spiritual power, and depending on the metal material of the armor, it could weaken the power by about 10%, 20%, or even more. Otherwise, why would wizards and wizard apprentices be fools? Would they not understand that wearing the hefty knight armor, which provides higher defensive power, is better than opting for the thin wizard robe for battle? This point, Rain had already begun to feel during his previous battles. For instance, the chromium iron set had reduced Rain's witchcraft power by about 1.5%. However, for Rain, at this stage, the primary issue was solving the problem of whether he had any witchcraft at all, not the pursuit of the ultimate power of a certain witchcraft, so he didn't pay much attention to this. Of course, as Rain delved deeper into the path of wizardry, it was very likely that this 10% reduction in power would later exceed the defensive power of the chromium iron armor itself. Hence, upon seeing that the effect of the mithril engraved plate armor slightly enhances the power of witchcraft, this point overturned Rain's previous fixed understanding. Calming the shock in his heart, Rain began to examine the production techniques and process for the mithril engraved plate armor seriously. Firstly, its main material is mithril ingots. Regarding mithril, Rain had certainly heard of it. It is a rare ore, said to have an excellent compatibility with all types of energy particles. It is considered to have the least weakening effect on the power of witchcraft among the metals, apparently less than 10%. However, a clear problem was that, if it was solely because mithril was used as the main material, it still would not suffice to achieve the effect of slightly enhancing witchcraft power as claimed in the annotations. Indeed, as he puzzled over this, Rain continued to read, and saw that there was a process later referred to as inscription in the sheepskin scroll, roughly meaning that intricate lines and symbols had to be carved and outlined on the surface of the forged mithril armor. This step was something Rain didn't fully understand yet, but clearly this was the key to why the mithril engraved plate armor could slightly enhance the power of witchcraft. Just as Rain pondered this matter, suddenly, a bolt of lightning crossed his mind. Isn't that right? This technique. It clearly doesn't seem like a skill that blacksmith brutes would master, but rather seems more like some mysterious art. Could it be that the late Baron Crawley was not only a blacksmith but also a senior wizard apprentice? Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he managed to combine the blacksmithing technique with such a complex inscription so perfectly. Rain thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "It seems that the late Baron Crawley was not so simple after all. Perhaps there's an unknown story behind the man's death." However, Rain soon shook his head slightly. Now, he didn't have the time to investigate this, as clearly it could involve a substantial amount of his time and energy. His current focus was still on improving his strength to face the known and unknown challenges. As for the mithril engraved plate armor, it had to be put aside for the time being, because you have to eat one bite at a time and walk step by step. Right now, he wasn't even a blacksmith, much less skilled in the art of inscription, so how could he craft the most complex mithril engraved plate armor? At this stage, Rain planned to first craft the simplest suit of armor, the cavalry suit, as set out in the first volume. On one hand, making the cavalry set would help elevate his blacksmith profession level to LV5, and on the other, one of the prerequisites for becoming an armorsmith was to independently forge any 10 qualifying plate armor parts. So after putting the second volume away, Rain opened the first volume again and carefully started to review the manufacturing process of the cavalry suit. By the time he arrived at Flash Gold Town, Rain had the entire process of making the cavalry suit down pat. The cavalry suit had one good point. It required only ordinary iron ingots for forging, making material collection convenient, and the price relatively cheap, suitable for mass and multiple productions, ideal for grinding experience. What left a deep impression on Rain was that the breastplate of the cavalry armor was a rare muscle contour breastplate. It is the kind of breastplate worn by the ancient Spartan warriors of the previous world, the kind with contours of the pectoral and abdominal muscles, but for the sake of lightness, much thinner. At the same time, the process was not hammered out but directly cast using a mold, which naturally did not have the quality of 1,000 times hammered muscle contour breastplate. But in the sheepskin scroll, it seemed that the cavalry set was designed as the mass-produced, entry-level gear. Huh. The breastplate of the cavalry set is made of two large iron plates, namely the front chest and back plates, which are cast separately and then combined. Suddenly, Rain's eyes brightened. He just had an idea, for he remembered a book on Lin when he had read before, exploring the application of scorching touch in the field of forging. If it's this kind of manufacturing process, it seems that I can combine this process with the witchcraft scorching touch, thereby greatly improving the efficiency of production. Perhaps, advancing to blacksmith LV5 will not take too long. Once the family moves to county town, I'll be able to go to the blacksmith shop and try my hand at forging. If all goes well, maybe in 2 or 3 days, I could raise my profession level as a blacksmith to LV5. However, Rain quickly thought of a problem. If the experience reward given by the cavalry breastplate is high, should I level up my blacksmith to LV6 before considering a career change to an armorsmith? Rain hesitated. Then after pondering for a moment, he slightly shook his head. I'll see when the time comes. Right now, I don't know how much experience the system will give for making a cavalry breastplate. Besides, even if the experience rewarded by the system at blacksmith LV5 is generous, it doesn't mean it will still be generous at LV6. During previous skill level-ups, I have experienced situations where the experience for existing skills was significantly weakened after a profession level-up. Of course, the main reason was the 1-month vacation given by Count Haps. So, he had to settle his family quickly and then head to the Golden Coast in Rosby County to study under Master Gunther Otinga. If changing careers to an armorsmith took only 2 or 3 days, that shouldn't be a problem since settling his family and taking care of some miscellaneous matters would also require that much time. But if it took too long, it would not be worth the delay. After returning home, the first thing Rain said when he entered frightened his mother, Emma. "Mother, we might have to move again. You can start packing now." At that moment, old Rain was sitting in the backyard on a recliner, squinting leisurely in the warm winter sun while watching Bo he play with Cookie in the yard, enjoying the simple family pleasures. But when he accidentally heard Rain's words, old Rain nearly fell from his recliner. "Rain, what's happened?" Emma asked anxiously. Old Rain and his sister Bo, he also hurried over from the backyard. It was then that Rain realized he had frightened his family by not providing enough detail. He quickly explained, "It's good news. I've been granted the title of Baron, and the Empire has arranged a Baron's mansion for me over in County Town." Hearing that it was this kind of situation, Emma patted her chest and relaxed, chiding, "Really, you should have explained things more clearly." After thinking it over, Emma asked reluctantly, "Rain, can't we avoid moving? We like living here quite well. We're satisfied. And we know all the neighbors. If we go to County Town." Old Rain also nodded and agreed. "Yeah, Rain, we're happy living here. We're familiar with the surroundings. If we go to County Town, we won't know anyone." In old Rain's eyes, the large house they were currently living in was once the dream living condition he had yearned for. Now that he could live here, he was truly content. About that, Rain looked thoughtful. He could certainly understand his parents' concerns, but if his family continued to live in Flash Gold Town, then their safety would be at risk. So Rain quickly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. Since the new mansion is in the noble district of County Town, it will be more secure. If we stayed in Flash Gold Town, it would be much more dangerous." "But brother, if you're here, wouldn't that ensure our safety?" Bowie asked, her bright eyes fixed on Rain. She had always been confident in her brother's abilities. Rain stroked his sister's soft hair and said, "Of course, but I will soon be leaving on a trip to enhance my skills, likely for about a month. So, Bohi, you wouldn't want your brother to worry about your safety from afar, would you?" Upon hearing the words, enhanced skills, Emma and old Rain exchanged glances. They both understood that this concerned their son's future prospects, and it was instantly clear that it wasn't about whether they wanted to move, but they needed to move to County Town so that Rain could feel at ease while away from home. "Then that's settled. We'll start packing right away," old Rain said decisively. Rain looked at his father and nodded slightly. It seemed that when faced with a significant event, men could still be more decisive than women. "Rain, then I'll start packing now," Emma said and nodded, turning to go to the room to begin packing. "Mother, just pack the essentials. At the new residence, beds, bedding, and even clothes have all been prepared for us by others. Oh, and there are also several servants and a guard troop that have already moved in to clean and provide protection," Rain advised. At Rain's words, Emma, who had just turned to leave, suddenly stood frozen in place. And old Rain and Bohi's eyes widened significantly when they looked at Rain, their mouths slightly agape, their expressions showing the shock of, "What did you just say?" Previously, they had only heard Rain mention that he had become a baron. But as for the implications that his new title as a baron could have on every aspect of their lives, they had never thoroughly thought it through. What they had envisioned was perhaps eating better, living better, maybe traveling by carriage, but that was about it. Now, hearing about servants, guards, and such from Rain, they started to grasp the full picture. Suddenly, their lives were about to be entirely different from before. "Brother, does that mean someone can play with me now?" Bohi was the first to break the silence, sounding slightly happy. "Of course," Rain nodded. The next morning, after loading the valuables onto the Crowley family's carriage, Rain and his family set off for the county town. Including the new house in Flashgold Town where they had lived for just a month, Rain entrusted the sale of the rest of the items to the night watchman's captain, the short Mateo. It wasn't long before Rain and his family quickly arrived at the doorstep of their new mansion. As Mother Emma stepped down from the carriage, she saw two neat rows of people standing on either side of the mansion's gate, one row of uniformly dressed male and female servants and one row of fully armed guards. She was momentarily startled. Upon seeing Rain and his family step down from the carriage, the servants and guards immediately called out respectfully, "Lord Baron Rain, good day." "Madam, Miss, good day." The young Bohi clutched closely at her brother Rain's coat, looking quite nervous. But soon she peeped out from behind Rain, curiously looking around at the surroundings and the group of strangers calling her Miss. At that moment, old Rain's and Emma's heads were still buzzing. They had previously imagined this scene, but the protagonist was their son Rain. They had dreamt that, after their son had accomplished something, he would become a venerable knight and enjoy the admiration of the public. But what they hadn't expected was that one day, they too would be treated with such respect. Rain then waved his hand at the male servants and said, "Come here, take down the things, and everyone else, attend to your responsibilities." "At your command, Lord Baron." At once, the two rows of people sprang into action. The guards continued their dutiful post while three male servants came to the back of the carriage to help with the luggage. The female servants were diligently leading the way. "Rain, this place is so big," Mother Emma said as she walked, curiously looking around. This new mansion was at least 10 streets bigger than their new house in Flashgold Town. She noticed that, although she had never seen such decorations and styles before, they exuded a low-key luxury. She liked everything about it. Suddenly, a radiant, beautiful woman, accompanied by a lovely, noble young lady, emerged from the mansion. It was none other than Baroness Jennifer Crowley and Jenny. "Father, Mother, this is Baroness Crowley Jennifer, and I believe you have already met Miss Jenny," Rain introduced with a smile. Upon hearing that this lady was the esteemed Baroness, old Rain and Mother Emma were slightly overwhelmed, not immediately sure how to address Jennifer, the noblewoman. However, Jennifer, who was quite adept at reading social cues, naturally wouldn't let this awkward situation persist. She came forward with a beaming smile, pulling Emma's hand in a down-to-earth manner, and said, "Sister Emma, just call me Jennifer. I'm also currently managing the Baron's mansion. So, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. How about I give you a tour of the new mansion now?" The kind expression and warm words from the beautiful woman made Emma relax all at once. However, both she and old Rain immediately turned to look at Rain, their eyes full of inquiry as if to ask, "Can this noble and beautiful Baroness actually be our housekeeper?" Rain nodded at them and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, let Miss Jenny show you around. I have something to discuss with Baroness Crowley." This remark made the beautiful woman blush slightly. She thought Rain wanted to, with her. But the next second, after hearing what Rain had actually said, she realized she had misunderstood. "Madam, I need to use the Crowley family's blacksmith shop. It needs to be soon. And I might also need some cooperation from the blacksmith shop." Rain spoke to the beautiful woman. "Of course, Baron Rain, shall I take you there now?" The beautiful woman said respectfully and formally, as others were present. Rain naturally noticed the alluring look in the beautiful woman's eyes and couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, "Madam, I'm here to forge in a professional way, not to forge that." Of course, he couldn't say that so directly. Rain then said, "A blacksmith shop is not where a noble lady should be, but you could take me there first and introduce me to the person in charge. Perhaps I might also need their help with something minor. After that, you can head back first, There's a lot going on here at the new mansion, and my parents might need your company. An hour later, at the Crowley family blacksmith shop, inside a separate smelting room. After a brief introduction, Jennifer had already gone back earlier, while Rain had the blacksmith shop prepare a vacant room, clay molds, and a large amount of iron ingots for him. Rain planned to start making the cavalry breastplate. The reason he chose the large and heavy breastplate, rather than other smaller knight armor pieces such as wrist guards, was that the breastplate alone didn't require much hammering. In other words, if Rain's witchcraft scorching touch could successfully cooperate with forging the breastplate, then he would be able to quickly produce a cavalry breastplate and thus gain substantial professional experience points. In the blacksmith's furnace, there were already 7 or 8 iron ingots burned red hot. Meanwhile, Rain raised both hands, holding them suspended about 30 to 40 centimeters above the furnace. Soon after, he began to softly chant a spell. Just over 2 seconds later, a crimson glow emerged in front of Rain's palms. Since Rain's spiritual power had already reached 25 points, the power of the witchcraft scorching touch was further enhanced. Rain could clearly feel the ambient fire energy particles rapidly gathering in front of his palms. Moreover, he was certain that he no longer needed the furnace's heat assistance and could rely solely on the witchcraft scorching touch to melt ordinary iron ingots with a melting point around 1,500 degrees. As Rain continued to output spiritual power, the already blazing furnace flames shot up suddenly, and the temperature quickly rose. The 7 or 8 iron ingots began to visibly brighten, soften, and then slowly melt like candles. Several minutes later, Rain opened a small gate and poured the molten iron from the furnace into a clay mold. After cooling, Rain picked up the blacksmith hammer and began to forge, smoothing some of the rough edges, and finally joined the front and back iron plates together, forming a complete, muscle-type breastplate. At this moment, a system notification appeared. You have conducted the forging work of the cavalry breastplate, Insight Enhanced. You have learned a new skill armor casting technique. Your skill armor casting technique has improved. Experience plus 33. You focused on cavalry breastplate forging, blacksmith professional experience points plus 32. Hiss. These experience points. This efficiency. The application of witchcraft and forging is terrifyingly effective. Critically, it can be further accelerated. Rain had already thought of a method. After estimating the spiritual power consumed by the witchcraft scorching touch, he quickly had the staff in the blacksmith shop help make 7 or 8 identical clay molds. Rain repeatedly used the witchcraft scorching touch, continuously melting and pouring into the 8 pairs of clay molds, and after cooling, he performed the hammering and joining work. At this time, the system notifications nearly spammed up. Your skill armor casting technique has improved. Experience plus 33. You focused on cavalry breastplate forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 32. Your skill armor casting technique has improved. Experience plus 30. You focused on cavalry breastplate forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 31. After returning home for lunch with Jennifer, Ginny, and his family at noon, Rain plunged back into the blacksmith shop. Finally, as the bright moonlight shone into the room, a wonderful system notification appeared. Congratulations, your blacksmith profession level has increased. As his blacksmith profession level advanced to LV5, Rain once again gained an attribute point and a skill point. As a result, the remaining attribute points on his system panel reached 2, and the remaining skill points reached 6, the highest in history. After some thought, Rain forged another cavalry breastplate. This time, he gained only 5 points of blacksmith profession level experience. Clearly, after reaching LV5, the professional experience points gained from making cavalry breastplates had greatly decreased. Thus, there was nothing to hesitate about. Rain decided to advance his profession immediately. Prerequisites for advancing from blacksmith to armor caster are 1. Blacksmith LV5 or higher, 2. Strength 12 points or more, Constitution 12 points or more, 3. Independently forge any 10 qualified plate armor components, 4. Knowledge related to armor casting technique. Current conditions met. Would you like to advance to armor caster? Note: after advancing to armor caster, the original blacksmith panel will merge into the new armor caster profession panel. Original blacksmith core skills retained. If core skills could be retained, then there was even less of an issue. After reading it over once more, Rain unhesitatingly chose yes. Ding. Advancement to Armor Caster successful. Strength +2. Constitution +2. Gain Armor Caster core skill. Armor Specialization LV1. Oh, there's a new core skill. Rain's face brightened immediately, because the appearance of each core skill almost always brought him an instant significant enhancement in strength. Just wondering if this time, it would still be the same. Armor Crafting Specialization LV1. Passive. As an armor smith who has studied the forging of metal armor for years, you're very familiar with the production of various metal armors, slightly improving the success rate of metal armor production. Oh, is it actually a core skill for production? Rain's heart suddenly felt a chill. What he wanted, of course, was a core combat skill, but to his surprise, this time it was a manufacturing core skill. This gave Rain a sense of false happiness. But there was nothing he could do about it now, so Rain continued to look at the skill effect description. Core skill. Armor Crafting Specialization LV1. Passive. Armor Crafting Specialization LV1. Passive. Effect. The pass rate of all the metal armors you make will significantly increase, the rate of good quality slightly increase, and the rate of high quality subtly improve. This content quickly made Rain fall into deep thought. This core skill seems not to be useless after all. Perhaps, when I can make higher level night plate armor, it could have a miraculous effect. Keep in mind, it's quite difficult for a normal armor smith to forge high-quality night plate armor, but with this core skill of armor crafting specialization, Rain had already vaguely thought of scenarios where he could apply this core skill effectively. However, this can be put aside for now, and not rushed. At this time, Rain turned to carefully review his panel. The original blacksmith panel had vanished, and now the armor smith profession panel was displayed. However, unlike the other three transcendent professions, the color of the armor smith's profession panel was still white, indicating a regular profession, not a transcendent one. Also, Rain quickly noticed that, as previously reminded by the system, all of the original blacksmith skills were incorporated into the armor smith panel. After being promoted to armor smith, the additional 2 points in strength and 2 points in constitution increased Rain's strength from 17 points to 19 points and his constitution from 19 points to 21 points, crossing into the 20s. Feeling the surge of strength throughout his body, Rain felt a wave of joy inside. The promotion in profession level typically only offers 1 free attribute point per level up, but now Rain had gained 4 attribute points at once upon transitioning from blacksmith to armor smith. This was equivalent to increasing profession level by 4 levels. Additionally, with the increase of these 4 attribute points, Rain's physical limit had directly increased from 75% to 83%, getting closer and closer to the 100% breaking limit. His most important gain, however, was that, through this forging process, Rain further proved that when forging is successfully combined with witchcraft, it would greatly enhance the experience in the forging profession. After thinking for a while, Rain decided not to continue building the cavalry set and planned to return to his manor. He intended to make some preparations before a long journey. Inside Rain's new manor, his daughter Jenny had already returned to the Crowley family manor, while the beautiful Jennifer was currently in a bedroom of Rain's new manor, taking a bath. As for why Jennifer stayed at Rain's side instead of returning to the Crowley family's manor, Jennifer convinced herself with a simple reason. She was now also the housekeeper of Rain's new baronial estate. So, as a housekeeper, she naturally needed to prepare a bedroom for herself in the new manor. As the warm water streamed over certain parts of her body, the beautiful woman couldn't help but gently close her eyes, reminiscing about the beauty of that night. She hadn't experienced that kind of exquisite sensation in over a year, and at her age, it was precisely the time she needed it the most. But of course, what was crucial was that the young man was incredibly gifted. The beautiful woman thought about how the young man was not only genuinely gifted in strength but also gifted in that aspect, and suddenly felt a wave of crisis. Sigh. She was ultimately too old, no longer the fresh, young girl. In the future, as the young man's power grows, his status will inevitably rise, and the excellent women he could meet would increase. Even though she never thought of becoming the other half of the young man, at least she wanted to have a place in his heart. Jennifer thought to herself, rely on family background? She was born to a middle-class merchant, and the Crowley family was just an ordinary baronial family, while now the young man was already a baron. Clearly, it wouldn't work. Rely on beauty? Jennifer, touching her still pretty face with the water, felt confident for the moment, But after all, she wasn't 18. She guessed that confidence would diminish over time. Rely on decent business skills? No, that was also merely an icing on the cake, requiring strong personal support. Looking at it, to keep the young man tied to herself in some way seemed to only have one method left. At this thought, a blush quickly spread across the beautiful woman's face because she remembered something a friend had said while drunk. Why am I not pretty, but can keep a man's heart? Because I'm naughty. While the beautiful woman was entertaining a bold idea, Rain had also returned to the new manor. After a quick wash upon returning to his bedroom, Rain began his daily practice of basic meditation techniques. The last time, just before Anna left, when his spirit attribute had reached 23 points, he was already able to visualize 20 will runes at once. Now, with his spirit attribute reaching 25 points, Rain could visualize 22 will runes at once. He was only 2 will runes short of successfully visualizing all 24 and reaching the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. When one sees themselves getting closer to their goal, the sense of motivation just keeps growing. Rain felt the same way. At the moment, he actually really wanted to allocate the remaining 2 attribute points to spirit. If he did, there was a chance that he could visualize all 24 will runes in one go today. However, the game-changing trump card of adding points to recover obviously couldn't be used here. So, he could only think about it. After concluding his practice of the basic meditation method, Rain began to contemplate the preparations for departure. First and foremost, the most important matter, making sure the family is well settled before leaving, was already taken care of. Because the noble district in the county town, in a sense, was already the safest area in all of Meist County. The noble district not only had very strict access control for people coming in and out, but there was also a higher density of patrolling city guards, far more than in civilian or commercial areas. Under normal circumstances, as long as his parents and younger sister Bowie didn't leave this area, it was highly unlikely that anything would happen. As for abnormal circumstances, Rain shook his head slightly, thinking there was no need to consider the abnormal. After all, this was a transcendent world, and to return a person to the embrace of the goddess, other than ordinary means, there were many mysterious methods. And for those, Rain had no good solutions at the moment. Even for himself, he could only rely on his mental power and constitution, significantly superior to ordinary people's, to endure certain curses or invisible killing techniques. At the same time, this also always gave Rain a sense of urgency, driving him to continually increase his own strength. As for other matters, Rain's thoughts shifted. Since his family was already settled, nothing else was that important. Still, he had to send someone to Flash Gold Town tomorrow to speak with Hamilton. About the secret affair, he feared he wouldn't be able to make time for it for now. It would have to wait until he returned from the Golden Coast. There was no time to lose. Rain planned to say farewell to his family and Jennifer tomorrow and then immediately set off for the Golden Coast to seek out Master Ganther. At that moment, a soft knock came from outside the bedroom door. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was very light, as if afraid of disturbing someone in the next room. Rain vaguely guessed who it was. He raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of a smile forming on his face. "Please come in." As Rain's words fell, a woman wearing a hood and draped in a black cloak quickly opened the door and walked in. She swiftly removed her hood, revealing a beautiful face. It was the lovely matron Jennifer. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Rain before she immediately turned around and locked the door. Rain looked at the cloaked lady, somewhat puzzled by her attire today, which was very different from the noblewoman's dress she wore during the day, and asked curiously, Jennifer, why are you dressed like?" In response to Rain's question, the beautiful woman didn't speak. Instead, she undid her black cloak. As the cloak fell to the floor, Rain's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth slightly agape with shock. Wow, Jennifer sure knows how to play. Jennifer, who held the esteemed position of a baroness, was actually dressed in an extremely fitted maid's outfit, accentuating her lovely figure without a doubt. The fullness of her upper body was blinding white and seemed almost too much for the dress to contain, followed by a slender waist, with a little bit of flesh on her abdomen but not enough to appear bulky. Instead, it added to her femininity. The skirt didn't fall to the knees nor to the thigh but approached the end. Moving around posed the risk of exposing too much. The exaggerated proportions of her bust, waist, and hips instantly captured Rain's attention. No wonder she had been sneaking around, exuding a guilty thief's demeanor, and even wrapped herself in a black cloak for cover. If this got out, that a noble baroness was dressed in a maid's uniform visiting her young lover's room in the middle of the night for pleasure, it would probably become the talk of the town in Meist County City, from the nobles to the common folk, by the next day. After all, this was just too playful. And the key thing was, it wasn't over yet. The beautiful woman hesitantly took out a small stick-shaped, cylinder candlestick from behind her, shyly looked down, and said to Rain, "The candles on the mountain-shaped candlestick have 3 branches, which is too much for me. Can we use this instead?" At once, something like a flame ignited in Rain's eyes. If one hesitates in that situation, can they even call themselves a man? Rain stepped forward in an instant and, amidst Jennifer's surprised cry, scooped her up and headed for the large bed. 10,000 words are omitted here. The next morning before dawn, Rain, holding the voluptuous woman in his arms, suddenly gained insight into a few sayings from his previous life. The pleasures of the flesh are the grave of heroes, is a skinning knife. No wonder Jennifer, who was so playful, was being targeted by many, including Alonso. Seeing the first light of dawn, Rain thought for a moment and said softly to the beautiful woman, "Jennifer, I plan to leave today. However, please keep my departure a secret for the time being. By the time certain people realize it, I should be almost back. That way, you'll all be relatively safer. After all, some may hesitate to act because of me," he explained. The beautiful lady nodded obediently upon hearing Rain speak of serious matters. Rain had mentioned this to her before, and she wholeheartedly agreed with his approach of not indulging in pleasures but pursuing continuous improvement in his strength. Especially after experiencing her own family's rise and fall, she understood one thing very well: a family's core fighting strength is indispensable. This was something she couldn't compensate for, no matter how talented she was in business and how much wealth she created. Since many things in Rain's new residence were still not in place, such as carriages, the lovely lady considerately asked, "Rain, do you need a carriage arranged to take you there?" "No need. I can get there faster on horseback." Rain shook his head. "Oh no," exclaimed the lady, her face pale with shock. She hastily got up, revealing patches of her fair, creamy skin as she began to get dressed. Rain looked at her, puzzled. "It's getting light. I must return to my room immediately." "If your parents," she explained while dressing. Rain suddenly understood. After breakfast and saying goodbye to his family and Jennifer, Rain, wearing a hood and a black cloak, still with 2 horses, headed towards the Golden Coast in Rosby County. Because of the tight schedule, Rain did not go to Richmond Fishing Port to catch up with Haas. He planned to drop by on the way back. 6 days later, Rain arrived at a small town on the Golden Coast called Landonia. Amidst the azure sea and sky, with the cool sea breeze of winter, Rain found Master Ganther's secluded spot right across from a white lighthouse on the coast with the help of the local residents. Rain hadn't expected Master Ganther's retreat to be quite so distinctive. It was on a small island about 20 meters away from the shore, and between the island and the shore was only a narrow path connecting them. Perhaps calling it a path was not entirely accurate, for the middle section of the path was a stone arch bridge. Rain stood on the seashore, looking out to the sea. He could clearly see rough rocks scattered across the small island, and near the center, 7 or 8 simple stone houses and a group of figures practicing swordsmanship, facing the sea. Around the lighthouse, there were also several simple wooden houses. Unlike the stone houses on the island, there were mostly wooden structures here, and the number of young people far exceeded that on the island. These individuals, some alone and some in groups, were all practicing various forms of swordsmanship. Rain took a quick look and raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "My goodness, most of them are official knights, while a few are squires, but the squires are noticeably younger. But then, the young people by the lighthouse aren't on the island. Could it be there's some sort of division? Only those above a certain level of swordsmanship can go to the island, and the rest can only train here?" Rain was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that his presence as a stranger was sensed, as many of the young people focused their gaze on him. But after a quick glance, nobody came forward, instead continuing their swordsmanship practice. Despite being tens of meters away, Rain's keen perception allowed him to clearly hear the young people whispering amongst themselves. "Another one's here. I wonder if he's been introduced by a great noble, or if he's like us, having to pass an examination. HMPF, what's the use of being introduced by a great noble? Master Ganther won't spoil them. If they're not up to par, they're just not up to par." Rain frowned slightly, listening to this. It seemed that Master Ganther was quite strict. But soon, his brow relaxed. He was here to learn real skills. A great teacher produces great students. Being strict is not a bad thing, as long as he could learn something. It seemed that someone on the island also noticed Rain, mounted on the tall black horse. One person, in particular, was quickly crossing the narrow path, rushing toward him. Seeing the other person draw near, and out of courtesy, Rain decided to dismount the black horse first. The newcomer was also a young man, holding a dual-handed great sword and standing nearly half a head taller than Rain, with a height of almost 2 meters. "Are you here to see Master Ganther?" "Yes," Rain replied. "Do you have an introduction letter?" "Yes," Rain nodded, about to take the letter from his pocket. At this point, the young man waved his hand and said, "That's fine. No need to show it to me. You can give it directly to the master later." The young man then took another look at Rain, who appeared quite ordinary to him, and then glanced at the noticeably larger and stronger black horse next to Rain, and said, "Nice horse." The implication was clear. The nice horse implied that Rain did not match the horse, because it was only the horse that was nice. But Rain didn't mind, because changing someone's opinion isn't about talk, it's about showing strength. "Follow me," said the young man, seemingly surprised by Rain's composed demeanor, and with a slight nod, turned to lead the way. He asked haphazardly, "Where are you from?" "From Meister County." "That's quite close, just the neighboring county," the young man nodded. "How did you get to know Master Ganther?" The young man continued. At this question, Rain glanced at him but did not answer. The young man did not mind and continued, "Do you know that Master Ganther's training is famously impersonal? If you do not meet his training requirements, even if you're introduced by a great noble, your training will end. See that man there?" The other person pursed his lips. Following his direction, Rain saw a young nobleman in hunting attire, his face streaked with dejection as he packed his belongings onto a chestnut horse, seemingly preparing to leave. How long has he been here?" Rain asked for the first time. Clearly, by what the young man had said, this noble scion must have failed to meet Master Ganther's training demands. Hence he was choosing to leave in disappointment. 7 days, the young man replied. "But that's quite good actually. There are others who lasted only 3 days. 7 is somewhat decent." The young man glanced at Rain, his words apparently trying to gauge Rain's real thoughts from his expression. Because the newcomer seemed a bit unusual to him, too composed, giving him the feeling of standing against a thick, enduring reef by the shoreline. However, he was quickly disappointed, because Rain's expression remained undisturbed, showing no hint of his emotions. Soon, the two walked along a path to the other end of the island. There they saw a very bulky, tall elder directing several robust young men. Upon seeing Rain's arrival, the tall elder turned and walked over. The elder had a head of gold hair mixed with traces of white, casually hanging at his back, his features sharp as if chiseled by fierce sea winds, his beard short and box-shaped, broad shoulders and a solid chest, resembling a majestic mountain harboring breathtaking strength. The elder's eyes, sharp as a tiger's, vivid with spirit, scrutinized Rain up and down. "Master Ganther, hello, my name is Rain, from Meister County. Here is my letter of introduction." Rain bowed slightly, respectfully handing over the letter Clea had given him. "Oh, introduced by Clea, is it?" The elder's tiger eyes looked at Rain somewhat surprised, taking the letter. After quickly reading the letter, the elder scrutinized Rain again, his face showing surprise, and said, "The letter mentions that your knight talent may even surpass hers." Master Ganther paused. The 7 or 8 young men around momentarily moved their ears, several of them waving their longswords while slightly turning their heads to sneak a peek at Rain. They seemed to be curious to see what this supposedly talented newcomer looked like. But soon, they resumed their prior activities, seemingly a bit disappointed in Rain, as he appeared quite unremarkable at first glance. "However, here, I don't look at talent, only results. If you can meet the daily training requirements, you can stay," Master Ganther said in a deep voice. "I understand, Master Ganther." Master Ganther nodded and said, "Good, Bask. Take the newcomer and help him settle his luggage." "Yes, Master Ganther," the young man who had received Rain quickly replied. "Come see me in half an hour to start the first training task." Ganther then turned to Rain. Rain paused slightly, nodded, and said, "Yes, Master." The young man who had just led the way suddenly became quite enthusiastic. As he walked in front, he started chatting more. "So, your name is Rain, eh? I'm Bask. My father is Baron Randonia from Golden Coast, and I have an older brother." Hearing this, Rain glanced at him. No wonder, judging from what he had sensed, The other party must have just stepped into formal knighthood not long ago. His strength was not strong, and there was a clear gap compared to a few practitioners on the island. So it was a local snake situation. He must have received some sort of preferential treatment from Master Ganther. This was also understandable. Although Master Ganther was devoted to studying swordsmanship, there always needed to be someone to help out with miscellaneous chores. Not to mention eating, which surely required someone to prepare additional food. Like Rain himself, for instance, who needed to consume dozens of pounds of ordinary food per meal to meet his nutritional needs. However, if he could add some ferocious beast meat, that would make things much better. But the cooking process was time-consuming and laborious, so having someone to take care of it would definitely save time and effort. Bass continued, "You'll have to put in some extra effort later on. According to Master Ganther's custom, you are given a maximum of 3 days to complete the first training task. If you can't complete it, then you'll have to leave." Rain found it strange why the other had suddenly become so enthusiastic. But after a moment's thought, Rain seemed to understand something. Bast's behavior was most likely not due to Master Ganther, nor because of Rain himself. Then the answer was almost self-evident. It was because of Clea. Indeed, it wasn't long before the young man named Bask turned the conversation to Lady Crea. He rubbed his hands together, seeming a bit embarrassed as he asked, "Rain, you and Lady Crea? You're quite familiar with each other, aren't you?" "Familiar. Otherwise, she wouldn't have written me an introduction letter, right?" Rain said with a smile. Right. So you two are?" Bask continued to inquire. Seeing Rain's slight frown, Bask immediately waved his hands and hurriedly said, "Rain, don't get me wrong. I wanted to ask whether Lady Crea, she doesn't have a fiancé yet, does she?" This took Rain by surprise. Apparently, Clea's influence was quite far-reaching. She had been gone for so long, and yet her legend was still circulating here. After a moment's thought, Rain shook his head. Lady Crea actually has a fiancé," Bask exclaimed, looking shocked and dismayed. Rain simply looked at him, saying, "I shook my head because I don't know." So that's the case. That's great. The moods of young people always change so quickly. But you might as well not bother. Clea likes someone stronger than her, and your strength." Rain glanced at him and immediately poured a bucket of cold water on the hopes of the young man named Bask. "Don't underestimate me, Rain. I'm only 16 and already a formal knight. I'm here training with Master Ganther so that I can stand out in the knightly competition. Although I'm slightly less skilled than Lady Crea, I'm only a little behind, and I feel I still have a chance," the youth said confidently, changing his tone. Rain glanced at him again and did not continue the conversation, but in his mind, he silently added, "You stand no chance, because you're rival." Soon, the two arrived at the center of the island near the simple stone huts made of piled stones. It was then that Rain discovered that from the coastline, due to the angle, he had only seen 7 or 8 stone huts. But in reality, some huts were hidden by others in front, so in total there were more than 10 huts. The doors with circles mean they're taken. Those without circles are empty. "Rain, you can pick any of them to live in," said the young man on the side, gesturing with his hands for Rain to choose any hut. Rain walked around and found that someone seemed to clean the huts regularly. They were quite tidy inside, so he randomly chose one and moved his luggage in. At this point, Bask slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, Rain, there's another thing. If you want someone here to take care of your meals, you'll have to pay a fee, and the same goes for your horse." "How much?" Rain nodded, finding it reasonable. "If it's a nutritious meal with added ferocious beast meat, it'll be pricier, 10 gold coins a day for 3 meals. However, most people choose to add an extra meal in the evening, which is a lot cheaper. For the horse, it's 1 silver coin a day for care." "Okay, I'll pay for a month up front." Rain handed over 303 gold coins to Bask right away. TSK, such a wealthy man. "Just to be clear, it's not that I don't want to round off the change for you, but this money goes to the family. It has nothing to do with me," Bask remarked after receiving the coins. Although he was also a noble scion, he was a second son, and the share he could get from the family was mostly divided by his brother, and that was on the premise that he had proven his value as an investment. Rain didn't mind. He had recently made a good sum of money at the Zero Resistance base, so spending this amount was not painful. Besides, the very profitable matron Jennifer had also prepared an extra sum of money for him before his departure. So money wasn't a problem for Rain at the moment. Who should I entrust the horse to then?" Rain nodded, and then looked around. realizing that there was no stable nearby. That's simple. Leave it to my servant. Brando, take good care of this lord's horses. Suddenly, from a stone house in the farthest corner, a young servant quickly ran out. Bowing towards Rain and Basque, he said, "At your command, young Master Basque." After settling down briefly, Rain thought for a moment and left his chrome iron suit and pig-headed hammer in the room. Wearing the black cinched waistcoat embroidered with gold and silver threads that Jennifer had prepared for him, he walked out of the stone house. Seeing Rain dressed in handsomely understated luxury, Basque was momentarily stunned and murmured softly, "He does look good, but this is training, not a fashion show." Rain didn't care about such comments that stemmed from jealousy of his looks. The two then headed towards the location where Master Ganther had just been. At that moment, Rain couldn't help but ask, "Basque, what exactly is this first task?" Basque smiled mysteriously and said, "Guess." Rain's face darkened. "You're not a beauty. Why should I guess with you? Guess a ghost." Seeing Rain's displeased expression, Basque finally restrained his smile, became a bit more serious, and said, "Cutting seagrass." Rain was taken aback. His steps slightly hesitated. It wasn't too difficult. It seemed too simple, actually. Cutting seagrass? Rain asked back in surprise. He had thought that the first task would involve battling some kind of sea creature with a high probability of difficulty. Otherwise, why would so many young people be sweating it out near the lighthouse practicing their swordsmanship? Clearly, he had been stopped right at the first hurdle, unable to gain entry. However, perhaps the seagrass in this area has some peculiarities, making it quite challenging? Rain thought to himself. Yes, cutting seagrass, but this type of seagrass is very tough. I'm not clear on the specific reasons, but it's certainly hard to chop through. Try it yourself later and you'll see. The young man nodded affirmatively. He was in charge of logistics here due to his connection, practicing with Master Ganther while also handling some odd jobs, hence he was very familiar with the master's habits. The first step, or the first task, always started with cutting seagrass. The locals called the seagrass in this area tough seagrass. Compared to ordinary seagrass, its surface is covered all year round with a layer of water-insoluble mucus secreted, which often dissipates the force of sharp weapons like swords. Even after this tough seagrass is pulled from the seabed and the mucus layer is removed, the inherent toughness of the seagrass itself is extraordinarily surprising. When several strands are dried and twisted together, they can be used as ropes on sailboats. This can give you an idea of its remarkable toughness. Hence it is called tough seagrass. However, Rain, if you use the dual-handed greatsword, it will be more challenging for you. If you knew how to use the knight's longsword, the first task would probably be a bit easier for you. The young man glanced at the glimmering greatsword on Rain's back and advised. Rain was somewhat enlightened by why Basque had said this. Because the cross-sectional area of a two-handed sword is much larger than that of a one-handed sword, the resistance when swinging it in water would naturally be much greater than that of a one-handed sword. However, after thinking it over, Rain asked back, "Has anyone completed the first task using a two-handed sword? Or what does Master Ganther think?" "Yes, but very few. The Master never cares whether you use a one-handed or a two-handed sword, nor does he remind you. However, I heard him say that you should use whatever you fight with to cut. Otherwise, according to the Master, you probably won't be able to complete the later training tasks. In that case, I won't switch. But, Basque, thanks for the heads up." Rain shrugged and said with a smile. This young man seemed nice, aside from being a bit of a chatterbox. The two went to the other end of the island. Master Ganther was still in the same place, coaching a few young people on their swordsmanship. After seeing Rain and Basque coming, he nodded slightly, signaling Rain to keep up. Master Ganther took Rain to the side of the reef and pointed to the water, saying, "There is a type of tough sea grass under the water. If you cut 10 strands with a sword within 3 days, you will have completed the training task. Remember, it's to be done with a sword, not by pulling with your hands." "Understood, Master Ganther." Rain nodded. As Rain followed where Master Ganther pointed and gazed into the deep blue water, he realized that since this area was about 20 to 30 meters from the shoreline, the depth of water around the rocks had already exceeded 2 meters. About 10 meters from where he stood, he could vaguely see the seabed where many elongated plants were swaying. Presumably, these were the tough seagrass that Master Ganther had mentioned. Without asking anything further, Rain took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the deep blue water. Instantly, a wave of cold and the compressive sensation of water from all side him. Being winter, the sea water was much colder than in summer. Even with Rain's physical constitution, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. However, with a constitution of 21, Rain quickly adapted to the icy marine environment. Just diving 3 or 4 meters, Rain already saw the seafloor where the green belt-like sea grass grew upward. At this moment, a large group of tough sea grass was slightly swaying in the sea with the undercurrents. This tough sea grass was different from what Rain had envisioned, resembling more of the seaweed from his previous life but much narrower. Without much thought, Rain swung the glimmering greatsword in his hands and chopped directly at the swaying tough seagrass. On the shore, a young man with a buzz cut frowned and glanced at Bask, saying, "Bask, didn't you tell him that using a dual-handed greatsword to cut tough seagrass underwater is a disadvantage?" Bask shrugged and said helplessly, "Yeah, I told him, but he wouldn't listen. What can I do? It seems we have another who can't grasp the situation. He probably thought the seagrass here was like what he's seen before." Another young man commented, "That's not necessarily true. The people Clea introduces might actually be strong." "Not likely. Look at his age. He might have good talent, but at this age, his strength wouldn't be very strong. After all, strength requires time to build up." "I think so too. He'll likely surface soon and then request Master Ganther for a lighter, one-handed sword. Let's wait and see then. When he realizes it's not working, he'll remember what you said, Bask." Meanwhile, the group continued to practice their swordsmanship, occasionally glancing at the sea where Rain was. Under the sea, as water resistance was far greater than air resistance, Rain's normally swift strike was much slower than on land. When the greatsword chopped onto the soft, tough seagrass, the seagrass fluttered like a willow in the wind, barely feeling the impact at all, and astonishingly remained unharmed. Oops. Rain truly hadn't expected this. His casual strike, which could withstand it from an average knight, had unexpectedly come back fruitless. This made Rain slightly narrow his eyes as he began to closely observe this type of tough seagrass. Although it was a sunny day with the sun up in the sky, since Rain was underwater, the sunlight penetrating the ocean was mottled by algae, plankton, various fishes, and aquatic plants, so visibility wasn't high. However, Rain, possessing dark vision, wasn't too bothered by this. He could see that the green surface of the tough seagrass had a nearly transparent gel layer. This must be what had absorbed the impact of his last strike. Of course, besides this, the floating state of the tough seagrass in the water also made it difficult to hit properly. Additionally, with the water resistance, these factors combined had caused Rain's previous strike to return without success. Now knowing the reason, Rain swung his sword again. This time he exerted more force, and the effect was slightly better than last time. A faint white mark now appeared on the seagrass. Clearly, his sword had broken through the gel barrier and sliced into the body of the seagrass, not just leaving almost no damage like last time. Rain continued observing for a while and then made consecutive chops with his sword. Soon after, Rain got a hint of the knack. He discovered that he had to constantly pay attention to the direction of the underwater current. When the seagrass swayed to the furthest point forward or backward, reaching a certain limit, striking then would be most efficient. He decided to try one more time. This time, his feet touched the seabed. Mud instantly stirred up, but at that moment, Rain felt a sense of solidity. Breakthrough. Swoosh. The glimmering greatsword moved, creating a swirl of bubbles. A strand of tough seagrass was cleanly cut, and seeing this within the water, Rain nodded slightly. He didn't stop but continued swoosh swoosh to hack away, as movements in the water consumed more oxygen. And even Rain couldn't breathe underwater like fish, so he had to work quickly. After getting the hang of it, relying on Rain's 83% physical breakthrough limit made the task relatively easy. After all, this was just the first training task, and once the technique was mastered, it couldn't be very difficult. Finally, before running out of breath, Rain surfaced from the water. Seeing Rain surface so quickly, the expressions on the shore were almost unanimously just as expected. Including the one who had mentioned Rain might be strong, he looked particularly disappointed. Because not even 5 minutes had passed, and even their strongest, Burnett, succeeded on his second attempt. Obviously, in such a short time Rain couldn't have succeeded, so this surfacing was either to breathe and try again, or to ask Master Ganther for a lighter, one-handed sword. See, I told you, even if his talent is strong, his strength wouldn't be. I understand the nature of most noble offspring too well. They enjoy their excellent training conditions, but, suddenly, The young man stopped mid-sentence, his expression incredulous. The others quickly looked puzzled, and then all wore the same dumbfounded expressions. Hiss! Many people gasped in surprise. They saw Rain, dripping wet, dragging behind him a bundle of long, tough seagrass, obviously more than 10 strands. How on earth could he be this fast? The young man exclaimed, raising his finger and pointing at the scene. Do any of us move that quickly? How long did it take you, Doug? About 2 hours, a young man named Doug said in a deep voice. And you? Arturo, the young man named Arturo's face turned slightly red as he said, half a day. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fixed intently on Rain, in complete silence. Very good, faster than I had anticipated. You have passed the first training task. Now, take these tough seaweeds to Basque, and then come with me. Master Ganther, rarely showing a hint of a smile, led Rain into a stone hut. Sit cross-legged on the stone slab. Master Ganther pointed to a large stone slab in the middle of the stone hut and said, Yes, Master. Now I will teach you a set of underwater breathing technique, which is actually called inner breathing technique. A kind of auxiliary method handed down from ancient times that can integrate with the night breathing method you have been cultivating to further transform your body. No matter what breathing technique you practiced before, this inner breathing technique is compatible with it. Huh? Wasn't he supposed to be learning swordsmanship? Why is he suddenly learning this inner breathing technique? However, learning something useful is always a good thing. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Rain found the sound familiar. It was Bast's footsteps. Sure enough, someone outside the door said, Master, I have ground the tough seaweed juice. Bring it in, said Master Ganther. Bast brought in half a barrel of green liquid that emitted a strong fragrance of vegetation mixed with a hint of the sea. Rain knew this must be the tough seaweed he had cut down, but he still didn't know what purpose the juice served after being pressed. To learn to breathe through your skin rather than your mouth and nose will be quite difficult at first, Ganther continued speaking. Breathing through the skin is a concept that's hard to grasp for the average person. If you apply the fresh, tough seaweed juice on your skin, it will help you accelerate the understanding of this inner breathing. However, the juice of the tough seaweed evaporates very quickly in the air. About half an hour later, its effect in aiding understanding will begin to weaken. This is the second training task. I hope you can master this inner breathing technique within 3 days. If you need more tough seaweed juice, go back to the sea and cut some more. After finishing speaking, Master Ganther left the stone hut. Meanwhile, Basque muttered to himself in confusion, Strange. Wasn't it always within 7 days? How come it has changed to 3 days for Rain? Could it be that Master Ganther sees something in Rain? That shouldn't be it. After hearing Master Ganther's words, Rain suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. He now understood the significance of the first training task. The first step was challenging, demanding a high level of the knight's breathing method and swordsmanship from those being tested. Even for a seasoned knight, it would probably take several hours and multiple attempts to complete the task, and even more difficult for a full-fledged knight. But it was a threshold. Only by meeting this requirement, the subsequent training content would have meaning. It turned out that the tough seaweed was meant to speed up the understanding of this inner breathing technique. Clearly, if you take a long time just to barely complete the cutting tough seaweed task, then the subsequent task, master the inner breathing technique within 3 days without the help of the juice, it almost becomes an impossible task. Therefore, Rain had come to understand that these training tasks were likely interconnected. Rain took off all his clothes and smeared the pale green seaweed juice over his skin. Soon, he felt a slight cooling substance seemingly seeping slowly into his skin. Rain held his breath, focusing on the sensation. Half an hour later, the system prompt rang. You have trained in the inner breathing technique. Insights increased. You have comprehended a new skill inner breathing technique. Your skill inner breathing technique has been enhanced. Experience +1. Excellent. Looking at the new skill that appeared on the Night Transcendent panel, Rain had now learned the inner breathing technique, although it was just at level 1 out of 100. Rain glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Rain Carlin. Occupation: Wizard Apprentice. Transcendent. LV4 345/1000/Night. Transcendent. LV4 277/1000/Beast Tamer. Transcendent. LV5 64/2000/Armorsmith. LV1 17 out of 100. Constitution 21 Strength, 19 Agility, 17 Spirit, 25 remaining attribute points, 2 remaining skill points. 6. Although he had 6 remaining skill points, after a brief consideration, Rain decided not to rush into using them, but to enhance step by step as per Master Ganther's instructions. After all, with 3 days' time, if any issues arose, he could still solve them by using the points then. Because Rain vaguely felt that every step arranged by Master Ganther had some purpose behind it, which ultimately was likely meant to help the apprentices comprehend something. After Rain finished using the bucket of rugged seaweed juice, he went back to the seaside. This time, when Rain arrived at the rocks, 7 or 8 young people all looked his way, because they knew that Rain wasn't just any noble progeny, but a mighty force to be reckoned with. However, Rain had no desire to chat with them at that moment. Having just continuously used the rugged seaweed juice, he had a vague enlightenment about the inner breathing technique, so he needed to hurry and harvest some more rugged seaweed to strike while the iron was hot and speed up mastering the inner breathing technique. Rain's burly figure slowly submerged into the seawater. Instantly, Rain felt the coldness of the seawater and the pressure coming from all directions. And unlike last time, Rain could vaguely sense that his skin was breathing. The magnitude was very slight, but he could faintly perceive it thanks to his keen senses. If previously, his mouth and nose breathing accounted for 99% and skin breathing for 1%, now, his mouth and nose breathing accounted for 95%, skin breathing from 1% 5%. Rain closed his eyes, carefully sensing and experiencing this change. After a while, Rain began to swing the glimmering greatsword, harvesting the rugged seaweed. And comprehension of the inner breathing technique allowed him to slightly extend his stay in the sea. When Rain dragged a bucket-sized bundle of rugged seaweed and slowly walked up to the shore rocks, the setting winter sun splashed over the sea and Rain, bathing him in light. For both the young people around the white lighthouse and those practicing swordsmanship on the island, the sight of Rain was aglow with brilliant golden light. And as Rain boldly stepped onto the shore, for a moment, he seemed like a deity descending to earth. Youthful Basque muttered to himself as he watched the scene. The gap between people does exist. But it shouldn't be this vast. Suddenly, he realized something and quickly ran towards Rain. From his posture, it looked like he intended to take the rugged seaweed from Rain's hands and volunteer to grind it. 3 mornings later, when Rain once again walked ashore from the sea, the faces of the people practicing swordsmanship on the beach were a mix of different expressions. Seeing Rain stay underwater for at least 15 minutes, Bass couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why does it feel like I'm compared to Rain's learning progress? It's really demoralizing." A few young people nearby glanced at each other. They felt the same way but didn't say it out loud because of their vanity. They were taught by the same teacher, but Rain seemed like an apprentice from an accelerated elite class, while they were from ordinary classes. He had completed in 1 week what took them a month to learn. No, it was even faster than that. Who could stand this? The crew-cut man sighed to himself. It looks like he has mastered it, spending just 3 days to master the inner breathing technique. It took me a full 5 days. Now, there's one more in our batch. Currently, Rain's proficiency level in the inner breathing technique was LV3, 14 out of 500. As for why his improvement speed was so fast, it mainly relied on the accelerated enlightenment effect of the tenacious seaweed juice and the training in the sea. But now, it seemed he had reached a bottleneck. The progress of the inner breathing technique slowed after entering LV3. In these 3 days, Rain also noticed that the young sword practitioners on the island would disappear for half a day every now and then, seemingly going on to the next phase of training. But he didn't ask, because in his view, focusing on doing the things he should be doing at the current stage and pushing the progress and efficiency to the highest was the most important thing. The content afterwards would naturally be taught by Master Ganther. In these 3 days, beneath the water, he practiced the inner breathing technique while harvesting those tenacious seaweeds, gaining much insight. Rain found that using the dual-handed greatsword underwater required much higher precision in every move than on land. If your greatsword swung at an off angle, adjusting it underwater was much more difficult and slower than in air. Furthermore, when Rain was chopping the tenacious seaweed, he found that to achieve the best effect with each sword strike, one had to observe and understand the rhythm of the swaying seaweed in the water. This was a significant test of coordination for a swordsman's hands, eyes, and heart. Although Master Ganther hadn't taught him anything else in these 3 days, with just the dynamic action of cutting seaweed and the stillness of practicing the inner breathing technique, Rain had been working non-stop all day. Rain had a feeling that even if from now on Master Ganther didn't teach him the following content, he would still be able to learn something from these two activities and significantly improve his swordsmanship level. From others' perspective, if they were to describe Rain in 4 words, cultivation maniac would be a perfect fit. Aside from eating and sleeping, Rain rarely chatted or rested. He was either smeared with tenacious juice in the stone hut, realizing the inner breathing technique, or cutting seaweed in the sea. If one could overlook this area of the sea near the island from the sky, they would clearly see a noticeable bald patch in the large area where the tenacious seaweed was concentrated. But this truly couldn't be blamed on Rain, because whenever Rain was cutting seaweed in the sea, the system prompts kept coming. You have trained in underwater giant bear swordsmanship, comprehension improved. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved, experience plus 15. You have trained in the inner breathing technique, comprehension improved. Your skill inner breathing technique has improved, experience plus 2. This was quite addicting, especially since the process of cutting seaweed underwater concurrently tempered both giant bear sword technique and inner breathing technique, and moreover, the effect was much better than on land. With Rain's current LV7 level of giant bear sword technique, if he practiced on land, he would mostly gain plus 5 or plus 6 experience, but cutting seaweed in the sea almost doubled that amount. The efficiency was evident. Additionally, Rain made another important discovery. That was when he practiced the inner breathing technique. He could clearly feel this training subtly influencing his original giant bear breathing technique, causing a minute change. It seemed to incrementally enhance his internal organs and overall functions, a change that became more evident as the level of the inner breathing technique improved. In this time, when Master Ganther stood on the rocks and saw Rain emerge from the water, dragging a long bundle of tenacious seaweed, not out of breath despite the intense 15 minutes of activity, he knew Rain still had energy to spare. That meant Rain had exceeded the task requirements. Without waiting for Rain to approach him, Master Ganther took the initiative, saying, "That will do, Rain. You can now proceed to the 3rd training. Follow me." People on the beach watched this scene with different thoughts running through their minds. Although they knew from day one that Rain was strong, they found his perseverance even more astonishing. He practiced almost without rest, like an Iron Man. So, in these 3 days, they had witnessed firsthand Rain's visibly fast progress. From initially lasting 7 or 8 minutes underwater when cutting seaweed to now being able to stay more than 15 minutes, the improvement in the inner breathing technique was too obvious. Are we already moving on to the 3rd training session? Our progress is catching up with us, Arturo exclaimed in surprise. Not catching up, we're about to be surpassed, the young man named Doug said gravely. Everyone fell silent. In truth, Master Ganther's 2nd training task demanded that Rain master the inner breathing technique within 3 days. According to the display on Rain's professional panel system, reaching level 1/100, of the inner breathing technique was considered meeting the standard. However, Rain considered that since he had 3 days, he might as well improve the inner breathing technique as much as possible, because he felt its unique function held great significance. On the other hand, Basque had once volunteered the information that the standard to judge whether you had mastered the inner breathing technique was whether you could continuously slash through resilient seaweed for 15 minutes underwater. Therefore, Rain modestly concealed his skill until the 3rd day, when he finally revealed it. With his current level of control, he should be able to maintain a battle state underwater for about half an hour. According to the system panel, Rain was not at level 1/100, but had reached level 3/14/500. At level 1 of the inner breathing technique, one could roughly maintain underwater combat for 15 minutes, while at level 3, it was as long as half an hour. Although this duration may not seem very long, one must understand that during this time, a person is constantly slashing through resilient seaweed, which is a state of high oxygen consumption due to vigorous movement, not simply holding one's breath motionless in the water. This is completely different. Soon, under Master Ganther's lead, Rain arrived below the cliffs at the northern end of the island, which was a completely opposite direction from the southern end where they previously practiced swordsmanship. No wonder Rain hadn't noticed such an area before. Basque, give the shark skin to Rain, and then prepare a tube worm. Of course, Master Ganther. Basque took out a dark gray leather armor covered with fine scales from behind him and handed it to Rain. Rain felt a little surprised but didn't hesitate to receive it. The armor felt like toughened cowhide that had been soaked in oil, only much thicker. Its design was also quite unique, resembling the diving suits of yesteryears. This is made from the skin of a reef shark, and it offers great defensive power against the attacks of nearshore madfish. Once you put it on, even if you face a swarm of them, you won't have any safety issues, Master Ganther explained, turning his head towards Rain. Rain nodded and immediately began to put it on. Although he possessed the transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV3 for protection, he estimated that his defensive power was not inferior to the shark leather armor, but he saw no need to stand out at this moment. Meanwhile, Bask started taking out a brown longworm, about 1 meter long and as thick as a thumb, constantly wriggling, from a wooden barrel he had prepared beforehand. This is a tube worm, a favorite of the nearshore madfish. Your training task at this stage, Rain, is to kill as many nearshore madfish as possible within an hour, Master Ganther said, pointing at the brown worm. As many as possible, Master Ganther? What's the benchmark in your mind? Rain asked after contemplating a bit. After all, having a clear boundary or standard would be more motivating. Let's say 10. If you can kill 10 nearshore madfish within an hour, you should be able to move on to the next training session, Master Ganther replied with a smile, glancing at Rain. If you find it difficult to kill the madfish initially, you can take some time to further practice the swordsmanship you're already good at, like those others have done. You might discover a different insight. Furthermore, the first training task, cutting seaweed, would be beneficial to keep practicing daily. It helps a lot with improving your inner breathing technique, he continued, then paused before adding, you have 1 month to complete this training task. With that, Ganther turned and walked away slowly. What the consequences of not achieving the goal were, Ganther did not say, but in truth, no further explanation was needed. Failing left no other choice but to return to where one came from. Okay, Master Ganther, Rain nodded and responded. Only after Ganther had departed did Bask look at Rain with an envious expression and say, wow, Rain, I didn't realize you were making such rapid progress. Even Master Ganther is looking at you differently. Oh, how can you tell? I haven't noticed, Rain inquired, somewhat curious. Master Ganther gave an impression of a rather old-fashioned and strict teacher, not one easily approachable or invoking sentiments of closeness. You need to compare it to how he treats others. With other people, Master Ganther doesn't talk so much. He just drops the task requirement and leaves, Bask explained. Rain raised his eyebrows slightly. This was news to him. Rain, you must be the fastest to complete the first training session, and the second fastest for the second. I wonder how long you'll need for this third task, Bask said with a smile. Oh, for the second training task of mastering the inner breathing technique, who was the fastest and how long did they take? Rain couldn't help but ask. Half a day, it was Lady Kreia who set the record, Bask said with an expression of admiration mixed with nostalgia. Rain glanced at Bask, shook his head slightly, and inwardly sighed that the boy was beyond help. Women only affected the speed of one's swordsmanship. Besides, it seemed that Kreia was the one true love in Bask's heart. Half a day, huh? If I didn't hide my incompetence, it seems like half an hour. Rain pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. What does more time mean? The most important thing is to truly learn something. Rain, I'm going to release the tube worms now, pay attention to the sea surface, and soon the crazed nearshore fishes will come, and there is a high probability of more than one. Their favorite food is these tube worms. Bask reminded as the plan was set into motion. Rain nodded and began to fully concentrate on watching the sea surface, getting ready. Seeing this, Bask immediately threw the snake-like tube worm into the sea about 4 to 5 meters in front of them. The moment the tube worm hit the water, it began to struggle violently. Seeming to smell the scent emitted by the tube worm, Rain sharply observed several ripples forming on the sea surface tens of meters away. 3 to 4 fishes, roughly 30 centimeters to half a meter in size, moved towards the tube worm as fast as torpedoes. As these fishes approached, Rain noticed that these fish, named crazed nearshore fishes, had a pale blue body with brown circular spots, a row of spiny fins on their back, and large mouths full of sharp teeth. The creatures ferociously pounced as soon as they saw the tube worm twisting its body in the water. In just a few moments, the tube worm was torn apart and devoured. Although Rain hadn't yet entered the water to make a kill, from observing from the shore for a few seconds, he judged that this third training task, hunting crazed nearshore fish, was more than twice as difficult as the first task, cutting seaweed. It's no wonder that those 7 or 8 young people, although they arrived earlier than myself, seemed to be stuck at this stage. The biggest difference compared to the seaweed is that, although the seaweed drifted unpredictably under the influence of the undercurrents in the seawater, it still followed certain patterns. The drifting process of a seaweed was like a swinging pendulum. If a person could grasp the moment when the pendulum swings to its highest point front and back and swing their sword, it would make cutting the seaweed relatively easy. But these crazed nearshore fishes were different. With bodies shaped like shuttles, their streamlined forms allowed them to move through the water at high speeds. This was akin to upgrading from a fixed target practice to a moving target practice. Of course, the specifics would only be known after actually making a kill. Rain, dressed in sharkskin, drew his dual-handed greatsword and started to wade into the water. Seeing Rain about to enter the water, Bask warned, "Rain, these fishes are also called ironhead fishes by the locals. Their heads are as hard as iron shells. Be careful of their rush and bite." "Thank you." Rain nodded, acknowledging the advice. Rain took a deep breath, activated the inner breathing technique, and began to step into the sea. As he was submerged by the seawater, the chilling water squeezed in from all directions. Huh? Rain found that the sharkskin, which was slightly bulky on land, did not hinder his movements in the water, apparently due to the special surface structure of the sharkskin, which itself had the effect of reducing water resistance. Coming to the vicinity of the crazed nearshore fishes still lingering around the remnants of the tube worm, Rain raised the glimmering great sword, executed Limit Break, and instantly aimed a smooth cleaving slash at one of the crazed nearshore fishes. Having been trained in cutting seaweed, Rain had already gained an initial understanding of exerting force underwater. Thus, the sword landed solidly on the body of the crazed nearshore fish. The body of the crazed nearshore fish was immediately torn open, and dark red blood oozed out. At the same time, Rain's expression subtly changed. He felt like he was chopping through layers of thick cowhide, a sensation that transmitted from the great sword to his hands. The defensive power of the creature was incredibly strong. His strike had not managed to kill it outright. Just when Rain thought he might have startled the creature into fleeing, the crazed nearshore fish, unexpectedly attacked from nowhere, quickly turned its body and charged at Rain, evidently counterattacking. This was significantly different from the typical behavior of most animals. Normally, animals would first flee after being suddenly attacked, then observe the attacker, before deciding whether to counterattack. But true to its name, the crazed nearshore fish retaliated immediately after being attacked, paying no heed to the strength of its attacker. However, this also delighted Rain, as he was initially worried that his sword strike, failing to kill the crazed nearshore fish, would lead it to flee. Since Rain had just seen the speed of the crazed nearshore fish swimming in the water, he knew it was faster than a horse's gallop. Just as the crazed nearshore fish was about to reach Rain, it flicked its tail fin forcefully, suddenly increasing its speed, causing Rain's second sword strike to barely miss the fish's body. The crazed nearshore fish took the opportunity to violently bite Rain, but with the sharkskin's protection, Rain only felt a tug and suffered no harm. Indeed, for Rain, even letting the crazed nearshore fish bite him probably wouldn't have mattered, because the level 3 iron skin defensive power was even stronger than the sharkskin, so he was not worried. After several exchanges, Rain's attacks were almost entirely ineffective. However, Rain soon identified the problem. The currents created by the high-speed movement of these fishes in the water were significantly disrupting the accuracy of his great sword slashes. This forced Rain to focus his attention on the swimming patterns of the nearshore frenzy fish, desperately seeking their weaknesses or patterns. But such patterns didn't seem easy to grasp. Rain decided to cheat a little by studying the anatomy of the frenzy fish, which might give him some insights. So, huge strength. 30% strength burst. Rain's muscles swelled as he aimed a top-to-bottom furious slash at the head of the oncoming frenzy fish. Contrary to Rain's expectations, the frenzy fish's head didn't split into two, but instead clamped onto the great sword, still struggling fiercely. Such a hard head. Its vitality was also extraordinarily tenacious. Thinking back to the nickname, Ironhead Fish, that Bask had mentioned, Rain seemed to understand something. After killing a frenzy fish with the cheat like Strength Burst, Rain carried it ashore. "Rain, you succeeded so quickly?" Bask looked at Rain with a face full of shock, pointing at the frenzy fish in Rain's hand. What was more incredulous to Bask was that the fish's head, the hardest part of its body, had actually been split open. "This is just..." Bask didn't know what to say for a moment. While Bask curiously investigated, Rain swiftly dissected the frenzy fish. First were its scales, which were extremely tough. Each scale was semicircular, fitting snugly onto the surface of the fish body, and then, Layers upon layers of scales formed an armor like scale mail as if forged from metal plates. This was genuine scale armor. This feature somewhat resembled the plecostomus that Rain had seen in his previous life, with a similarly structured scale covering. Additionally, beneath the outer skin and over much of the fish's body, Rain found a layer of white exoskeleton, which further enhanced its defensive power, with the bone density and thickness of the head area being particularly exaggerated. This was already a dual-layer defense. Rain estimated that if such a fish were to die on the shore, even an ordinary person with a small knife might not be able to dissect its corpse. Therefore, when it was alive and swiftly swimming in the sea, one could imagine the difficulty of killing it. Of course, on the other hand, the difficulty stemmed from the training task set by Master Ganther to kill it with a sword in the water, rather than utilizing other methods. Otherwise, with human ingenuity, even an average person would have ways to kill a frenzy fish, such as baiting or poisoning, and so on. After dissecting the frenzy fish, Rain gazed thoughtfully into the distance at the vast ocean. He had just realized that using the triple layer stance in the water didn't boost his combat ability nearly as much as on land. The reason was simple. Water resistance is hundreds of times that of air, and the resistance in seawater is even higher. If Rain remembered correctly, the resistance of seawater seemed to be over 800 times that of air. This made Rain's overwhelming strength dissolve softly against the seawater, reducing the power of his strike upon the frenzy fish significantly. For a simple comparison, if the triple layers provided a 100% increase to Rain's combat ability on land, then in the sea, it probably only boosted it by about 20%. As for the solution, Rain quickly recalled what Master Ganther had said before he left. You can take some time to practice the swordsmanship you were originally good at. At the same time, he also remembered the scene of several young people continually practicing their swordsmanship on the shore. Clearly, the key to solving the problem lay here. Thus, facing the sea, Rain began to swing his great sword on the rocky shore, practicing the giant bear sword technique. Gradually, the completely different feelings of wielding a sword in the water and on land began to intertwine. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Rain's mind, and enlightenment burst forth. At that moment, the system prompt also sounded. Congratulations! You experienced an enlightenment and unlocked an additional effect for melee combat skill, Precision LV1, passive, Precision LV1, passive, effect. You have gained a deeper understanding of your own combat skills and the weapon in your hands. You can precisely control the strength and landing point of each move, slightly reducing the possibility of your opponent's dodging and parrying your attacks. Note: Precision is an additional effect of melee combat skills that unlocks automatically once conditions are met. Rain first looked around the Knight Transcendent class panel, and then felt a bit strange because he didn't find a new skill icon. However, when he carefully read the description of Precision LV1 again, he suddenly realized. Because Precision is not a specific skill but an additional effect of combat skills, it naturally does not generate a new skill icon on the class panel. After Rain focused his attention on the icon representing the giant bear sword technique, a bear holding a great sword, indeed, there was an additional line of small text below, Giant Bear Sword Technique LV7, 3023/5000. With the attached effect, Precision LV2. Precision LV2, passive, effect. You have a clearer understanding of your own combat skills and the weapon in your hands. You can precisely control the strength and landing point of each move, slightly reducing the possibility of your opponent's dodging and parrying your attacks. Note: to unlock Precision LV3 with Giant Bear Sword Technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Giant Bear Sword Technique LV9 or above. 2. Strength 20 points, Agility 18 points, Constitution 20 or above. Rain carefully read the text above, as if enlightened. The description of precision effect at LV1 compared with LV2 is mostly similar, with the main difference being slight, changed to modest. Additionally, Rain's LV7 Giant Bear Sword technique carries the LV2 precision effect, not LV1. This indeed matches the description that said it will automatically unlock after meeting the conditions. Seemingly thinking of something, Rain immediately refocused, looking at the icon of two large hands holding a hammer tackle hammer technique. Tackle hammer technique LV5, 354/2000, with the attached effect, Precision LV1. Next is the description of Precision LV1, passive effect. Note: To unlock Precision LV2 with Tackle Hammer Technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Tackle Hammer Technique LV6 or above. 2. Strength 20 points, Agility 16 points, Constitution 18 or above. After comparing the two items, it becomes easy to understand this precision effect. Precision is not an independent skill. It is a special effect that derives from Rain's current mastery of close combat skills once certain conditions are met. Meanwhile, Basque, seeing Rain suddenly practicing swordsmanship, was first confused, but soon his eyes widened, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. After Rain stopped, Basque dared to interrupt Rain, stammering, Rain, did you just enter a state of enlightenment?" Rain turned his head toward Basque, smiled, and said, "Yeah, I gained a little insight." "Basque, thank you for not interrupting my enlightenment." In the days they had spent together, Rain found Basque to be decent. Although sometimes talkative, at least he was good-hearted. Unlike some young folks who, upon seeing a comrade in sudden enlightenment, would explode with jealousy, then try in every way, sneaking about or pretending inadvertently, to interrupt the continuation of your enlightenment and block your progress. Many times, this partner might still be the one you enjoy spending time with usually. To use a phrase from his past life, it's the concept of neither wanting a brother to suffer nor wanting a brother to drive a luxury car. It's human nature. When Basque saw Rain's affirmative answer, his face wore a surprised expression and said, "I've been with Master Ganther for 1.5 years, and you're the third person I've seen enter enlightenment. But the only one who achieved it within a few days of arriving. That's unique. Of the previous 3, even the fastest one had at least a month of training before reaching enlightenment," he added. Rain nodded, indicating he understood. He certainly didn't think he was the only one capable of enlightenment. With such a vast empire and a large base number, various geniuses, even at a low proportion, were bound to emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Thinking it over, Rain couldn't wait to test the power of this precision again in combat. However, the school of fish near the beach that had previously been attracted by the tube worms had already dispersed. Thus, Rain turned to Basque and said, "Basque, could you throw another tube worm into the sea? I want to try out the effects after the enlightenment." "Oh, sure," Basque responded, initially startled, then quickly understood. Because he thought Rain's reaction was too calm. You should know, those who had enlightenment always wore an ecstatic expression. Not like Rain, who was as calm as if such enlightenment were an everyday occurrence. Nevertheless, he quickly did as Rain asked, picking up a wriggling, snake-like tube worm and tossing it into the sea about 4 to 5 meters away. At Rain's line of sight, the scene he had witnessed last time reappeared. The distant sea surface immediately showed several ripples. With Rain's vision, he could naturally see that this time, exactly 6 nearshore madfish were swiftly swimming towards them. Seeing this, Rain did not hesitate. He immediately grabbed his dual-handed greatsword and slowly stepped into the sea toward the direction of the tube worm. As the distance between the frenzied nearshore fish and Rain rapidly closed, this time, Rain started off by striking the midsection of one frenzied nearshore fish with his sword. Immediately, the pained fish began to counterattack against Rain. The powerful tail fin of the frenzied nearshore fish swung violently, and the entire body of the fish, like a torpedo, rushed toward Rain at high speed. However, this time, with the special effect Precision LV2 from the giant bear sword technique, Rain was able to hit the rapidly approaching frenzied nearshore fish with almost every move. In just half a minute, Rain had added 4 or 5 cuts to the body of the frenzied nearshore fish. Excessive blood loss caused the frenzied nearshore fish's strength to decline, and its swimming speed further decreased. Seeing this, Rain used Limit Break, and, after a few rounds, had his sword slash across the junction of the fish head and body, delivering a furious slash that decapitated the frenzied nearshore fish. Throughout, he did not activate Triple Stance, nor did he use the nearly cheat-level Core Skill Strength Burst. The time it took to kill a frenzied nearshore fish had improved from the initial 5 minutes to about 2 minutes now. The overall combat efficiency had increased by more than a notch. Rain couldn't help but praise inwardly. Even if he learned nothing else, just coming this far for the melee special effect, precision, alone was worth it. After continuously killing 3 frenzied nearshore fish, the other frenzied fish dispersed since the roundworms were all eaten. Meanwhile, Rain in the sea carefully reflected on his experiences. He realized that although his combat power had been quite good, it was based on his superb physical condition, but he had never seriously reflected on his weapon and the combat skills he practiced. For example, Rain's previous control over his body was like controlling a tractor. Although the power was immense, there was no precision in the control. But now, he was like driving a finely engineered sports car, steering exactly where he intended, achieving centimeter-level control. Recalling the recent battle scene, Rain swung his great sword and chopped at the frenzied nearshore fish. The error in his strike's landing spot was merely 3 to 5 centimeters. It could essentially be said that the attack position he visualized in his mind and that produced by his hands on the frenzied nearshore fish had very little difference, considering this was in high-resistance seawater with the target moving at high speed. However, to become even more precise, Rain turned his gaze to the night, transcendent, panel on the giant bear sword technique icon. To unlock Precision LV3, meet the following conditions. First, giant bear sword technique LV9 or higher. Rain muttered to himself. No wonder. In his past life, he had heard that some people, to practice precision in fencing, would hang a small ball on a string and then repeatedly practice aiming to pierce the swinging ball. This was somewhat similar to his first training session of cutting seaweed. Although the methods differed, cutting seaweed in water was much more challenging than piercing a small ball, but the purpose was the same. Both were training the precision of the swordsmanship. And now, considering the third training task, kill 10 frenzied nearshore fish in 1 hour, it was a further enhancement of precision requirements, evolving Precision LV1 to LV2. Because the frenzied nearshore fish moved in a variable acceleration curve, unlike the seaweed or the small ball, which moved in a regular pendulum-like motion. Rain roughly estimated that when a formal knight can exert the combat skill effect Precision LV2, then he could successfully kill a frenzied nearshore fish within 5 minutes. That meant he could complete this third training task. Actually, the difference between a formal knight and an experienced knight wasn't too significant. Because the resistance in seawater far exceeded that in air, the power gap between an experienced knight and a formal knight was reduced. Assuming on land, an experienced knight's combat strength would be 50% higher than that of a formal knight. But in seawater, the power an experienced knight could exert might only be 20% higher than that of a formal knight. Simply put, in the water, it was more about the skill and less about physical condition. This was like comparing a bodybuilding strongman and a child swimming to see who was faster, where clearly, swimming skills mattered more than physical condition. Of course, if the skill levels of the two were similar, the combat power of an experienced knight would naturally be stronger than that of a formal knight, and there wouldn't be a reversal of the situation. Additionally, Rain found it interesting that other frenzied nearshore fish would disperse by themselves after consuming all the roundworms. This trait resembled solitary animals, like leopards, rather than group-hunting animals like hyenas. Otherwise, Rain would have faced in from multiple frenzied nearshore fish. But this also had a downside, namely that 5 or 6 frenzied nearshore fish were attracted by a single roundworm, and yet Rain could only kill 3, which was somewhat wasteful. Thinking it over, Rain, carrying 3 frenzied nearshore fish, slowly walked ashore. Almost immediately, he caught a whiff of food aroma and took a closer look. He saw Bass below the cliff, had actually started a bonfire and was roasting the meat from beneath the hard scales of the frenzied nearshore fish on a fine sword, the enticing aroma wafting from it. As Bass saw Rain appear, he enthusiastically waved and said, "Rain, try my cooking. This grilled manic fish, in its original juice, tastes delicious. You know, it also quickly restores physical strength, with an effect almost close to that of ferocious beast meat." Initially hesitating between eating and not eating, Rain raised an eyebrow when he heard the latter remark. Quickly restore physical strength? Naturally, he wanted to try it then. Rain swung his great sword, delivering a series of precise chops and slices. Soon, he had cleaned out the meat of 3 manic fish he had just killed and told Bask, "One isn't enough for the 2 of us. Let's grill all 3. Impressive. Seeing Rain's precise swordsmanship, Bask couldn't help giving him a thumbs up in admiration. By the way, Rain, seeing the speed at which you killed those manic fish, you must have completed the 3rd training task by now, right? If so, then you're at the same stage as Frode, ready for the 4th training. Oh, Bask, do you know what the 4th training task involves? Rain casually asked. As for who Frode was, Rain didn't care in the slightest. Of course, it's to kill 30 manic fish in 1 hour. 30? Rain's eyebrow flicked up. He clearly understood the difference between 10 and 30. It wasn't simply a matter of adding more numbers, but a qualitative difference. If the requirement had been to kill 10 manic fish in 1 hour, that would mean, on average, taking 6 minutes to kill each one, which would be manageable one by one. It would just take a bit more patience. But with 30, averaging it to 2 minutes per fish, that meant the previous tactic of attacking them one by one would definitely not work. Because this would involve luring 5 or 6 manic fish with a single bait worm and then killing them all in a short period. This likely meant engaging multiple fish at once, which drastically increased the difficulty. Rain, do you also think it's difficult? Bass grimaced. Anyway, I've been here for a year and a half and haven't seen anyone pass this 4th training task, including Lady Kreia, who also got stuck on this one. Oh, Lady Kreia was stuck on this one too? Upon hearing this, Rain couldn't help but frown slightly. Yes, if I remember correctly, Lady Kreia killed 27 in 1 hour, just shy of completing the task. Bass reminisced with a wistful look. Rain nodded. In his memory, Kreia was still the one who had initiated him into knighthood. Back then, Kreia seemed to him an unfathomably powerful figure. Unexpectedly, he had gradually caught up to, and perhaps even surpassed, her. That feeling was quite peculiar. Rain estimated that when Kreia had come to train with Master Ganther, it must have been 1 or 2 years ago, and her strength must have been at the level of an official knight then. So, even if she could execute the sword skill effect Precision LV2, killing 30 manic fish in 1 hour was still beyond her reach. The reason was simple: insufficient killing power. Precision enhances accuracy, but it doesn't increase the upper limit of one's killing power. It's like a boxer whose maximum punch strength is 500 pounds. Precision means he can land this maximum force on the opponent's weak spot, but the punch doesn't suddenly become 800 pounds. However, Rain was confident he could fulfill the task of killing 30 manic fish in the future. Because, by activating his core skill Strength Burst, he was fully capable of completing the training task by enhancing the upper limit of his attack power. But the problem was, others didn't have this cheat skill. So how did the others do it? Rain never forgot the reason he came to train with Master Ganther: to enhance his strength, not to show it off. He wasn't here to boast. With that in mind, Rain glanced at the system prompt. You have trained in underwater giant bear swordsmanship. Comprehension has improved. Your skill giant bear swordsmanship has improved. Experience plus 16. You have trained in inner breathing technique. Comprehension has improved. Your skill inner breathing technique has improved. Experience plus 2. When he saw the experience gained from the inner breathing technique, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Rain. He remembered what Master Ganther had said before leaving. This will be rather helpful for improving your inner breathing technique. The Master naturally wouldn't say something meaningless. Moreover, Rain himself could increasingly feel, especially after advancing the inner breathing technique to level 3, that it had some clear synergistic effect with the giant bear breathing technique. Rain believed the key to completing the subsequent training tasks under normal conditions likely lay in this inner breathing technique. After pondering, Rain chose not to complete the 3rd task, killing 10 manic fish in 1 hour, within a single day. Instead, he planned to slow down a bit and focus on significantly improving the inner breathing technique in the coming days. Subsequently, Rain lived almost like an ascetic monk. Apart from harvesting a batch of tough seagrass for juice every morning, Rain spent the rest of his time pondering the inner breathing technique. As for the fight against the coastal madfish, he maintained a daily improvement of an additional 1. On the 3rd day, Rain killed 7 coastal madfish within an hour. On the 5th day, Rain's inner breathing technique successfully advanced to LV4. At the same time, he also succeeded in killing 10 coastal madfish within an hour, completing the 3rd training task. At this time, Rain could clearly feel that the LV4 stage of the inner breathing technique was having some kind of strange effect on his giant bear breathing technique. But it seemed just a little bit short. It was like smelting a red-hot iron ingot, but the temperature wasn't high enough yet. On the 5th day, Master Ganther looked at Rain and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "Very good. Now, Rain, you can proceed with the 4th training task, kill 30 coastal madfish within an hour. The deadline is still 1 month. This is a secret medicine made from reef shark glue. Used the same way as tough seagrass juice, it can further enhance your inner breathing technique. When you feel the energy inside your body, try to guide it into your sword." Rain calculated the time. The journey here took 6 days, and 8 days have passed since then. Considering the 6 days needed for the return trip, this means he has 10 days left for training. It seems that completing this 4th training task within 7 days is a limit on time. After all, he should save a few days to look into the subsequent training content. These days, as Rain was killing coastal madfish, the 7 or 8 young people who were also in this stage gasped in astonishment as they saw Rain increasing his speed by almost 1 fish per day. This rate of progress is frightfully fast. When Rain completed the 3rd training task on the 5th day, even those around him, who had anticipated his quick progress, couldn't help but be shocked. How can he be so fast? He passed the 3rd training task in just 5 days. A young man named Arturo couldn't help but mutter, because he had already spent 21 days and was still stuck at 7 fish an hour, unable to make any headway. Now, Rain has surpassed most of us and is on the same pace as Frode, a young man named Doug said gravely. Yes. Now the only ones undergoing the 4th training task are Frode and Rain. Based on his speed of progress, catching up to Frode seems just a matter of time. However, he'll need at least half a month to catch up to Frode. After all, Frode has already reached 22 fish an hour. A young man pointed out the buzz-cut man fighting madfish in the sea. Maybe. It won't take that long. Doug looked at Rain for a while, then turned to glance at Frode, who was battling in the water. Sure enough, Rain's progress in the 4th training task was frighteningly fast. On the 2nd day, he pushed his killing speed to 12 fish an hour. On the 3rd day, he reached 15. On the 4th day, 19. On the 5th day, he directly reached 24. He had already surpassed Frode's 23. What kind of monster is this? The rate of improvement seems to be getting faster and faster. The surrounding group of young people was practically scared out of their wits. On the 6th day, Rain's best was killing 26. Others might think that Rain was close to breaking through to 30. But only Rain knew he had hit his limit. 26 an hour was already him going all out, excluding the use of his core skill strength burst. Clearly, 26 was still a little short of 30. Rain knew the problem. It was that the time to kill a single coastal madfish was still a little bit too long. This was closely related to insufficient attack power. Tomorrow was the last day Rain had set for himself. If he still couldn't complete it, he planned to activate Strength Burst to increase his killing power and complete the task of killing 30 coastal madfish. If possible, Rain would of course prefer to follow Master Ganther's training plan step by step. Because through the previous training tasks, Rain had understood that Master Ganther's training was tightly linked step by step. This training was very effective, not only to develop human potential but also to deepen the mastery of combat skills. These two are the foundation of a person's combat power. And Rain's core skill Strength Burst was more like an amplifier of combat power. Once the foundation was solidly laid and then amplified, the overall combat power could be further increased. This logic was simple. So Rain had been trying to complete the training tasks following the normal training method. But his time was limited, so this was a last resort. On the morning of the 7th day, the group of young people around, with mixed feelings, watched the peer who might set a new record. And Rain glanced at the inner breathing technique on his Night Transcendent panel, noticing that after his own arduous practice in the secret medicine provided by Master Ganther, the inner breathing technique had reached LV4 898/1000. So, he decided not to rush into using Strength Burst, but to try and raise the inner breathing technique to LV5. Half a day later, as Rain sheathed his sword, the system prompt came. Your skill inner breathing technique has improved. Experience +2. Congratulations, your skill inner breathing technique has been raised to LV5. Just then, Rain suddenly felt his skin starting to heat up, and there was also a tingling, oddly peculiar sensation. Suddenly, another system prompt sounded. Ding. It has been detected. Ding. It has been detected that the host's inner breathing technique has reached the minimum level required to fuse and enhance the giant bear breathing technique. Current conditions are met. Fusion into a new breathing technique is possible. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Yes/no note. After fusion into a new breathing technique, it will replace the original giant bear breathing technique and the inner breathing technique. Rain sharply noticed the word enhance, so he didn't hesitate at all, silently affirming yes in his mind. The next second, 2 streams of warm energy, one moving from the outside in, and the other from the inside out, merged together. Although he had anticipated this outcome, when Rain truly felt this moment, he was exceedingly excited. This must be his second major gain from coming to train with Master Ganther, aside from unlocking the melee combat skill effect Precision. Although, he still didn't know how much improvement the fusion of the breathing techniques would bring him. Ding. Fusion commencing. Continuing fusion. Clearly, the system seemed to have accelerated this fusion process. Otherwise, according to Rain's estimation, this fusion process alone could have taken days. But now, it was completed in just a few minutes. Ding! Fusion and modification of the giant bear breathing technique and the inner breathing technique successful. Please name the new breathing technique. Naming? Huh? Rain was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a bit of a headache. He was notoriously bad at naming. Rain felt the new breathing technique. It was powerful and seamless, integrating the internal and external into one, but it was clearly based on the giant bear breathing technique. Upgraded by the inner breathing technique into a new breathing technique that considered both internal and external breathing. This adaptation and improvement seemed to be adaptive adjustments made after combining Rain's current circumstances. It turned the originally general-purpose giant bear breathing technique into a more specialized breathing technique. If put in proportion, it could be said that about 60 to 70% of the new breathing technique was still the original giant bear breathing technique, but the rest was no longer the same. If that's the case, shall it be called King Bear Breathing Technique? That will do. Rain thought to himself. Ding! King Bear Breathing Technique has been successfully named, and the secret techniques related to the original Giant Bear Breathing Technique have also been adjusted accordingly. The initial skill level of the King Bear Breathing Technique after fusion is LV50/2000. Thank goodness. The skill level of the new breathing technique remained at LV5, Rain nodded. As for the first statement, the secret techniques related to the original giant bear breathing technique, Rain knew this referred to the original secret skill Roaring Strike. However, the losses were not small. After the fusion, it consumed the experience of the giant bear breathing technique at level 5, which Rain had accumulated over several months since becoming a formal knight. From this aspect, it seems that skills like breathing techniques are the hardest to improve, even with the supplementation of refining blackwood oil, and it would still require years of hard training. After the transformation was complete, Rain felt a stir in his heart. He naturally wanted to quickly experience the differences between the new King Bear breathing technique and the previous giant bear breathing technique. Therefore, while still in the seawater, Rain couldn't help but stand on the seabed, practicing the first move of the giant bear breathing technique, standing on one leg in a lunge, arms raised parallel, and slowly coordinating with his breathing. Very soon, Rain felt the differences. Firstly, in terms of breathing, if it had been the original giant bear breathing technique, practicing underwater would have been impossible. Before, taking a deep breath underwater would likely have resulted in choking. But the adapted and improved King Bear breathing technique allowed it. At this moment, by utilizing external skin breathing, Rain was able to train in the new King Bear breathing technique even underwater, suggesting a possibility of practicing it anywhere. At the same time, he could clearly feel a mysterious energy constantly circulating within him, as if a warm current, slightly strengthening in amplitude and speeding up as he practiced the King Bear breathing technique. When Rain performed the second pose of the breathing technique, similar to a Russian press, he could keenly sense that the strengthening amplitude quickened a bit and the circulation speed slightly increased again. Interestingly, this mysterious energy, through its pace of travel, seemed to be indirectly guiding Rain, as if instructing and adjusting his current breathing technique posture. To give an analogy, it was as if initially Rain was practicing the standard push-up, but now, if he continued with the standard push-up, that mysterious energy would encounter resistance in its flow. It would spontaneously guide Rain to spread his hands a bit wider, turning into a wide grip push-up for training, and when Rain adjusted to a wide grip push-up, the mysterious energy's flow rate would increase. Through this process, it seemed to tell Rain that this was presently the most efficient and suitable new breathing posture for him. This made Rain extremely pleased. At the same time, he could not help but admire the creator of the inner breathing technique for being truly impressive. To be able to slowly adjust a general-purpose breathing technique into a specialized breathing technique suitable for each individual through such a combination of internal and external breathing. After Rain felt and operated the new King Bear breathing technique for a while, he suddenly recalled something Master Ganther had said before: when you feel the energy within you, try to guide it into your sword. With a slight stir in his heart, Rain, does Master Ganther mean to draw out this strand of mysterious energy and attach it to the sword? Clearly, the key to the fourth training task, the 1 hour, 30 coastal madness fish kill, lies in the Master's words. Thus, Rain, at the bottom of the sea, tried to mobilize this strand of mysterious energy within him to his glimmering greatsword. When he focused his consciousness on the mysterious energy, there was indeed some effect. The energy started to move from within his body toward his arm, only it didn't completely heed Rain's command. Once it reached his arm, it became disobedient and circulated back and forth instead. This was like a child in a rice, strenuously trying to catch a slippery and strong eel. Despite all his efforts and using all his might, he could only grab its tail and failed to pull it out of its hole. Rain fell silent. After some contemplation, he guessed this was probably because he was not yet proficient enough with the new Bear King breathing technique. Is there any faster way to increase proficiency than accumulating points? Rain decided to invest some skill points into the new Bear King breathing technique. However, after giving it some thought, he first checked the system notification. You have practiced the Bear King breathing technique. Comprehension has improved. Your skill Bear King breathing technique has advanced. Experience +5. Just 30 minutes had passed, and the Bear King breathing technique had only increased by 5 points. Meaning if one practiced the breathing technique for 10 hours a day, it would take 20 days to level it up to LV6. But the crux of the problem is, even for a peak knight's physical capabilities, it is impossible to train in the breathing technique for 10 hours every day. 2 to 3 hours was the limit. Therefore, the actual time span needed would be much longer. Clearly, without special medicine or methods, improving the Bear King breathing technique could only rely on slow and steady progress over time. This time, without hesitation, Rain added 1 skill point to the Bear King breathing technique. On the attribute panel, the remaining skill points went from 6-5, while the Bear King breathing technique jumped from LV5 to LV6, January 3000. As the Bear King breathing technique advanced to LV6, instantly, a multitude of scattered memories of practicing the Bear King breathing technique were infused into Rain's mind. These fragmented memories of the breathing technique flitted through Rain's mind like a series of images and were then integrated into the memory of his muscles and fascia as if it were instinct. When Rain opened his eyes again, it felt as though he had undergone half a year of arduous training in the Bear King breathing technique. Now, he could distinctly feel the accelerated circulation of blood throughout his body, as though he were at a blacksmith's forge, hammering iron next to a blazing furnace, while his muscles and fascia became tougher and stronger. But the most important change was inside his body, where the strand of mysterious energy was moving and strengthening at an extremely fast pace. Soon, it had multiplied many times over, changing from a strand to several strands, and finally into a thin wisp. This time, when Rain tried to guide it to the great sword, it went significantly better. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. This time, the glimmering great sword suddenly lit up with a barely noticeable faint sparkle. Rain knew that must be what Master Ganther was talking about. Splash! Rain burst out of the water and shouted to Bask on the shore, "Bask, I want to try again. Throw me some tube worms down now." Upon hearing Rain's shout, Bask nodded and said, "All right, Rain." In fact, Bask had been waiting on the shore for quite some time, as he was waiting to see when Rain would start the 4th training task, thinking today might be the day Rain would complete it. Of course, he might fall short by 1 or 2 fish. After all, yesterday Rain had already killed 26 coastal madness fish within an hour, and the goal of 30 fish was just within reach. Indeed, it wasn't just Bask who was paying attention to Rain's activities. The moment Rain surfaced and shouted, it also drew the attention of several young people nearby who were also practicing killing coastal madness fish. They all looked sideways, focusing their gaze on Rain above the water. Over the past few days, having seen Rain's increasingly fast killing pace nearing the 30-fish goal, they too wanted to see if this newcomer, who hadn't been around for long, would complete the 4th training task today. Plop! A tube worm was thrown by Bask into the sea not far from Rain. Suddenly, 4 or 5 coastal madness fish were set in motion by the scent and came charging from the nearby sea with ripples trailing behind, striking at the wriggling tube worm. Seeing this, Rain took a deep breath, operated the Bear King breathing technique, and dived back into the water. This time, however, he chose to take the initiative, swimming towards the incoming coastal madness fish. Heading straight for the fastest and nearest coastal madness fish, Rain struck hard with his dual-handed greatsword, tearing on its tough head, and a trickle of pale red blood seeped out into the ocean. However, since Rain had not managed to activate the wisp of mysterious energy, the damage from this strike was not much different from before. It was only a bit stronger than previous attempts, which was probably because the Bear King breathing technique had advanced to LV6. Shoo! Next sword strike. Still failed to mobilize. The greatsword merely added another deep, bone-showing wound to the coastal madness fish. But the third strike, Rain successfully activated it. The glimmering greatsword, with a sliver of light nearly imperceptible, slashed towards the midsection of the berserk fish near the shore. Tseske. Under this, the opponent's sturdy scales and subcutaneous exoskeleton provided hardly any trouble for the greatsword carrying the sliver of light, and it cleaved the fish into two. To Rain, it felt as if he had been using a rusty, blunt kitchen knife to cut meat before, but just now, he had switched to a brand-new Henkel's kitchen knife. This power gave Rain a shock at first, but immediately after, it brought him great joy. You see, it used to take at least 2 minutes for Rain to kill one of these nearshore berserk fish, but now, as soon as he could harness this mysterious energy, he could achieve a one-hit kill. It was simply a qualitative change and improvement. And just now, it took Rain only slightly over 10 seconds to deal with the first berserk fish. Facing the second oncoming berserk fish, Rain felt a hint of excitement because he hadn't even had the time to properly savor that previous strike before it was over. This time, he wanted to truly feel it. In less than 3 minutes, Rain had slain 5 nearshore berserk fish. But in the sea, Rain, holding the great sword, still looked unsatisfied, as if he was still experiencing the difference. However, Rain's killing efficiency left Basque speechless on the shore. Basque hastily threw another tube worm into the sea. Although Rain had been killing at an extremely fast pace, it was impossible for him to intercept all the berserk fish flocking towards the tube worm. Thus, the last tube worm had already been gobbled up by the fish. However, that was also its last meal because in less than 2 minutes, that berserk fish was killed on the spot by Rain. The other youngsters on the shore, seeing Basque throw a second tube worm into the sea in less than 3 minutes, were all stunned. Beforehand, whether it was Rain or Frode, those on the shore assisting by throwing tube worms would do so at intervals of about 6 or 7 minutes, Frode being slightly slower, around 7 minutes. But this time, Basque threw the second tube worm in less than 3 minutes. Could it be that Rain had just taken about 3 minutes to kill 4 or 5 nearshore berserk fish? That seemed unlikely. Could it be because there were too few berserk fish attracted, only about 3? The onlookers exchanged shocked looks, but they immediately stopped what they were doing and focused their attention to observe how many berserk fish were attracted by the second tube worm Basque threw. 1, 2. This time there were 6. They noted this number silently in their hearts. Next, of course, was to watch Rain's performance. But Rain in the sea had just discovered that the mysterious energy was still unpredictable in its activation, and while its power was substantial during battle, it didn't last long. He had just used the mysterious energy to kill 5 nearshore berserk fish, and it had almost have this thread of mysterious energy. Meaning, if he continued in the same way, this mysterious energy would be all but consumed. Indeed, after another 3+ minutes, once Rain had killed the second wave of 6 berserk fish, that thread of mysterious energy was completely spent. This time, the people on the shore were dumbstruck. Such killing speed. How could it be so fast? Even the goddess's illegitimate child probably couldn't do better. However, without the boost of the mysterious energy, Rain's killing speed decreased significantly, but it was still no problem for him to meet the objective of 30 nearshore berserk fish within 1 hour. So, Rain continued slaying while silently sensing. He discovered that the genesis of this mysterious energy seemed to stem from his body, and that it regenerated rather slowly. Rain estimated that to return to the previous level of energy, he would need almost half a day. Perhaps it might recover faster while he practiced the Bear King breathing technique. But essentially, once depleted in battle, it would likely not recover and be usable again. Thanks to the previous 11 berserk fish as a foundation, Rain managed to kill the target of 30 berserk fish in 48 minutes. When he emerged from the sea, he found that everyone, including Master Ganther, was waiting for him on the shore. Very good, Rain. You have met the requirements of the 4th training task, Master Ganther said, smiling at the soaking wet Rain. Rain smiled back and said, Master, does that mean I can proceed to the next training? No rush. There seems to be a change in your breathing technique. Stabilize it these next few days. Master Ganther smiled but did not agree for Rain to continue with the next training. This. Rain felt helpless. After a moment's thought, Rain still asked, Master, could you at least introduce the content of the subsequent training tasks? Hearing this, all the young people around stopped what they were doing and listened intently with their ears perked up. Although Master Ganther found it strange that Rain was eager for the subsequent training, he merely attributed it to Rain's curiosity and didn't think much of it. So he began to introduce the fifth and final training task. I prefer to call this the trial of belief, and moreover, it is not a mandatory training task. However, I have always believed that only by undergoing this trial can one fully comprehend and master the primal strength, said Lagare. Primal strength? That mysterious energy flowing within oneself is what's known as primal strength. But how familiar, as if I've heard of it somewhere before. Jedi Knights? A thought suddenly popped into Rain's head. But, truly, it does bear a striking resemblance. It seemed that the concept of primal strength in a blockbuster from a previous life emanated from some extraordinary energy within the body. Master Ganther continued, if you do not undergo the trial of belief, that's also fine. After returning home, slowly grinding for a few years, you will naturally achieve mastery. The trial of belief simply accelerates this process. Rain understood. The fifth task was very dangerous, but also very effective, and it could save years of time. After thinking for a moment, Rain had no hesitation and said, Master, I want to try. I want to attempt the trial of belief. However, what exactly is the trial of belief? To slay the nearby sea serpents. Master Ganther said solemnly, his expression stern. SSS. Around them rang out a collective gasp of astonishment, especially Bask, who had his eyes wide in an expression of profound shock. Immediately, a sea of hushed whispers filled the air. Sea serpents? Those are massive and ferocious beasts. They're comparable to a great knight's combat strength. No matter how strong Rain is, he surely can't match a great knight. Has anyone ever actually completed this trial of belief? It's too difficult. Looking at it this way, the previous 4 tasks are like child's play compared to this. This is the real killer training. Being a native of Golden Coast, Bask was naturally aware of the near-sea serpents and had even witnessed their terrifying combat strength firsthand. An adult near-sea serpent, once ashore, had the power to destroy an entire human village. With a body covered in thick scales the size of a child's fist, their defensive power far exceeded that of the raging sea fish. When normal knights attacked their scales, it was like scratching an itch. Unless equipped with giant crossbow arrows or bronze cannons, the situation called for a great knight to step in, possibly to drive away or kill the beast. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Master Ganther looked at Rain, noting that his expression remained calm. He nodded slightly, feeling a great sense of approval in his heart. After some thought, Master Ganther said to Rain, Rain, you must have sensed the primal strength within you by now, but it must be difficult to harness at will, isn't it? Yes, Master, Rain nodded and replied, because only by believing in oneself, having a firm and clear belief, can one freely mobilize it. And for one to have such firm and clear belief, it is very difficult to come by out of thin air. That's why cults like the evil gods rely on prayer ceremonies time and time again to strengthen the believer's faith. In each ceremony, akin to miracles, the faith of believers is established and reinforced. This is also why those cultists are ultimately able to wield the evil god's immense power. They gave up believing in themselves and instead put their faith in the evil god. As for us, we need to go through tough battle after tough battle, face all kinds of difficult challenges to firm up our own beliefs and purify them. When your faith is unwaveringly strong, you will believe in the sword in your hand and trust that it can cut through anything. If you understand this principle, you can harness the fundamental strength of your body and become one with the sword in your hand. Rain nodded silently without speaking. He understood the purpose of the trial of faith. It was somewhat akin to the barbarian rite of life and death that Lagare had mentioned before. At the brink of life and death, it triggered one's potential, albeit for different reasons. The purpose of Master Ganther's trial of faith was to firm one's belief so they could freely use the Force. The purpose of the previous 4 training exercises was indeed to prepare for the trial of faith, to improve the chances of success. Rain thought to himself. However, Rain, don't think about the trial of faith for now. What you need to do is first stabilize your breathing technique. After 1 month, once you've adjusted and are ready, we'll undertake this final task. Master Ganther said with a smile. Master Ganther, could I choose to go kill the sea serpent near the coast in 3 days? Rain said, steeling himself. He certainly understood Master Ganther's intentions, and he knew that his arrangements were most sensible. But, Ganther's brows evidently furrowed, his expression displeased. Finding a promising young talent so hard to come by, he had just spoken at length, his main point being his hope for Rain to proceed methodically. 3 days. What can be done in 3 days? There wouldn't even be enough time to stabilize a new breathing technique. Not to mention, allowing the new breathing technique to gradually enhance one's strength and speed in other physical conditions, thus accumulating enough foundation to challenge the trial of faith. Heading out now to fight the sea serpent near the coast, the risk would be almost several times greater than if he waited a month. And the people around, upon hearing Rain's words, mostly went from looking at him with admiration or respect to an expression that said, "Rain, are you getting carried away?" as they looked at him. A few who couldn't hold back murmured softly, "What's Rain thinking, to be so impatient?" I originally thought Rain was a very steady person, but I didn't expect. Yes, this is the first time I've seen Master Ganther talk so much. Rain seems rather ungrateful. Rain also knew that by making this request, he would certainly make Master Ganther have a somewhat negative impression of him. But he had no choice, he was running out of time. "Master Ganther, because in 3 days, I have to leave this place and return to Meister County. So, I don't want to leave with regrets. Besides, please believe me, I won't take my life as a joke." Rain looked at Master Ganther and spoke earnestly. Master Ganther, after hearing what Rain had said, did not immediately respond but stared at Rain for a while before finally nodding and saying, "Good." With Master Ganther's approval, everyone else immediately fell silent, no longer whispering anything. "Rain, come with me." After saying this, Master Ganther led Rain to a secluded area. Everyone watched enviously as Rain and Master Ganther walked away. They could guess that most likely, the Master was going to impart some secret techniques or killer moves to Rain, or perhaps some arcane knowledge. But now, they did not even have the privilege of listening in. So Master Ganther had moved away from them. This made most of the young people present feel somewhat deflated. After a while, a young man with a crew cut named Frode snapped out of it and said solemnly, "Let's go." Everyone continue to train diligently. Yes, don't feel discouraged. Everyone has different talents. You have to believe that you can also succeed. Didn't the Master just say it? Believe in yourself. Another young man said, waving his clenched fist, his face flushing red as if to encourage himself. Sigh. Easy to say, but seeing someone like Rain really is disheartening, lamented another young man named Arturo. The others nodded vigorously. Yes, the gap is too big. It really is disheartening. At least we see the difference between ourselves and a genius, right? It gives us more reason to work harder, said another young man named Doug, his eyes resolute as he spoke softly. Rain did not know that, even in the eyes of these talented youths, he was already considered a genius. Master Ganther took Rain to a slightly elevated rock, facing the vast and boundless blue sea. The sea wind made their coats rustle. "Rain, I originally thought about discussing this matter with you later. But since you chose to challenge the seaside serpent dragon in 3 days, I think it's necessary to tell you now. I've already mentioned that the insight between life and death is essential to fully harnessing the primal force, which is a necessary condition for faith integration. You must be curious because I haven't explained why one should seek full mastery of the primal force. In fact, I advised most people to give up the trial of faith and simply return to refine their skills slowly." At this point, Rain frowned lightly and nodded, having had this doubt himself. For most people, being able to invoke the primal force by over 90% is already sufficient for a lifetime, Master Ganther said, turning to look at Rain. But you are different. You have the potential to go further, so I hope you can achieve full integration and complete control of your primal force. Because this involves the emergence of the will's radiance. Will's radiance? Rain asked, puzzled. Master Ganther did not elaborate further, but simply remarked, "You'll understand later." All right. Rain was quite helpless with Master Ganther's habit of speaking in riddles. Although there are only 3 days left, you still need to stabilize the new breathing technique, and for your current condition, the fundamental attributes such as strength and speed are still very important. Don't slack in your training. Primal force is not born out of nothing. It stems from your own physique, Master Ganther advised. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Rain nodded and said. Back at the stone house, Rain reflected on the scene of when he had upgraded his new breathing technique underwater. When he advanced the Bear King breathing method to LV6, first, the intensity of his primal force increased, from a wisp to a strand, showing a significant improvement. Next, there was control, from the original 1 successful invocation out of 3 or 4 attempts, nearly 1 in 3, to almost 1 in 2 now. No wonder Master Ganther said that the last training session was optional for many people. If one does not strive for integration, for full manipulation of the primal force, then many can return and gradually enhance their control over several years, ultimately achieving about 90% success rate. But his case was different. He had a cheat. He must aim for a 100% invocation of the primal force, especially since the master mentioned that it relates to the future path, although he still did not know what Will's radiance meant. So spending years just to refine this skill, but not achieving perfection, was definitely not his choice. And through attribute points, he could quickly restore himself to physical peak condition, having a trump card akin to miracles, especially best suited for turning the tables in desperate situations. Last of all, Rain touched the beautiful tree leaf given to him by the elf lady, the sorcery scroll Blossom of Life. During this period of exploration, Rain had understood that this was a sorcery scroll for healing wounds. Thus, even if he was severely injured in battle, he still had the chance to turn the tide against adversity. With these methods in hand, Rain felt that no one else could claim to be more suited to turning the tables than himself. However, should I continue to add points, or is it about fine for now? Given I am soon to face a sea serpent-necked dragon comparable to a great knight, it's better not to take it lightly. Feeling the brink of life and death does spur growth, but the purpose is for you to feel it, not to actually seek death. What's the point if you feel it just before death? Facing life and death, forcing faith to fuse fully, thereby mobilizing the source force, and thus seeking life and death, this is the true meaning of the trial by faith. Lastly, it's about increasing the success rate of mobilizing the source force to the highest possible level, turning it into the final layer of paper window, which would then make breaking through much easier and quicker. Rain mused, talking to himself. Having made up his mind, Rain did not hesitate any longer, choosing to add points again. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel decreased from 5 to 4, the giant bear breathing technique suddenly leveled up from LV6 to LV7, January 5000. Instantly, a rush of fragmented memories about the new breathing technique was infused into Rain's mind. These fragmented memories of the breathing technique, like a series of slideshows, flashed through Rain's mind one by one, and then quickly integrated into the memory of his muscles and fascia. When Rain opened his eyes again, it was as if he had undergone over a year of training in the giant bear breathing technique. At this moment, apart from feeling his muscles and fascia becoming much tougher, the strand of source force within him was rapidly strengthening. The source force soon thickened notably, growing from a wisp as thin as 3 or 4 hairs to one as thick as a toothpick. This enhancement was visible to the eye. Adding points really packs a punch. Compared to others, I just saved a year's worth of painstaking training. Rain, with a joyful expression, began to try guiding the source force again. Sure enough, after some attempts, the success rate was noticeably better. The success rate of mobilizing the source force increased from less than half to about 60%. 60%? Rain couldn't help but pontificate again. Before long, Rain gritted his teeth and added points to the new breathing technique again. As the remaining skill points on the attribute panel decreased from 4 to 3, the giant bear breathing technique instantly leveled up to LV8, 1/7000, becoming Rain's highest level skill at present. A flood of nearly 2 years' worth of memories about training in the giant bear breathing technique began to pour into Rain's mind. The strand of source force, previously as thick as a toothpick, now quickly strengthened to the thickness of chopsticks. The feeling of getting stronger is really great. Rain felt the surge of power in his body. The ongoing enhancement of his body's muscles and fascia became even more intense. The originally thin fascia fibers began to grow thicker and stronger, linking increasingly firmly with Rain's skeletal muscles. Suddenly, Rain's eyes widened dramatically, because he felt an inner part of his body suddenly make a sound, and he had broken through some sort of limit. It was like the feeling of a bowstring being pulled to its limit and then being forced further until the bowstring suddenly snapped. At that moment, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared. Congratulations. Your strength attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has been enhanced. A major increase in breathing technique leading to physical enhancement? This hasn't happened in a long while, Rain exclaimed. However, logically, the first to enhance should be the Constitution attribute, considering the giant bear breathing technique primarily strengthens Constitution. How did agility increase? Rain felt puzzled and couldn't help but check the attribute panel. He found that although Constitution had not increased, it had reached 21 points, Strength, which was previously 19 points, had increased by 1 point, reaching 20 points, thus crossing into the 20-point range for both attributes. Meanwhile, agility remained the lowest. Before the increase, agility should have been 17 points, the weakest attribute, so it must have been boosted by the enhancement of the giant bear breathing technique? Rain pondered. Yes, that must be it. It's also possible that the new giant bear breathing technique doesn't have the weak link of the previous giant bear breathing technique, which was biased towards enhancing strength and constitution, and instead boosts all three attributes nearly equally. Elated, Rain tried to mobilize the source force again. Soon, Rain discovered that the success rate of mobilizing the source force had now increased to about 80%. Just then, Rain felt a strong sensation of hunger suddenly emerge within his body. Continual point additions indeed significantly increased the total amount of source force. But this newly added source force was not created out of nothing, but derived from Rain's own body, which was now significantly drained. Fortunately, the numerous sea madfish Rain had killed over the past 7 days had already been processed by Bask into grilled fish jerky, some stored inside the stone house, others still drying. Rain immediately rummaged for it and started devouring large bites. After eating 17 grilled madfish jerkies, Rain finally felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. After all, this was flesh from sea madfish comparable to ferocious beasts, which was quite filling. At this moment, Rain folded his arms and rubbed his chin and thought, now it's an 80% probability. If I had just one more point, wouldn't that be close to the limit? Glancing at the remaining skill points on the panel, Rain pondered and decided to try adding one more point. After all, casting a long-range witchcraft attack every second is still a long way off. By that time, he might have already accumulated enough skill points again. Thus, Rain added another point. With the remaining skill points on the attribute panel changing from 3 to 2, the Bear King breathing technique surged to LV9, 1/10,000. A flood of memories on how to train in the Bear King breathing technique rushed into Rain's mind. Meanwhile, a strand of primal force as thick as a chopstick inside his body quickly became as thick as a pinky finger. What Rain was most concerned about, the success rate of harnessing primal force, had increased to more than 90%, missing just by a sliver the point of perfection. But that sliver could only be achieved amidst life and death. At that moment, 3 system notifications suddenly appeared. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Strength attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has increased. Hiss. Leveling up just by adding points. Seriously awesome. Rain looked at the attribute panel and, including the 2 previous points, this made for a total of 5 attribute points increase. Name, Rain Carlin. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice Transcendent, LV4, 345/1000/Night Transcendent, LV4, 866/1000/Beast Tamer Transcendent, LV5, 64/2000/Armorer LV1, 17 out of 100 Constitution, 22 Strength, 21 Agility, 19 Spirit, 25 remaining attribute points, 2 remaining skill points. Feeling the power surging inside him, Rain had the sense that he could slay a small plesiosaur with a mere wave of his hand. Of course, Rain knew that this was merely an illusion caused by the rapid increase in his own strength, and it made sense. He had leveled up the Bear King breathing technique all the way to LV9. It better be impressive. 3 days flashed by. Early in the morning on the 3rd day, Master Ganther looked at Rain and immediately his pupils contracted, then his gaze repeatedly sizing up Rain with a slight look of surprise. After circling around Rain a few times, Master Ganther said, "What a rare talent for a knight, Rain, your new breathing technique has stabilized so quickly." This remark startled Rain. But thankfully, Rain quickly realized that Master Ganther, after all, wasn't a clairvoyant. He could only tell that Rain's aura was stable and had increased somewhat, but couldn't determine exactly how much. It seems I still shouldn't add too many skill points at once. Or perhaps it's better to wait a while before adding points next time. After all, the magnitude of one's personal strength increase from consecutive additions of points is still a bit exaggerated, Rain thought to himself. Follow me. Master Ganther, after expressing his amazement, said to Rain and began leading the way toward a small boat at the shore. Rain immediately followed quickly. It was a small boat about 3 to 4 meters long, shaped like a canoe with both ends curved upwards, with paddles at one end, and Bask was already waiting on it, waving excitedly upon seeing Master Ganther and Rain. After all, Rain was going to challenge the nearby plesiosaur this time. After both of them got on the boat, Bask started rowing, heading slowly in the southwest direction. Bask explained to Rain while rowing, right under that island in front, there is a nest of a nearshore plesiosaur. Ever since Master Ganther arrived, it has never dared to come close to the coast, which has made the residents of Randonia Town very happy. Originally, this nearshore plesiosaur would occasionally come to Randonia Town to cause trouble. Even though it rarely caused casualties, it would provoke panic, which troubled my father greatly. Rain nodded, looking up to see indeed several islands stretching in a line, and following the direction Bass pointed, it should be the slightly larger island in the middle. Soon, the boat gently reached the island, and the three of them jumped off. After walking a short distance, they reached the bottom of a jagged cliff, where Master Ganther stopped and said, "The plesiosaur is here." Rain felt a bit puzzled as he looked around. It was all rocks with no visible caves or places to hide. But quickly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said, "Master, is the entrance underwater?" Master Ganther smiled approvingly at Rain, saying, "Exactly, it's under the water. Just dive down here and you'll find it. Go on, believe in yourself." Rain nodded. Rain leaped and plunged into the sea. At that moment, Bask, standing beside, showed a worried expression and said, "Master, can Rain really handle it? That's a nearshore plesiosaur comparable to a great knight. I have confidence in him." Master Ganther responded with a smile, and then slowly made his way into the sea as well. "Master, what are you doing?" Master Ganther turned, giving Bask a look as if he were looking at an imbecile. "Of course, I have to watch from nearby in the cave. This is training. Naturally, there are final safety measures. But this isn't something we can tell them in advance, otherwise, this trial of conviction would be meaningless." Vast's eyes went wide, slightly stunned. "So I've been worrying over nothing." By then, Rain had already found the entrance to the underwater cave, through a U-shaped channel covered with tough seagrass, and soon, Rain discovered that inside was a whole new world. On a sandy beach within the cave, a massive creature lay in deep slumber. The creature's body was about 14 or 15 meters long, with thick scales the size of a palm covering its skin. Its most distinctive feature was a long, snake-like neck and a body akin to that of a turtle, giving the impression of a snake carrying a turtle shell on its back. Additionally, each limb of the nearby plesiosaur ended in flat, paddle-like structures. Its head was small in relation to its body, merely the size of a basin, yet it possessed fine, sharp teeth and a hard beak. Moreover, Rain observed a long sword wound on the creature's side. If he wasn't mistaken, this must have been left by Master Ganther. However, judging by the destructive power of the wound, it seemed that Master Ganther could have easily killed the plesiosaur. Hence, the reason for leaving it alive must have been for training purposes. Rain looked around and found no shelter to hide his tracks, so sneaking up directly seemed to be the only option. If a surprise attack succeeded, that would be for the best. If not, it didn't matter. As Rain focused and held his breath, making his way slowly through the water toward the beach at the end of the cave. A number of swordfish swimming near the shallows seemed to have detected Rain's presence, swimming over to him and quickly circling a few times. The next second, the plesiosaur, which had been soundly asleep, suddenly opened its eyes, as large as goose eggs, and looked towards Rain. In an instant, a majestic aura burst forth from the plesiosaur. Although Rain couldn't immediately understand why he had awakened the creature. But that was okay. His original intention was to have a fierce battle with the plesiosaur, so whether it was awake or asleep, he didn't care much. Break the limit. Huge strength LV3 strength burst. Having reached the shore, Rain suddenly burst forth at full strength, brandishing his great sword and charging at the plesiosaur. The plesiosaur, which had not taken Rain, a little thing, seriously at first, began to move its body only when it saw the little thing suddenly grow by 2 sizes and radiate a faint sense of threat. Although the plesiosaur appeared cumbersome, it moved swiftly, but still seemed to be slightly too late buffed. Empowered by his momentum, Rain's sword directly severed the plesiosaur's right forelimb. The palm leaf-sized right forelimb fell onto the sandy beach, with blood splattering from the wound. Roar! The plesiosaur let out a tragic scream, but in a flash, the warning bell of Rain's level 3 danger perception sounded, and a thick, snake-like dark shadow struck Rain like lightning. Rain raised his sword to block. In an instant, Rain was knocked back 7 or 8 meters by the immense strength, flipping in the air to dissipate the force before stabilizing once again. He saw that the shadow was the plesiosaur's tail. Its tail now had 7 or 8 palm-sized scales shattered. After receiving pain twice in a row, the plesiosaur seemed to become enraged. Its relatively small eyes fiercely locked onto Rain. The next second, it bent its long neck backward like a drawn bow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The plesiosaur's neck trembled violently, and its sharp beak shot towards Rain like lightning. Rain hastily rolled to the side to dodge the strike, but to his surprise, the plesiosaur's special move turned out to be a triple attack. The second strike, blocked by the greatsword. Clang. The clash of beak and sword emitted a sound like the striking of metal. Rain's entire body was smashed into the sand, half buried and unable to move. Then, the third strike arrived. At this moment, Rain's defensive stance had already been disrupted by the 2 consecutive hits from the serpent-necked dragon. Although he still held the glimmering greatsword in a blocking position, his defensive power had greatly diminished. Facing a serpent-necked dragon whose strength could rival that of a great knight, Rain knew that taking a direct hit, even with his transcendent trait Iron Skin LV3, would leave him either dead or crippled. In the blink of an eye, Rain felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, something he had never experienced before. But at the same time, this intense sense of crisis also forced Rain's entire spirit to concentrate to an extreme degree. No way to dodge. Should he trust the sword in his hand, as Master Ganther had said? In that instant, Rain had no other thoughts, his eyes fixed on the charging serpent-necked dragon, and he roared. Ha! Instead of defending, Rain lashed out with his greatsword toward the approaching serpent-necked dragon's head. Under the full eruption of his power, the greatsword emitted a faint glow. For a moment, the tip of the sword seemed to elongate slightly, like a snake spitting out its tongue. There was nothing tangible, but Rain felt as though the sword in his hand could cut through everything. Was this invisible power a sword light? Or sword energy? Whatever it was, its power was peerless. Pooked. In the disbelieving gaze of the sea serpent, its incredibly hard beak was split open, and then it found that it could see its other eye. Blood gushed out like a fountain, shooting 2 meters high, and only then did the serpent-necked dragon, its head split in 2, crash to the ground. At that moment, system promotions began to pop up like rapid fire. Your skill giant bear sword technique has been enhanced. Experience plus 1,452. You have gone through a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 382. Congratulations, your Knight, Transcendent, profession level has increased. Due to the continuous killing of nearshore frenzied fish over the past 7 days, Rain's Knight profession level was already on the cusp of breaking through, and this time killing the nearshore serpent-necked dragon brought a substantial amount of experience. Thus, his Knight, Transcendent, level smoothly increased, reaching Knight, Transcendent, LV5 218/2000. Leveling up granted him 1 skill point and 1 attribute point, bringing Rain's remaining skill points back up to 3, and his remaining attribute points were now also 3. Unexpectedly, the system prompt began to rapidly flash again. Ding. It has been detected that the host has enough firm belief in the sword in hand, and the control over original power has reached 100%, triggering a special profession change Sword Master, Transcendent. The prerequisites for changing to Sword Master, Transcendent are 1. The belief in the sword. 2. Original power control reaching 100%. 3. Any extraordinary swordsmanship at LV6 or above. 4. Any breath technique at LV6 or above. 5. Strength at 12 points or above. Agility at 12 points or above. Constitution at 12 points or above. All current conditions are met. All prerequisites for changing to Sword Master, Transcendent, are met. Do you want to change to Sword Master, Transcendent? Yes/no. Warning. Once you choose to change to Sword Master, Transcendent, spiritual power will gradually solidify, which conflicts with the requirement for activating spirit power as the current Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, profession. This process is irreversible. Please decide carefully. It was the first time Rain saw the word warning in a system prompt. This couldn't help but make him fall into deep thought. From the system warning, Rain knew that the key issue must be related to spiritual power, with the critical difference being between solidification and activation. Thinking about it, Rain soon realized that it probably had to do with the way of the swordsman, where pursuing an extreme attack power with the sword necessitated the solidification of spiritual power. That's right, Master Ganther had talked about the glory of will before, Rain murmured. Could solidification of spiritual power be a necessary step or condition to create the glory of will? After some thought, he shook his head. He wasn't very familiar with the way of the swordsman. It was merely a speculation. However, one thing he was sure about was that he was now at the peak of being a second-level wizard apprentice, about to step into the third level, so he vaguely felt something about the path of wizards. That was, one of the essential requirements for the path of wizards must be the activation of spiritual power to manipulate various mysterious side energy particles. Thus, the professions of wizards and swordsmen seemed to be incompatible, suggesting entirely different paths. Clearly, the path of the swordsman could also have a promising future, as seen from Master Ganther. However, Master Ganther was probably not just a swordsman but something beyond that, a greater swordsman? Rain speculated. No matter what it was called, being a swordsman indeed meant possessing extremely high attack capabilities, and for the ultimate profession. Rain blindly guessed, could it possibly be something like Sword Saint? You can't have the best of both worlds. What a pity. For Rain, a person who had crossed into this world, the mysterious and unfathomable path of wizards held special significance. So he had to give up on the path of the swordsman for now. Perhaps there might be a chance in the future? I wonder if high-level witchcraft includes dummies, split bodies, or something of the sort, which might not entirely close off the possibility. Standing in front of the corpse of the sea serpent, Rain's thoughts were racing at this moment. Meanwhile, Master Ganther was nearby, in the seawater at the outermost part of the cave, but he was in a state of shock, which was extremely rare for him. A few minutes earlier, before he had entered the cave, he had felt a sudden tremor from within the cave. At that moment, he was shocked and thought, how could Rain suddenly become so reckless? He just came in and immediately battled the sea serpent without observing carefully. This made him accelerate his pace in the passage. But when he emerged from the water, ready to rescue, he was stunned, because what he saw was the corpse of the sea serpent, comparable in strength to a great knight, lying in a pool of blood. That fast. 30 seconds? This. It took him quite a while to come back to his senses. Rain had already finished off the sea serpent, although he had previously tried to assess Rain as highly as possible. In the end, Master Ganther found that he had still underestimated him. Ahem. Master Ganther coughed, which instantly drew the attention of Rain, who was deeply in thought on the shore. Rain quickly turned his head, first startled, but then, upon recognizing Master Ganther, immediately showed a look of joy. Master, what brings you here? Suddenly, Rain realized something. The trial of conviction was the 5th training task arranged by Master Ganther, and since it was training, it would not truly put the apprentice at risk of dying. What was special about the trial of conviction, however, was that its purpose was to let the apprentice feel on the brink of death, thereby inspiring conviction, fully mobilizing the primal force, and seeking survival from death. Obviously, this meant that Master Ganther could not tell his apprentice in advance, I am actually following you and will protect you. Therefore, Master Ganther must have followed into the underwater cave shortly after entering himself to avoid genuinely dying at the jaws of the sea serpent. Realizing this, Rain felt a warmth in his heart. As for if the Master saw his triple state appearance with swollen muscles, it didn't matter. Rain had already thought of a reason that could be attributed to his transcendent trait huge strength. His transcendent trait was just powerful. I was intending to protect you, but it seems my worry was unnecessary, Master Ganther said, confirming Rain's guess. By the way, how did you kill this sea serpent? Master Ganther approached the serpent, circled the body lying in a pool of blood, and began to examine the cause of death. Upon discovering that the serpent had died from a sword that split its skull, a gleam suddenly flickered in his eyes. This was, Master, just now when I was slaying the serpent, facing a life and death crisis. It was so sudden, I mobilized all my primal forces and channeled them into the great sword in my hand. I originally thought that one strike would get me out of trouble, but to my surprise, I managed to split open the hardest part of its beak and even the head into 2 halves. Rain expressed his doubts, taking the opportunity to ask since Master Ganther had brought it up. He also wanted to know exactly what had happened with that strike, because just a moment ago, after killing the sea serpent, he tried a few more times. Although mobilizing the primal force was effortless, it seemed that the power was significantly different compared to that strike. Rain, you have surprised me again. How about it? Are you interested in staying to pursue the path of the Sword Saint? Master Ganther did not directly answer Rain's question, but instead invited him with a smile. Sword Saint? Rain's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the other person. So it really is the Sword Saint. Turns out, Master Ganther was semi-retired at the Golden Coast to pursue the path of the Sword Saint. However, Master, this path is incompatible with that of a wizard. Rain cried in his heart. Although he liked the high attack power of the Sword Saint's path, his current situation only allowed him to refuse. Master, thank you for your appreciation, but for now, I wish to travel first. Perhaps one day, when I can calm my heart, I will come back to the Golden Coast and seek your guidance. Rain bowed deeply and said earnestly, Good. Young people should indeed go out and see more. Pursuing swordsmanship also requires an undistracted mind. Hearing what Rain had said, Master Ganther thought for a moment, nodded his head, and seemed to agree. Master Ganther did not persuade Rain to stay any longer, but turned to explain the sword strike Rain had just made. That sword strike of yours had actually combined your belief in the sword with the primal force. In simple terms, this is known as sword glow, a capability that only sword masters can wield. Essentially, it was your belief in the sword infused within the primal force. In that instant, ordinary primal force transformed into sword primal force, thus possessing a destructive power stronger than ordinary primal force. I see. Thank you, Master, for clarifying. Rain bowed slightly in gratitude. Sword primal force, huh? Sure enough, just as he had speculated, the path of the swordsman, great sword master, and sword saint is indeed closely linked to the sword, ultimately aiming perhaps to pursue the sword's ultimate destructive power. By the way, Master Ganther, are we heading back now? Hold on, this adult nearshore plesiosaur is a treasure trove. Being a large, ferocious marine beast, one could say it is full of treasures. Master Ganther said with a smile. Especially its heart, which can now be used to make Beast Essence, a magic potion essential for a knight's promotion to Great Knight. Advancing to Great Knight? Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, after this trip, he was going to seek information about the knight's further advancement processes. He had thought of asking Hamilton, but later felt his progress was too shocking and decided to delay it for a while. Unexpectedly, he had heard relevant information from Master Ganther. Noticing Rain's astonished look, Master Ganther thought that Rain was startled by the word beast and explained with a smile, Haha. Why, do you think the plesiosaur doesn't deserve to be called a beast? Actually, beast is just our term for ferocious wild animals longer than 10 meters. Its heart contains a special substance that, when refined by a pharmacist into beast essence, can complement the huge consumption required for a knight's promotion to Great Knight. Beast essence? Listening to this, it seems somewhat similar conceptually to the advancement magic potions used by ordinary people stepping into the Knight Transcendent stage. Just wondering if it has various subdivisions and specifics, like the advancement magic potions, Rain thought to himself. Just as Rain was about to continue his inquiries with Master Ganther, suddenly, the system notification resurfaced. Ding! Host has listened to Transcendent Secrets, triggering Advancement Profession Great Knight Transcendent. Advancing to Great Knight Transcendent, prerequisites are 1. Physical limit value reaching 100%. 2. Any breathing method LV9 or above. 3. Strength 20 points or more, Agility 20 points or more, Constitution 20 points or more. 4. Any close combat transcendent combat skill LV9 or higher. 5. High-grade magic potion beast essence. Current conditions do not meet. Advancement to Great Knight Transcendent. Failed. Reading the system notification that popped up suddenly several times, Rain was excited. He hadn't expected that after just missing the occupation change to swordsman, he would receive promotion information for stepping into Great Knight Transcendent after listening to Master Ganther's secrets about beast essence and primal force. It felt truly like, when one door closes, another opens. Looking at the conditions, Great Knight Transcendent and Knight Transcendent can be said to be of the same lineage, with many similar prerequisites. Although Great Knight seems a bit weaker in battle power compared to professions like Swordsman and Great Sword Master with extreme attack power, its path does not conflict with that of a wizard. Considering dual classing is the primary thing to consider. Moreover, the conditions for advancing to Great Knight he was close to or had already met. For example, Condition 1, physical limit value reaching 100%, Rain checked the Knight Transcendent panel, and the limit value had reached 95%. This was due to the consecutive enhancements of Bear King breathing technique earlier, which had incrementally added 5 attribute points. And at the moment, there were still 3 remaining attribute points on the panel. There was no need to waste skill points, as it was merely a matter of when he would add the points to reach the 100% limit value. Also, Condition 2, any breathing method LV9, he had already achieved. Indeed, investing in breathing techniques was not in vain. As for Condition 3, just as Rain was drifting into thought, Master Ganther spoke up. Let's go, Rain. We need to quickly handle the plesiosaur's heart while it's fresh. Yes, Master. Rain immediately responded. When Rain emerged from the sea, dragging the enormous corpse of the plesiosaur, Bask was utterly stunned. Rain, you succeeded so soon? Or is this? Bask turned his head to look at Master Ganther. Master Ganther understood Bask's meaning. Bask was asking if it was he who had helped Rain kill the nearshore plesiosaur. Master Ganther shook his head and said, it was Rain who killed it alone. Bask, don't just stand there. The blood of the plesiosaur will attract many other ferocious sea beasts. Hurry back. All right, Master. Although Bask agreed outright, his expression still betrayed his surprise as he bound the corpse of the plesiosaur to the rear side of the boat and began to row rapidly. Yet as he rowed, Bask's gaze kept alternating between the huge plesiosaur corpse bobbing in the water and the calm-faced Rain on the boat, and his heart was filled with inexplicable shock. By the time the 3 reached the shore of the island, Rain noticed that a group of 7 or 8 young men, led by the crew cut Frode, were waiting at the seaside. Clearly, they had received the news and were waiting for the outcome. Just as a young man named Arturo was about to speak up, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the massive body floating behind the boat and involuntarily blurted out, Is this a success? Before Rain could answer, Bask, who had just jumped ashore, slightly raised his chin with pride and said, That's right. Rain succeeded. Look, there lies the corpse of the plesiosaur. Everyone help out and lift it up first. Instantly, the gaze of all the young people present focused on Rain, with varying expressions of shock and disbelief. When everyone saw the cause of death of the huge nearshore plesiosaur's corpse after it was lifted onto the shore, their expressions grew even more astonished as their eyes went back and forth between Rain and the plesiosaur. They seemed shocked as to why there was not a single wound on Rain's body. How had he killed such a large, ferocious sea beast unscathed? What kind of strength was this? That was just too frightening. Half an hour later, Rain packed away the wooden box containing the enormous heart of the nearshore plesiosaur and placed it on the brown horse. This was something that Master Ganther had helped him process and given to him as a gift. As for the other parts of the nearshore plesiosaur, such as scales, outer skin, and meat, Rain left them as a token of gratitude. Master, I am now ready to leave. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Rain said to Master Ganther, bowing respectfully. Although Rain and Master Ganther's acquaintance had started with an introduction letter from Clea, by now, it was hard to say if Rain weighed more in Master Ganther's heart than Clea did. Master Ganther smiled reassuringly and said, Go back. Your road ahead is still long, and perhaps, before long, I will be hearing about your deeds. The other young men, including Frode and Doug, also took turns bidding farewell to Rain. Rain smiled and nodded his head in response. Although he hadn't communicated much with the others during his nearly 20 days here, so their relationships couldn't be said to be good or bad, with Master Ganther as a mutual connection, perhaps, when they met outside, he should lend them a hand. Meanwhile, Bask enthusiastically helped Rain place his luggage onto the brown horse, saying, Rain, I'll walk you to the main road. Rain nodded his head, and then he turned around once more and said to Master Ganther and the others, Master, everyone, I hope we can meet again. The crowd watched as Rain's figure gradually disappeared down the path, their faces filled with emotion. Master Ganther, Rain must be the fastest of all the trainees since your retirement, right? The crew-cut youth Frode asked curiously all of a sudden. Master Ganther, with a smile, did not directly answer Frode's question, but instead encouraged, There are far more geniuses in this world than you can imagine. Keep pushing yourselves. Walking along the path, Rain did not immediately mount his horse, but led the black horse forward, with Bask by his side, helping him lead the brown horse that was carrying the luggage. By the way, Rain, on your way back, it's best to stick to the main roads and avoid the paths, Bask said, seemingly recalling something, his expression turning serious. Recently, the area around Rosby County has been unsafe, with several incidents of nobles' carriages or lone knights being attacked and killed by bands of bandits, he added. Bandits? Rain echoed back. Yes, according to my father's information, it seems that these bands of bandits are backed by Zeryl's rebels. So, Rain, be careful on your journey. Don't take them lightly as mere bandits, Bask warned. Thank you. Bask, I'll be careful. Rain graciously thanked the youth for his friendly warning. On the other hand, Rain's mind stirred at the mention. Zeryl's rebels, eh? He immediately thought of the time he had rescued Hass, where those people seemed to be bandits from the area on the surface. He also recalled the battle at the rebel stronghold in Meister County. The rebels not only had some hidden connections with several bandit groups in the surrounding area, but the rebels themselves often posed as bandit groups, engaging in plundering. It seemed the activity of this so-called rebel group had been increasing lately. Moreover, judging from the region, it seems that the enemy's activity in Rossby County is much higher compared to that in Meister County. Although the insurgents I've encountered before were not very strong, with the strongest among them being a Peak Knight only. However, a rebellion of such a large scale must inevitably include masters of the Great Knight level, and I indeed cannot afford to take them lightly. At that moment, Bask suddenly slapped his forehead with an enlightened look, bursting into laughter. Almost forgot, Rain. You're the man who solo killed the sea serpent. If the rebels encountered you, what they should be worried about is themselves. Ha. Upon hearing Bask's words, Rain couldn't help but smile too. Bask, this is far enough. Remember to contact me when you have time, or you can come find me in Meister County. Rain turned and said to Bask. Thanks to the time they had spent together, and not to mention Bask being a good person who also offered Rain several small favors, their relationship had become quite harmonious. All right, Rain. Rain, could you deliver a message to Lady Clea for me? Bask rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed. What message? Rain looked at Bask somewhat puzzled. Well, when you see Lady Clea, could you ask her if she remembers Bask from the Golden Coast? I hope she can make time to come to the Golden Coast again and visit Master Ganther, Bask said with a touch of shyness. Sure. If I get the chance to see her, Rain said, a bit speechless. Bask's sheepish demeanor was just like that of a bashful young girl, and seeing such a thing on a big burly man was truly something that left one speechless. Asking Lady Clea to visit Master Ganther? Is it not that you want to see Clea yourself, but you're worried she might refuse, so you phrased it like that, right? Also, Bask from the Golden Coast? What kind of expression is that? Why does it sound so much like the phrase Summer Lotus by the Daming Lake from my previous life? Rain stopped dwelling on it further and lightly shook his head, then turned to mount his horse, waving his hand and saying, I'm off. Bask. Goodbye, Rain. Bask watched Rain's departing figure, lost in a trance. At that moment, the warm winter sunlight cast long shadows over Rain, who was riding away with 2 horses, giving Bask a feeling as if the path Rain was heading towards was aglow with golden light, a road leading to the divine realm. Since he hadn't received any messages from the blue-helmeted pigeons, Rain assumed that his family and the Crowley clan in Meister County probably hadn't encountered any troublesome problems. With that in mind, Rain decided to pay a visit to Hass on his way back. Rain had quite a fruitful near 20-day stay at the Golden Coast, so he was in a very good mood. The Richmond fishing port, where Hass was located, was just north of the Golden Coast, and north was exactly the direction Rain was headed. It was totally on the way. Rain estimated that if he didn't take a detour and traveled through the forest path, he should be able to reach the Richmond fishing port by evening. Stewed giant thorn salmon, huh? Rain thought of the last time Hass mentioned his hometown specialty delicacy, which brought a smile to his face. Around noon, Rain found a spot to rest in a forest by the road. While taking out some roasted madfish jerky from his sack and munching away, he also pondered the essence power. Along the way, Rain had found through repeated trials that although he could now manipulate the essence power with ease and unleash all of it in a burst, the power from the strike that killed the sea serpent eluded him. Master Ganther had explained this issue. Without a life and death crisis and a lack of strong conviction, one can't transform essence power into sword energy with more destructive force. The tier of sword energy seemed very high, utterly different from the common sharpness enhancement when essence power is attached to a sword. The former had immense power but seemed to involve the solidification of spiritual power, while the latter was much less powerful and seemed to be merely a shallow application of primal force. However, What Rain was considering now was a different issue. If I attach primal force to the sword, the effect is to increase the edge's sharpness. So what happens if I attach primal force to a hammer? It can't possibly increase the sharpness of the hammer, right? After all, one end of the hammer is flat. So when I attach primal force to the sword, what exactly am I thinking? As Rain pondered, he took the great sword off his back. He began to wield the glimmering greatsword while channeling primal force. After practicing the giant bear sword technique for a while, suddenly a flash of insight crossed Rain's mind, and he seemed to understand. At that moment, a system prompt rang out. Congratulations! Following an epiphany, you've unlocked the close combat skill added effect, Sharpness LV1, passive, Sharpness LV1, passive, effect. You have gained a basic understanding of the essence of primal force, able to effortlessly increase the power of the longsword in your hand, slightly enhancing its sharpness. Note: this effect is only valid when the host has primal force and it has not been exhausted, effective only when the host holds an edged weapon. Note: this effect is an added feature of a close combat skill. Once the conditions are met, the next level is automatically unlocked. Rain couldn't help but be overjoyed. Immediately, Rain focused his attention on the icon representing the giant bear sword technique, and sure enough, the accompanying special effect of the technique had increased. Giant bear sword technique LV7, 3023/5000. With added effects Precision LV2, Sharpness LV2. Precision LV2 passive effect. Sharpness LV2 passive effect. You have gained a further understanding of the essence of primal force, able to effortlessly increase the power of the longsword in your hand, modestly enhancing its sharpness. Note: to unlock Sharpness LV3 in Giant Bear Sword Technique, the following conditions must be met. First, Giant Bear Sword Technique LV9 or above. Second, King Bear Breathing Technique LV9 or above. 2 added effects. Rain closely examined the above text, and the descriptions of sharpness and precision were nearly the same. The main difference between LV2 and LV1 was the change from slightly to modestly. But the unlocking conditions were not the same. After pondering for a moment, Rain decided to try the tackle hammer technique. Since applying primal force to a sword produced a sharpness effect, what about applying it to a hammer? Although Rain already had a vague guess, he still needed to give it a try to know for sure. At that moment, Rain's ears twitched slightly. Next, his level 3 danger perception started alerting him. The sense of crisis wasn't strong, so Rain didn't turn his head to check but continued calmly wiping the glimmering greatsword in his hands. In the dense forest tens of meters away, a dozen or so men dressed as mercenaries were lying in ambush, each holding different weapons, all with steady breaths and fierce faces. One of the mercenaries was peering at Rain through a monocular brass tube. However, likely considering the acute senses of a transcendent official knight, after the burly man glanced a few times, he quickly shifted his gaze, not continuing to stare at Rain. Another lone official knight, but judging from his swordsmanship, seems to be quite skilled. No matter how skilled he is, how skilled could he be? Look at his face. He's clearly not even 18 years old. Don't tell me. This guy could be a peak knight? One of the brutes scoffed. That's right. Scar is correct. No matter how strong he is, how strong could he be? We'll start with a volley of crossbow arrows. That'll turn him into a civ immediately. Yeah, carrying around a greatsword and a giant hammer looks quite intimidating. But if he isn't even wearing knightplate armor, probably still a novice knight with no real wilderness experience. Enough, all of you, quiet down. Since we've decided to go through with this, don't take it lightly. Barked the burly man who'd been holding a brass monocular. Then, he turned to a gaunt man beside him, who was holding a heavy crossbow and had only one eye left, and said, One-eyed, take a few crossbowmen and start with a volley to test the waters, see what they're made of. One-eyed had the strength of a formal knight and was a bowman. Amongst their group, he was considered a powerful asset. The man known as One-eyed nodded slightly. Without uttering a word, he immediately began loading his crossbow. The crossbow arrow he was fitting flashed with a pale green glint. It was obvious that the arrow was poisoned. Indeed, silent people are often the most ruthless. After loading, One-eyed waved his hand to signal the other crossbowmen to cautiously step forward, positioning themselves within the maximum range of their weapons, directly encompassing Rain, who wasn't too far away. The rest of the team were readying their weapons, grinning viciously and poised to strike. As soon as their crossbowmen injured the young knight, they would swarm him, outnumbering him. This tactic was meant for dealing with slightly stronger teams or masters. They had practiced it to perfection. Subconsciously, they believed that this time, like before, the victory would come easily. By then, One-Eyed and the other crossbowmen had found their positions and were raising their heavy crossbows to aim. Suddenly, the young knight who had been polishing his great sword just a second before vanished from their sights. Huh? Where did he go? Including One-Eyed, the crossbowmen all wore expressions of astonishment or bewilderment. They immediately lowered their crossbows and began looking around. The next second, the leader of the group, the robust man, turned pale and shouted, "Watch out!" Before he could finish speaking, One-Eyed suddenly felt the world spinning around him. He wondered why he was flying through the air, but almost immediately he saw a familiar headless torso. From the smooth cut on the neck, blood was spouting like a fountain. "That's my body, isn't it?" One-Eyed was horrified. But the next second, a deep weariness began to assail his consciousness. Yet, before he lost consciousness completely, One-Eyed heard cries of agony rising all around him. He knew these voices well. But what was the high-speed slicing noise, that SSSSSSSSS sound all about? He wanted to lift his head and see what was happening. But his eyelids were so heavy. He wanted to sleep. As One-Eye's eyelids slowly closed, the scene around him had become a picture of chaos. Some were luckier, merely decapitated at the neck. The less fortunate suffered a worse fate, cut into several pieces, limbs and body parts scattered everywhere, probably too difficult to piece back together. Meanwhile, the robust man who'd been holding the brass monocular now had his eyes wide in terror, staring at Rain. He desperately clutched at his neck, attempting to stop the gushing red blood. But it was futile, for the wound was too deep. Almost half his neck was sliced open, and any deeper would have meant instant beheading. Thump. The robust man knelt down, falling face up as his sturdy body convulsed, his strong life force not yet ready to give in. Sometimes, a strong life force isn't a blessing, as it only prolongs the suffering. With his dying thoughts, the burly man couldn't comprehend how the situation, which had started as their ambush, had turned against them so swiftly. It seemed the other side had detected them in advance and charged without warning. In the blink of an eye, crossing the 40 or 50 meters, they were upon them, swinging that great sword. That great sword, with its strange cold glow. So sharp. Rain shook his great sword, wiping the blood off the blade, and mumbled to himself, "A familiar scent. How interesting. Bass just warned me to be wary of the rebels, and here they are. But really, their strength is just too pathetic." Rain found that the effect of sharpness LV2 was quite useful. When he slashed through the chainmail and thick leather of Zeryl's rebels, it felt as if he was tearing through paper. Even the knight's plate armor worn by the last robust man cracked open without much effort once Rain targeted the weak joint between the helmet and breastplate. Had it been before, it would not have been so effortless. Of course, the effect of accuracy LV2 was also indispensable. Or perhaps, it should be said that the combined effect of accuracy and sharpness made killing these mediocre, trash fish too easy. After some thought, instead of resting, Rain mounted his black horse and started towards Rackman Fishing Port town, where Hass was. On horseback, Rain switched his weapon. Now, he was toying with a mace in his hand. What effect would the force have if applied to the mace? At the same time, in Meister County Prison, within an office, a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of the prison guard captain furrowed his brow in deep thought. However, his morose expression was enough to indicate his mood was anything but pleasant. Indeed, as early as half a month ago, Magus had noticed something was amiss with the situation at the base. Normally, within the span of half a month, he would certainly have received some form of communication from the base, whether good news or bad. But in any case, there should have been some news. But now, the problem was that after such a long time, there had been no message from the base at all. This initially left him extremely puzzled. After waiting several more days, he knew for certain that something had happened at the base. Therefore, Magus immediately dispatched his most trusted confidant to check on the abandoned mine in the Wild Wolf Hills in Meister County. However, the situation report upon his confidant's return made his heart skip a beat. According to his confidant, the old mine where the base was located had collapsed significantly, and judging from the traces of gunpowder at the entrance of the passage, it was clearly man-made, and not due to an earthquake or natural decay from aging. Additionally, the several deliberately hidden traces of battle found nearby the mine further confirmed this. In other words, his organization's base in Meister County had been secretly and completely annihilated. Could it have been done by the Empire after its discovery, deploying people from a special unit? This truly left Magus on tenterhooks for several days. But several days later, he noticed that the upper echelons of Meister County were very quiet, and no particular news had come through, which confused him. That isn't right. If it were a specialized operation by the Empire, then conventionally, after the base was taken out, a great purge would follow. Nobles, great families, merchant associations, and all connected to his organization in the county town would be rooted out. Of course, he would not be spared in this process either. But now, it didn't seem like it was the work of any Imperial special unit. What was going on? While Magus did think of that young upstart knight, Rain, in his mind, Rain was at best someone with the strength of a veteran knight and had no powerful companions. How could he possibly be involved in the total annihilation of the base? Thus, Magus began to have all his informants conduct investigations, but so far, they had never found the perpetrator. At the same time, in this month, he also faced questioning from two barons, Alonso and Norman, who doubted the credibility of their rebel organization, questioning how they could fail to deal with even a young upstart knight. He knew that this was not acceptable. If both men disseminated unreliable information about the resistance in noble circles within Meister County, his organization's operations throughout Mingster County would lack the support of certain potential nobles. It can be said that the future actions of the entire organization in Meister County would encounter significant obstacles, and he, as a key liaison, could not shirk responsibility. Therefore, 3 days ago, he had sent out a call for help to those above. Magus hoped that higher-ups would dispatch a powerful person to Mingster County to take charge and swiftly reverse this unfavorable situation. As he estimated, someone should arrive within these few days. At that moment, there came a knock on the door, interrupting Magus's train of thought. "My lord, Baron Alonso has arrived." "How has he come again?" Magus said, his face showing a headache as he received the report from his confidant. Obviously, he couldn't refuse a meeting and could only nod and say, "Fine, let him come over." It couldn't be about that Rain again. These past few days, he had specifically tasked someone with investigating Rain's situation. Although Rain's resume showed the young man was very promising and talented, he did not stand out much in the entire Meister province. Furthermore, such an unestablished youth was always vulnerable. Magus was very confident in his own organization. Once the person from above arrived, if they could find this Rain and deal with him, it ought to be an easy task. After all, the former person in charge of the original base was a peak knight. This time, after the incident, the organization would most likely send a great knight-level expert to take over. However, the latest intel suggested that this Rain had recently been absent from the county town, having gone to other places. His most trusted confidant was now gathering information through various channels, trying to figure out where exactly the other party had gone. Magus thought this way. Even if they had not yet eliminated this youth, at least when Alonso and Norman asked, he would have a response. After all, with Rain not currently in Mingster County, there was nothing he could do, right? In that case, the others would not be too upset after listening to him. After all, he was making progress on the matter, or else he would not know that Rain was not in the county town, right? But annoyingly, to this moment no information had come back regarding where exactly Rain had gone, which left him quite passive in face of Alonso's questioning. Shortly, a familiar figure with a large stride entered the room. It was the bearded man wearing a black noble's hunting suit with gold thread inlays, none other than Baron Alonso himself. Seeing Alonso enter, Magus immediately stood up, and with a smile brimming on his face, he said, "The Honorable Baron Alonso, if you seek me, just send me a word, and I should have come to visit you." Since he hadn't managed to handle the task entrusted by the other party, Magus had to lower his posture a bit. Alonso looked at Magus with a gloomy expression and said, "Magus, you know why I am here." "How long has it been? Does it take a month to do this? Are you playing me?" "Today, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think I will take back all the things I promised before." Hesitating upon hearing Alonso's words, Magus was uncertain. Alonso's attitude was clearly more resolute than the last time. Could it be that he had also heard about the trouble at the base? However, Magus thought again and felt that this was unlikely. After all, the base wasn't responsible for maintaining contact with the nobles of Meister County. He was the one handling that aspect. But under the circumstances, he must give Alonso an account. Otherwise, he feared what the other party might do. However, He couldn't reveal the news that the base had been completely wiped out by a mysterious person. After all, that was a family disgrace, and spreading the news would be too humiliating. As Magus was indecisive, one of his trusted associates knocked on the door, came in, and whispered a few words to him. Magus, already frustrated, had no intention of listening at first and was about to send his associate away when his expression suddenly hardened and he immediately turned to ask, "Is the person in the interrogation room?" "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Magus paused to think, then immediately turned with a serious look and said to Alonso, "Baron Lord, please allow me to step away for 5 minutes. The explanation you want, I will give it to you in 5 minutes." After pondering for a moment, Alonso said, "Fine. I will give you 5 more minutes." Clearly, he too had sensed that Magus must have received some kind of news. When Rain arrived at Rackman fishing port town where Haas was, he found it strange that most of the townsfolk had grim expressions, as if they had encountered some difficulty. However, since his goal was to visit Haas, Rain stopped an older woman. "Hello. Good day to you, Knight Lord." Facing Rain, who was mounted on a tall horse and armed, the older woman was visibly nervous and quickly bowed in greeting. "I would like to know where Haas Klein's home is?" Rain asked. Upon hearing that Rain was looking for Haas's address, the older woman visibly relaxed a lot and answered, "Captain Haas? He's injured. He should be resting at home right now. His home is just around the corner to the right, the first house there." "Knight Lord, do you need me to take you there?" "Thank you. No need. I think I can find it," Rain said with a smile, nodding his head and declining the older woman's kind offer. Although Rain had a smile on his face, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. Haas was injured? He wondered how serious it was. Continuing on his black horse, Rain soon arrived at the location the older woman had described. The house was similar to what Rain had in Flashgold Town, quite nice for the average citizen. But for someone of the knightly class, it seemed a bit humble. That was normal, of course, as Haas's knightly title had probably not been conferred yet. Rain knocked on the wrought iron gate. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a ruddy-faced child cracked open the door and asked, "Hello, whom are you looking for?" "Is this the home of Haas Klein?" "I am his friend," Rain inquired. "Yes, are you my brother's friend? But why have I never seen you before?" The boy eyed Rain suspiciously. "Higi, you can tell your brother that Rain has come to visit." Rain chuckled, not minding the suspicion. "All right, please wait a moment," the boy said as he now took in Rain's full appearance, noting the tall horse, the weapons, and the calm and friendly tone that commanded respect. The boy thus used an honorific and immediately turned to run into the house. Soon, a familiar, tall figure hurried out, his left arm clearly wrapped in white bandages. It was Haas. Seeing Rain, Haas cheerfully exclaimed, "Rain, you finally came to see me. I was about to come find you in Meister County, but, unfortunately, I got injured these past few days." "Haas, it's been a long time. How did you end up like this? Come inside and we'll talk." Haas quickly opened the door and invited Rain in. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked inside. "Recently, a juvenile scale-whisker iron-shell turtle has been coming near our fishing port, occasionally attacking the returning full-loaded fishing boats, which has caused a lot of distress for the townspeople. Hence, Sheriff Benhad and I plan to find an opportunity to kill it," Haas explained. "After some time searching, we found its lair. But due to the scale-whisker iron-shell turtle's formidable defensive power, we specially spent several days making a special type of crossbow arrow. Just 2 days ago, when we went to take it down, we suddenly realized that the creature had already matured. In the battle, both Sheriff Benhad and I were injured. Apparently, it was attacking the fishing boats and consuming their catch to build up energy and break through its maturation phase. After we attacked the scale-whisker iron-shell turtle, it became very vengeful, and now it's attacking the fishing boats much more frequently. Even if the boats are empty, it will still attack." "Oh, how powerful is this scale-whisker iron-shell turtle?" Rain asked, raising an eyebrow. Now the creature's length has surpassed 10 meters, reaching 12 meters. "As for combat power, I'm afraid only a great knight could take it down," Haas sighed, seemingly regretful that at the time, he couldn't seize the opportunity to kill the creature before its sea beast transformation. Originally, Rain was just listening to a story. After all, such incidents were not rare, and the Empire had specific protocols to deal with them. But when he heard that the creature's length was over 10 meters, Rain's eyes gleamed. Because didn't that mean this ironback turtle with scales and whiskers barely qualified as a gigantic creature? In that case, perhaps he could acquire an additional beast essence. Thus, Rain asked with interest, Does the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers have any special moves? Eh? Do you want to try to kill the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers? No, no. Although you're a bit stronger than me, compared to the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers, there's still a huge difference. I just want to understand more. I'm still quite unfamiliar with these ferocious sea beasts, Rain shrugged and asked kindly. Haha, that's no problem. I thought you wanted to attempt to kill the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers. Don't even try it. Sheriff Ben had also retired from the Imperial Navy, possessing the strength of a seasoned knight, but he still got seriously injured, has solemnly warned. The most troublesome thing about this ironback turtle with scales and whiskers is its powerful defensive capability, especially its shell, which is harder than steel. Now, after undergoing metamorphosis, the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers can also cast an additional earthy yellow shield, further enhancing its defensive power. When my knight's longsword hacked at it, it couldn't make a scratch. Moreover, the ironback turtle with scales and whiskers itself is extremely strong and fast. Luckily, we had brought several giant crossbows with us. Otherwise, we might not have been able to come back. We even lost 2 men during the retreat. As has narrated, his face still seemed to bear traces of shock. Rain nodded as he listened. This kind of strong defense was indeed a bit tricky to deal with. However, for him, it probably wouldn't be too big of a problem. Rain patted the pig-head hammer on his back. Dinner time. Rain met Has's parents. Has's father was a portly middle-aged man with a smile always lingering on his face, the head cook at the nearby campus manor. Has's mother, on the other hand, ran a bakery, with a kind face and a somewhat plump figure, likely due to years of kneading dough, requiring a sturdy base for the task. Both parents spent their years dealing with food. No wonder a commoner's family could raise someone of Has's stature. Rain thought to himself. Upon meeting Rain, and learning he was a friend made by Has during the aristocratic enrollment examination, they greeted Rain with great enthusiasm. The dinner ended in a warm and cheerful atmosphere, and Rain got to taste the stewed giant spike salmon that Has had been raving about. A 20-plus pound salmon seasoned with garlic, basil, and sage, stewed for 2 hours. The aroma and flavor were irresistible. How is it, Rain? The giant spike salmon is delicious, right? It's indeed very delicious. Unfortunately, the fishing boats dare not go out to sea recently. You should know, these days are the best for catching giant spike salmon. Has sighed, seemingly reminded of something. Is it because of that ironback turtle with scales and whiskers? Yes, it lurks in the narrow channel leading in and out of the port. None of the fishermen are willing to risk their lives to go out to sea. After that incident, Sheriff Ben had said that because the whole of Rosby County has been troublesome lately, it might take a few more days for the county town to send a team over. So that was it. No wonder the townspeople all looked so worried. The town was a fishing port, with most residents involved in the fishing industry. Don't worry, Has, the Empire's borders are vast, and there are many masters. Maybe some passing master will casually slay that ironback turtle with scales and whiskers, Rain said with a smile, trying to offer some reassurance. Haha, I do hope that you, Rain, can become such a master one day. Has laughed heartily upon hearing this. He had not expected Rain, usually not much of a talker, to have such a sense of humor sometimes. The next morning, Rain mounted his black horse, bid farewell to the warm-hearted Has family, and left Richmond Fishing Port. But after he left the town, he took a detour to the seaside. Last night at dinner, Rain also learned the exact location of the scaled Maine ironback turtle. Rain planned, before leaving, to take care of the troubles of Has and the townspeople as well. The Holy Mother? No. It could only be blamed on the scaled Maine ironback turtle for growing too large. Over 10 meters, which is the category of behemoth as stated by Master Ganther, its heart would generate a special substance, which could be used to make behemoth essence. So, an apology was due. Besides, Rain also wanted to try out the special effects of the hammer skill he realized last night. Rain focused his attention on the Knight Transcendent panel, his large hands grasping the icon with the Warhammer pattern Toggle-hammer technique. Shock LV1 Passive Effect. You have a basic understanding of the essence of primal force, and you can freely mobilize primal force to enhance the power of the Warhammer in your hands, slightly increasing its shock effect. Note: this effect is only effective when the host possesses primal force and it is not exhausted, and only when the host is holding a blunt weapon. Note: This effect belongs to the additional special effects of melee combat skills and will automatically unlock the next level upon satisfying the conditions. This was a special effect about blunt weapons that Rain realized yesterday. However, Rain's pighead hammer was quite special. When the flat end of the pighead hammer was used for attacking, it was considered a blunt attack, but when the spiked end was used, it would be considered a piercing attack, replete not with shock, but with the sharpness effect. But now there was one more thing that Rain needed to do, and that was to allocate skill points. The reason was simple. His current level of tackle hammer technique was only LV5, 354/2000, and both the accompanying shock and precision effects were at the LV1 tier. It might be sufficient against general enemies, but against a large ferocious sea beast like the scaled mane ironback turtle, whose strength was comparable to a great knight's and whose defensive power was far superior, Rain felt it was better to improve another tier. Note: to unlock Shock LV2 for tackle hammer technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Tackle hammer technique LV6 or higher. 2. Bear King breathing method LV6 or higher. Note: to unlock precision LV2 for tackle hammer technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Tackle hammer technique LV6 or higher. 2. Strength 20 points, agility 16 points, constitution 18 or higher. Looking at the next tier requirements for these two effects, he only needed to add one skill point for both effects to advance to LV2. An extremely cost-effective move. When the remaining skill points on the attribute panel decreased from 3 to 2, tackle hammer technique also jumped to the LV6 tier at once. In an instant, a stream of fragmented tackle hammer technique training memories flooded into Rain's mind. These scattered fragments of hammer skill training memories flashed through Rain's mind like paintings, swiftly integrating into the memories of his body's muscles and tendons. When Rain opened his eyes again, it was as if he had experienced half a year's worth of tackle hammer technique training. What was more important, the two effects, shock and precision, both advanced to the LV2 tier. Rain looked again at the new text descriptions for both effects. The descriptions for shock and precision were more or less the same. The main difference at LV2 compared to LV1 was that slightly changed to moderately, meaning their power was further enhanced. At that moment, suddenly Rain's entire body stiffened, because just then, an unexpected system prompt appeared. Ding. Detected that the host's two extraordinary combat skills have reached LV6, triggering special promotion to the Advanced Class Weapon Master, Legendary. Preconditions for advancing to Weapon Master, Legendary, are 1. At least 3 different categories of extraordinary combat skills LV10 or higher. 2. Physical breakthrough value reaches 100%. 3. Any breathing method LV9 or higher. 4. Strength 20 points or higher, agility 20 points or higher, constitution 20 points or higher. 5. High-grade magic potion behemoth essence. Current conditions not met. Advancement to Weapon Master, Legendary, failed. Hiss. Rain's attention was almost entirely captured by 2 words, legendary occupation panel. Staring at the sudden system prompt, Rain read it over several times silently, his heart surging with excitement. He had not expected that merely thinking about enhancing his tackle hammer technique to LV6 in order to kill the scale whisker ironback turtle would accidentally lead to the discovery of the legendary weapon masterclass information. At that moment, Rain felt as if he had been suddenly hit by $1 million jackpot. After all, this was a legendary class panel we're talking about, which is clearly a notch above the transcendent level. After calming the excitement in his heart, Rain started to systematically compare the preconditions of both the legendary weapon master and the transcendent great knight. He was very curious about why one was considered legendary and the other merely transcendent. Looking at the latter conditions, the legendary weapon master and the transcendent great knight almost completely overlap. So the greatest difference must be the first condition. Any 3 extraordinary battle techniques of different weapon categories above LV10. Rain mulled over this sentence, his mind lighting up with understanding. Clearly, it was this difference in conditions that designated the Weapon Master as a legendary class, while the Great Knight remained at the transcendent level. All 3 extraordinary battle techniques at LV10. While it might look like just one condition, Rain was acutely aware of how difficult it truly was. Rain roughly estimated that if he didn't have the system and had to rely on his own hard training, reaching LV10 in one extraordinary combat skill could take 20 or 30 years, and that's assuming everything went smoothly. For 3 skills, That would be, well, 60 or 70 years. Hiss. No wonder it's rated as a legendary class panel. Scary ass. An ordinary person would grow old before even completing the training. Gathering his thoughts, Rain then focused on the words, weapon categories. Different weapon categories? A knight's longsword and a sword should both be considered single-handed swords. Thus, the combat skills for these two types of weapons would fall under the category of one-handed swordsmanship, he pondered. As for my dual-handed greatsword and two-handed warhammer, according to the system's indications, they each belong to different categories, meaning I only need to choose one more to fulfill the 3 required categories. Previously, I acquired the Empire's military swordsmanship, which, if assumed to be enhanced to LV10, would meet the conditions. However, should I choose single-handed swordsmanship for the 3rd skill, or something else? Rain thought about it and found himself indecisive for a moment. After some time, he shook his head, muttering to himself, "No rush. My giant bear sword technique and tackle hammer technique haven't reached LV10 yet. I have time to contemplate this issue. Furthermore, judging from its name and prerequisites, the weapon master seems to specialize in a variety of weapons, which likely means strong combat capabilities, possibly on par with masters of the greatsword. And most importantly, according to the system's hints, it doesn't conflict with the path of a wizard. It's the lack of conflict that matters most." Now, the former sense of loss Rain felt for missing the career paths of a master of the sword, great sword, and sword saint, which offer extremely high offensive capabilities, had completely vanished without a trace. Even with the hint of transitioning into a great knight, Rain had felt a bit disheartened, knowing great knights had considerably weaker attack power compared to great sword masters. Nothing lifts the spirit like joyous events. As Rain mulled over these thoughts, he rode to a river mouth near the coast, which is also where the shipping lanes near Richmond Fishing Port were located. Scale-whisker ironback turtles, much like regular sea turtles, favor near-shore river mouths that flow into the sea. Because this is where fresh and saltwater mix in food is abundant, and there also grow many sea reeds reaching 3 to 4 meters in height, perfect for hiding. At that moment, as the sea breeze passed, the dense sea reeds rustled. Rain dismounted, carrying his great sword and warhammer, and began to search carefully. He quickly found large and obvious clawed footprints. He carefully followed the clawed tracks, not expecting to leave the reed marsh so soon, and to instead quickly arrive at a beach at the foot of a mountain. The other side of the beach was close to the sea. Rain's eyes narrowed, for he saw in the distance a large mound of sand situated in a corner of the beach. Despite being covered in sand, the partially exposed body and the massive size were undeniably that of the scale-whisker ironback turtle mentioned by Haas. His excellent vision allowed Rain to examine the gigantic creature from head to toe, even from 100 meters away. Its eyes, as big as a grown man's fist, were tightly closed, as though it was napping. The beak-like mouth stretched back almost to the neck. Rain began to understand why it was named the scale-whisker ironback turtle. Even the turtle's eyelids had small, dense scales for protection, and its paws, partially uncovered by the sand, were coated with thick green scales. Moreover, its lower jaw was adorned with dozens of thick whiskers, seemingly without any practical function but perhaps just to add to its intimidating appearance. Since the creature was resting, an ambush was naturally the first choice, and of course, with the experience from the previous encounter with the aquatic plesiosaur, Rain was well prepared for contingencies. If discovered, he was ready for a direct confrontation. Rain took out his warhammer and, from a distance, began to quietly approach the scale-whisker ironback turtle from behind. Wary that the energy fluctuations from witchcraft might awaken the napping scale-whisker ironback turtle, Rain refrained from using fire-based spells like High Temperature Field. Seemingly slow to react, Rain focused intently and held his breath as he approached within about 10 meters behind the scaled whisker ironback turtle. The creature still hadn't moved. Rain's expression turned solemn as his legs suddenly exerted force. With a thud, sand erupted from beneath his feet, and he shot toward the scaled whisker ironback turtle like an arrow released from a bow. The specifics of a stealth attack? With a hammer, what technique do you need? The simpler, the more brutal, the more effective. If the opponent's shell is the hardest part, then shatter it from the hardest point. Limit break. Huge strength LV3. Strength burst. Earth-splitting hammer. Rain, leaping through the air, seemed to have ballooned to at least twice his size. His muscles and fascia tensed like the fully drawn string of a powerful bow, and he raised the dark pig-head hammer above his head before fiercely striking down at the center of the scaled whisker ironback turtle's shell. Just as Rain forcefully pushed off the ground, the scaled whisker ironback turtle's fist-sized eyes suddenly popped open, sensing the danger. However, since Rain had attacked from behind and was already directly above the shell, he was in the ironback turtle's blind spot. So, the ironback turtle stretched its neck, looking quickly left and right, but failed to spot its enemy, which caused a look of confusion in its large eyes. But the next second, a huge crash resonated from the center of its back. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The two sounds almost overlapped. Under the effects of a Hammer Mastery LV3, along with the double special effects Shock LV2 and Accuracy LV2, Range Strike had the power of a 205mm howitzer shell. Ugh! Accompanied by the scaled whisker ironback turtle's scream, its shell 7 or 8 meters in diameter and thick was completely shattered by Rain's ferocious. Especially at the center, which was completely fragmented. If someone had observed Rain's entire stealth attack from a distance, they would notice. If the scaled whisker ironback turtle's shell were compared to an iron basin, then the small black hammer, the size of a fingernail, had just smashed into it, causing the ironback turtle's limbs and neck to catapult outward. Rather comical. But just when Rain was about to follow up his attack, a thick yellow energy covered the scaled whisker ironback turtle's body, blocking all subsequent hammer blows. At this moment, the battle's vibrations caused all the surrounding sand to scatter. Rain got a clear look at the full span of the turtle's shell, which closely resembled fossil giant tortoise shells from his previous life, with a dozen mountain-like ring scales. Now, the tops of these mountains were glowing with yellow light. This mysterious side of energy fluctuations? It must be the scaled whisker ironback turtle's special ability, which is the earthen yellow shield Haas mentioned. Seemingly frightened by Rain's combat prowess, the scaled whisker ironback turtle, displaying no desire to continue fighting the little one in front of it, opted to make a break for the nearby sea, protected by its strongest defense. This immediately changed Rain's expression. The sea was not his battleground. Right away, Rain increased the frequency of swings with his pig head hammer, causing the yellow shield to, under the blows. Although the color faded slightly, the yellow shield stood firm, like a rock immovable by the seaside waves. Indeed, only witchcraft can defeat witchcraft, right? However, Rain didn't believe in such superstitions. At points, as the remaining skill points on the attribute panel dropped from 2-1, Tackle Hammer technique was also instantly raised to LV7 level, equaling the giant bear sword technique. Suddenly, fragments of memories about practicing Tackle Hammer technique flooded into Rain's mind. These fragmented memories of hammer skill practice flashed one by one in Rain's mind and swiftly integrated into his muscle memory. It was as if he had spent over a year devoted to practicing Tackle Hammer technique in some mysterious space, all by himself. However, there was a difference. With a LV3 Hammer Mastery boost, at this moment, the hammer skill's power was number one among all his extraordinary combat skills. When Rain gripped his pig head hammer again, a special feeling dawned on him. This sensation was not the familiarity of the proficient level, but rather a deeper connection to the essence of the weapon. Thud! The hammer crashed down again. This time, the scaled whisker ironback turtle looked terrified and desperately bolted into the sea, because its yellow shield trembled violently under the hammers, on the verge of collapsing. One day earlier, outside an interrogation room at Meister County Prison, an informant was reporting to Magus about the situation concerning a prisoner. The man's name is Vil, originally a bandit who roamed the Wild Wolf Hills. A few days ago, he got drunk in Old John's bar in County Town, got into a fight, and was reported by someone. After the County Town Patrol verified the complaint, he was brought here, the confidant reported. He was initially set to be executed by hanging, but since he said to investigate the hideout through various channels last time, we planted informants among the prison inmates, the confidant continued. After learning this, he claimed to have crucial information to report. We've provisionally examined it, and it seems legit. Also, the guy proposes that if his information is true, he wants his freedom. I can't make that decision on my own, so you need to come in person, sir, the confidant added. Well done. Magus patted the confidant's shoulder. Magus walked into the interrogation room, only to see a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, wearing a tattered gray linen coat, emanating a strange odor, shackled to the interrogation chair. Upon seeing Magus and his companion enter, the man's eyes revealed terror, and his legs tightened even more, as if this man named Vil was particularly afraid of someone like Magus dressed in a prison guard's uniform. Magus examined the man for a moment, noting numerous whip marks and small burns all over his body. It seemed his subordinates had left quite an impression with their methods of punishment. However, this was good. The man's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse, and coaxing some words out of him should be very simple, and it would be easy to discern truth from falsehood. Magus showed a radiant smile and said, "Don't be afraid. Vil, just repeat to me what you said before." "This, my lord." "Then do you guarantee my release?" "The other lord just now said he can't decide that." "Only you can make that decision," Vil said with fear, glancing at the insignia on Magus's uniform, knowing that he was speaking with the one in charge. "That will require your full cooperation. Believe me, if what you say is true, then releasing you would be a very easy task for me," Magus said. The deep tone of Magus's voice and his slow speech inexplicably created a sense of trust in Vil's heart. But in fact, this was a psychological suggestion, making Vil feel as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He quickly began to speak. "That day, I was looking for suitable targets to rob near the abandoned mine, when by chance I saw several people moving a lot of stuff out of the woods onto 2 wagons, with a luxurious carriage at the front of them." "Wait," Magus interrupted. "Why go to the area around the abandoned mine? You should be aware of whose turf that is, right? It's a new bandit group, rumored to be powerful. The boss told us not to provoke them, but we haven't had any business for a long time, so I trespassed a little, just a bit," Vil explained. Magus nodded upon hearing Vil's explanation. It sounded reasonable with no obvious points of suspicion. He then gestured for Vil to continue. "This made me very happy. At the time, I thought it must be some noble hiding their riches here, and I was going to make a fortune," Vil went on. "So, after they left, I followed their tracks to the vicinity of the abandoned mine. At first, I hesitated, not daring to get close since it was another group's territory. But then I noticed something was off. It seemed like the place had been abandoned, so I moved in and realized that the group there must have been wiped out." After Vil finished his story, Magus pondered for a while and asked, "Do you remember anything about those people, or do you recognize them?" "I've never seen them before, but the young knight leading them had a distinctive look with a hammer and a great sword on his back." Vil gestured, making a crossing motion with his hands. Magus nodded. His confidant had already told him about this. It was highly likely the newly elevated Baron, Rain. "By the way, you just mentioned that in front of the wagons, there was a luxurious carriage, is that correct?" Magus seemed to recall something and asked again. "Yes, my lord," Vil nodded. "Was there any distinctive feature or pattern on that luxurious carriage?" There was a crest on the carriage, and although it was a bit far, I have good eyesight and could make it out. It seemed to be a kite shield, and on the shield was a flower resembling a rose." Upon hearing this, Magus immediately beckoned and whispered to his confidant, "Have you found out which noble family in Meist County City bears that crest?" "My lord, I just looked it up. It's the crest of the Crowley family," the confidant whispered back. "The Crowley family?" Magus's eyes narrowed in contemplation. He seemed unfamiliar with the family. Seeing Magus's expression, the confidant knew his lord might not recall the family and reminded him softly, "Do you forget? That beautiful lady, Jennifer." A gleam flickered in Magus's eyes as he exclaimed, "Her? That gorgeous widow?" Immediately, Magus remembered the stunning lady he had seen at the ball, who had even caught his own attention. Didn't Alonso suppress her family harshly? How could they have the strength to attack his organization's stronghold? Magus asked again, "Have you checked? Who has the Crowley family been seen with recently? Or who have they grown close to?" "Well, it is still being investigated, but it's known that the Crowley family has been quite close with Rain. About 2 months ago, he became the Crowley family's guardian knight. And now that Rain has become a baron, the servants and guards of his new manor all come from the Crowley family. As for other information, it's still being looked into. It won't be so fast. This is enough." Magus's face grew stern. Various signs indicated that this newly minted Baron Rain was behind the eradication of the stronghold. Although he didn't yet know how the other party managed it, since even with the Crowley family involved, they still lacked sufficient strength. Having a lead was good. With more time, they should be able to get to the bottom of it. Since the interrogation was over, Magus planned to return to his office as Alonso was still waiting for his reply. Seeing Magus rise to his feet, Vil couldn't help but show anxiety and said, "Sir, you haven't said whether you can release me yet?" At Vil's words, Magus's motion to turn around slowed, and he turned his head back to his trusted collaborator and said, "Then as he wishes, release his soul." Huh, release the soul? While Vil was still pondering the meaning of this sentence, suddenly there was a sound, a sharp pain transmitted from his neck, and then he found himself able to see the white wall behind him. Back in the office, Magus naturally was not going to honestly share information with Alonso. Just now in the corridor, he had thought of how to maximize his benefits. Upon entering the door, Magus feigned an angry demeanor and interrogated, "Lord Alonso, the newly promoted Baron Rain whom you asked us to kill last time is probably not that simple, right? Due to your concealment, the organization has lost a peak knight and several senior knights." "Oh, so you've already made your move? Was the loss caused by Rain alone, or were there others?" Alonso hesitated, speaking somewhat unnaturally. He, of course, had concealed something. The fact that the beast knight Giovanni was wounded by a strange druid was left unsaid. It wasn't that he truly hoped the rebel forces wouldn't succeed, only that Alonso didn't want the other party to hike up the price. Moreover, he had warned Magus to be cautious before the action commenced, so naturally, it couldn't be blamed on him. Magus observed Alonso for a while, not seeing the expression he anticipated. Then he swiftly changed the topic, saying, "Whether Rain was alone or had help, the organization can handle it. However, Lord Alonso, given that Rain's strengths far exceeded expectations, the contents of our deal naturally need to be adjusted as well." Still in Meister County, the underground hall, Giovanni, wearing a scythe-shaped weapon on his back, bowed slightly to the corpulent high priest, saying, "High priest, my body has fully recovered. I heard from Merrill that the appearance of that druid in Flash Gold Town last time was an accident. Is that correct?" "Yes, Merrill has rechecked multiple times. The druid's trace has never appeared again. It must have been a coincidence passing through." The corpulent high priest nodded. "If that's the case, then let me take the task of killing the newly promoted knight, Rain." Giovanni, are you sure your body has completely recovered? Also, according to the latest news from Alonso, this Rain has been promoted not just to a knight, but to a newly appointed Imperial Baron. "What?" Giovanni exclaimed in surprise. "Doesn't that sound incredible?" At first, I didn't quite believe it either, but this information has been confirmed through multiple sources to be true, including Count Habs, who has already met with this Rain. "Actually, continuing to go after this Rain now doesn't quite align with our interests," continued the high priest gravely. Hearing the high priest's words implying giving up, Giovanni's eyebrows arched, and he solemnly said, "High priest, the dignity of the Black Flame Church cannot be challenged. Please let me handle this matter." The high priest was suddenly silent. Although continuing to eliminate Rain now doesn't align with the church's interests, the emotions of a capable subordinate also needed to be considered, putting the high priest in a tricky position. At this moment, the voice of Merrill came from the big gates of the underground hall, saying, "High priest, Rain's whereabouts have been discovered. He seems to be headed to Rosby County. Moreover, according to reliable information, the appointment signed by Count Habs just today shows that Rain should be returning to Meister County within 5 days to take up the position of governor and sheriff of Fishing Port Town." After a long pause, the high priest's deep voice resonated again. "Giovanni, then this matter is still yours to handle. However, I hope you can minimize the impact of this affair." "As you command, High Priest. I will try to act on Rain's return journey and clean up any traces thoroughly so that it won't implicate the church," Giovanni replied, smirking slightly as he bowed. He knew the high priest had been persuaded by him. Indeed, killing a newly appointed Imperial Baron could cause a severe backlash, possibly prompting an in-depth investigation by the Imperial authorities. However, having been severely injured because of this Rain, he had to let out this bad blood no matter what. On a beach not far from Richmond Fishing Port, a huge scale-whiskered ironback turtle lay in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, a man was using a dual-handed greatsword to cut open the corpse of a giant turtle, seemingly trying to extract something. At that moment, a cylindrical object suddenly rolled out from within the scaly-backed iron turtle. "Huh, what's this? A message in a bottle?" Rain eyed a brown bottle that had fallen out of the scaly-backed iron turtle. The material, judging by its appearance, seemed to be the rarely seen glass, which piqued his curiosity. Holding it up to the sunlight, Rain examined it carefully and noticed it appeared to have something similar to paper inside. After a moment's thought, Rain carefully opened the stopper, and indeed, it was a message in a bottle. The contents weren't paper but seemed to be a piece of parchment. Huh, why does this feel so familiar, this texture? In an instant, a flash of insight crossed Rain's mind. He quickly pulled out a small iron box from his and compared them. Incredibly, this was a quarter of Pirate King Vincent Sanborn's treasure map, the one linked to the fireball technique. Could it be that this scaly-backed iron turtle had some connection with the Pirate King? This was indeed a possibility, considering turtles are renowned for their longevity. But this was still a highly improbable event, and Rain felt he definitely had to thank the goddess of fortune. However, this made him feel both anxious and excited. Previously, having only half was still manageable, but now he had 3/4. This made Rain's desire to find the remaining quarter of the treasure map even more intense. But such things were somewhat serendipitous, and after some thought, Rain couldn't help but sigh. Rain built up a bonfire and began to simply process the materials from the scaly-backed iron turtle while contemplating the prerequisites for the Weapon Master job change. The second, third, and fourth prerequisites: 2. Physical breakthrough limit reached 100%. 3. Any breathing technique LV9 or higher. 4. Strength 20 points or higher, agility 20 points or higher, constitution 20 points or higher. For him, these were almost fully completed or already done, presenting no difficulty whatsoever. As for the fifth prerequisite, high-level magic potion Giant Beast Essence, though slightly troublesome, he already had the hearts of 2 giant beasts as raw materials. Once back in County Town through the military supply department, this issue should not be difficult to resolve. If all else failed, contacting the Empire's military through Hamilton should also not be a big problem. The real trouble now was in the first prerequisite. 1. Any 3 different weapon category, transcendent combat skills, LV10 or above. This meant that before sorting out the high-level magic potion, Giant Beast Essence, it would be best if he could gather enough skill points to raise 3 transcendent combat skills to LV10, which was of the utmost urgency. Rain glanced at his attribute panel. He currently had 1 remaining skill point, while both Giant Bear Sword Technique and Tackle Hammer Technique were at LV7, leaving a gap of 5 skill points. This 5-point gap should not be too big of an issue. Rain glanced at Armorsmith LV1, 17 out of 100, with the Crowley family helping him gather materials. Raising it should take no time at all. Achieving 4-5 points of skill shouldn't be too difficult. The key was the third combat skill. The Empire's military swordsmanship was only at LV3, 122/500, and shield defense and archery were also at LV3. Even if he practiced day and night after returning, due to time constraints, he could at most push it to LV5, which meant there was still a 5-point skill point gap waiting for him. Seemingly unable to think of a good solution, Rain couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just then, the fluttering sound of wings filled the air. A pigeon with a blue crest suddenly descended from the sky, landing next to the small pigeon cage on the brown horse, beginning to intimately mesh with another blue-helmeted pigeon. Blue-helmeted pigeon. Rain's pupils contracted, and he immediately got up and walked over. Before departing, Rain had told the beautiful woman that if he encountered any trouble, she should contact him using the blue-helmeted pigeon. Rain removed a small wooden cylinder, the thickness of a thumb, from the leg of the blue helmet pigeon, opened the stopper, and found a note from the Crowley family inside. Baron Norman has issued a bloody duel challenge to you today. It has been noted that he has also applied for the challenge with Count Habs at the same time. According to reliable information, the opponent has taken a secret potion and has returned to peak strength, possibly possessing the power to challenge a great knight, unconfirmed. Please consider carefully whether to return to Meister County anytime soon. Jennifer, after reading the letter from the lady, Rain's first reaction was a sigh of relief. Good, it's not that a family member or Jennifer herself had encountered any trouble. A bloody duel? Rain mused thoughtfully. He had come to understand this term after being knighted, commonly used to resolve certain irreconcilable conflicts among nobility, divided into ordinary duels and bloody duels. Ordinary duels allow for surrender, but bloody duels, indicated by the very word bloody, mean much more. There can be no surrender, and it ends only with one party's death. If ordinary duels can still be seen from time to time, bloody duels are much rarer. In Meister County, not seeing a bloody duel once every year or two would be quite normal. However, the next second, Rain was quite puzzled. Where did this Baron Norman spring from? He was familiar with the name, but couldn't for the life of him remember where he had heard it. After pondering for several seconds, Rain's eyes lit up, and he remembered. Months ago, when he was practicing the giant bear sword technique in the dense forest at the entrance to Flash Gold Town, he had been attacked by a middle-aged man wielding a sword. One of the man's statements had made a deep impression on him to this day. Rain still remembered the man's exact words. "I am giving you a chance now. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Norman family, it will be the most correct decision of your life." Yes, that was the phrase. Moreover, when the man spoke those words, that lofty attitude, though his words were inviting, it clearly felt like charity. At that time, Rain had thought he was from some great nobility, but as it turned out, it was from the very family where Dennis belonged. So it goes without saying, this Baron Norman must be Dennis's father. But did their grudge really reach such a level? Rain was quite puzzled. He and Clea barely had some contact. Was that enough to warrant a Baron father stepping in to defend his son in a bloody duel with him? Thinking about it, Rain found it utterly absurd. All my previous life, I've heard that overindulgence by a mother often leads to a child's failure. Could this be a case of an overly indulgent father leading to failure? Rain shook his head, quite speechless. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through Rain's mind. It was him. He remembered. Previously, after being attacked by the level 3 wizard apprentice, Adams, a young clerk from Adams's shop had said, a middle-aged man came in not long before, and Adams dismissed him. So, the details of their discussion and the man's exact identity are unclear, but since that middle-aged man arrived, Adams disappeared without a trace. Afterward, night watchman Captain Mateo, who was rather short in stature, even provided him with a portrait of the middle-aged man, drawn based on the young clerk's memory. Rain pulled out the thin parchment from within his tunic. As he examined it carefully, sure enough, the more he looked, the more familiar the middle-aged man in the drawing became. It was clearly very similar to that rascal Dennis. So it turns out this middle-aged man is Baron Norman, and it was he who hired or asked Adams to attempt to assassinate me. At the time, Rain always felt there was a faint familiarity about the middle-aged man's face, but he just couldn't quite place where that sense of familiarity came from. Now, all has been revealed. Having figured this out, Rain couldn't help but feel a flicker of anger rise in his heart. To come and try to assassinate me several times over some petty issue of his son's jealousy. Had I not been strong enough, I might well be 6 feet under by now. And now a bloody duel again? Has he become completely fixated on me? However, Baron Norman's strength must be quite formidable. Although Jennifer is not entirely certain, if he does indeed have the strength to challenge a great knight, that would mean he has strength comparable to my own. This is interesting. Rain had no fear whatsoever. One of the most important things he learned from his intensive training with Master Ganther was about belief. If a great sword master holds an unshakable belief that the sword in his hands can cut through anything, then Rain gradually came to understand that having a firm belief in one's own ability to defeat powerful adversaries is equally a formidable force. Do not worry. I will arrive in Meister on schedule in 4 days. While ensuring safety, gather information on Baron Norman. Also, look after the emotional well-being of my family. Rain, after thinking it over, Rain quickly wrote a reply, placed it inside the little cylinder, and tied it to the blue helmet pigeon. With the flapping of wings, the blue helmet pigeon shot into the northern sky like an arrow released from a bow. His thoughts returning, Rain started cutting the scaly whiskered ironback turtle's shell into large pieces and, after roasting them briefly over a bonfire, stacked them up. These naturally protruding, thick, hard, and heavy shells made excellent shield materials. Even for Rain, cutting them open had required considerable effort. In addition, there's the massive corpse of the ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, resembling a sand dune. With a bit of processing, one could harvest a ton or two of fierce beast meat. The quality of meat from such large, fierce wild beasts is very high. It would truly be a shame to discard it. After some thought, Rain had already come up with a solution. It's better to give it to Hars than to waste such a treasure. Besides, it looks like there's no time to go to Rosby City now. I originally wanted to see Evelyn and Major Mary. Now, I can only postpone it for another day. Meanwhile, Rain recalled the sensation he felt when his tackle hammer technique advanced to level 7. This must be a realm beyond mastery, reaching an even higher level. But he also knew that, to a large extent, this was dependent on the level 3 hammer skill specialization. Otherwise, it made no sense for his level 7 giant bear sword technique to still be at the mastery level, while the level 7 tackle hammer technique had entered the next realm. Rain vaguely remembered Master Ganther mentioning that after mastery comes the level of a Meister. However, The status he had barely achieved with the aid of hammer skill specialization could at most be considered as half-step Meister level, and there was still a difference compared to the true Meister level. At this moment, Rain suddenly remembered that due to the sudden appearance of the floating bottle, and later being busy dealing with the heart of the ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, he hadn't had the chance to check the system messages. Your skill tackle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 1,336. You have experienced a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 379. After this battle, the level of Knight, Transcendent, reached level 5, 597/2000, and the tackle hammer technique advanced to level 7, 1690/5000. And only one skill point remained, while all 3 attribute points had not been used. Soon after processing the turtle shell, Rain rode his horse a short distance south before heading back to Richmond Fishing Port. He found 2 town residents who appeared honest and sincere, gave each of them a silver coin, and had them deliver a message to Hars. The problem has been solved. Head to the beach at the entrance to the sea to collect the battle spoils. Bring more people, and when you have time, find a caravan to send the turtle shell to me. Rain. The shells of these ironback turtles with scaled whiskers were excessively heavy, and Rain planned to have Hars find a caravan to transport them for him. After completing all this, Rain mounted his tall black horse and sped towards the direction of Meister County. Richmond Fishing Port, at Hars's doorstep. A message from Rain? He wants me to go to the beach at the entrance to the sea? Hars was initially quite bewildered. But when the messenger said, "When you have time, find a caravan to send the turtle shell to me," Hars's eyes widened in shock. A bolt of lightning crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself, "Could it be? Impossible, impossible." Hars's younger brother, confusedly looking up at his own brother, who rarely showed such a loss of composure, asked curiously, "Brother, what's impossible?" "I'll tell you when I get back." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the injured Hars rushed out the door, and upon reaching the street, he immediately called out to 2 patrolling security officers, "Jeremy, gather 10 men and come with me." Half an hour later, when Hars arrived at the beach near the sea mouth with a number of security officers and night watchmen, they found the bloody mound already being scavenged by raptors. Everyone looked at the scene before their eyes in utter shock. Isn't this the ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, whose strength matched that of a great knight? Even though someone had removed its shell, it was immediately recognized by everyone. But then, cheers erupted all around, because they knew that the troubling Richmond Fishing Port had been resolved. Hars muttered to himself, "How could Rain be so strong? He's just a bit stronger than me, isn't he?" His assessment was only rated as good. Suddenly, something clicked for Hars, and his eyes shone with realization. It seems all this information was just my own imagination. On closer thought, Rain never actually directly answered any of these questions. At the home hotel of the Navy in Rosby City, on the training ground, Rain had declined my suggestion to spar, and later, during the endowment assessment. Now it seems, I've made a truly formidable friend. What kind of strength would it take to kill an ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, whose strength is on par with a great knight? Moreover, Rain is still so young. "Captain Hars, I think you should see this," a security officer said with an uneasy expression. Hars walked over and saw a collection of neatly sliced, thick turtle shells laid out orderly on one side. Rain had indeed sent a message to Hars, but the security officers didn't know that. They had thought some other formidable wild beast had killed the ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, but now it was clear that wasn't the case. Because a wild beast wouldn't slice open and neatly arrange turtle shells. So, for a moment, everyone was unsure how to deal with this mountain of meat and the valuable turtle shells, since by tradition, whoever made the kill had the right to own and distribute the spoils of battle. But upon seeing the neatly sliced, iconic shells of the ironback turtle with scaled whiskers, Hars immediately realized what Rain meant by finding a caravan to send him the turtle shell previously mentioned in the message. Haha, yes, it's got to be that guy Rain. Hars laughed heartily. With everything falling into place, Hars had no more doubts. At the same time, he understood that while Rain asked him to send the turtle shell, he left no instructions for the heaps of fierce beast meat. Clearly, Rain intended to leave the disposal of the ironback turtle's corpse entirely up to him. Hastings became excited, for this was a vast fortune for him. Meister County City. Alonso had not been back from the prison to the estate for long when the butler Michel came up to him with a smiling face and reported, "Baron, I think you should take a look at this." Michelle respectfully handed Alonso a thin stack of documents. Oh? Upon seeing Michelle's smiling face, Alonso knew there must be some good news in those documents. Indeed, after Alonso had received the documents and looked through them briefly, he quickly began to smile and said, "Is this news accurate? It has been verified and is true. My lord, according to the information, it seems that Baron Norman is determined to engage in a bloody duel with Rain." After delivering the declaration of a bloody duel to Rain's new residence, Baron Norman immediately submitted an application for a bloody duel to your father, Count Haps. Upon hearing this, Alonso's smile briefly faded as he said, "What did my father say?" After receiving the application for the bloody duel, Lord Count originally wanted to persuade Baron Norman to give up the duel, but was politely refused by the Baron. Michelle said, smiling, Baron Norman didn't even give face to my father?" Alonso was taken aback upon hearing this. Such a situation was extremely rare. Yes, it's said that Baron Norman's strength has returned to its peak. In these past few days, he has already begun to prepare the items necessary for breaking through to a great knight. It's very possible he plans to make the attempt right after the duel with Rain. If he successfully breaks through, Baron Norman is likely to be promoted, or to re-enlist with the Imperial Navy, Michelle explained. Alonso nodded, understanding the situation. So that was Norman's plan. No wonder he could afford to disregard even his own father's influence. How interesting. Alonso suddenly laughed aloud. Since when did Rain have such a deep feud with Baron Norman? If I had known this, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with Magus. Alonso was well aware of Norman's background, an Imperial Navy veteran with extremely rich combat experience. If it weren't for an injury that had hindered his recovery, he would have had the chance to strive for the rank of Great Knight and the title of Imperial Navy Commodore. But now, he had retired with the rank of a Navy Colonel several years ago. By the way, Michelle, take 3 bottles of divine blood to Baron Norman and say it is a token of my goodwill, Alonso decided after a moment's thought. As you command, my lord. Michelle bowed and slowly withdrew from the room. However, not long after the butler Michelle had left the room, he suddenly returned with a curious expression on his face. This made Alonso somewhat puzzled, and he asked, "Is there something else?" Baron, a secret message has come from Lord Merrill, stating that Beast Knight Giovanni has recovered from his injuries, and has declared that he will seek an opportunity to kill Rain in the next few days. Upon hearing this news, Alonso's expression also turned strange, soon followed by a barely controllable burst of loud laughter. Everything was good news since he returned. Alonso thought to himself, Rain is really in demand. He's on the Black Flame Church list and is also the target of Baron Norman's duel. I really wonder who will end up killing him. Michelle, what do you think? This time, not even the goddess of fortune can save him, butler Michelle said, laughing along. Exactly, not even the goddess can save him now. Besides those two, there's one last safeguard, Alonso said with conviction. This caused butler Michelle to look at his master with a puzzled expression. These two were already among the most powerful in Meist County. Could there be someone even stronger waiting in the wings? Beast Knight Giovanni, as the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, might only be a peak knight by rank, but his ability to transform into a beast made him a fierce opponent. When fully exerted, even a great knight might be challenged. And with Baron Norman's strength returned to its peak, his might was likely even greater. His long career in the Navy had endowed him with vast combat experience. Furthermore, it was said that he intended to challenge the rank of Great Knight immediately after his bloody duel with Rain, suggesting he was already on the brink of a breakthrough. But the Baron had invited a third person to be a backup against Rain? Someone whose abilities exceeded the other two? This made Michelle's expression freeze. Could there truly be a Great Knight-level figure prepared to directly target Rain? If so, Rain might be talented, but he would be doomed still. Meanwhile, in Meist County, inside a study at the Crawley family estate, the beautiful woman, Jennifer, dressed in a one-shoulder pale purple gown adorned with intricate gold lace, sat behind the desk, sitting with an elegant posture. Jenny, has there been any news from Rain? The beautiful woman's brow was furrowed with anxiety as she questioned her daughter. Not yet, mother, don't worry yet, Jenny replied, seeing her mother's concern for Rain, feeling an indescribable sourness in her heart. Rain should have been. But now, it seems he had become her mother's man. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and comforted her mother. You know how strong Lord Rain is. He was already very powerful, and since he has gone for further training this time, he's likely to become even stronger. So, I actually think that this Baron Norman may not necessarily be a match for Lord Rain. Despite her daughter's reassurance, the beautiful woman's brow was still marked with worry. Shaking her head, she said, "It's different. This opponent is not like any Rain has faced before. Baron Norman is from the same generation as your father. His strength is formidable. He once had the chance to attain the rank of Great Knight in his youth. But due to severe injuries sustained in naval combat, along with lingering internal wounds after healing, his attempt to become a Great Knight failed, leading to his retirement. Now, through some rare secret potion, he has recovered the combat capabilities of his peak years. Such an opponent, with his wealth of combat experience and formidable power, is probably unlike anyone Rain has ever encountered before," the woman explained with a look of concern. Hearing her mother explain this way, Jenny couldn't help but frown slightly. "Mother, why would this Baron Norman issue a bloody duel challenge to Lord Rain?" Jenny tried to comfort her mother in vain and changed the subject, as this question had also been on her mind for a while. Baron Norman, being of the same age as her father, would theoretically have little to do with Rain. How could he have suddenly issued a duel challenge to Rain? Fortunately, the guards at Rain's new residence were from her family's lineage. They recognized the importance of the situation immediately and reported to her mother first. Now, Rain's parents and sister are still unaware of this news. After discussing with her mother, she felt that informing them would only cause unnecessary worry. Of course, ultimately, it was up to Rain to decide what to do about this matter. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I sent someone to inquire about it, and this matter is beyond reconciliation." Along with issuing the challenge to Rain, Baron Norman has also filed a formal request with Count Habs, she explained. Additionally, I have heard that he directly rejected Count Habs's attempt to dissuade him, which means that right from the start, he was determined to refuse any mediation and proceed with this bloody duel. Jenny suddenly found herself at a loss for words. How could there be such a deep hatred between two barons who were at least a generation apart in age? "Mother, is Baron Norman's current strength at the level of a peak knight, or have you investigated?" "Yes, he could be considered a peak knight, but the difference between him and a great knight is not that significant. I bribed a servant from the Norman family and learned that he seems to be gearing up for an attempt to become a great knight in the next few days. He is currently preparing some necessary items. The exact timing, I'm still not quite sure," the beautiful woman added. What if he succeeds? Then what do we do?" Upon hearing this, Jenny couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand in shock. This made her worried as well. "You must understand, we are talking about a great knight here. Within a pool of dozens of formal knights, it's rare to find even one great knight. A great knight is a significant figure whether within the empire's military or its administrative bodies." 3 days later, after crossing this forest and traveling for another half a day, Rain would reach Meist County City. At the moment, along the narrow path stretching through the dense woods, scattered individuals could be seen. They were traveling in pairs of two, seemingly watching and searching for something. "Look, Haji, isn't that the man the Wilderness Brotherhood told us to keep an eye out for?" A thin middle-aged man asked his partner, tilting his head. "It should be. A black horse, carrying 2 weapons, 1 greatsword and a 2-handed warhammer. Everything matches up. Go report this," the man named Haji said with a pleased expression. Rain had noticed the occasional measuring glances cast his way, and after entering the forest, these glances had become more frequent. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the other party would make a move. As expected, not far ahead a large group of individuals dressed as mercenaries, carrying all kinds of weapons, blocked his path. He, riding his horse, also slowly came to a halt. However, Rain merely swept a glance over these people before shifting his gaze away from them, focusing instead on a large carriage behind them. Although Rain couldn't see through the carriage, his level 3 danger perception was subtly alerting him to the threat. He knew that the real threat was inside, and that the group outside was just trash fish. In the carriage, a tall and lean figure sat, dressed in a gray knight's plate armor set. Even while seated, his height was close to 1.9 meters, and his knight helmet nearly touched the top of the carriage. Resting on his knees was an extremely strange, long-handled weapon, resembling an elongated sickle, with a handle about 1 meter long and the blade of the sickle itself also measuring a meter. Outside the carriage, a bearded, burly man peered through a small window and said to the person inside, "Chief Joe, if we kill this kid, Do we really get a reward of 2,000 Imperial gold coins? As the burly man asked, he looked at Rain's youthful face and his eyes flickered with the desire for money. Captain Sim, are you interested in having a go? Of course, if your wolf bandits can take him down, 2,000 Imperial gold coins is yours to keep, said Giovanni from within the armor, a meaningful smile crossing his hidden face. He would naturally welcome someone else taking the lead. Chief Joe, leave it to us, said the bearded, burly man, confidently patting his chest. The bearded strong man, holding a long sword, swung his arm and said, "Go, kill him." As soon as he spoke, he took the lead and charged forward, being one of the strongest bandits in the Wild Wolf Hills and a rare veteran knight. His band of bandits was even named after the wild wolves of Wild Wolf Hills, a testament to his confidence and ambition. With money, he could expand his team and improve their weapons and equipment. Furthermore, completing this mission would deepen his cooperation with the Brotherhood of the Wilderness. It would kill two birds with one stone, so the bearded man was naturally very committed. When over 20 men dressed as mercenaries saw their leader charging, their morale instantly surged. Their faces flushed as they screamed and excitedly rushed towards Rain. Several crossbow arrows were shot at Rain before the others could even reach him. Facing the oncoming rush, Rain drew his great sword, still keeping his gaze steady. Swoosh, swoosh, his figure moved slightly, and with a couple of shifts, he dodged the incoming crossbow arrows. Attack! Kill him! A few leaders of the Wild Wolf bandits hesitated, realizing the tough character they faced, but fueled by their superior numbers, they continued to roar and swung their weapons at Rain. Suddenly, Rain's chest suddenly puffed up, much like a frog inflates when it croaks. Most notably, his swelling neck seemed like it harbored a steam-powered locomotive inside his chest, unable to contain the surging, high-temperature steam about to burst forth from his swollen neck. Sure enough, the next second, a huge gust of air, similar to a train's whistle, roared out of Rain's widely open mouth. Roar. A roar that was much louder than all of their screams combined resounded. It left every charging bandit from the Wild Wolf bandits in shock. Realizing they were in trouble, they tried desperately to stop their charge, but as the thought emerged in their minds, the wide-ranging sonic attack was already upon them. When facing the sonic attack, the only escape would be outpacing the speed of sound. But clearly, that was impossible for the bandits. Instantly, a loud explosion blasted next to every bandit's ears. Most were immediately dazed, some even rolled their eyes, and their minds blanked out. Their skin, under the subsequent shockwave, was repeatedly stretched, trembled, and deformed. Immediately after, screams rang out high and low. Ah, ah. And within seconds after the loud explosion, most bandits were seen clutching their ears, displaying expressions of unbearable pain. Their ears and brains were still buzzing, unable to recover quickly. Even Giovanni in the carriage squinted, muttering, "Sonic attack, huh? Not a bad move." But oddly enough, the cries of agony in the area began to decrease. A gray shadow gripping a great sword, like a high-speed sewing machine needle, darted back and forth among the 20-some bandits. The hiss-hiss-hiss sound of air being sliced continued without pause. Seconds later, not one member of the Wild Wolf bandit gang, including their leader with the beard, was left standing. They had all been cut into segments and lay strewn across the field. Rain shook the glimmering greatsword, tossing off the crimson bloodstains, while his eyes remained fixed on the large carriage without shifting. The reason for using the roaring strike as his opening move, part of the explanation lay here. There was a formidable opponent on the sidelines, watching intently. The longer the fight dragged out, the more disadvantageous it would be, not to mention the potential for a sneak attack at any moment. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause emerged from within the carriage. Impressive strength. I thought you would at least get injured, but it seems I underestimated your level. However, it doesn't really matter. Your outcome won't change much. Along with a deep voice, a tall, slender knight, over 2 meters in height, holding a scythe-like weapon, slowly descended from the carriage. Rain's eyes narrowed, focusing on the newcomer. It seems that he was indeed the main opponent for today. The gray chest armor of the knight featured 3 dull, burning black flames, instantly reminding Rain of those black flame monks he had killed before. 3 black flames. It seems he was a personage in the black flame cult, Rain thought to himself. Moreover, judging from the aura, the opponent wasn't a great knight. Moreover, his own level 3 danger perception alert wasn't strong enough to be unbeatable by him. This slightly settled Rain's mind. Perhaps, if he had not gone to Master Ganther to improve, he might have been outmatched by this individual. But now, it seemed they were rather evenly matched. Of course, it was likely that the opponent had some tricks up his sleeve. But didn't he have his own? Seeing Rain's calm demeanor made Giovanni slightly bored, shaking his head. I enjoy the frenzy and screams of my prey before they die. You are too calm. I don't like it. Or perhaps, you don't think you can escape this time, do you? Last time, if not for that druid. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Seemingly recalling the previous encounter made Giovanni's expression change under his helmet, leading him to abruptly cut off his words. Rain understood. The guy in front of him was someone he had never seen before, but when the other mentioned druid last time, was he talking about a druid? It seemed that at some point in the past, Anna's aunt, the elf lady, had repelled him. That's what Rain speculated. Are you from the dark cult? Rain asked for the first time. Eh? Not bad. You figured it out. But I don't have much time to chit-chat with you. Even though this place is remote, there are still occasionally trade caravans passing by, and it wouldn't be good for them to see you, the Baron, dead by my hand, he said. I promised the high priest that I would make you, the newly appointed Baron, disappear without a trace, he added. As soon as he finished speaking, Giovanni flicked the bizarrely shaped sickle in his hand, as if to attack, but then he stopped abruptly, intrigued by what Rain said next. Actually, I'm quite happy to have run into you today, Rain said, his eyelids lowered, his expression serene. Oh, why is that? Giovanni, surprised by Rain's unexpected response, paused his movement and asked with curiosity. Because I just learned something new and have been looking for a worthy opponent to try it out on. The savage beasts I've faced so far just lack that certain something. So I'm quite happy to meet you, Rain said as he raised his head, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. At this moment, Giovanni felt very uncomfortable, as Rain's look made him feel as if he were the prey and Rain was the hunter. Huh, didn't expect you, the new Baron, to be one for big talk. Now you can die. As a punishment, I'll make your death even more painful. Suddenly, black flames like tendrils wrapped around Giovanni's armored body and his bizarrely shaped sickle as if it were a chain. Rain's gaze sharpened as he witnessed this technique for the first time. It seemed to enhance both defense and attach that weapon with added offensive capabilities. This must be some kind of dark magic from the dark cult, even more powerful than a black fireball. But, you have your dark magic, and I have witchcraft. Rain thought to himself. High-temperature force field. Chanting silently, Rain quickly generated a spherical field of high-temperature force around him. The high-temperature force field, invisible and intangible, still caused Giovanni to pause slightly at the energy fluctuations emanating from Rain. Interesting, haha. I didn't think you'd know witchcraft too. Now killing you will be even more fun, Giovanni said. With a swoosh, Giovanni's feet touched the ground, shattering it. The sound of him slicing through air was sharp as he lunged at Rain. So fast. Rain's pupils narrowed, and he quickly raised his sword to block. With disdain evident, Giovanni aimed a swift cut with his sickle at Rain's neck. Considering the speed Rain had just shown in the fight, it was too slow, and he surely couldn't withstand this strike, even if he hadn't activated his break limit, and even if he had, by how much could it really improve? 70%? 80%? It wouldn't change the outcome. Yet bizarrely, Rain's speed suddenly almost doubled, precisely intercepting the clang. Sparks flew. Giovanni, failing to land his strike, retreated several meters and said in a deep voice, 90%? It turns out Rain had instantly activated break limit just before. Rain was aware that Giovanni was surprised by the level of his break limit, how high it was to reach 90%. But the fight had already begun, and only a fool would care for such an inquiry from the enemy. Without considering it, Rain took the opportunity of his opponent's halted momentum to launch a counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. Both were extremely fast, like two wisps of smoke twirling around the path, sparks flying, and the sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Sometimes, as they fought off the path and into the forest, it was the trees that bore the brunt. Trees as thick as bowls were cut down in an instant by their continuous strikes, falling amidst a cacophony of crashing sounds. Yet Rain realized that his witchcraft high-temperature force field had not been as effective as it should have been, clearly because the black flames ensnaring Giovanni's body had blocked his witchcraft's damage. Seeing Rain's speed nearly double after using break limit, Giovanni knew that the reason Rain had escaped the church's assassinations time and again was due to genuine skill. That was no empty bragging. While his speed was still superior to Rain's, the prospect of ending the fight as easily as a cat toying with a mouse was now impossible. However, this only made Giovanni secretly more excited. To extinguish a genius was indeed more thrilling than eliminating an ordinary expert. Swoosh! Giovanni's speed surged again, an indication he had activated his transcendent trait. SSS. The sickle in his hand sped up so rapidly that its shadow was almost invisible. Despite Rain's best efforts to dodge, he was still struck and sent flying. TSK, to have your break limit surpass 90% at your age, I must admit, you are a rare knight genius, Giovanni remarked. But, as I said, your end will not change. Giovanni looked at Rain, speaking mockingly. Rain had retreated 3 steps before he abruptly stood firm, glancing down at his chest, where a deep scratch had already appeared on the chromite armor's breastplate, now completely ripped open. If it hadn't been for his level 3 transcendent trait iron skin protecting him, that hit would have injured him. The long-handled, odd-shaped scythe in the opponent's hand was no ordinary weapon, and combined with the weird enhancement of black flames, its deadliness was substantial. Before such lethal weaponry, the chromite suit was barely stronger than a thick piece of paper. Moreover, his opponent was a speed-type knight. And not just any ordinary speed-type knight. Though wearing shin guards, the length of his calves and their tightly fitting condition allowed Rain to instantly discern that the opponent's Achilles tendons were extremely slender, even more taut and sturdy than those of the former sprinter, Bolt. Indeed, the opponent's speed was extraordinarily rapid. Thinking it through, Rain directly ripped open the damaged knight's chest plate, throwing it onto the ground with a thud, and likewise removed his leg armor and the rest. Giovanni, on the other hand, watched Rain with a confident and somewhat condescending expression. After a moment, as if he had understood something, he said, "Interesting. You don't think that shedding this 100+ pounds of knight armor will let you catch up to my speed, do you? Such fanciful thinking, but just one light slash from me. And without your knight armor to protect you, your body will hiss and split into 2. Seeing Rain's interesting action, Giovanni watched him with a look of "come on, show me," interestedly observing Rain but not hurrying to act. Sure enough, after shedding his chromite suit, Rain wasn't done yet. He placed the glimmering greatsword heavily into the ground and then pulled out a warhammer with his other hand. Because for the current Rain, with a level 3 specialization in hammer skill, a hammer was indeed his #1 weapon. However, Giovanni was unaware of this detail. He shook his head and said, "If you are after reduced weight, the hammer in your hand is obviously heavier than the sword. I really don't understand your thinking." But having taken off the 100+ pounds of knight armor, and having put down his 70-80 pounds glimmering greatsword, Rain wielding the warhammer felt an indescribable lightness. He felt as if he might float away, as though he could fly just by jumping. Swoosh! A figure wielding a hammer rushed towards Giovanni rapidly. Rain's speed had clearly increased by more than 20%. Giovanni sneered and with a swoosh, disappeared from his original position. Clang! The next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. For as his odd-shaped scythe clashed with Rain's warhammer, a shock wave was transmitted instantly, causing him to freeze slightly, unprepared. Following that, Rain's subsequent relentless barrage of hammer attacks, like hailstones crashing down, fiercely smashed towards Giovanni. Giant hammer strike. Strike again. And again. Giant hammer jump strike. Giant hammer sweep. Clang, clang, clang. Although Giovanni's odd-shaped scythe was not ordinary and remained undamaged, every block made Giovanni's form stagger slightly due to the shock, nearly completely negating his speed advantage. Rain's tide like offensive left Giovanni unable to mount a counterattack, forced to constantly defend and block again and again. Boom. Finally, Giovanni showed a flaw and Rain struck his chest with the hammer. Although protected by black flames and a swift retreat that absorbed some of the force, the hit still cracked his chest plate and forced him to stagger back over a dozen steps. Hiss! Giovanni's slender legs dug 2 long trenches in the ground before he barely steadied himself. Enough. It's time to end this. Giovanni removed his helmet in one motion, revealing a slightly angry and flushed face. Although he had sufficiently overestimated Rain, he hadn't expected that besides mastering the dual-handed greatsword, Rain was even stronger with the 2-handed warhammer, almost surpassing master level. This was utterly incomprehensible to him. Even if Rain had started practicing hammer skill and swordsmanship from the age of 1, it wasn't possible to reach this level with both weapons. If this was talent, it was incredibly unbelievable. Giovanni also realized if he didn't bring out his trump card, with his enormous physical exertion, he might really not be able to defeat the current Rain, since he had activated his limit breaker and transcendent traits, which consumed more energy than Rain, who had only activated his limit breaker. The next second, he roared, "Beastify!" Giovanni's figure began to undergo violent changes. All over his body, hair began to grow rapidly like wildfire, his face contorted and changed shape, his upper and lower jaws jutted out swiftly, sharp fangs suddenly protruded, and his hands transformed into claw-like shapes, yet still clutching his odd-shaped scythe. Hiss. A transformation into Wolverine? Rain was both surprised and somewhat excited in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who could transform. "Now, you can peacefully return to the goddess's embrace," said Giovanni, now with a wolf's head, pausing at every word. Whoosh. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, a clang of metal clashing sounded where Rain was standing. Rain was knocked back more than 10 meters by his opponent's heavy cleave. After the transformation, the opponent's speed and strength were further enhanced, and the speed had reached a level that was difficult for the eye to catch. Although Rain had strong dynamic vision and was still able to capture the movements of the opponent, his own limbs reacted a bit too slowly, so he was at a slight disadvantage in the earlier exchange. "You have no chance now." Clang clang. Although Rain was also extremely fast, he was still a bit slower compared to the transformed Giovanni. From a closer perspective, one could see Rain's figure flickering uncertainly, but one could still make out his humanoid shape. As for Giovanni, one couldn't see him at all and could only hear his incessant talking. The whole combat scene gave the onlookers a strange feeling, as if Rain was fighting with some blurry, unseen entity around him. Every second, sparks from metallic collisions and piercing clanging sounds occurred multiple times around Rain. But one couldn't see who Rain's enemy was. Too slow. Too slow. Rain, you're too slow. Ha ha ha. You're so slow that you're going to die here. Giovanni burst into a mad laughter. Rain remained calm, listening to Giovanni's crazed laughter, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It seems that I need to add some agility. Originally, I wanted to reserve it for spirit, to complete the visualization of all 24 will runes of the basic meditation method in one go. What a pity." As Rain looked up at Giovanni, the attribute points on his panel dropped from 3 to 2 in an instant, and his agility surged from 19 to 20. Now his agility too had crossed the crucial threshold of 20. At the same time, Rain's strength, agility, and constitution, all 3 basic attributes, met the prerequisite condition of having each attribute reach or exceed 20, required for the Weapon Master, Legendary, class change. In an instant, Rain felt the fatigue and soreness in his muscles, which had started to set in, vanish completely. His body returned to its peak condition in a flash. Moreover, the slight increase in speed and dynamic vision that came with the improved agility enabled Rain to keep up with the opponent's attack rhythm. Perhaps he was still a bit slower, but the gap had clearly narrowed. At this moment, after 3 or 4 minutes of intense combat, any minor change in movements was quickly perceived by the opponent. Soon, Giovanni sensed something was wrong. Since just now, Rain's hammer swings had become incredibly smooth, with no tremor in his hands, as if he hadn't tired at all since the fight began. But how could this be? Giovanni, engaged in fierce combat, couldn't afford to be distracted with detailed thoughts but could generally speculate. Was Rain holding back all this time? No, that was absolutely impossible. Therefore, there was only one other possibility. This was one of Rain's night talents, an extraordinary form of stamina or endurance. But wasn't Rain's talent too much to handle? Masterful at swordsmanship, his hammer skill almost surpassing mastery, plus a special trait for physical endurance. Giovanni felt his understanding of talent had been redefined. But soon, he noticed something even more astonishing and baffling, because he found that Rain's speed seemed to have increased. Although it was just a little bit, probably not even half of 10%. But he wasn't mistaken, the other's speed indeed had increased. If it were only the abnormal stamina that could be understood, but increasing speed, what was going on? Giovanni felt his brain wasn't quite up to the task. Could it be that he was slowing down due to excessive stamina depletion, and so, relatively, it gave him the illusion that Rain's speed had increased? Yes, this was the only explanation that seemed more reasonable. Giovanni's mind became chaotic, and Rain, his opponent, sensed it immediately. At this moment, Rain's conviction was extraordinarily firm. What an opportunity! The next second, as Rain silently recited huge strength LV3, strength burst. In an instant, Rain felt a strong rush of heat pumping from his heart, speeding up his bloodstream, causing his veins to bulge, and his muscles to swell dramatically, making his figure suddenly enlarge. Rain raised the unstoppable force in his hands high, and with the force of lightning, he smashed down heavily on Giovanni. Not good. Facing Rain's full power strike, even Giovanni, who was as strong as a great knight in his werewolf form, had to choose to retreat rather than withstand the. Seeing the dark hammerhead brush past his nose by just 20 or 30 centimeters, Giovanni felt a surge of joy. He had missed. But just as Giovanni thought he had jumped out of the range of Rain's attack, Rain's hammer heavily struck the ground less than half a meter in front of Giovanni. In Giovanni's astonished gaze, boom! Instantly, a powerful shockwave radiated out from the hammerhead, sweeping towards Giovanni in a fan-shaped motion with lightning speed. Earth-splitting hammer. Half a minute earlier, a carriage guarded by several knights had just turned the corner of the winding forest path and caught sight of Rain's powerful hammer strike. The knights who witnessed this scene all had their expressions dramatically change, while at that moment, the curtains of the carriage window were pulled back slightly. Underneath the hood was a beautiful young face, curiously watching in the direction of Rain, when suddenly, a pair of eyes uncontrollably widened, and the cherry-like mouth quickly formed into an O shape. What came into the young maiden's view was a huge humanoid creature with muscles so swollen it was ridiculous, holding a dark iron hammer high and striking the ground heavily, as if the earth itself was fracturing and sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. In an instant, the ground cracked open inch by inch, and an invisible shock force spread out rapidly from the point of impact. The stones and gravel on the ground, upon encountering this shock force, were instantly reduced to dust. So, with a face full of panic and a bit of confusion, Beast Knight Giovanni took the full brunt of this intense shock force. Even though he was protected by plate armor, even though he was shielded by vine-like living tendrils of black flame, he still stood frozen in place for about half a second under Rain's full-powered strike. When high-skilled combatants clash, the situation can change in the blink of an eye. Half a second might only be enough time for a normal person to throw a punch, but for Rain, it was enough to deliver at least 3 forceful and powerful hammers. The third strike was even followed by a secret tackle hammer technique move, the Rising Dragon Hammer. Rain twisted his body and swung his hips, channeling the strength of his core muscles, swinging his hands to create a dark afterimage that moved from the bottom upwards, severely striking Giovanni's wolf-jawed chin. Giovanni's wolf-jawed chin was directly shattered, and at the same time, his entire body was thrown 4 or 5 meters upwards, his eyes rolling back in his head. But it still wasn't over. Rain kicked off the ground and quickly followed Giovanni's convulsing body in midair, delivering a rapid series of hammer blows. With each hammer, the black flame tendrils on Giovanni's body grew dimmer, his plate armor shattered piece by piece, and the sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. These shattering sounds were akin to firecrackers, popping nonstop. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard. This was because Rain had interrupted his continuous hammering, causing Giovanni's body to heavily crash to the ground. Despite having the vitality of a great knight in his beast form, Giovanni's body still twitched violently, but was clearly in its final throes, his wolf mouth damaged beyond recognition, spewing blood, his whole body showing various odd twists. From his posture, it was highly likely that there wasn't a single bone intact in his entire body, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Giovanni's body was rapidly changing, the black fur receding, his face shifting from that of a wolf to that of a man. But the crushing injuries to his jaw and the fractures throughout his body did not heal as a result. Soon, a human corpse lay before Rain, and there stood Rain, holding his hammer, breathing heavily. The outburst of his full strength had greatly exhausted him. However, his eyes shone brightly at that moment. For Rain, an opponent of this strength was too rare, and this battle was exhilarating. He had exerted all his recent improvements and thoroughly tested them in this fight. However, neither Rain nor the people with the carriage noticed that, perched on a tall tree in the distant forest, there was a lean man in patterned leather armor, holding a bronze telescope, observing the situation here. Upon seeing Rain kill Giovanni, he was shocked and muttered to himself, "Impossible. How can this Rain be so strong? This is, after all, the leader of the Wilderness Brothers, known as Beast Knight Giovanni, who was killed by an obscure young man. Earlier, I thought the Baron was overreacting, but now it seems I've underestimated Rain. I must report to Baron Alonso immediately." The lean man moved as swiftly as a monkey, quickly descending from the tree and disappearing in the direction of the county town after a few strides. After a while, the girl in the carriage finally regained her composure and with a voice as clear as that of an oriole, turned her head and asked, "Knight Lawrence, how strong is this person?" "Very strong. No, extremely strong," replied the knight clad in knight armor solemnly, glancing at Rain. "Stronger than you?" the young maiden inquired, puzzled. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, his opponent just now should be the leader of the Wilderness Brothers, known as Beast Knight Giovanni, who is said to have escaped from the hands of great knights several times." The middle-aged Knight Lawrence remarked with a touch of reflection. "I never imagined he would meet his end here." "That strong?" the girl exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. While she didn't know who the Beast Knight was, she did know what a great knight was the most formidable warriors, against whom even her family's strongest fighters could not contend. If a young man could kill such a formidable person, his strength was unimaginable. "Then, Knight Lawrence, in your opinion, who is stronger father's friend, Lord Hamilton, whom he mentioned last time, who might be able to deal with that issue, or this young man?" "This. I haven't met that young man before, so I'm also unable to make a judgment." Lawrence thought for a moment and wisely replied. But in his heart, he was thinking, how could there possibly be someone more impressive than this young man in front of him? He had never even heard of such an impressive young man, let alone met one. At that time, Rain glanced at the system prompt. "Your skill tackle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 1034. Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 232. Your skill high temperature field has improved. Experience plus 12. You have been through a battle, Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 298. Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. Experience plus 13. In the recent battle, Rain used the hammer technique most frequently and swordsmanship next, hence the distribution of the experience, with hammer technique taking the lion's share. Additionally, the level of Knight, Transcendent, reached LV5 795/2000, and tackle hammer technique was raised to LV7 2724/5000, with the experience now more than halfway there. And the remaining attribute points, since he added 1 point to agility during the battle, were now only 2 points left, with the remaining skill points unchanged at 1 point. It was then that the sharp-eyed Rain suddenly noticed that among the muddy remains of the corpse, a damaged pouch had fallen. This made Rain's heart stir slightly. What could it be that someone of such high caliber would carry with them? He stepped forward to open the pouch and saw inside a token made of an unknown metal. The design was 3 black flames burning fiercely, which looked very similar to the Angel Envoy token he had previously obtained from killing the Black Flame Apostle. It must have been a form of identity recognition within the Black Flame Church. Rain shook his head slightly, finding it of little use to himself, although the Goddess Church seemed to attach great importance to it. "Huh? What's this?" Inside the pouch, there was also a special beast skin scroll. Rain carefully unrolled it and saw that it was filled with prayers written in Linguin. After some thought, Rain concluded that this must be a prayer used for some kind of cult ritual, which still wasn't very useful to him. This was somewhat disappointing to Rain, for he had been quite hopeful about his spoils of war, but didn't expect there to be only these 2 items. However, all of a sudden, Rain's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he muttered to himself, perhaps the Goddess Church would like this gift. Rain glanced from afar at the merchant caravan that was too afraid to approach because of the corner, paying them no mind. He dragged the man who could transform into a werewolf along with the man's signature weapon and threw them onto the wagon. As for the previously hesitating caravan, upon seeing Rain return to his normal size and tidy up the battlefield, it seemed that they deemed Rain not a bad person, so they slowly approached from behind. However, Rain had no interest in interacting with strangers at this juncture, so he mounted his black horse, drove the cart and the chestnut horse, and headed quickly to the county town. Upon entering the county town, Rain did not go straight home, but first visited the Wind and Ocean Goddess Temple that he had never been to before. The tall and majestic temple could be seen from afar, supported by more than a dozen tall columns that greatly resembled the Ionic style of his previous world. A distinct feature of this column style was that the top of each column had two symmetrical scrolls in a volutes pattern, with a small decorative band in between, making the whole design quite conspicuous and beautiful. It also matched well with the gentle temperament of the goddess. Along the cascading steps in front of the temple was a circular fountain with, in its center, a statue of a beautiful woman holding a conch shell, standing about 3 meters tall. The water gushed tirelessly from the conch in the goddess's hand, forming a miniature waterfall that fell straight down. A row of holy guards clad in silver armor stood guard all around. Upon seeing the formidable-looking Rain riding on a tall black warhorse, they exchanged glances, then immediately approached and asked, "Sir Knight, may I ask what brings you to the goddess church?" The holy guards had already noticed Rain's presence as soon as he appeared at the corner of the road. First, it was Rain's tall and outstanding black warhorse, and secondly, Rain's own aura of having just slain the beast knight, which made the hearts of these holy guards, none of whom were as strong as official knights, tremble a bit. If it weren't for their strong faith in the goddess, they might have already felt cowardly. "Is Rudolph the presbyter here?" Rain asked, with a slight smile and very politely. "You know Presbyter Rudolph?" "The presbyter just returned yesterday. May I ask your name?" "I will announce you," said the holy guard who heard Rain seemed to know Presbyter Rudolph, visibly relaxing. "You can tell Presbyter Rudolph that Rain is visiting." "Very well, Lord Rain." The holy guard quickly ascended the steps and ran toward the temple interior. In a moment, an old man in a water-blue robe with golden trimmings, holding a thick book, came out from the temple. Upon seeing the old man appear, Rain smiled and dismounted from his warhorse. Rudolph also saw Rain riding the tall black warhorse and smiled, greeting him. "Now, I suppose I can call you Baron Rain." The surrounding holy guards were stunned, wearing expressions of astonishment. So young, and already a baron? They had thought it was some skilled knight, but to their surprise, it turned out to be an imperial baron, and such a young one at that. Indeed, a rare sight. Rain smiled and said, "Abbot, you flatter me. You may still call me Rain." At the same time, Rain nodded slightly to the two holy temple knights standing behind Rudolph as a sign of greeting. The two of them had fought together in the last battle in the Nightingale Forest, so they were familiar. One of them seemed to be called Magini. Rain remembered him. "Baron, sir." The two holy temple knights bowed slightly and said, "Abbot, there's something that might trouble you this time." Rain turned his head to signal the large carriage behind him, and then he fell silent. Rudolph, seasoned and shrewd, immediately understood Rain's meaning and said, "Baron Rain, please come to my place." Following that, he gestured to the two holy temple knights to lead the carriage into the temple grounds. It wasn't until they reached the front courtyard of the temple that Rain's expression turned solemn. "Abbot, on the way back to the county town, I was assassinated by the Black Flame cult. Perhaps you should take a look at the assailant's body first." "What? Assassinated?" Rudolph's face changed, and he immediately gestured to the two holy temple knights to open the carriage. The two holy temple knights opened the carriage door and carried out the tall and thin body of the beast knight. However, as soon as they lifted the body, they realized it was like a pile of sludge, its bones nearly shattered, sagging heavily downwards. Next to it was a characteristic weapon, a bizarrely shaped scythe. The two holy temple knights exchanged a glance. "Such formidable hammer skill," one of the knights exclaimed. He also practiced hammer skill, so he recognized at first glance that the wounds on the body and its sludge-like condition were clearly caused by extremely powerful hammer skill. This level of mastery in applying the force of shock, without decades of hard practice, was impossible to achieve. And this Baron Rain is so young. The holy temple knight glanced at Rain, filled with immense astonishment. This is Giovanni." Abbot Rudolph looked at the body and the characteristic weapon beside it, a long-handled, oddly shaped scythe, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Although he maintained a calm facade, he was incredibly shocked inwardly. This man was the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, involved in many of the dirty, underhanded dealings behind the scenes. Indeed, the Goddess Church had long wanted to remove this cancer, but due to strong opposition from many nobles within the county town and lacking clear evidence of the group being controlled by a cult, The matter had been postponed. Moreover, Giovanni was quite powerful in his own right, able to hold his own against a great knight after transforming. Rudolph never expected him to die at Rain's hand. Rain managing to kill him, doesn't that imply that Rain? At that moment, Rudolph connected the dots. This is the Wilderness Brotherhood's leader, Giovanni, also known as Beast Knight. Rain? Was it he who attacked you? Rudolph asked in surprise, looking at Rain. That's correct, Abbot. However, you might find his other identity more interesting. While speaking, Rain took out from his a diamond-shaped token with 3 black flame-like insignias and a prayer written in Linguine script, presenting it before the 3 of them. Black Flame Guardian's token and Black Flame Protection Prayer. Rudolph exclaimed, his eyes widening as he took a closer look. What? The 2 Holy Temple Knights inhaled sharply. It's actually a Black Flame Guardian's token. They looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. The exclamations of the group, particularly the normally composed Abbot Rudolph, immediately drew the attention of the Holy Temple Knights and guards practicing combat skills in the temple courtyard. Rain then looked at Rudolph and the 2 Holy Temple Knights, asking in confusion, what is a Black Flame Guardian? I remember the last time I killed a Black Flame Apostle, I also found a Black Flame token. However, that had 1 Black Flame, and this one with 3 Black Flames seems to be a level higher than the Apostles. You're right, Rain. The rank of this Black Flame Guardian is second only to the High Priest of the Black Flame. Not only are they very strong, but they also keep their identities concealed. We knew before that there were 2 Black Flame Guardians within the cult, but we never knew who they were, Rudolph sighed. Never would I have imagined that the Wilderness Brotherhood's leader Giovanni was actually a Black Flame Guardian. Although we found it hard to believe that this young-looking youth had caused the death of a Black Flame Guardian, considering Rain's feats of killing a Black Flame Apostle before, it seemed to remind him repeatedly that this was reasonable. Moreover, this Black Flame Guardian's token and Black Flame Protection Prayer were the best proof. For the Goddess Church, this was obviously a great opportunity. With the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood killed, now is the best time to conduct a cleanup operation. Magini, assemble the team immediately. I will report to the Archbishop, and we must begin cleaning up the Wilderness Brotherhood at once. Selkin, take these 2 items to the Archbishop, and report the situation as well. After thinking it over, Rudolph promptly gave orders. Rain, perhaps you should meet with the Archbishop. I believe Archbishop Shine will be very pleased to see you. Rudolph turned to Rain and said. Rain thought for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, I'm very honored. Then I'll trouble you. His purpose for coming to the church this time was to seek support from the church. However, he hadn't expected to receive a personal audience with the highest official of the county town church, Bishop Shine. Because Rain was considering his imminent bloody duel with Baron Norman, he temporarily didn't want to be distracted by dealing with the Black Flame cult. And in the county town, if he could get the support of the Goddess Church, it would mean his family's safety was doubly ensured, which would relieve some of his worries. After all, in matters of mysterious curses and the like, the Goddess Church's protective and responsive measures were much more adept than his own. Watching Rain and Rudolph's departing figures, many young temple knights and guards in the front yard of the temple whispered amongst themselves, the Guardian of Black Flame, TSK. It seems that we have never killed such a high-ranking member of the Black Flame cult, have we? Yes, it is said that the strength of the Guardian of Black Flame is even above that of a peak knight. This young man's strength is too strong. Rain? The one who's been the talk of the town? Baron Norman's opponent in a duel? So, he is Rain. Clearly, as followers of the divine, church people understood better than outsiders the true value of killing a guardian of the Black Flame, and the extreme difficulty involved. Although these words also faintly reached the ears of Rain, who was departing, because the feud between him and the Black Flame cult had become irreconcilable, Rain wasn't too concerned about whether this news leaked out or not. Soon, Rain arrived at the central area of the temple, which was a tall and magnificent hall with high vaulted ceilings adorned all around and at the top with various bas-reliefs and murals deeply related to the goddess. There stood an elderly man dressed in a water-blue robe with coarse golden trimmings, holding a staff, smiling kindly at Rain as he entered the hall. The man's hair was graying, suggesting great age, yet he appeared very spirited. Rain raised his eyebrows slightly and proactively stepped forward to greet him. Bishop, it is an honor to meet you. Hello, my child. Bishop Shine approached amiably and gave Rain a gentle hug. I've heard from Rudolph that you killed a guardian of the Black Flame cult. Child, whatever you require, feel free to ask me. Rain was not dealing with the goddess church for the first time. He was already aware of the situation in the Dragon Empire, where imperial authority and divine authority were exercised in tandem, although, under the current circumstances, imperial authority was somewhat stronger. But with the status of a bishop, his standing in the entire Meister County could be said to be second only to Earl Habs, the governor, and even when it came to eradicating cults, the bishop's opinion carried more weight, which was also a kind of tacit understanding between the empire and the goddess church. For such an important figure to be willing to meet with him was far better than Rain had anticipated. Originally, he merely wanted to mention the matter to Rudolph, whom he was familiar with, and incidentally gain favor with the church, but he hadn't expected to directly attract the attention of the county town goddess church's bishop. Since the great personage had initiated the conversation, Rain thought it appropriate to make a suggestion at the right time. "Bishop, it is my unquestionable duty to slay cultists. However, I am a bit worried about the safety of my family and the county town. As you know, some of the cult sorcery is unpredictable and difficult to guard against." "Haha, so you're worried about that." "Rudolph, arrange for 2 temple guards to go to Rain's mansion later and set up a divine arts array, detect evil. Once the array is triggered, the temple will sense it here, and then we will be able to quickly dispatch church forces to help," said Bishop Cheyenne, turning to talk to Rain. Rudolph timely added, "Lately, there have been many mysterious and cult-related incidents, which have involved a lot of our manpower. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent only 2 temple guards." Rain nodded in understanding. Furthermore, having temple knights stationed in his mansion all the time would actually make him feel a bit uncomfortable, almost as if he was being given undue attention. After all, each temple knight possessed the strength of a formal knight, which would be more suitable if he were an earl. By the way, there has been a lot of buzz in the county town these past few days, saying that Baron Norman is seeking a bloody duel with you. "Child, do you need the church to intervene and negotiate on your behalf?" Bishop Cheyenne said, remembering something and offering help proactively. "Thank you for your concern, Bishop. My confrontation with Baron Norman is inevitable, and I am looking forward to this duel," Rain replied. "Well then, may the goddess protect you." "Child, this is a silver conch medal from the goddess church, bestowed to those who have made outstanding contributions in driving out evil. Considering your battles with the cultists, both previous and recent, I think you have ample reason to receive this medal." As Bishop Cheyenne spoke, he took from a tray held by an attendant beside him a medal the size of a child's fist, shining with a silver glow. There was an exceptionally clear conch pattern on it, lifelike. "Thank you, goddess, and thank you, Bishop." Baron Rain carefully accepted it and wore it on the inside lining. "Baron Rain, please keep this medal safe. In any place within the Empire, as long as there is a temple of the Church of the Sea Goddess and the Monsoon, you can seek and receive help. Additionally, this medal has solidified a divine art that detects evil. When evil approaches, it will vibrate slightly to warn you," Rudolph explained at the side. Rain nodded and gave Bishop Cheyenne a slight bow again to express his gratitude. "Furthermore, considering you will soon be facing battle, I have a blessing from the goddess, which might be of help to you," Bishop Cheyenne said to Rain, smiling. "A blessing?" Rain was taken aback, but Rudolph at his side was giving him meaningful looks, signaling Rain to accept it. Rain thought it over and nodded, saying, "Then, I am in your debt, Bishop." Originally, Rain was somewhat wary of such blessings from gods, but then he thought that his system seemed able to absorb the energy from both the blood-red crystal and the black crystal alike. So, a blessing from the goddess should also be a form of energy, right? As the high-pitched chanting rang out, the bishop with graying hair looked at Rain, raising his scepter. A blue light grew stronger and more brilliant, and the next second, a blue glow enveloped Rain. A cool and mysterious energy seeped into Rain's body in streams and strands. A system prompt immediately followed. Ding. Detected a presence of massive unknown absorbable energy nearby. Absorb? Note. After absorption, it can be converted into specific professional experience points. Rain felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Indeed, it can. In his heart, he silently chose yes. Subsequently, the blue energy was quickly absorbed. Ding. A total of 1976 supernatural experience points converted. Please choose Knight, Transcendent, / Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, / Beast Tamer, Transcendent, to enhance. Huh, not bad at all. This trip to the Church of the Sea Goddess was certainly worth it. But, on which transcendent profession should he use it? This suddenly put Rain in a difficult position. because adding it to any one of the transcendent professions, he would receive the reward of rising one level only. At the same time, in a study of Earl Hab's mansion, what? Giovanni died in battle? Alonso stood up abruptly upon hearing the news, questioning with a shocked face. Yes, according to the report from the spies, it was witnessed firsthand. Rain killed Beast Rider Giovanni in battle, Butler Michel said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Just moments ago, when he heard this news, he too was astounded. Everybody knew that as head of the Brotherhood of the Wilderness, Giovanni not only helped the Black Flame cult but also handled many difficult affairs for many nobles within County Town. In the upper echelons of Meister County society, the Beast Rider was very well known, but it was such a man who was slain on the spot in a one-on-one fight by Rain. Are you sure no one else helped? Alonso still found it hard to believe and asked again. Positive. The spy was very clear. It was one-on-one. I too have repeatedly confirmed this, Michel nodded, affirming it with certainty. Alonso paced with a frown, and after several seconds as though realizing something, he quickly gave orders. Notify Baron Norman immediately, tell him this news, and see if he needs any assistance. If we can help, promise it on my behalf. At once, my lord, Butler Michel said, bowing slightly and quickly leaving the room. Meist County City. Within the Great Hall of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Temple, Rain glanced at the attribute panel, observing the experienced situation of each transcendent profession, and his face showed contemplation. Wizard Apprentice Transcendent, LV4, 358/1000/Knight Transcendent, LV5, 795/2000/Beast Tamer Transcendent, LV5, 64/2000. After a swift deliberation, Rain first ruled out the Knight Transcendent profession panel because he was about to face many battles, and his current means of combating opponents were mainly Knight combat skills. Thus, the Knight panel could garner a considerable amount of experience. Next, as for the Beast Tamer, he had some new potions he wanted to try, which he estimated could bring a substantial amount of experience. From this perspective, it seemed that the first option was the most challenging to advance. Therefore, in the end, Rain focused his attention on the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession panel. As Rain silently chanted, Wizard Apprentice, he instantly used 1976 experience points on the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession panel. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession level has advanced. The profession level of Wizard Apprentice Transcendent on the panel increased from LV4 to LV5, 1325/2000, and at the bottom of the panel, it displayed remaining attribute points, 3, and remaining skill points, 2. Seeing this, a radiant smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's face. The goddess's blessing? It really was quite good. Rain sincerely performed a knight's salute to Bishop Cheyenne and said, "Thank the goddess, and thank you, Your Excellency the Bishop." After a friendly conversation, Rain took the initiative to say he had matters to attend to at home. Thus, after saying his goodbyes to Bishop Cheyenne and Dean Rudolph, Rain slowly walked out of the hall. Watching Rain's departing figure, Bishop Cheyenne turned his head to ask, "Rudolph, it's still your discerning eye. I didn't expect that the youth you reported to me once has grown to this extent. It's a pity such an excellent young man did not join our church." When Rain rode back to his new residence on his tall, black warhorse, the first to greet him was the greyhound Cookie. Since Rain had entrusted his sister Bohi with Cookie's care before leaving, and after a month of adding a few drops of mutant growth potion to its meals 3 times a day, Cookie's physique had grown significantly beyond that of an average greyhound. Moreover, Rain keenly noticed that Cookie's body had begun to change from a slender dog, with muscles clearly bulging out, moving further away from the greyhound's characteristic slim figure, seemingly beginning some kind of mutant growth. Not bad. Rain nodded slightly. Although the bulking up might lead to a decrease in speed, he could accept this kind of mutation. If it had mutated like the King of Dogs colt, acquiring an ability like rapid breeding, that would have been problematic for him. Seeing that Cookie, who had been playing with her, suddenly dashed away, Bohi was taken aback, only to then look up and call out with a joyous expression, "Brother's back." Rain dismounted, picked up his sister Bohi, and lovingly ruffled her hair with a smile. Soon, the news of Rain's return spread throughout the new manor. In a moment, The beautiful matron Jennifer also briskly walked out from a villa within the estate. However, when she saw Rain exchanging pleasantries with family, the matron could only hold back her desire to rush into Rain's arms, and instead, she watched them with a beaming smile. It didn't take long for Rain to notice his mother, who had a subtle worry on her beautiful face. Rain said to his parents, Emma and old Rain, "Father, Mother, I have something I need to discuss with Baroness Crowley." Go ahead, his mother Emma agreed without suspicion, nodding readily. During the time Rain was away, Baroness Crowley got along very well with her, and to Emma, it seemed that the ladies of noble families were not as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. Especially this stunningly beautiful Baroness, although only a few years younger than her, the two together looked like they were from two different generations. Her husband barely dared to lift his head whenever he saw the beautiful matron, immediately turning red at the sight of her. This made Emma somewhat envious of the Baroness's natural beauty. Watching the tall Rain and the elegant matron leave, Emma couldn't shake the feeling that these two make a good pair. But soon, Emma shook her head, casting this ridiculous idea out of her mind. It would have made more sense if Miss Jenny had become Rain's wife. This arresting Baroness, as beautiful as she was a widow, plus she was ultimately too old. Rain and the beautiful matron quickly made their way to the study on the second floor. The matron locked the door, and the smile she had held in front of others could no longer be sustained. With a troubled face, she handed Rain something that looked like an invitation card, saying worriedly, "Darling, this is Baron Norman's letter of challenge for a duel to the death." In private, the beautiful matron now addressed Rain as darling. Rain smiled, said nothing, took the letter of challenge, and casually opened it to read, "Baron Rain, given that the dishonor you brought upon the Norman family can only be cleansed with blood, please make certain to accept the challenge to defend the honor of a knight in a duel in the county town arena on the second Sunday of the month of White Snow, until one of us falls, after which all grievances shall be considered null and void." Rain burst into incredulous laughter on the spot when he saw such a shameless challenge letter. "God, the insult to the Norman family. It's your Norman family's repeated assassination attempts on me that have led to the current situation." However, Rain soon realized that this was a strategy on the opponent's part. Start with a verbal attack, garnering people's sympathy, with the main idea being that I, a newly minted baron, have insulted the Norman family. Otherwise, why would I challenge you to a duel? As for evidence? Of course, there's none. That's how the nobility operates. However, seeing the worried expression on the beautiful woman's face beside him, Rain gently smiled, stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her tender and graceful body, and comforted her. "Jennifer, don't worry. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as you imagine." After thinking for a while, to comfort the beautiful woman, Rain took out the silver conch medal that Bishop Cheyenne had just awarded him and handed it to her. The woman's beautiful eyes first looked at Rain with confusion, but when she took the medal and saw it, she quickly understood and exclaimed, "Is this the silver conch medal of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church?" "Exactly. This is very difficult to be awarded. Many people dedicate their entire lives to the Goddess Church and don't even get the Iron Shell medal. My dear, how did you get this medal?" The beautiful woman turned her head and curiously asked. Rain didn't answer directly, but asked with a smile, "Do you know about the Wilderness Brotherhood?" The woman nodded affirmatively. "Of course, they are infamous throughout Meister County. Some time ago, shops under the Crowley family were also disturbed by gang members instigated by them. I remember it took a lot of effort for me to put things right." Do you know who their leader is?" Rain continued to ask. "It seems to be someone nicknamed Beast Knight Giovanni, with incredible strength. It's said that apart from the great knights whom he is slightly wary of, he doesn't even take peak knights seriously." The woman answered promptly despite not understanding why Rain suddenly mentioned the Wilderness Brotherhood and Giovanni. "Very well. Whom do you think is stronger, Giovanni or this Baron Norman at present?" Rain posed another question. "That, about the same? They both are said to have combat strength very close to that of a great knight, but maybe Giovanni is a little stronger." She contemplated and then replied, Remember you were wondering why the Goddess Church would award me with this silver conch medal? Because I killed Giovanni." Rain smiled, looking at the beautiful woman as he revealed the answer. Instantly, the woman's eyes widened in shock. Her cherry lips parted wide enough to fit an egg. This. The woman struggled to articulate her thoughts. Obviously, saying this is impossible would be inappropriate, and saying how could this be possible would be doubting Rain. so naturally she didn't voice these thoughts. What the woman didn't realize was that her man had grown so powerful. No. What was most terrifying was the rate of his strength increase. To think that Rain had only just become a formal knight a few months ago. My God. This was completely unbelievable. Soon, the woman understood why Rain had gone around in such a big circle. Because her worries vanished in an instant, the woman's previously anxious face quickly faded away, her fair skin beginning to glow radiantly, and her seductive, silky eyes looked at Rain with deep affection mixed with admiration. Being gazed at so intently by the beautiful woman, Rain also felt a surge of masculine pride swell in his heart. Although dinner time was approaching, the two, impassioned as dry tinder to flame, quickly got into action. Rain gently picked up the woman and placed her in front of the study window for her to gaze out, while he lifted her skirt, revealing her fair, rounded. Concerned about servants coming to call them for dinner and any other potential disturbances at any moment, this only increased the level of excitement quite a bit. The woman, suppressing her breaths, quickly succumbed. Moving into a sage-like state of mind, Rain began to contemplate serious matters. Because if a man's mind is only filled with thoughts of women, revolving everything around them, but that will only slow down the speed at which a man draws his sword. Rain had long since realized this, so these things were merely diversions from his monotonous training, or rather, a way for him to feel joyously content before throwing himself back into training and battle with an even better disposition. Reviewing the prerequisites for advancing his Weapon Master, Legendary, Profession panel, Rain found that aside from the first 3 extraordinary battle techniques at level 10, the thing likely holding him back was a beast essence. As for extraordinary battle techniques at level 10, it was mainly about obtaining enough skill points through raising the profession level. However, for the beast essence, it seemed he knew only one way to get it. That was through the county town's military supplies office. Yet, Rain had just thought of a problem. His dueling opponent, Baron Norman, was a retired Imperial Navy officer. If Rain were to go to the military supplies office himself, it would likely be that news would reach Norman's ears fast and create obstacles for him, or for obtaining the beast essence. After some thought, Rain looked down and asked, "By the way, Jennifer, do you know about beast essence potions? The beast essence needed for a knight to become a great knight?" The woman, nestled in Rain's arms, spoke in a languid, post-Rain tone. "Yes. What is the fastest way to obtain this?" "Oh, and if raw materials are needed, I still have 2 beast hearts," Rain added. Hearing this, Jennifer, who had been lying down, lifted her head, blinked her beautiful eyes, and wore a look of surprise, seemingly unable to believe the man's words before her. Although she was not a knight, as the ruler of the Crowley family, she naturally knew such common knowledge. The implication in Rain's words was very clear: he needed the essence of the beast. This meant that the man before her, the great man, was about to challenge the level of a great knight. But it was currently the snow moon, and Jennifer knew from Emma that Rain had just turned 16. Was he about to become a great knight? My God, a 16-year-old great knight. Could there be such an astonishing occurrence in Minster County Town? This time, Jennifer did not even ask Rain if he was confident about ascending to the great knight rank. Instead, she assumed that her young man surely was. Wait, also, did Rain just say he had 2 ready beast hearts in his possession? Jennifer felt overwhelmed. Calming her excitement, for the sake of her young man's significant affair, Jennifer pondered seriously and said softly, "There are 3 ways, but which is most suitable, I'm not certain. Moreover, this involves safety issues, so ultimately, you'll need to decide." Jennifer said this while pointing gently at Rain's chest with her fair fingers. In the entire Meister County, there are only 2 master pharmacists, and one is not adept at creating magic potions from beast essences. So, in reality, there is only one master pharmacist in the county town who can make the beast essence, and that is Master Holland. However, the problem is, compared to the masters at the Royal Alchemist Association, Master Holland's success rate, whether in terms of potion efficacy or manufacturing success, leaves much to be desired. If it were low or intermediate level magic potions, it would still be fine, but the beast essence is a high-level magic potion, and I'm afraid the success rate is worrying. Yet, this should be the fastest method. Normally, if Master Holland agrees, he could complete the beast essence in 3 days. Of course, what you might receive in 3 days could also be a failure. Secondly, it would be through the Yaxen Auction House, an enormous auction house spanning the entire empire, reportedly backed by one of the empire's most significant figures. Perhaps other auction houses might not have access to a beast essence, but the Yaxen auction house likely can, though at a very high price. However, timing isn't definite. It could be very quick, or it might take a month. Lastly, it would be through official Imperial channels. Dear, as an Imperial public servant now endowed with the rank of Baron, you can directly order beast essence, of course. Providing beast hearts can greatly reduce the price, but this method is the slowest, requiring at least a month. Hearing Jennifer's profound knowledge of various secrets gave Rain a delighted surprise, as if he had serendipitously discovered a treasure. To think that aside from her stunning beauty, the lady was not just a decorative vase. She was vastly knowledgeable about nobility secrets, business intelligence, and more. Her just completed item-by-item analysis was extremely helpful to him. Oh, Jennifer, one more thing. Can you send someone to contact the sheriff of Flashgold Town, Hamilton, and tell him I invite him to discuss a matter? Rain said. The beautiful woman replied, lying against Rain's chest obediently. Feeling quite pleased, Rain felt it necessary to reward the beautiful woman further, and thus, it was not until a servant came to report that dinner was ready, half an hour later, that the two concluded their deep interaction. The dazzling beauty tidied her disheveled hair, restoring her dignified matronly appearance, and they exited the study one after the other. It must be said, the beautiful woman's efficiency was exceptional. Shortly after dinner, Rain saw Hamilton, who had just arrived, in the study. Upon seeing Rain, Hamilton grabbed him immediately and said gravely, "Do you know about the deadly duel Baron Norman has challenged you to?" Rain nodded, his face inevitably carrying a wry smile. He then repeated part of what he had discussed with Jennifer to Hamilton. Though Hamilton had mentally prepared himself to estimate Rain's combat ability as highly as possible, what Rain had just shared still utterly astounded him. After examining Rain from top to bottom, the person he knew best, yet felt so unfamiliar, Hamilton asked, "Rain, did you really kill Giovanni Solo?" Although Rain had already explained clearly, and the silver conch medal from the Goddess Church was definitely authentic, Hamilton was still hard-pressed to believe that his former subordinate, his lieutenant, had reached such heights that he had to look up to. Seeing Rain nod, Hamilton sighed. However, Hamilton quickly adjusted his mindset and said, "But, Rain, you still can't be careless. Baron Norman has rich combat experience, and his combat ability is not inferior to Giovanni's." "I understand," Rain nodded and said. "By the way, Rain, you called me here for what?" Hamilton asked. "Sir, I wanted to ask about anything particular I should pay attention to in the process of transitioning from knight to great knight," Rain asked. You've already gotten to this extent." Hamilton's eyes instantly lit up as he looked piercingly at Rain. "Should be soon," Rain nodded. Hamilton appeared contemplative, but did not immediately answer Rain's question. After a while, he finally spoke. "The biggest difference between a great knight and a knight lies in the study of the Baron Norman's mansion." Baron Alonso's butler Michel was paying a visit to Baron Norman. "Lord Baron, I bring greetings from Baron Alonso, and first of all, congratulations on your strength restoration to its peak," Michel began. "Thank Alonso for me," Norman replied with reserved pride, feeling a touch of displeasure in his heart. If before, he needed to show some respect to the butler of the Earl's eldest son, Alonso, now that he had restored his strength and might soon become a great knight, that was no longer the case. He thought that even if Alonso himself had come to congratulate him, it would be fitting, given his successful recovery through the secret potion. However, this time, like always, they had merely sent a butler over. Although Michel wasn't strong, having been immersed in noble society for so many years, he could guess a bit of Baron Norman's true feelings from his attitude and expressions. After silently mocking in his heart, he said with a smile, "Lord Baron, I have some news that I believe you'll find interesting. It concerns your upcoming duel with Rain." "Oh?" Baron Norman raised an eyebrow, giving Michel a casual glance, not very concerned. Because as far as Baron Norman was concerned, his current strength allowed him to completely disregard any news about Rain. Still, since Michel mentioned it, he might as well listen. Today, outside the county town, Rain single-handedly killed the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, the Beast Knight Giovanni. Michel announced gravely, delivering shocking news. "What?" Baron Norman's originally calm face suddenly turned to one of astonishment, and he stared at Michel with intense eyes, involuntarily exclaiming, "Indeed." A smile crept at the corner of Michel's mouth. "That's what you get for pretending." Shocked, aren't you? Thinking you're all that just because your power has been restored. You're merely a longsword in the hands of Lord Baron Alonso, and what we are doing is simply making this longsword sharper. Absolutely true. Our men witnessed it with their own eyes. Michel suppressed the smile on his lips and spoke solemnly. Baron Norman was no stranger to weathering storms. Aside from his initial lapse, he quickly regained his composure. He didn't speak for a long moment, instead frowning in thought. Beast Knight Giovanni was not only familiar to Baron Norman, but a long time ago, due to a matter involving a family caravan, they had even crossed swords. At that time, Norman had not been injured and was at his peak, but he still found himself slightly inferior in the fight, though Giovanni, wary of his strength, had retreated on his own. So, even with his strength now restored to its peak, Norman did not dare claim he could defeat Giovanni. Yet Rain had already done so. This sent Norman's mood plummeting from the crest of a wave down to the trough. He had thought that the upcoming bloody duel in a week's time was a done deal. Rain, no matter how talented, if I don't give you the chance to grow and nip you in the bud early, wouldn't that solve the problem? But now, it seemed he had misjudged. Rain's growth rate was simply too astonishing. This level of talent, even if placed in the provincial city of Minster, would be quite explosive. It took a while, but finally Butler Michel spoke with a beaming smile. Lord Alonso means that whatever you need from us, just ask. Our goals are aligned. We all want you to emerge victorious in the bloody duel next week. Norman nodded his head. It seemed from this. His original plan had to be advanced. Originally, his idea was to kill Rain in the bloody duel and then, riding on the momentum of victory, take the giant beast essence potion and strive to break through to become a great knight in one fell swoop. For someone his age, this was likely the greatest opportunity to break through to the rank of great knight. If he failed this time, there would be no secret potions left to restore him to his peak strength. But facing Rain, who could already kill Giovanni, it seemed the only way to achieve victory was for him to break through and become a great knight. Although 2 days ago, he had already placed an order through his special channels for a bottle of giant beast essence, at the very least, it would take half a month to be delivered to Meister. There just wasn't enough time. After considering, Baron Norman spoke up, I need a bottle of giant beast essence, and the sooner the better. At the latest, it must be delivered the day before the bloody duel. Can you manage it? What? Michel's face showed shock. He immediately understood Baron Norman's intention. The other party wanted to challenge the Great Knight realm in advance. If successful, he could simply crush Rain in the bloody duel to claim victory. Truly worthy of being an elite from the Imperial Navy, TSK, he underestimated the man. Such courage, risking his life for victory. All right, I will inform Baron Alonso immediately. Though it will be difficult, I believe Lord Alonso will find a way. There is no time to waste, Baron Norman. I must take my leave now. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Michel chose to leave immediately. When Michel arrived at Baron Alonso's study and relayed the details of the meeting, Alonso pondered and said, there should still be a giant beast heart in the family treasury. I will request it from Lord Father immediately, and then, Michel, you take it to Master Holland. Also, contact the Yaxen auction house for me and inquire whether they have any giant beast essence. No matter the cost, we must secure it. Yes, respected Baron. Late at night, in fishing port town of Meister County, bright moonlight scattered across the sea, sparkling on the waves. A small boat swooshed onto the sand. 7 or 8 fully armed men quickly disembarked the boat, scanning the surroundings. Following that, a squad leader-looking man whispered, General Perix, all clear. You may disembark. No sooner had the squad leader finished speaking than a gleaming suit of plate armor stepped out of the boat's cabin, crushing a hermit crab into a pulp under his boot on the sandy beach. Looking up the shining armor, a burly man in half-plate was seen exiting the cabin. After surveying his surroundings, he asked, have you made contact with our liaison in Meister, Magus? Where are the people coming to meet us? That fool Andre, to be wiped out in one fell swoop. Such an embarrassment. Now I have to come and clean up his mess. It appeared that General Perix was quite dissatisfied with being sent by the rebel faction to oversee the overall operations in Meister County. Facing the stream of curses from Brigadier General Perix, not a single one of the sturdy men around him dared to speak up or join the conversation. Each of them kept their gaze straight, surveying their surroundings with the utmost focus, as if they were all absorbed in their sentry duties. This bored Brigadier General Perix considerably. Who? A burly man asked in a low voice, his eyes blazing as he stared at the pitch-black coast. Soon, A gaunt man clad in leather armor appeared and, upon seeing Perix, bowed respectfully and said, "Brigadier General, I have been sent by Lord Magus to assist you. Since our original station has been destroyed, this time Lord Magus has helped us find a new base. It is still in the Wild Wolf Hills, but the location has been changed. It's now at the former encampment of the Wild Wolf Bandits. Their main force was just annihilated today, and reliable information indicates that it was by the same person who destroyed our base." Go on. Tell me more, said Brigadier General Perix, showing interest as he looked at the gaunt man. Before he came here, he had already received Magus's assessment of the entire situation in Meist County, and specifically, the intelligence had pointed out the prime suspect for the destruction of their base, a newly minted baron named Rain. In Magus's view, if they wanted to raise the banner of the Zeril Rebellion again in Meist County, this Rain was the perfect figurehead. However, in Brigadier General Perix's eyes, his mission in Meist was much more important, and he had considerable doubts about Magus's suggestion. The aforementioned Rain was merely a small pebble that could easily be crushed underfoot. Magus, just a high-ranking spy, with far too narrow a perspective. This, Brigadier General, I only heard the news. It is said that Rain faced down and killed the leader of the Wild Brotherhood, Giovanni, and a group of Wild Wolf bandits outside Meist County City, the leather-armored man explained. This Rain again? That? What? The Wild Brotherhood? The leader? Is he very strong? Perix asked, puzzled. An enigmatic organization local to Meist, and the strength of its leader Giovanni is only slightly less than that of a great knight, the leather-armored man went on to explain. Only slightly less than a great knight? So, this Giovanni isn't a great knight? You are correct, Brigadier General. And how long did it take this Rain to kill this so-called leader? They were evenly matched, and the battle lasted for quite some time. Next time don't bother reporting such trivialities. What you need to focus on are individuals in Meist with the strength of great knights, got it? Perix said with disdainful laughter. Yes, Brigadier General. Inside the study of Rain's new residence in Meist County City, the conversation between Rain and Hamilton was still ongoing. The biggest difference between a great knight and a knight lies in the body's secondary evolution and the use of primal force. During the knight phase, as our training deepens, generally, when we reach the status of a peak knight, primal force begins to develop within our bodies. However, at that stage, we are still unable to control it at will. Hearing this, Rain became somewhat perplexed. He was already capable of controlling it at will, so Hamilton's statement seemed slightly off. Nevertheless, Rain chose not to interrupt him and continued to listen. Hamilton went on. The reason why a great knight's combat power can crush that of a knight is key. A great knight can summon primal force to cover the body and weapon, thereby greatly enhancing both offensive and defensive power. After listening to Hamilton's explanation, Rain's confusion didn't lessen but instead increased. After some thought, Rain asked, "Lord Hamilton, are there any who can control that bit of primal force at will during the knight phase?" "Yes, this generally only occurs among those with exceptional will or conviction, such as a peak knight completely devoted to the longsword, who might be able to control that bit of primal force in battle. At the knight phase, those who can exert extraordinary combat power with a longsword are referred to as swordmasters. A swordmaster possesses killing power comparable to a great knight's, but there is a vast disparity in terms of defensive power." That makes sense. Hamilton's words were now largely in agreement with those of Master Ganther, and the system's job change prompt also corroborated this. Comparable to the killing power of a great knight. Recalling the scenes of his own conquests over the sea serpent and the scale-bearded iron turtle, Rain indeed felt that with conviction and primal force imbued great sword, it seemed capable of slicing through anything. "Lord, you just mentioned a great knight can wield primal force on their longsword in battle. How does that differ from a swordmaster?" Rain asked again. Rain had his own guesses on this matter and was inquiring Hamilton to confirm his thoughts. Hamilton shook his head before replying, "It's different. You can consider a swordmaster as the most special among great knights. Their longswords are not just infused with primal force, but also their convictions. It's a peculiar combination of conviction and primal force, possessing exceptionally lethal force." As expected, Rain nodded slightly. This matched what he had surmised earlier. Now, he had one last question. Lord, regarding the high-grade magic potion essence from those giant beasts, are there any transcendent distinctions or anything else that should be noted? You should know that advancing magic potions have quite a few intricacies. Upon hearing this question, Hamilton smiled and said, "That's a good question. Actually, even before the emergence of high-tier magic potions like the Behemoth Essence, it was not impossible to advance from a knight to a great knight, just extremely rare, almost 1 in 100. If one forcibly breaks through and fails, the consequences are either death or severe injury. However, with the aid of high-tier magic potions like the Behemoth Essence, the success rate has increased significantly, almost to 1 in 10, and the side effects of a failed breakthrough have relatively reduced a lot. In this aspect, the Behemoth Essence is different from other advancing magic potions. As a high-tier magic potion, its primary function is to provide your body with enough energy for higher-level evolution. The essence of the second evolution is to strengthen your existing transcendent traits and gradually root them in your bloodline. This process does not create new transcendent traits. Rain suddenly understood. That's why the magic potions for officially advancing tonight were so precious. So, to assess the quality of a Behemoth Essence, the main criteria is the amount of special evolutionary substance it contains, right? Rain thought for a moment and then concluded. Hamilton looked at Rain with approval and said, "Exactly. But the more powerful the behemoth, the more evolutionary substance can be extracted from its heart. However, in reality, Rain, the most critical or the most difficult part of advancing to a great knight lies in the control over one's own body with a transcendent will. Otherwise, promotion is bound to fail." Rain nodded in agreement. Then, he remembered that whether he was advancing to a great knight or a weapon master, the system's description for Behemoth Essence was not specific, it just needed to be available. That means, as long as he has the Behemoth Essence, he can inevitably advance to a great knight, regardless of the quality of the Behemoth Essence. This is truly the greatest benefit. Having it equals success. My lord, there's something I need to ask your help with contacting Colonel Connor. I have a beast heart here and would like to request the military or the masters from the Royal Alchemist Association to help me craft a bottle of Behemoth Essence. As Rain spoke, he handed the box containing the Behemoth heart from a nearshore plesiosaur to Hamilton. You have a Behemoth heart? Hamilton showed a surprised expression again, but quickly regained his composure, as it was not surprising Rain had obtained one since he had even killed Giovanni. Yes, I acquired one during my recent visit to Rossby County. Rain said with a smile. Good. I'll contact Connor as soon as possible. Hamilton quickly agreed without hesitation. Just about to leave, Hamilton suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, Rain, there's one thing. Never mind. I'll tell you after your duel. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion in Meist County City, within a dim underground hall, Black Flame Priest Merrill, sweating profusely, reported, High Priest, it's bad news. Lord Giovanni's mission has failed, and he was killed on the spot by Rain. What? Giovanni is dead? The fat high priest suddenly stood up from his large chair and immediately asked back. Yes, my lord, Merrill answered with his head bowed. This was the first time he had seen such a loss of composure from the high priest, who began pacing slowly in the underground hall while muttering, how could this be possible? With Giovanni's speed. Even if he couldn't win, he should have been able to escape smoothly. High priest, there is another piece of news. Merrill's face soured as he spoke, knowing revealing it might further infuriate the high priest, but he still chose to say it. The high priest stopped and looked at Merrill suspiciously, as if questioning, could there be worse news than Giovanni's death? After killing Lord Giovanni, Rain sent his corpse directly to the temple of the goddess of monsoons and oceans. Merrill's voice trailed off more lightly. Because the high priest's pale face suddenly flushed, Merrill knew this was not a good sign. It was an indication of the high priest's extreme anger. Boom. The high priest, with a ferocious look, extended his dry, thin arms and blasted a large clump of black flame onto the floor of the underground hall, creating a large hole. This Rain, I must have him killed. This black flame blast was so powerful, several times stronger than that of ordinary black flame priests. It so frightened Merrill that he almost jumped, worried that the high priest might vent his anger on him. Merrill quickly said, High priest, perhaps we won't need to act ourselves to achieve the goal of killing Rain. Because there's a rumor bubbling among the nobility of Meist County that Baron Norman is set to have a bloody duel with Rain next Sunday at the county's dueling ground. Oh, is that so? Yes, my lord. Merrill wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved to see the high priest's mood had improved. Is that the retired Imperial naval officer Norman? It seemed he was recalling something. The high priest continued to inquire. Exactly, that's him. I remember, wasn't he gravely injured by a sneak attack, which greatly reduced his strength? His current strength should still be inferior to Giovanni's, right? This doomed duel, isn't it just going to inflate Rain's arrogance further? The high priest said with an unpleasant tone. That's true, but news from Baron Alonso's side states that Baron Norman's strength has already been restored to its peak by a magic potion, and he is now trying to break through to become a great knight before the bloody duel. Once he steps into the realm of the great knight, I believe the duel will be Rain's last battle. I see. The obese high priest nodded, seemingly in a much better mood. He paced back to the chair in the center of the hall and said, Lamar, since Giovanni has returned to the embrace of the god of hunting, you will be in charge of contacting the Wilderness Brotherhood. This, High Priest, just moments ago, the Wilderness Brotherhood's headquarters in the county town was destroyed by the seasonal winds and the Sea Goddess Church. Lamar wiped sweat beads from his forehead and said, What? The high priest felt as if his mood was on a roller coaster upon hearing the report, suddenly engulfed by a sense of irritation with no outlet, and his gaze at Lamar turned quite unfriendly. This is also because of Rain, isn't it? He quickly recalled what Lamar had just mentioned about Rain handing Giovanni's body over to the Goddess Church, and he asked in response, Yes, High Priest. Lamar nodded and slyly suggested, Otherwise, why don't we gather some men in the next 2 nights and launch a night raid on Rain's new residence in the noble district? I believe even if he survives, his entire family will surely perish. No, that's not good. The high priest immediately shook his obese head. He wasn't foolish enough to risk the entire Black Flame Church just to avenge Giovanni. Openly making a move within the county town would only make the Black Flame Church an immediate target of both the Empire and the Goddess Church. This would only end up benefiting other powers, such as the Sea God sect. No hurry, isn't Rain going to take a position in Fishing Port Town? Since that's the case, let the Sea God sect deal with him, the high priest said calmly after a long while, shrinking his obese body into the chair. The next day, the beautiful Baroness Crowley was up early and left by carriage. For Jennifer, today was a busier day. Following Rain's instructions, the first thing she would do is to rush to the blacksmith shop and arrange to quietly purchase chromium iron ingots on the market, as well as acquiring cold iron ingots or cold iron or through multiple channels. Later, she would go to Yakeson auction house to inquire about purchasing the essence of a giant beast. As agreed upon the previous night, if the high-level magic potion beast essence could be purchased within a week, even if the cost was high, she would choose to buy a bottle at a premium price. However, if the delivery was after the duel, then there was no need for it. Last, she needed to make a trip to Master Holland the Potion Master. At her feet at the moment was a delicate wooden box, which contained a giant beast's heart from Rain, also the most important raw material for the high-level magic potion beast essence. After waking up, Rain didn't head straight to the blacksmith shop to raise his profession level, but instead rode in a carriage that had been arranged early on to Earl Hab's mansion. Since he already had an agreement with the Earl, the first thing Rain needed to do after returning to the county town was naturally to report to the Earl. Soon, the carriage smoothly arrived at the gates of Earl Hab's mansion, and led by the butler, Rain quickly found himself in the luxurious study, face to face with Earl Habs. The Earl's pepper and salt hair was still impeccably combed, and he was dressed in a noble hunting outfit with gray and gold trim, looking very gentlemanly. On the chest of the hunting outfit was a pattern of the calibird, woven with gold thread. It was clear that Earl Habs placed great importance on family honor. Earl, good day. Rain bowed respectfully. When Earl Habs saw Rain enter, he put down his pen, lifted his head, and warmly sized up Rain, saying, Rain, it seems your training has had good results. It has indeed been quite beneficial. I've learned a lot during my training, Rain replied with a smile. Very good. Young people should have this kind of upward momentum. Actually, I was counting on your return and was about to send someone to find you. Tell me, Rain, what is your view on the matter of Baron Norman challenging you to a duel? While I can't cancel it, I could still assign you official duties for a period. Rain was inwardly moved as he could tell that the Earl leaned slightly in his favor. But there was no need. Moreover, against a Norman family that had been sending assassins after him, Rain naturally wanted to eradicate them completely. In normal circumstances, Rain had no good solution to the continuous assassination attempts. But this time the other party had proposed a bloody duel, which, from a certain angle, suited Rain's desires. Because he had learned from Jennifer that Baron Norman was the backbone of the Norman family, and once the backbone was broken, the family's fate was predictable. Rain shook his head and said, "Earl, I also desire to confront Baron Norman to see how much progress I have truly made." Hearing Rain's refusal, Count Habs helplessly shook his head and said, "Very well. Then, in accordance with the glorious traditions of the Empire, the two of you will resolve your grudges in the dueling arena. Is the time set for next Sunday? Today is also Sunday. 7 days later, I will personally attend. During these 7 days, you prepare well for the duel, and as for fishing Port Town, I will arrange for others to handle it first. Everything else can wait until after the duel is over." "Thank you, my lord." Rain bowed slightly to express his gratitude. 1 hour later, Rain arrived at the Crowley family blacksmith shop. In a separate smelting room, there was already a good amount of clay and a large stack of chrome iron ingots, while there were only 4 or 5 ice iron ingots. However, there was no immediate need for the ice iron, so Rain was not in a hurry. Because he had previously attempted to continue making the cavalry's breastplate when he was promoted to armor caster, and only gained 5 professional experience points for armor casting, Rain now planned to try making parts of the chrome iron set. With an integrated molding approach, the chrome iron set's breastplate was a layered, exquisite chest armor, whose crafting was far more complicated than the previous cavalry chestplate and naturally was not Rain's first choice. This time, Rain chose to make the chrome iron greaves, which included the lower leg part and was made of 2 chrome iron plates hinged together. That is to say, relying on the witchcraft's scorching touch, Rain could imitate the forging process of the cavalry chestplate and, in a short time, quickly make the chrome iron greaves. This also meant that he could quickly gain a considerable amount of armor casting professional experience. At this moment, 7 or 8 chrome iron ingots glowed red-hot within the blacksmith's furnace, and Rain raised his hand, quietly chanting the incantation for the witchcraft's scorching touch. Soon, a rich crimson glow began to appear in front of Rain's palm. For a time, the surrounding stray particles of fire energy quickly gathered in front of his palm. With the continuous output of his spiritual power, the flames in the forge suddenly leaped up significantly, and the 7 or 8 ingots began to redden and soften at a speed visible to the eye, turning into molten iron within minutes. Immediately, Rain opened a small gate on the blacksmith's furnace and poured the scorching chrome iron liquid into the clay molds he had prepared in advance. After cooling down, Rain took 2 shin armor pieces out of the clay molds and picked up a blacksmith's hammer to start hammering. Due to the improvement in strength, agility, and constitution, Rain found it much easier to work than before, and soon, he joined the front and back chrome iron parts together to form a complete piece of greave. Then, a system prompt appeared. "You have carried out the forging of the chrome iron greaves, and your comprehension has improved. You have understood a new skill greave forging. Your skill in greave forging has improved. Experience plus 24. You focus on the forging of chrome iron greaves. Armor caster profession experience points plus 28. Rain was thrilled by what he saw, just as he had expected. After choosing the chrome iron set from Crowley's Armor Casting Manual Volume 1, which was 1 level higher than the cavalry chestplate, the experience gained as an armor caster increased substantially. In addition, Rain sensed an inexplicable intuition about the current success rate of armor casting. This must be the effect of armor casting specialization LV1, which slightly increased his success rate in forging armor. After some thought, Rain quickly asked the people in the blacksmith shop to help him make about 10 pairs of matching clay molds, left and right greaves. Then, Rain began to cast Scorching Touch repeatedly, entering a continuous cycle of melting and forging. And the system prompts nearly spammed the screen. Throughout the day, aside from returning home for mealtimes, Rain spent all his time at the blacksmith shop. Although it was exhausting, the rewards were significant. Within 1 day, Rain's profession level as an armor caster had risen from LV1 to LV2. And as a result, Rain received 1 attribute point and 1 skill point as a level-up reward. After dinner, the beautiful matron who had been busy outside nearly all day came to the blacksmith shop to find Rain. "Jennifer, by the look on your face, it seems things haven't gone very smoothly." Rain, who was in the midst of forging greaves, looked up and noticed the discontent on the beautiful woman's face. There's a bottle of ready-made beast essence at the Yakson auction house, but the person in charge, Leon, said that it was just reserved by someone yesterday. I negotiated for half a day, and even with a 30% surcharge, I couldn't secure it. The beautiful lady spoke, her spirits slightly dampened. Oh? A thought flashed through Rain's mind, and he already had an idea of who the reserver might be, likely not Norman, but Alonso. However, that didn't matter. What about Master Holland? Rain asked. He did agree to take on the work, but Master Holland received a batch of urgent orders yesterday and said he wouldn't have time to craft for us until after half a month, the beautiful lady said helplessly. I see, no problem. Let's continue to have Master Holland do the work. Rain thought for a moment and then said, Jennifer's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise as she looked at Rain. She had thought Rain would choose to give up since this timeline couldn't meet the blood duel by a whole week. Don't worry, I have a plan, Rain said with a smile. Rain had anticipated this situation the day before. After learning from Hamilton that the combat power of a sword master was comparable to that of a great knight, Rain had made his plans. If, for instance, he were to raise his giant bear sword technique and the tackle hammer technique both to LV10, his strength would not only surpass that of a sword master, perhaps the term provisional great sword master would be more appropriate. No, to be precise, provisional weapon master. With the addition of the transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV3, in the trump card, healing with every attribute point addition, Rain felt that even if Norman became a great knight, he still had faith in himself to defeat him. It wasn't overconfidence, but rather from his encounter with Giovanni, whose transformed strength was comparable to a great knight and who was still defeated by him, it was evident. What? Are you saying Rain spent the whole day at the blacksmith shop? Alonso was astonished when he heard this news. Yes, many people saw it, so it can't be fake. The butler, Michelle, didn't understand either. Thud, thud, thud. A lean man dressed in leather armor entered promptly and reported, Sir, you instructed me to keep a close watch on Baroness Crowley's wife, and this morning, she just went to the Yaxen auction house and stayed there for a long time. However, I have no idea what they discussed specifically. Moreover, in the afternoon, she took a detour to Master Holland's place. Baron Alonso immediately turned his head to look at Michelle by his side. After exchanging glances, both burst into laughter. Baron Alonso said, Look, it turns out this Rain intentionally baffled us, while secretly having the Crowley family accomplish his true objective. Michelle, what do you think? What did Rain want to buy at the Yaxen auction house? Michelle chuckled and replied, If I'm not mistaken, it should be beast essence. Exactly. Good thing you contacted the Yaxen auction house ahead of time yesterday. As for Master Holland, naturally, he can only attend to them after he's done making the beast potion for us. The thought of having anticipated Rain's plan made Alonso laugh heartily. And Michelle too looked confident of victory, because he had a hand in managing both affairs. On the third day, Rain's armor casting technique reached LV3. On the fifth day, it advanced to LV4. As a result, the remaining attribute points on the system panel reached 6, and the remaining skill points were 5. However, after his profession level as an armor caster reached LV4, the experience points from crafting chromium steel greaves began to plummet dramatically. Rain knew that he needed to switch to a higher-tiered nightplate armor set if he wanted to continue advancing quickly. The snag was the quantity of ice iron ingots at hand seemed insufficient. He barely had over 10 blocks, and coupled with the unsmelted ice iron ore, it doesn't seem enough for Rain to raise his profession level as an armor caster to LV5. However, Rain thought about it and decided to try forging first, because as he estimated, even if it was slightly off, it shouldn't be too far off. When Rain opened Crawley's Armor Casting Technique Volume 2, the design of the ice iron suit shone with a pale blue metallic luster and caught his eye. Rain also began to carefully examine it, choosing the part of the ice iron suit to forge. The ice iron suit, like the chromium iron suit, consisted of 8 pieces. After some thought, Rain chose the ice iron shoulders because the design showed that the shoulders, resembling 2 arched covers, could be cast in one go, unlike other suit shoulders, which had designs with multiple armor plates. Soon, Rain began smelting the ice iron ingots. Due to the extremely high flame resistance of the ice iron, the smelting temperature was exceptionally high. Fortunately, Rain had the witchcraft scorching touch to assist, or else the blacksmith furnace alone would hardly suffice. Half an hour later, a system prompt appeared. You have conducted forging work on the ice iron suit shoulders. Insight improved. You have gained a new skill, shoulder forging. Your skill, shoulder forging, has improved. Experience plus 24. You focused on forging the ice iron suit shoulders. Armor caster professional experience points plus 138. Wow. Rain's eyes brightened. The experience reward is so generous. It seems that equipment crafted from rare ores is rated far higher by the system than those crafted from ordinary ores. At this rate, I do stand a chance to advance to LV5 armor caster before I run out of ice iron ingots and ore. Immediately, Rain got to work with full vigor. However, after over an hour, Rain quickly encountered another problem. That was, smelting ice iron required continuous assistance from witchcraft, and the spiritual power consumed during the process far exceeded that used in smelting regular iron ingots. More than an hour had nearly depleted Rain's spiritual power. After some thought, Rain decided to add a point to his spirit attribute. This was because an increase in spiritual power would simultaneously increase the potency of his witchcraft, and adding points would restore him to his peak condition, meaning he could continue smelting at a faster pace. Finally, Rain considered that he was only 2 wool runes short of fulfilling the requirement to visualize 24 wool runes at once, which would allow him to step up to the rank of 3rd-level wizard apprentice. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 6.5, his spirit also increased from 2.526 points. Instantly, Rain felt exceptionally clear-headed. The recent fatigue from depleting his spiritual power vanished immediately. During the subsequent melting process, Rain found, as expected, that after adding the point, the power of the Scorching Touch witchcraft also slightly increased, making smelting the ice iron ingots even more efficient. 2 hours later, seeing that his profession level as an armor caster had passed 2/3, but his spiritual power was nearly exhausted again, Rain did not hesitate much before adding another point to his spirit. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 5.4, his spirit also increased from 2.627 points. Restored to his peak condition, he continued to work up a sweat. Half a day later, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations! Your profession level as an armor caster has increased. Rain's profession level as an armor caster finally elevated to LV5, earning him additional rewards of 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Thus, the remaining attribute points in the system panel increased to 5, and the remaining skill points reached 6. Rain looked at the 6 remaining skill points with a hint of excitement. Finally, I've saved up 6 points. Just by adding 3 points each to the Giant Bear Sword technique and Tackle Hammer technique, I can instantly get 2 extraordinary combat skills to level 10. After a brief rest, Rain focused his attention on the Transcendent Knight panel, his large hands holding the icon with the hammer pattern Tackle Hammer technique LV7, 2724/5000. Ever since his Tackle Hammer technique reached the level 6 mark, the accompanying effects of shock and precision both advanced to level 2. In this time, once his Tackle Hammer technique advanced to LV10, it would also unlock the next tier of effects. Note, to unlock Shock LV3 and Tackle Hammer technique, the following conditions are required. 1. Tackle Hammer technique LV9 or above. 2. Bear King Breathing technique LV9 or above. Note, to unlock Precision LV3 and Tackle Hammer technique, the following conditions are required. 1. Tackle Hammer technique LV9 or above. 2. Strength 22 points, Agility 18 points, Constitution 20 or above. The requirements for these effects at level 3 both only need the Hammer technique to reach LV9. Considering the level 2 effects last time, which allowed him to kill a beast comparable to a Great Knight, the power of level 3 effects need not be mentioned. As Rain muttered to himself to add points, the remaining skill points on the attribute panel shifted from 6.4, and the Tackle Hammer technique was instantaneously upgraded to level 9. Instantly, a massive surge of memories about the practice of the Tackle Hammer technique flooded into Rain's mind. These scattered fragments of hammer technique memories almost formed a short film in Rain's mind, which then rapidly integrated into the muscle memory of his entire body. However, the content of this memory was indeed a bit overwhelming, and it took Rain a moment to open his eyes. Just now, he seemed to have undergone several years of strenuous practice of the Tackle Hammer technique, and then, those years of hammer technique experiences were crammed into his brain in just a few seconds. Rain glanced at the hammer technique, and sure enough, both effects, shock and precision, had advanced to level 3. Rain took a closer look, The new textual explanations for both effects were similar. The main change from level 2 was that minor degree had shifted to major degree. The power further increased. However, considering that the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel required the extraordinary battle technique to be LV10, Rain took a brief rest and then added a skill point to the Tackle Hammer technique. As the hammer skill reached LV10, suddenly Rain's entire body stiffened. The infusion of hammer training memory this time gave Rain an exceptionally long-lasting feeling. When he came to his senses, he realized that the feeling of holding unstoppable force in his hand was distinctly different from before. At this moment, 2 system prompts that surprised him suddenly appeared. Ding. Host's Tackle Hammer technique has reached LV10, unlocking the Master-level Hammer Combat Skill passive effect, Multiple Shocks passive, replacing the original effect, Shock LV3. Multiple Shocks passive effect. Your control over hammer weapons and primal force has reached an extremely high degree, enabling you to deal multiple shock damages. Note: this effect is only valid when the host is wielding a hammer weapon and using the blunt end to attack. Note: this effect is proportional to the host's primal force, strength, specialization, and combat skill level. Ding. Host's Tackle Hammer technique has reached LV10, unlocking the heavy weapon passive effect, Effortless passive effect. Your broad understanding of heavy weapons has also reached an extremely high degree, enabling you to swing the heavy weapon in your hands as if it were light, increasing your swinging speed by an additional 20%. Note: this effect is only valid when using heavy weapons. Hiss. This made Rain overjoyed. Firstly, the power of this multiple shocks. Just from the description, one could tell it greatly surpassed Shock LV3. Although Shock LV3 was also a very powerful effect, no matter how strong, it only had one layer of shock damage, easily blocked by armor or something else. Multiple Shocks, however, was different, often able to thick armor and strike the enemy within. The latter was even more incredible. Two-handed warhammers generally have the problem of being too heavy. Although their weight is the basis for their power, this also meant their swing speed was definitely not as fast as that of greatswords, not to mention lighter weapons like one-handed swords. But now, this passive effect of effortless very well compensated for this shortcoming. Wait a second. Heavy weapons? Rain keenly noticed this change in terminology. It was his hammer skill that had increased to LV10, but what was unlocked was not just the effect for hammer weapons, but extended to all heavy weapon skills. Suddenly, the 4 words understanding by analogy caught Rain's eye. This suddenly enlightened Rain. He seemed to understand why the prerequisites for the Weapon Master, Legendary, class required 3 different weapon category skills to reach LV10. When Rain looked back at the panel, the hammer skill displayed as follows: Tackle Hammer Technique LV10, 2724/20,000. Additional effects: Effortless, Multiple Shocks, Precision LV3. 1 hit, 3 effects. TSK. Looking around, Rain couldn't help but take a newly forged pale blue ice iron shoulder guard and place it over a solid piece of wood. Then, exerting only 50% of his strength, he swung down the warhammer with a heavy. The pale blue ice iron shoulder guard shattered instantly, but more exaggeratedly. Although the ice iron armor should have provided defense and weakening, the wood beneath it should have remained relatively intact, without too much damage. But when Rain lifted the shattered ice iron shoulder guard, he found that the wood underneath was even more severely damaged, almost reduced to sawdust. Hiss. Rain could not help but exclaim, "Is this the multiple shocks?" Terrifying indeed. Just now, he clearly felt that his heavy dealt at least 2 layers of LV3 shock force. One shattered the armor, the other the wood. And if he struck with full force, it was highly likely that he could release 3 layers or even more of shock power. In that case, after calming the excitement in his heart, Rain's attention returned to the giant bear sword technique. If the Tackle Hammer technique LV10 brought him such a great surprise, then reaching LV10 with the giant bear sword technique should also. Rain's eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. As he mentally allocated skill points, the remaining skill points on the attribute panel jumped from 3-0, and the giant bear sword technique leaped from LV7 to the LV10 tier. As a massive wave of memories flooded in, 2 system prompts also appeared. Ding. Host Giant Bear Sword technique has reached LV10, unlocking the Master-level sword combat skill passive effect, Steel Cleaver passive, replacing the original effect, Sharpness LV3. Steel Cleaver, passive. Effect. Your control over sword weapons and primal force has reached an extremely high degree, allowing you to cut through ordinary steel weapons and armor with a single. Note: this effect is only valid when using sword weapons. Note: this effect is proportional to the host weapon, primal force, strength, specialization, and combat skill level. Ding! Host Giant Bear Sword technique has reached LV10, unlocking the Sharp Weapon passive effect. Armor passive. Armor passive. Effect. Your broad understanding of sharp weapons has reached an extremely high degree, enabling you to focus force at a single point and burst forth, significantly increasing the probability of breaking through enemy armor. Note: this effect is only valid when using sharp weapons. As expected, Rain looked at the Giant Bear Sword technique LV10 3023/20000 on the panel with accompanying effects: Steel Cleaver, Armor, Precision LV3 with a joyful expression. Again, 3 effects. At the same time, Rain noticed that the armor effect was not only targeted at sword weapons, but all sharp weapons, including the pointed end of his warhammer, would also get this effect added. Feeling a bit itchy in his hands, Rain immediately tried out the new special effect. He swung the glimmering greatsword and aimed at the light blue ice iron shoulder guard, cleaving it with one ziz. The ice iron shoulder guard, forged from a rare ore, was split open by a single slash. TSK, such power it must be the combined effect of slashing through steel and armor piercing. Even armors made from special ores were cut open with one slash. However, Rain vaguely felt that the attacking power of the two-handed warhammer was still higher than the greatswords. After a moment of thought, Rain began to understand it might be due to the LV3 specialization in hammers, because both the effects of multiple shocks and steel cutting were linked to the level of mastery. Moreover, regarding the terms heavy weapons and sharp weapons expressed by the system, Rain felt that he was gradually lifting the veil of mystery surrounding the special profession of a weapon master, legendary. He had a faint understanding of what the core skills, or rather, the professional traits of this legendary profession might be. After thinking about it, Rain found another interesting point. Generally speaking, to reach master-level proficiency in any weapon, even if one a considerable talent, it would require 2 to 3 decades of hard work. In terms of difficulty, it's no less challenging than a knight's promotion to a great knight, perhaps even harder. But now, both Rain's greatsword and two-handed warhammer had reached master-level proficiency. Converted, it was equivalent to a knight with innate talent for swords and hammers practicing hard for 5 to 6 decades. What a hack! It was truly terrifying. Moreover, the combat power of this, almost weapon master, was even stronger than Rain had anticipated. If he were to face Giovanni again in his transformed state with strength comparable to a great knight, Rain felt that the opponent would not be able to withstand 3, maybe even 1 warhammer from him before being knocked to the ground. As for Norman, Rain was actually quite looking forward to his promotion to a great knight. Otherwise, the duel would seem too boring. They're in Norman's manor. At this moment, all the guards in the manor were fully armed and highly alert around the villa, and Dennis was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the indoor training room. Just now, his father, Baron Norman, had decided to take a high-level magic potion, Essence of the Beast, to break through to the Great Knight. Before this, Dennis's mood was like a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. A few days ago, when his father successfully recovered his peak strength, Dennis was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several nights in a row. He thought that his father's chances of killing Rain in the bloody duel were almost certain, but he hadn't expected that things would take a turn for the worse so quickly. It was said Rain's strength was improving rapidly, and that his father at his peak might not be able to defeat Rain. Even the odds were at most 40-60, with his father holding the weaker 4. This news struck Dennis like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't imagine if his father, Baron Norman, were to lose in the bloody duel, what a tragic and pitiful fate awaited him and his family. Because his strength was only at the level of an almost knight, not even a true knight, and he certainly didn't have the ability to support a baron's family. And among nobles, apart from intermarriage, relationships were maintained mostly through strength. If the strength was inadequate, interest had to be conceded, which inevitably meant the decline of the Norman family, and to make matters worse, they had numerous enemies. Clack! The doors of the training room opened. A spirited Baron Norman stepped out with big strides. "Father, did you succeed?" Seeing this scene, Dennis couldn't help blurting out the question. The Baron smiled slightly and nodded. That's great. Father, you've finally become a great knight. Seeing this, Dennis was overcome with joy and began to murmur to himself. It seemed that Lady Luck was still on their side, still standing with the Norman family. Rain, you're doomed, Dennis shouted in his heart. He wished the bloody duel could start right now. Unfortunately, they had to wait until the day after tomorrow. You there, come. Baron Norman gestured to several of his trusted subordinates. Curious, Dennis and a few others followed Norman to the interior training ground. Take the bow and shoot arrows at me. Baron Norman crossed his arms behind his back, assuming a stance of facing the enemy empty-handed. Several of the lieutenants were startled and exchanged glances, not sure whether to carry out the order or to refuse, because at that moment Baron Norman wasn't wearing any armor, just wearing noble hunting attire with no protection at all. Dennis immediately guessed that his father wanted to test the combat power at the Great Knight level, so he quickly urged, "Don't worry, with father's speed, you won't be able to hit him even if you try. As you command, young master." Baron, please be careful. Several lieutenants with almost knight strength understood and immediately took up strong bows and aimed at Baron Norman, beginning to shoot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. To their astonishment, the arrows, shot with almost full force, seemed to be blocked by an invisible shield in front of Baron Norman. After their inertia dissipated, the arrows fell powerlessly to the ground. Dennis was getting more and more excited watching. Look, this is a great knight, a great knight. The defense of pure original force could nearly make the Great Knight unbeatable against lower-level enemies. This time, victory was assured. Dennis, the news of my breakthrough must be kept confidential. Moreover, go to Alonso and inform him that I have successfully broken through to become a great knight. Regarding the cost of that bottle of beast essence, I will pay him after the duel ends. Express my thanks to him for this. Baron Norman asked. Yes, father. Dennis nodded and said, By the way, what's happening with Rain? Thinking of something, Baron Norman looked up and asked. He has been at the blacksmith's shop for 5 consecutive days, Dennis immediately reported. Although he was initially puzzled, the fact remained that their several spies had gathered the same results. Moreover, whenever Rain went to the blacksmith shop, he would inevitably appear on the street. The spies could see him clearly, even noting that Rain's timings for entering and leaving the blacksmith were highly regular. If one didn't know Rain, others might really think that Rain was a blacksmith himself. However, this abnormal behavior naturally made many people curious. But after Dennis bribed a blacksmith apprentice under the Crowley family, it was revealed through the apprentice that Rain seemed to be crafting knight armor. At that moment, a thought surfaced in Dennis's mind. Could it be that Rain had obtained some rare, and thus wanted to create a suit of armor with strong defensive power to face his own father? The more Dennis thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. As the investigation progressed, Dennis discovered that the Crowley family was secretly collecting ice iron, further solidifying his belief beyond doubt. What? You're always at the blacksmith shop? Baron Norman was taken aback. He thought that Rain must also be preparing intensely, either by rigorously practicing combat skills or by trying to make some breakthrough. Why was he spending all day at the blacksmith shop working on iron? Seeing the confusion on his father's face, Dennis immediately shared his guess with the Baron. Father, Rain is likely crafting a set of knight armor made from rare materials. He probably thinks this could increase his odds of winning. I see. Baron Norman pondered briefly, then his face showed a sudden realization. It makes sense because significant improvements in strength usually require years of diligent practice. It's challenging to make considerable changes within just a few days. In the short term, acquiring a good weapon or a suitable set of armor can significantly increase one's chances of winning. This is also a common practice before a duel. By the way, Father, the news of your bloody duel with Rain is already buzzing outside. You may not know, but many business leagues have jointly opened a betting pool, wagering on the outcome between you and Rain. Currently, due to your breakthrough as a great knight not being widely known yet, the odds between you and Rain are still even. What do you say, should we? Dennis looked eagerly towards his father, Baron Norman. Yes, let's mortgage all the liquid assets, and also mortgage the 8 shops we own in the county town. Baron Norman thought for a while and then nodded his head, agreeing to his son's suggestion. If before this, his confidence in winning the duel was only 50%, now, his confidence in winning the duel was nearly 100%. An hour later, in Alonso's study. That's great. Dennis, your father's success in advancing to become a great knight ensures his victory in this duel. Alonso Baron couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. By the way, Dennis, would you be interested in taking up a nominal position in a business league under my name? Alonso Baron's offer immediately excited Dennis, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. He certainly knew that this was Alonso Baron's way of showing favor. Though it was called a nominal position, it actually meant easy money. It seems that the influence of his father becoming a great knight was gradually spreading. Of course, thank you for your appreciation, Baron, Dennis said, bowing slightly. Moreover, my father is very grateful for your help in acquiring that bottle of behemoth essence. The related expenses will be sent to you after the duel, he added. Haha, Baron Norman, no need to mention it, Alonso said cheerfully, waving his hand. After Dennis had left, Alonso turned to his butler Michel and said, the news of Norman's promotion to Great Knight can't be hidden for long. Michel, how much liquid capital do we still have? After a moment's thought, Michel quickly reported a figure. We have left 18,343 imperial gold coins, mainly because we helped Baron Norman acquire a bottle of behemoth essence at the Yaxen auction house, which was quite expensive. Additionally, hiring Master Holland, the potion master, to produce the behemoth essence also cost a lot, but it is highly likely an incoming asset. Once it's successfully produced, it will be very valuable, Michel added. Baron Alonso was very satisfied with Michel's professionalism. He nodded, stroking the seal ring in his hand. Very well. Then let's add another 18,000 imperial gold coins. As you wish, my lord, I will take care of it, Michel said with a smile, bowing before leaving. Lord Rain's new residence. Jenny, dressed in a white floral dress, hurriedly ran to the room of the beautiful matron, lifting her long gown. As soon as she entered, she said rather anxiously to the beautiful woman, Mother, there's trouble. You asked me to inquire about changes in betting from Agatha's side. I just got the latest news that the Norman family has increased their bet. I guess you were right. Baron Norman has probably advanced to Great Knight. Since the Norman family had recently been on lockdown, the beautiful woman Jennifer couldn't gather any useful information, so she had sent Jenny to her close friend Agatha for inquiries. The Wiggins family, where Agatha belongs, owns a large trading company, one of several joint venture companies opening books on the betting, therefore well informed. Oh, Mother, isn't Lord Rain's condition a bit off? You see him, he's been in the blacksmith shop crafting armor every day. You know, the bloody duel will take place the day after tomorrow. Lord Rain hasn't underestimated Baron Norman, has he? Hearing her daughter's query, the beautiful woman also frowned slightly and said, I know he's been forging knight armor in the blacksmith shop, but like you said, even the best knight armor cannot fend off every attack, especially those that might come from a great knight. I'll go to the blacksmith shop now. Half an hour later, the beautiful woman arrived at the blacksmith shop. You say Norman has succeeded in becoming a great knight? Lord Rain, upon hearing this news, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to look at the beautiful woman. At first, the beautiful woman was worried about Rain, but she sharply noticed that in Rain's eyes as he looked at her, there was no trace of worry or fear, but rather something, how could one put it? Joy, happiness? More precisely, it seemed, like a kind of triumphant pleasure. But how could that be? The beautiful woman was somewhat perplexed. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset and nodded, saying, while it's not 100% certain, from the increased bets, the Norman family seems to have gambled most of their estate. It appears they are extremely confident in winning the duel. Lord Rain smiled and nodded at the beautiful woman. Very well, this might be a rare good opportunity for us to make money. Although the beautiful lady did not know from where the self-confidence of the young man before her originated, she glanced at Rain, nodded, and said, then I will immediately gather the entire family's floating capital to place a bet. Also, place the more than 3,000 gold coins I have with you on it as well, Rain interjected. Originally, Rain intended to explain to the beautiful lady, but considering his current situation, it seemed difficult to clarify things in just a few words. After a moment of thought, Rain did not provide further explanation. Instead, he took a piece of ice iron shoulder armor, placed it on a solid log, and repeated the test he had just conducted. After all, actions speak louder than words. Showing his own strength was the best tranquilizer for the beautiful lady. Following the dull sound, when Rain lifted the shattered ice iron shoulder armor, beneath it the log was smashed into bits. This immediately made the beautiful lady's watery eyes go wide and her cherry lips gaped open as if they could fit an entire apple. My, my dear, have you also advanced to a great knight? The beautiful lady asked, astonished. Although she was not skilled in martial prowess, she still had good judgment. She had never seen such destructive force in the family knights or even in the late Baron Crowley. The strength of the was simply astonishing. She could not think of any reason other than Rain's promotion to a great knight that could account for this level of attack power. Not yet. It's just that in terms of strength, I'm not inferior to an ordinary great knight, Rain replied with a smile, shaking his head. Rain's words immediately dispelled the beautiful lady's worries. If before, the beautiful lady was a bit concerned that Rain was being overly arrogant and not taking Baron Norman seriously, now having seen this scene, she realized her young man truly did not need to pay too much attention to what was happening on Baron Norman's side. The last day, inside Rain's new residence. Since Rain had already achieved his anticipated goals, naturally, he would not choose to stay in the blacksmith shop any longer. Another reason was although Rain had already mastered the giant bear sword technique and the tackle hammer technique, he still wanted to fully understand their power, and the blacksmith shop was naturally not suitable for that purpose. So, for the entire day today, he stayed in the indoor training field of his new residence. This was one of the benefits of being promoted to Baron, having a several hundred square meter indoor training field at home. Half a year ago, Rain could only enviously watch Clea's indoor training field. Who would have thought? So quickly, he now owned one of his own. Rain, holding a dark and stout pig head hammer, was seen continuously striking a practice clad in 2 layers of plate armor. The reason for the 2 layers of plate armor was, naturally, because the damage from multiple shocks was too severe. If they were not given 2 layers of plate armor, a single hammer would smash it into pieces. After some time of testing, Rain had basically confirmed that under full power, he could produce triple shock damage. And when using the secret technique, Rain focused his gaze on the Knight Transcendent panel, looking at the 2 icons placed above tackle hammer technique. The patterns inside these 2 icons both depicted a strongman wielding a hammer, but with different poses. One showed a twisting motion, swinging a 2-handed hammer from below upward with his body surging forward, while the other was hoisting a 2-handed hammer overhead, slamming it hard onto the ground and causing a fan-shaped fracture zone on the surface. Extremely fierce. They were the 2 secret techniques of the tackle hammer technique, Rising Dragon Hammer and Earth-Splitting Hammer. Rain stared at the small text in the lower right corner of the icons. Rising Dragon Hammer LV3 Secret Technique. Effect. Use a special thrusting method to swing the hammer from below upwards, delivering A with rotational force mixed with multiple shock powers. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV3 Secret Technique. Effect. Use a special thrusting method to swing the hammer from above downwards, hitting the ground, producing a fierce with multiple shock powers. These 2 hammer techniques had also been successfully upgraded to LV3, and along with them, the accompanying forces changed from shock to multiple shocks, greatly increasing their power. After Rain's recent tests, he found that when using these 2 hammer techniques while in a triple state, he could inflict quadruple damage. The Rising Dragon Hammer was 1 layer of spinning force plus 3 layers of shock power, while the Earth-Splitting Hammer, being incredibly fierce, produced 4 layers of shock power. In preparation for the bloody duel tomorrow, Rain reviewed the transformed strength of the Beast Knight Giovanni. His extraordinary physical constitution meant his movement and strike speed would be much higher than that of an ordinary knight. Therefore, Rain planned to stick to the idea he had at the time, which was to forego the heavy knight's plate armor and only carry a weapon to participate in the bloody duel. In doing so, having shed 200 pounds, Rain would essentially be able to keep up with the opponent's speed. Moreover, for him, under the influence of Hammer Mastery LV3, his most powerful weapon remained the 2-handed hammer, not the great sword. So Rain decided to choose the hammer for battle. And with the effect of effortless lift, Rain believed that the heavy hammer in his hands could keep up with the opponent's striking speed. On the day of the duel, the beautiful Lady Jennifer and Jenny accompanied Rain together, riding in a carriage to the dueling ground. Soon, the carriage arrived at the dueling arena located in the central district of County Town. The entire exterior of the dueling arena was circular, with high walls built of gray-white stones. Thus, at first glance, the arena gave Rain the impression of the sort of circular Colosseum of ancient Rome, only on a smaller scale by a couple of rings. However, this was normal. After all, this was merely the dueling arena of County Town. Today, Since two aristocrats were holding a blood duel here, and with the major trade guild's extensive promotion, the crowd swelled, far exceeding that of the usual beast fights and the like. After all, the grudges and conflicts between nobles were a major topic of conversation for many commoners over tea and dinner. Now that such a significant spectacle was taking place, quite a few commoners had scrimped and saved to come and watch. Indeed, such events didn't occur in Meister County for years on end. The carriage Rain was in hadn't yet arrived at the entrance when some officials came running to welcome him. A small squad of guards quickly escorted and directed the carriage into a dedicated area inside the dueling arena. After a brief farewell, Rain stepped out of the carriage and walked towards the dueler's passage, while the beautiful woman and Jenny, after gazing for a while at Rain's departing figure, two walked through the noble exclusive passage to the nobles' stands located in the front row. At this moment, on the nobles' stands, Baron Alonso, Dennis, and many others were already there. Even the Monsoon and Sea Goddess Church's Reverend Rudolph had come. 5 minutes later, with the arrival of Count Habs in black formal wear, Meister County's governor, the atmosphere inside the dueling arena suddenly became even more enthusiastic. And when Rain, bearing the power of unbreakable strength, and Norman holding a sword and shield, emerged respectively from the two passageways, left and right, thousands of people in the stands burst into shouts. At this point, the long-unseen Viscount Hamadi, dressed in exquisite noble attire, stepped into the center of the field. Seeing this scene, the whole venue fell silent, only to hear Viscount Hamadi inquire, "Baron Norman, Baron Rain, you both are rare talents of the Empire. Here, I ask one last time, do you truly harbor irreconcilable differences between you that necessitate a bloody duel?" This was a necessary step in the official blood duel process. The purpose was to avoid unnecessary infighting. By now, it had become more of a formality. After all, if reconciliation was indeed possible, it would naturally have been settled before the start of the blood duel, not dragged out until this moment. Affirmed, Baron Norman said expressionlessly. Affirmed, Rain said likewise. That is very regrettable. I declare, let the duel begin. Viscount Hamadi shook his head, expressing regret as he spoke. Since the duelers had agreed beforehand to fight on foot,